horror film and psychoanalysis. In recent years, psychoanalytic theory has been the subject of attacks from philosophers, cultural critics, and scientists who have questioned the cogency of its reasoning as well as the soundness of its premises. Nevertheless, when used to shed light on horror cinema, psychoanalysis in its various forms has proven to be a fruitful and provocative interpretative tool. This volume seeks to nd the proper place of psychoanalytic thought in critical discussion of cinema in a series of essays that debate its legitimacy, utility, and validity as applied to the horror genre. It distinguishes itself from previous work in this area through the self-consciousness with which psychoanalytic concepts are employed and the theorization that coexists with interpretations of particular horror LMS and subgenres. Stephen J. Schneider is a scholar of cinema and philosophy. He is the author of Designing Fear, Aesthetics of Cinematic Horror and editor of New Hollywood Violence, among other publications. General editors: William Rothman, University of Miami. Dudley Andrew, University of Iowa. Cambridge Studies in Film is a series of scholarly studies of high intellectual standard on the history and criticism of LM. Each book examines a different aspect of LM as a social and cultural phenomenon, setting standards and directions for the evaluation and definition of LM scholarship. Designed for both LM enthusiasts and academic readers, the series is international in scope of subject matter and eclectic in terms of approach and perspective. Cambridge Studies in Film provides a foundation in the theory and philosophy of the emerging visual media that continues to shape our world. Selected titles from the series: The Eye of the Camera, Essays in Film Criticism, History, and Aesthetics, by William Rothman. The Cinema of Satyajit Ray, by Darius Cooper. Documentary Film Classics, by William Rothman. John Huston's Filmmaking, by Leslie Brill. Projecting Illusion, Film Spectatorship and the Impression of Reality, by Richard Allen. Interpreting the Moving Image, by Noel Carroll. Acknowledgements for their support, encouragement, and assistance throughout the development of this project. I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to Richard Allen, Wheeler Winston Dixon, Micheline Frank, Andrea Sabatini, Daniel Shaw, Judith Stevenson, Damian Treefs, Fiona Villela, and Yvonne Ward. Thanks go as well to all of the contributors for their hard work and patience. Beatrice Rell at Cambridge University Press made the editing process incredibly smooth and easy. As always, the support and understanding of my family and friends, Elise, Stuart, Catherine, Pam, Owen, Susie, Max, Aaron, was essential. And most of all, a huge thanks goes to William Rothman for believing in this book from the start, and for assisting me with it every step of the way. Forward: What Lies Beneath. In 1979, Richard Lipp and I organized and hosted a retrospective of the, primarily, American horror LM at the Toronto International Film Festival, then known as the Festival of Festivals. We invited a number of filmmakers to give seminars, and Brian De Palma, George Romero, Wes Craven, and Stephanie Rothman all made public appearances and answered questions, Richard and I interviewing each on stage before turning the questioning over to the audience. As part of this event, we produced a small booklet, to which Andrew Britton and Tony Williams also contributed essays, entitled, like the retrospective, The American Nightmare. My sections were subsequently included in my book Hollywood from Vietnam to Reagan, with an extension dealing with the genre's development. Degeneration would be a more appropriate term, in the 1980s. Looking back, it seems to me that our primary motivation was what Howard Hawks always claimed for making his movies: having fun. Though I would add that, like Hawks, we wanted to make as good a professional job of it as possible, and we took our work very seriously. Of course, we would never have done it had we not believed that we had something to say, at the root of which was our sense that this most despised and ridiculed of genres deserved serious attention. I don't think it occurred to us that what we were doing would come to assume the historic importance that seems to be the case. We never asserted, or believed, that ours was the only way of looking at horror LMS, or that our theories explained every horror LM that had ever been made, although much of what has been written since appears to accuse us of exactly that. At the core of our ideas was the belief, which I doubt anyone is likely to dispute, that a genre's evolution is strongly influenced by cultural political evolution at least as much as by the genre's internal evolution. The fact that later LMS in a given cycle are nourished by and grow out of their predecessors. How else could one account for the astonishingly abrupt shift in the American horror LM from the progressive, exploratory, often radical late 1960s, 70s to the reactionary and repressive 1980s? Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, they did not develop out of the characteristic monsters of the 1970s, but represent a refusal of everything embodied earlier. What was crucially determinant of the American nightmare was our political commitment, leftist, radical, and with at least an interest in Marxist ideology and especially the connivance of Marx and Freud in 1970s thought. That commitment was vastly more important to us than any desire to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth about the horror LM. Here I must acknowledge the key importance of Andrew Britton. His contributions to our booklet were relatively brief, but his influence pervaded the entire enterprise. For myself, Andrew has been for many years the most important LM critic writing in English. His neglect within academic circles seems to me disgraceful. If one approaches the American horror LM from a radical perspective, one must inevitably great positive interest in the achievements of the late 1960s, 70s and reject almost everything that has followed. My social political position has not changed essentially since that time, though in honesty I must admit that 2 decades of reaction and conservatism have somewhat dulled its edges. In the 1970s one felt supported by, at the least, a general disquiet and dissatisfaction, and at best, a widespread desire for change, which came to a focus in the period's great social movements, radical feminism, the black movement, gay rights, environmentalism. Those movements still exist but have lost much of their momentum, perhaps because of the advances they made, advances that have, to some degree, been recuperated into the establishment at the cost of losing their dangerousness. Perhaps the new administration will goad people into a new sense of outrage and fury, but it may take the equivalent of the Vietnam War. Criticism of the American nightmares approach has in fact concentrated not on politics but on psychoanalysis, which to us was a valuable weapon that could be used politically. Relatively speaking, our radical political commitment has been generally ignored, despite the fact that it embodies the foundation of our arguments. I would agree today that building an analysis of the horror genre on Freudian theory made it readily vulnerable to attack by those uneasy with our politics. The supposed demolition and repudiation of Freud is another 1980s phenomenon, again, I would claim, strongly influenced by the social political climate. Part of the problem lies in that distressingly common tendency either to totally accept or totally reject, as opposed to the principle of examining critically. Few today appear to read Freud or Marx with a view to sorting out what is still valid, what can be cast off, and what needs to be rethought. Freudian theory is vulnerable to attack on many points, but not, in my opinion, on the one that formed the American nightmare's psychoanalytic basis, the theory of repression and the return of the repressed. We can all trace the workings of this, surely, in our own personal histories and daily lives. It continues to have great resonance in relation to the horror LM, but only insofar as it is melded with a political awareness. Murnau's Nosferatu, 1921, made in the very shadow of Freud, strikes me as almost textbook Freudianism, the monster as return of the repressed, and its ultimate re-repression, in almost diagrammatic, yet extremely powerful, form. The Freudian analogy holds good for Wales' Frankenstein, 1931, but here, in Karloff's makeup, clothing, gestures, and performance, his threats and pleadings, we can also see the working class, the poor, the homeless, and the dispossessed, suggesting a parallel between psychological repression and social oppression. The possibility that the monster, hence, the repressed, might be seen as sympathetic or pitiable as well as horrifying was perhaps inherent in the genre from the outset. It is clearly there in Wales' 2 Frankenstein movies. But it is in the 1970s, with the development of radicalism and protest, that the gore of the monster develops a widespread tendency to become, though never unambiguously, the emotional center of many horror LMS. That the return of the repressed formula does not exhaustively explain all horror movies was demonstrated already in the 1970s/1980s by what seems in retrospect the period's greatest achievement, George Romero's Living Dead trilogy. It has not, I think, been sufficiently recognized that the meaning and function of the zombies changes radically from LM to LM. It is consistent, in fact, in only one way, that the zombies constitute a challenge to the humans, not merely to survive but to change. But the nature of the challenge differs from LM to LM. Of the three, Night of the Living Dead, 1968, corresponds most closely to the psychoanalytic formula. The RST zombie emerges not merely from a graveyard but from the precariously repressed familial tensions between brother and sister, tensions derived directly and explicitly from the structures of the nuclear family. Having established this in the RST few minutes, however, Romero relegates the zombies to a subservient and functional position. Though powerful because they are so numerous, they quite lack the dynamic, rebellious energy of other, more characteristic, monsters of the period. The Baby of It's Alive, 1974, Danielle, Margot Kidder, of Sisters, 1973, Reagan, Linda Blair, of The Exorcist, 1973, or, going farther back, the Irina, Simone Simon, of Cat People, 1942, the Tootie, Margaret O'Brien, of Meet Me in St. Louis, 1944, or the Earl King of Goethe and Schubert, whose function is to demand recognition. The zombies destroy all the main characters, the existing nuclear family, the young couple who represent the future nuclear family, but one, simply because they are incapable of change and will merely repeat the repressive patterns of the past. The exception, the LMS hero and sole black character, hence an outsider, survives the zombies but, in the LMS-nal irony, is shot down by the sheriff's posse. The theme is carried over into Dawn of the Dead, 1978, but with an important difference: the zombies of the shopping mall are the products of consumer capitalism, drawn back to the mall that embodies their utmost desires, the pitiful non-satisfactions of material possessions by which their culture has taught them to live. The totally passive, literally traumatized, woman of Night is here transformed into an active and increasingly resourceful heroine who eventually learns to free herself from male domination and all the social formations, marriage, traditional family, dependency, that support it, taking over the LMS primary symbol of masculine power, the helicopter. Finally, in Day of the Dead, 1985, the trilogy's lamentably unrecognized crown, easily the least of the series, according to the lamentably influential Leonard Maltin, at once the darkest, most desperate, and ultimately most exhilarating of the three LMS, the woman becomes the central gore, the heart of sanity in a world of masculinity gone mad. I suspect that the almost total incomprehension, more precisely, refusal of comprehension, with which Day of the Dead has been received is simply the result of its late date. By 1985 we had already entered the era of hysterical masculinity that countered the radical feminism of the 1970s. Stallone and Schwarzenegger were already major presences, and the reactionary horror movie had already fully established itself. No one wanted to hear about how science and militarism were male-dominated, masculinist institutions threatening to destroy life on the planet. Day's essential theme, even more timely today than it was then, though no one seems willing to pay attention anymore. Though made by a man, it stands, and will probably be recognized as, when it is too late, one of the great feminist movies. It is also, for me, the last great American horror LM. 2. Are significant horror LMS being made outside America? In the East? In Italy? I am not qualified to answer this question, although it seems necessary to raise it. The Italian horror LMS of Bava and Argento have their defenders. The few I have seen struck me as obsessively preoccupied with violence against women, dramatized in particularly grotesque images. One European LM perhaps qualis, though it must be seen as marginal to the genre, Michael Hanke's profoundly disturbing and troubling Funny Games, 1997. Although it barely evokes the supernatural, its relationship to the horror LM becomes apparent quite early on. Two young men enter a bourgeois household on a pretext, then swiftly proceed to make prisoners of the family, father, mother, young son, and subsequently humiliate, torment, and nearly kill all three before going off cheerfully to visit the nearest neighbors for the same purpose. No obvious explanation of the young men is offered. They are not noticeably impoverished or underprivileged, rather the contrary. We learn nothing of their background and so cannot see them as victims of the conventional nuclear family structure. They appear to humiliate, torment, and kill just for the pleasure of it. One is clearly dominant and he is credited with the LM's only hint of supernatural powers, the ability to rewind the LM when things go wrong and replay a scene to his own specifications. Are they the return of the repressed? The worst the bourgeois couple can be accused of is complacency, which is what Hitchcock said The Birds, 1963, is about, and the couple's punishment, if that is how it is to be read, is only a step worse than that meted out to Melanie Daniels, Tippyhedron. Funny Games can also be read, and this links it thematically to Hanke's other work, as suggesting that our civilization, by dehumanizing its inhabitants, intrinsically produces psychopaths who therefore require no further explanation. This is one of the most disturbing LMS I have ever seen. No surprise, really, that it is probably the most widely hated LM in modern cinema. Critics react to it with such an intense resentment of what it does to them that it becomes a tribute to the LM's power. Hanke allows his chief monster an intimate relationship with the audience, inviting us into the LM with his knowing look into camera, and implicating us in the violence, which is for the most part more psychological than physical. Do we want to punish this affiant and complacent, yet generally pleasant and harmless, couple? But, simultaneously, we are implicated in an opposed violence, the deliberate tormenting of helpless people, reaching a point where we would like to leap into the movie and kill the two young men with our own hands. The LM's great danger, it seems to me, is that it might, given that the tormentors appear inexplicable and therefore unreformable, be read as advocating capital punishment. Aside from Day of the Dead, is there any American horror movie made since 1980 that could be championed as any sort of radical statement about our impossible, so-called, civilization? I ask the question seriously, hoping it may get answered in this anthology. For myself, the only possible candidate is Neil Jordan's fascinating and underrated In Dreams 1998. Or is the genre as living dead as Romero's zombies who, while immensely powerful, have nothing to offer but a kind of subhuman nothingness and survive without any real life? The genre's deterioration is easy to chart. Around 1980 it moves crucially from the release of repressed, and therefore terrifying, energies to teenagers endlessly punished for having sex. And why has this perversion of the genre been so popular with teenagers? Presumably because, while it is exactly what, at their age, they ought to be doing, besides protesting vigorously about almost everything happening in the dominant culture, their parents make them feel guilty. From there to the spoof is an easy leap, about 2 inches, stupidity, of the characters, of the LMS themselves, being already generically inherent. Actually, the spoof horror LM, unnecessary to give titles, I think, simply carries the slaughter of sexual teenagers 1980's subdivision of the genre one step further. All those naughty teenagers can now enjoy themselves without taking their punishment seriously. There is just one small problem, in all the LMS I can recall, and they have fused themselves into one horrible confused image of sex and slaughter. The teenagers hardly ever achieve orgasm. The popularity of these LMS with teenagers is vastly more interesting, and even more depressing, than the LMS themselves ever are. Given that all these LMS operate on a very low level of artistic or thematic interest, it is, I suppose, still possible to make certain distinctions. The original Halloween, which had the dubious distinction of initiating the entire cycle, and is therefore of historic interest, was a well-made and effective LM. The entire Friday the 13th series fully deserves to go, with Jason, to hell. The Nightmare on Elm Street LMS have a marginally more interesting monster and, especially in the RST, a certain air in invention and design. What more can one say? The myth of meta-theory. Over the past 30 years, a plethora of publications have argued in favor of a specific psychoanalytic approach to some dimension or convention of cinematic horror. Included among these are articles and books by such influential scholars as Robin Wood, Carol Clover, Stephen Neal, Linda Williams, Barbara Creed, even Noel Carroll in an earlier incarnation. These efforts have typically taken the form of either interpretive analysis of a particular LM, subgenre, or the genre as a whole, or depth psychological explanation of the symbolic/mythic import of horror LM monsters, of the horror effect and how it is generated, of the possibly perverse pleasures viewers obtain from being frightened by visibles. And despite the often vitriolic criticisms of psychoanalysis both inside and outside academic LM studies, the horror genre has continued to see a steady stream of new psychoanalytic approaches, as well as new variations on existing ones. As originally conceived, the present volume was to be a collection of meta-theoretical essays on psychoanalysis and the horror LM, not essays that simply, or not so simply, as the case may be, make use of Freudian, Jungian, Kleinian, Jonechian, or Lacanian principles, theses, arguments, or purported discoveries in an effort at shedding light on aspects of the horror LM. Instead, it was envisaged that contributors would take a step back to address the relative strengths and weaknesses of such approaches. This was to be a book about psychoanalytic theories of the horror LM rather than a book that offered still more psychoanalytic theories of the horror LM. But of course there is no such neutral space outside, much less above, the fray from which to conduct an investigation of this sort. Those who defend a psychoanalytic approach to horror cinema typically have pet applications of their own. Similarly, those who seek to critique psychoanalytic theories of the horror LM almost always have alternative, incompatible, or so it may seem, paradigms in mind. One especially since the late 1970s, there has been a tremendous diversity of psychoanalytic approaches to the horror LM. These approaches differ, and often connect, in substantial ways. But the objections levied in recent years by analytic philosophers, LM aesthetics, sociologists, and cultural theorists, cognitive and feminist LM theorists, and empirical psychologists, many of whom position themselves well outside the circle of Freud and his followers, constitute a far more serious threat, or challenge, to psychoanalytical horror LM theory. This is because such objections would be fatal to psychoanalysis if proven correct. To refuse to hear such critics out, to assume a priori that none of their objections are powerful enough to warrant serious treatment, and to eschew making any effort at responding in turn is more than just irresponsible scholarship. It adds strength to the already potent criticisms that psychoanalytic thought is hermetic and self-confirming, that its LM theoretical applications produce closed, self-justifying systems, Jankovic 1995, 147. And it weakens the power of those prima facie affinities holding between psychoanalytic concepts and explanations, on the one hand, and the manifest content of much horror cinema, on the other. The existence of such affinities is often cited as additional evidence in support of whichever psychoanalytic theory of the horror LM brings them to bear in the RST place. Consider, for example, Marguerite Lacazzi's, 2002, look at how the relationship between mourning and melancholia, a relationship about which Freud had much to say, is thematized in M. Night Shyamalan's The Sixth Sense, 1999. Most psychoanalytic horror LM theorists to date have not proven very open to revising their particular accounts as a result of critical engagement with the work of others operating even from within the psychoanalytic paradigm. As Malcolm Turvey details in his contribution to this volume, for instance, A survey of the various explanations offered by psychoanalytic LM theorists concerning the puzzling pleasures of horror LM viewing reveals a host of structurally similar but still more or less connecting positions. All of these positions depend on the Freudian notion of repressed mental content, anxieties, fears, even fantasies, and wishes that get relegated to the unconscious during childhood either because they are too unpleasurable in and of themselves or because they connect with more acceptable/appropriate mental content. While the diversity Turvey refers to might be held up as indicative of the fertility of psychoanalysis in this area, from the point of view of critics of psychoanalytical LM theory, there is no genuine disagreement among psychoanalytical theorists of the horror LM, simply pluralism. This is because such theorists typically do not dialectically engage with each other's theories by a. showing why candidates for repressed mental content proposed by other theorists cannot explain the phenomenon they want to explain, or b. showing why their candidate does explain the phenomenon better than others, n9. Clearly, the pluralism Turvey has in mind here is not of the methodologically robust type advocated by Noel Carroll. According to Carroll, methodologically robust pluralism only occurs when competing theories are held up against one another for the purpose of weeding out the weak ones. Rather, Turvey seems to be thinking of a situation in which everyone just rattles around in their own paradigm. Carroll 1996, 334, only here, the theorists in question are held to be just rattling around in the same paradigm, broadly construed as psychoanalysis. 3. Although questions have been raised about the presupposed neutrality and external stance of the arbiter in Carroll's own problem-solution model of research, 4. And although it is certainly possible for there to be different ways, all fruitful, of looking at a particular phenomenon, Carroll's methodological imperative makes sense when it comes to the consideration of theories that appear to be in competition or connect with one another. Arguably, one example of the sort of unproductive pluralism Turvey is referring to centers on the post-structural psychoanalytic claim that at the heart of cinematic horror lies a patriarchal fear of female sexuality. In order to tap into this fear, it is held that the genre deems female sexuality as monstrous, disturbing, and in need of repression. Jankovic 1992, 10. Such a claim can be considered post-structural in that it ultimately locates meaning not within individual LMS or the work of particular writers or directors, but in the signifying codes of horror cinema itself, also because it casts itself in political terms, purporting to identify and analyze the ideological effects of a specific visual narrative structure. 5. A number of post-structural psychoanalytic horror LM theorists, including Barbara Creed and Xavier Mendick, 1998, employ Julia Kristova's, 1982, notion of abjection to argue that women in the genre, mothers. P1, Kati/JZYP2, KCZ052-182-5210 in CB660/Schneider v March 3, 26, 2000, and 412, 14. 4. Stephen J. Schneider. Especially, are frequently presented as monstrous beings who pose a fatal threat to men. According to Creed, the horror LM attempts to bring about a confrontation with the abject, the corpse, bodily wastes, the monstrous feminine, in order nally to eject the abject and redraw the boundaries between the human and the non-human. As a form of modern délitement right, the horror LM attempts to separate out the symbolic order from all that threatens its stability, particularly the mother and all that her universe signifies. 1993, 14. Meanwhile, Stephen Neal and others argue that horror LM monsters are typically deemed as male, with women as their primary victims. In this respect, it could well be maintained that it is women's sexuality, that which renders them desirable, but also threatening, to men, which constitutes the real problem that the sick horror cinema exists to explore. 1980, 61. If these intuitions were applied to different LMS within the genre, they would be quite compatible. But unless and until the necessary qualifications are proffered, they stand in evident conflict with one another, as the predominant genders of monster and victim are reversed in each. Unfortunately, the trend has been for psychoanalytic horror LM theorists to downplay the tensions between their respective positions rather than attempt to address them. This has meant that those externally motivated criticisms that cut across various psychoanalytic theories of the horror LM, as many, if not most of them, do, are typically ignored, their implications unacknowledged, precisely because their very scope encourages a passing of the dialectical buck. 6. The same cannot be said of psychoanalytic LM theory in general, which has certainly seen its fair share of internal controversy. One need only consider the objections of neo-Lacanians such as Joan Kopjek, 1995, and Slavoj Zizek, 2001, to earlier claims concerning apparatus theory and the suture effect, Constance Penley's, 1989, Critique of Screen Theory, 7. Linda Williams on the problematic, because ambiguous, terms of perversion used to describe the normal pleasures of LM viewing, 1984/1999, 706, and the heated mid-1980s debate in Cinema Journal concerning Stella Dallas and the Mulvey, Met's model of female spectatorship. In fact, the feminist-enacted psychoanalytic theories of horror proposed by Williams, 1984/1996, Clover, 1987, 1992, and Creed, 1986, 1993, can all be understood as revisions, rather than outright rejections, of the original Mulveyan paradigm. According to this paradigm, the threat of castration, absence and lack, posed by images of the female form in Hollywood cinema is contained through a sexualized objectification of that form, whether fetishistic, scopophilic, woman displayed as erotic spectacle, rendered unthreatening by the controlling male look, or sadistic, voyeuristic, woman investigated, demystified, and eventually controlled through punishment, in nature. As Richard Allen has observed, both Williams and Creed contest aspects of Mulvey's position by identifying scenarios of female empowerment in the horror LM in which the threat of castration is not contained, but acted out in the narrative, 1999, 140. This acting out takes place either through the gore of the monstrous feminine, Creed, or else through the female character's sympathetic look at the monster of potentially subversive recognition of the power and potency of a non-phallic sexuality, Williams 1984/1996, 24. Clover, meanwhile, argues for a primarily masochistic and empathetic, rather than sadistic, voyeuristic, identification on the part of both male and female spectators with the originally suffering but ultimately empowered final girl of the slasher movie. But due to the fact that each of these accounts constitutes a revision/refinement of a highly politicized and psychoanalytically motivated feminist LM theory whose implications extend far beyond the boundaries of the horror genre, just recall Mulvey's sweeping claims, example that unchallenged, mainstream LM codes the erotic into the language of the dominant patriarchal order, 1975, 835, they do not really qualify as debates taking place within the domain of psychoanalytic horror LM theorizing. Rather, they are debates taking place within psychoanalytic LM theory in general. Eschewing the bogus idea of pure meta-theoretical inquiry conducted by people with no RST order attachment to their arguments and conclusions, this volume responds to the need for critical dialogue among psychoanalytic horror LM scholars and those of other theoretical and disciplinary stripes. It also responds to the need for internal debate among otherwise, at least potentially, sympathetic psychoanalytic theorists of the horror genre. What all of the essays exhibit is something a great deal more practical than meta-theorization, and also a great deal more valuable, namely, self-conscious theorizing. It is hoped that the concerted efforts made by each of the contributors to question their methods and motives, past and present, anticipate and respond to objections, actual and possible, and situate their work, historically and across disciplinary lines, will help pave the way for future scholarship on the horror LM, of whatever theoretical persuasion, committed to dialogue, progress, and conceptual openness. In the remainder of this introduction, I will attempt to carve out a space for psychoanalytic theory in horror LM studies that is both substantive, more than just an identification of the genre's many direct and indirect references to Freudian, and post-Freudian, ideas, and epistemically neutral. By this latter term I mean a use of psychoanalytic theory whose validity and usefulness does not depend on the underlying truth or falsity of such theory according to some independent objective standard, scientific or otherwise. Psychoanalytic, horror LM, theory at a minimum, just as it important for us to be clear about which psychoanalysis it is that we are talking about, and so about which claims are and are not being made for psychoanalysis. Donald 1991, 2. With respect to the horror genre, it behooves us to acknowledge the enormous debt this genre owes to Gothic literature, a debt that has been traced by Judith Halberstam, 1995, David Punter, 1996, Philip Simpson, 2000, Jack Morgan, 2002, and others, as well as the past susceptibility of the Gothic to psychoanalytic, especially Freudian, theorizing. William Patrick Day hardly overstates things when he writes that no discussion of the Gothic can avoid discussing Freud. One of the most obvious ways of thinking about the genre is to read it in terms of Freud's system. We cannot pretend that the striking parallels between Freud's thought and the Gothic fantasy do not exist. 1985, 177. Day seeks to account for the obvious correspondences between Freudian psychoanalysis and Gothic literature at the level of theme, example the drama of selfhood played out within the family, the struggle to contain and control sexual energy, the conflict between masculine and feminine modes of identity, as well as narrative, example the subversion of linear plot structures, the substitution of mechanisms such as transformation, condensation, and projection for clearly defined patterns of cause and effect, the prioritization of subjective experience and the dynamics of inner life. THIRD rejects the orthodox and uncritical psychoanalytic view according to which these correspondences were inevitable because the Gothic simply anticipated truth soon to be discovered by Freud. He also rejects the pragmatic and hermeneutic view that these correspondences were fortuitous because, regardless of whether Freud was right or wrong, the Gothic simply lent itself to allegorization in psychoanalytic terms. Instead, Day argues that the two systems, one imaginative literary, the other intellectual scientific, have a common, or at least related, origin. The Gothic is not a crude anticipation of Freudianism, nor its unacknowledged father. Rather, the two are cousins, responses to the problems of selfhood and identity, sexuality and pleasure, fear and anxiety as they manifest themselves in the 19th and early 20th centuries. The Gothic arises out of the immediate needs of the reading public to escape from conventional life and articulate and deem the turbulence of their psychic existence. We may see Freud as the intellectual counterpart of this process. The Gothic acclimatized the culture to the types of ideas Freud was to present as truth by presenting them as schon. 179. Notice how questions concerning the logical or referential status of orthodox Freudian psychoanalysis are bracketed here. Instead, we get an account that takes the narrative and thematic affinities holding between this theoretical paradigm and traditional Gothic literature to be historically and culturally conditioned, even determined. Such affinities are neither immutable nor traceable, at least in the RST instance, to the intentions of individual authors, not those of the Gothic novelists, and certainly not Freud's own. This latter is the case despite the Gothic tone of some of Freud's case histories. Rather, the affinities in question are to be understood primarily in formal and generic terms, the two systems developing, changing, and subdividing in what may well be read as a strange but significant sort of tandem. A parallel can be drawn here, and perhaps an intellectual debt is owed, to the work of Stanley Cavell. In his 1987 collection of essays, Disowning Knowledge in 6 Plays of Shakespeare, and even earlier, in The Claim of Reason, Cavell makes a convincing case for the affinities between Shakespearean tragedy and what philosophy, in Descartes, calls skepticism. Shakespeare could not be who he is, the burden of the name of the greatest writer in the language, the creature of the greatest ordering of English, unless his writing is engaging the depth of the philosophical preoccupations of his culture. My intuition is that the advent of skepticism as manifested in Descartes' Meditations is already in full existence in Shakespeare, from the time of the great tragedies in the RST years of the 17th century, in the generation preceding that of Descartes. 1987, 2, 3, elsewhere, Cavell writes that tragedy is the working out of a response to skepticism. As I now like to put the matter, that tragedy is an interpretation of what skepticism itself is an interpretation of. 1987, 5-6. 8. If Freud and the Gothic both provided responses, of a sort, to the problems of selfhood and identity, sexuality and pleasure, fear and anxiety as these were manifested in the 19th and early 20th centuries, Shakespearean tragedy and Cartesian skepticism both concern, example the sense of the individual human being not only as now doubtful in his possessions, as though unconvinced that anything really belongs to him, but doubtful at the same time whether there is a place to which he really belongs. 10. Whether Freudianism, or any other species of psychoanalytic thought, can successfully shed light on Lamech horror's textual processes and the nature and mechanics of its effects on viewers, while presenting itself as one among a number of rival candidates for the job, remains an open question. It is one that depends at least in part on the truth value of the various claims and arguments made in support of psychoanalysis more generally, if not as medical therapeutic practice, then as theory of human development. As noted above, precisely how such truth or falsity is to be determined is yet another open question. Many of the essays included herein, example those by Freeland, Schneider, and Prince, make reference to, and in a sense creatively apply, endings in the broader philosophical and scientific literature to support their arguments, pro, con, and otherwise. But even if, for the sake of discussion, psychoanalysis at this more general level is somehow proven false, its value as a tool for shedding light on specific horror LMS, cycles, and subgenres, particularly those with identifiable Gothic linkages, can hardly be denied. Many such LMS and groups of LMS have been interpreted as thematizing, narrativizing, and embodying ideas and constructs similar to those found in orthodox psychoanalytic theory and its revisions. One example of this is Margaret Tarrett's initial examination of the distinctly, though not always overtly or self-consciously, Freudian manner in which many science section/horror LMS of the 1950s and 1960s explore the problem of reconciling the desires of the individual as both sexual animal and social being, 1971, 276. Another, very different, example is Julian Hochster's look at how, in the Italian giallo horror LMS of Dario Argento, the complex, shifting connection between individuals and the world of objects which they inhabit, 1998, 99, exemplifies certain key principles of Kleinian object relations theory. Carroll, 1990, 172-78, seeks to undermine the numerous Freudian-derived explanations of horror LM monsters as projections of repressed infantile anxieties. These anxieties are in turn held to be either necessary and inescapable, example Gabbard and Gabbard 1999, Schneider 2000. Or socially and culturally specific, example Wood 1979, Moretti 1983. In addition to such negative emotions as fear and disgust, the return to consciousness of these anxieties in the more or less disguised form of the monster is typically held to produce spectatorial pleasure, whether directly, Carroll 1981, cf. Creed 1993, or indirectly, Urbano 1998, cf. Benito 1997, depending on the nature of the repressed material they are taken to incarnate, unacceptable wishes in the former case, enjoyed at the cost of feeling simultaneous horror, primal fears, or traumas. In the latter case, enjoyed because here worked through or mastered. With a few prima facie counterexamples in hand, Carroll concludes that psychoanalysis fails to provide a comprehensive account of the gers of horror, 1990, 174. 9. Looking at the same glass half full, however, we might say that psychoanalysis nevertheless succeeds in providing insight into many of the gers of horror, not so much into what they metaphorically mean as into what they literally say, or at least suggest, in terms taken from the languages of Gothic fantasy, childhood nightmare, popular culture, and the cinema itself. Although the issue is by no means settled, it is possible that Freud's theory of anxiety, one which he himself found necessary to revise in 1926, is fatally odd for one or more of the reasons suggested by various philosophers, psychologists, and neurobiologists. For discussion, see the essays by Freeland, Urbano, and Levine in this volume. 10. If so, then neither the terror nor the pleasure generated by horror LM monsters can truly be said to stem from their returning certain repressed fears or desires to consciousness. But this wouldn't mean that such beings still do not represent or stand for something very much like a return of the ideologically or instinctually repressed. The monsters of horror cinema, or at least some of them, if we grant Carroll his counterexamples, may still be plausibly analyzed as embodiments of the idea or belief that, example, in a society built on monogamy and family there will always be an enormous surplus of sexual energy that will have to be repressed, and that, must always strive to return, Wood 1979, 177, or that the anxiety of castration and the fantasies woven around the mother's phallus produce horror forms, Daydown 1989, 52. Carroll qualies his critique of psychoanalytic horror LM theory in a manner that would seem to anticipate the epistemically neutral position advocated here. If psychoanalysis does not afford a comprehensive theory of horror, it remains the case that psychoanalytic imagery often reexively informs works within the genre which, of course, makes psychoanalysis germane to interpretations of specific instances of the genre, 1990, 168. In a 1997 essay, part of which has been reprinted in this volume, Andrew Tudor makes a similar point, albeit even more cautiously. Although the genre's self-conscious borrowing from psychoanalysis is not without significance for the theoretical frameworks invoked in its understanding, such an emphasis does not entail any specific theoretical consequences. 446. This last point is most likely true, though just how true will of course depend on what one counts as specific theoretical consequences. In any case, the role for psychoanalytic theorizing of the horror LM I have in mind here is not restricted to the reexive informing or self-conscious borrowing of pop-Freudian, or pop-Jungian, concepts, images, self-understandings, and explanatory models. 11. The evident kinship between particular horror LMS and particular psychoanalytic ideas may be, and often is, the result of a calculated decision on the part of the LMS writer or director, but this is by no means a necessary condition for bringing to bear the psychoanalytic ideas in question. What really matters is whether these ideas can be shown to be present in the text, not whether they were self-consciously appropriated, or even whether they were appropriated at all. Richard Allen comes closest to articulating the position being argued for here when he admonishes those psychoanalytic LM theorists who would equate their purported discoveries with the therapeutic explanation of a patient's symptoms. Symptomatic readings purport to show the meaning behind the text that is concealed by its manifest content, but it is not clear that this is what psychoanalytic readings of Hollywood cinema achieve. Arguably, far from providing an objective code to unlock the real, hidden, meaning of the text, psychoanalytic criticism quite frequently describes what is going on at the surface of it. However, if this is the case, the psychoanalytic critic posing as theorist erroneously claims for himself the insight that rightly belongs to the text itself. 1999, 142. Allen cites the innumerable psychoanalytic interpretations of the work of Hitchcock, 142, a director who made self-conscious, often ironic use of Freudian themes, ideas, and explanations of behavior, as evidence in support of his charge. Nevertheless, he refrains from overvaluing authorial intention, stressing the fact that, through close examination of its formal structure, a particular LM itself can be understood as a work of symptomatic criticism. 142. My only suggestion would be to give the psychoanalytic critic a little bit more credit, particularly in those cases where the relevant textual material is not especially self-conscious or reactive. If Day is right, then one of the key tasks performed by the psychoanalytic literary critic is neither revelation of the Gothic novel's real, hidden, meaning nor mere description of its surface characteristics. Rather, it is the in-between one of translation, of writing and rewriting the Gothic novels, thematized, narrativized, and embodied ideas and constructs in terms that are more explicitly Freudian, Jungian, Kleinian, Lacanian, etc. Similar tasks might well be called for, and have in fact been performed, by LM scholars examining the horror output of such auteur-directors as Todd Browning, Tobe Hooper, Alejandro Jodorowsky, and Catherine Bigelow. 12. None of this is to rule out the possibility that horror texts may think in their own ways about the things that psychoanalytic theory, in its own ways, thinks about, and that such texts cannot provoke us to revise our views on these matters. Horror LMS and novels can participate in the conversation themselves, thereby challenging the concepts of analysis being applied to them. Cavell 1996, 91. 13. And while the psychoanalytic critic as translator should not be credited with the discovery of something that was present at or just below the surface of the text to begin with, like any translator, hers is still a task which can be performed well or poorly, which has the potential to elucidate those previously unfamiliar with, or unsympathetic to, the new language, and which requires expertise, interpretation, and insight. Psychoanalytic supplementation. Just as one should not assume, prima facie, that either Freudian psychology or one singular version of psychoanalytic theory is the key to understanding a text, Allen 1999, 142, one should not assume that any version of psychoanalysis, not even any combination of versions, is the key to understanding every horror text. Most critics object to what they perceive as psychoanalytic horror LM theory's unsupportable claims of explanatory sufficiency. This objection appears in a number of forms and cuts across the distinction I have been drawing between a minimal, epistemically neutral use of psychoanalytic theory and a use of such theory which depends on the truth of at least some of the particular version's substantive theses. Jonathan Lake Crane, for example, charges those theorists who offer depth psychological explanations of canonical horror LM monsters and narratives, example Evans 1984, Twitchell 1985, with ahistoricity, in irrevocably linking horror to the unconscious. We dismiss, all too hastily, the possibility that horror LMS have something to say about popular epistemology, about the status of contemporary community, or about the fearsome power of modern technology. 1994, 29. Jankovic emphasizes the reductiveness of a post-structural psychoanalysis that deems horror as a necessarily repetitive form which reproduces the dominant ideology. 1992, 11-12. We have already made mention of Carroll's, 1990, argument by counterexample against the comprehensiveness of standard return of the repressed analyses of horror LM monsters. And Tudor and D.S. fault with those universalizing explanations of the pleasure viewers get from watching horror LMS on the grounds that it is only possible to speak of the appeal of a genre in a particular socio-temporal context. Psychoanalytic models, arguably already reductive, will be particularly misleading, conceptually inclined to neglect the variability of audience responses in the name of a spurious generality. 1997, 456. In fact, I would second any objection to the effect that the majority of psychoanalytic LM scholars, of horror and other areas, have displayed an unfortunate tendency to write grand theoretical checks that they have no intention of cashing. 14. The clarification and delimiting of one's position should certainly be among the tasks of the psychoanalytic horror LM scholar. Wood, leading the way here as usual, writes in the preface to this volume, "We never asserted or believed that ours was the only way of looking at horror LMS or that our theories explained every horror LM that had ever been made. What I would like to close with is a brief look at how the kind of culturally embedded, interpretive use of psychoanalysis, Allen 1999, 142, advocated here allows for constructive replies to those who criticize psychoanalytic horror LM theory for what they see as its ahistorical and universalizing tendencies. Note RST that different psychoanalytic paradigms can stand as more or less accurate translations of different horror LMS, cycles, subgenres, and national traditions. Just as particular strains of psychoanalytic thought have proven dominant, at least en vogue, in different periods and cultural zeitgeists, particular horror themes, narratives, conventions, and stylistic signatures may well have special affinities with the dominant psychoanalytic strain, of the time/place in question. Because it provides room for a sensitivity to generic development and variation, psychoanalytic horror LM theorizing need not be homogenizing or reductive. It also allows for the possibility that some horror LMS, cycles, subgenres, and national traditions, especially non-Western ones, may not be open to reasonable or convincing translation in psychoanalytic terms at all. 15. Finally, because it is neutral with respect to the underlying truth or falsity of the theses and explanatory models it invokes, the mode of psychoanalytic horror LM theorizing advocated here is in principle capable of being buttressed by possibly even psychoanalytic LM theoretical explanations of certain deep features of cinematic horror, example the commingled affective responses of pleasure, fear, and disgust generated in many viewers by horror LM narratives and images. The question raised by a number of the contributors to this volume, example Crane and Turvey, concerning just what constitutes a legitimate supplementation of theoretical and interpretive models, like the question of just what constitutes a productive pluralism, is of central importance for future theorizing of the horror LM. In his fascinating discussion of David Cronenberg's Dead Ringers, 1988, Michael Grant, often highly critical of the use of psychoanalysis in horror LM scholarship, see Grant 1995, 2003, suggests an interpretation that combines a Freudian/Rankian analysis of the LMS doppelganger motif with a textual close reading in terms of Shakespearean/Elizabethan tragedy. At one point, he asserts that if we are to understand the deaths of the twins, we have to integrate them into the narrative in a way that can account for how they acquire their imaginative force, an account that will need to be both critical and evaluative. A psychoanalytic reading can assist in this only insofar as it helps clarify the artistic function of the deaths in the LM, a clarification that is in turn inseparable from recognizing what kind of LM Dead Ringers is. 1997, 20-21. Remove the word only from the sentence above, and I would say we are off to a great start. 16. Part 1. The question of horror pleasure. What's the matter with Melanie? Reactions on the merits of psychoanalytic approaches to modern horror cinema. The past decade has been hard on psychoanalysis. When Time magazine commissions a leading contemporary psychoanalytic scholar, historian Paul Gray, to write a cover story on the assault on Freud, November 29, 1993, it is clear that the bashing has become so predominant and widespread to have entered, in fact, the mainstream. The attacks have come from many fronts, indeed from all angles, new critics joining forces with older, more famous opponents. The few staunch, or shall we say obtuse, defenders circle the wagons and hope, at most, to be able to sustain the assault a little longer. Perhaps, though, the gravest danger doesn't come from these critics, who are, after all, still mere thinkers. How can practitioners and scholars of psychoanalysis worry about theoretical challenges when the dire twins of psychopharmacology and HMOs appear so steadfastly intent on starving Freud's creature to death? Forget the academic debates. Today what is truly doing psychoanalysis in is capitalism's good old-fashioned market logic. In these unusually difficult times for psychoanalysis, it is not surprising that its influence within LM theory has been fading as well. The RST, and perhaps the last, nail in the coffin was the 1996 publication of David Bordwell and Noel Carroll's massive anthology, Post-Theory, Reconstructing Film Studies. The title is admirable for the economy with which it expresses both major claims made by the book's editors, namely that, a. Psychoanalytic LM theory had acquired so much status as to become film theory tout court, note their ironic use in the book of capital letters F and T, and, b. The damages caused to the LD by psychoanalysis' alleged predominance have been such that the RST task of the post-phase of LM studies is one of reconstruction. 7 years later comes the present book, whose aim is to host a series of debates concerning the legitimacy, utility, and claims to validity of psychoanalytic theories of horror cinema. Are we to convince ourselves that horror is psychoanalysis' last bulwark? That horror cinema, due to some intrinsic qualities, particularly lends itself to psychoanalytic approaches? That, as Andrew Tudor suggests, the genre itself invokes psychoanalytic considerations, at times borrowing its imagery from the symbolic apparatus of dream interpretation as well as allowing fictional characters to advance pseudo-Freudian accounts of their own and others' motivations, 1997, 446. Provided that psychoanalysis does not make further claims, even Carroll is willing to concede that nevertheless, it may still have much to say about particular works, subgenres, and cycles within horror, 1990, 168. Nevertheless, how are we to defend a theoretical approach, how are we to argue for its validity and usefulness, if we accept that this validity and usefulness are all along de facto limited either to a genre, Tudor, or even to particular works, subgenres, and cycles within the genre, Carroll? More importantly, why would we want to do this? What kind of defense would this be? Psychoanalysis cannot be defended through some limited, albeit successful, applications of it to texts chosen by its opponents. These opponents, after all, have attacked psychoanalysis as a methodology, as a unit theory. They have not been satisfied to criticize specific applications of it, many of which, I admit, have been notoriously ponderous and unconvincing, but have attempted to limit its scope by dismissing some of the very claims upon which its reasoning is founded. In order to truly defend psychoanalysis, we must defend it qua discipline, qua interpretative methodology, and avoid the trap of arguing for the validity of only some of its particular interpretations, or, even more useless, of humbly offering up new such particularistic ones. Thus, although common sense would suggest, given our limited space and the magnitude of the issues, that all we could hope for in this forum is to use psychoanalysis to explain horror, I shall instead try to use horror to defend what the opponents of psychoanalysis most unrelentingly call into question, that is to say precisely its epistemological claims. Vicious circles. Arguably the two most recurring and forceful criticisms of psychoanalysis qua interpretative methodology are, I. Its distinctive circularity, that is to say, the real danger that the discipline and its applications are enmeshed in a self-fooling vicious circle whereby it is impossible for the non-adherent to be convinced of an interpretative account without being convinced by the whole apparatus of structural psychoanalysis, Tudor 1997, 451, and, 2. Its universalizing fallacy, that is, its alleged attempt to offer explanations that are universal, hence the accusations that psychoanalysis is ahistorical, sexist, etc. I shall begin by addressing the charge of circularity. Tudor argues that the pitfalls of methodological circularity can be avoided, by invoking psychoanalytic concepts to explain phenomena only after they are described in ways which do not depend on an initial psychoanalytic reading, 453. The idea that it is possible to objectively describe phenomena from a hypothetical place outside the framework of any one, interpretative methodology has, however, already and convincingly been disproved. Summarizing Oswald Duckert's theory of argumentation, Slavoj Žižek writes, "The basic notion is that one cannot draw a clear line of separation between descriptive and argumentative levels of language. There is no neutral descriptive content. Every description, designation, is already a moment of some argumentative scheme. Descriptive predicates themselves are ultimately naturalized argumentative gestures. This argumentative thus relies on topoi, on the commonplaces that operate only as naturalized, only insofar as we apply them in an automatic, unconscious way. A successful argumentation presupposes the invisibility of the mechanisms that regulate its efficiency. 1994, 11, emphasis added. As a discipline, psychoanalysis cannot be exempt from this fate, although we might speculate that a key reason for much of the opposition to psychoanalysis throughout its history has more than a little to do with its inability, or rather, I would suggest, its unwillingness, to conceal the underlying assumptions behind its naturalized commonplaces. Freud admitted as much in 1921, nor, on the other hand, has psychoanalysis any interest in going out of its way to defend exact authority, for it itself stands in opposition to everything that is conventionally restricted, well established and generally accepted. 178. The same cannot be said for cognitive LM theory. This is how Bordwell illustrates his methodology. Most important, the middle-level research programs that the cognitivists propose have shown that you do not need a big theory of everything to do enlightening work in a field of study. Contrary to what many believe, a study of United Artists' business practices or the standardization of continuity editing or the activities of women in early LM audiences need carry no determining philosophical assumptions about subjectivity or culture, no univocal metaphysical or epistemological or political presumptions, in short, no commitment to a grand theory. 1996, 29, emphasis added. Here one is left wondering. When Bordwell refers to business practices, does he really believe that it is possible to look at them, let alone study them, from a standpoint that is not all along political? Isn't the very definition of a business practice bound to be determined by some philosophical assumption about culture, if not by political presumptions? Yet Bordwell's claim seems to be that middle-level research programs are able to look, objectively, at business practices as if these were plain and simple facts. As Zizek writes when explaining the work of Michel Pietschus, one of the fundamental stratagems of ideology is the reference to some self-evidence. Look, you can see for yourself how things are. Let the facts speak for themselves is perhaps the arch statement of ideology, the point being, precisely, that facts never speak for themselves but are always made to speak by a network of discursive devices. 1994, 11. To be sure, these are precisely the sort of arguments Bordwell and Carroll are rebelling against. But if one agrees with the idea that any research program is bound to be based upon a number of metaphysical or epistemological or political presumptions, then one would expect to end a number of such presumptions, more or less successfully hidden, in the cognitivists' arguments as well. I would suggest that the RST, and perhaps most basic, of these presumptions is that there is an ontological difference between rational and irrational mental processes, a belief which, it could be argued, Freud's entire work tried to dispute. So much rides on this belief, which the cognitivists want us to accept as a fact, that we can see why psychoanalytic and cognitive LM theory do indeed appear mutually exclusive. Given the radical differences in their presumptions, in fact, not only are the conclusions they reach bound to be irreconcilable, the very objects they study are almost never the same. Let us take a classic instance of this split. Whereas the cognitivist sets out to examine how perception and cognitive processes are inscribed in LM viewing and how they determine LMIC texts, the psychoanalytic theorist, having been convinced that nothing but a wish can set our mental apparatus at work, Freud 1965, 606, will necessarily, naturally, one is tempted to say, turn his attention to where and how desire and pleasure, the twin anathemas of the cognitivist, appear in and shape these same texts. The question at this point is this: how can someone still uncommitted to either theory decide which one is more convincing? Or, to put it differently, is it possible to adjudicate the merits and cause of one theory compared to the other? I believe the answer is yes, though not in the way indicated by Tudor, according to which a good theory is able to describe the phenomena objectively and then offer an explanation for them. Instead, my answer is suggested in the following statement by Jonathan Culler, If readers do not accept the facts one sets out to explain as bearing any relation to their knowledge and experience of cinema, then one's theory will be of little interest, and therefore the analyst must convince his readers that meanings or effects which he is attempting to account for are indeed appropriate ones. 111. Culler's point here is that the ultimate test we can put a theory through is the following: does the theory choose to focus on, and attempt to illuminate, the phenomena that I deem to be central and crucial for an understanding of the text? That is, do I agree with this theory's choice of object, of study? Only if such agreement exists can the reader, at a second stage, evaluate whether the theory has produced valuable insights concerning the object, in question, and eventually compare it with other theories, but, and this is crucial, only if and when the second theory is concerned with the same object, Note the telling slippage with which Culler moves from the facts one sets out to explain to the much more accurate and sophisticated idea that what the analyst is attempting to account for are meanings and effects. If the RST requirement of a good theory is that it be able to zero in on something essential to the knowledge and experience of the text, it is also clear that Culler does not see the something as a tangible, self-evident fact, but rather as a result of the process of the text's fruition, a meaning or an effect. A good theory will therefore be one that sets out to investigate, RST and foremost, not the text or its parts but the specific ways in which the text engages its readers or viewers. In the case of horror cinema, this will arguably be a theory that focuses not on the monster's qualities, a la Carroll, but on the effects these have on viewers, a point to which I will return. Connecting theories, then, can and should be evaluated not simply on the basis of the coherence and comprehensiveness of the answers they provide, but above all on the basis of the pertinence and appropriateness of the questions they pose. Let us take an actual example. According to Carroll, if we are studying horror LMS, it strikes me as incontrovertible that filmmakers often play upon what psychologists call the startle response, an innate human tendency to jump at loud noises and to recoil at fast movements. This tendency is, as they say, impenetrable to belief, that is, our beliefs won't change the response. It is hardwired and involuntary. Awareness of this response enables theorists like me to explain the presence of certain audiovisual patterns and effects in horror LMS, without reference to politics and ideology. Indeed, insofar as the startle response is impenetrable to belief, it could be said to be, in certain respects, beyond politics and ideology. Moreover, such examples indicate that there is a stratum of theoretical investigation at the level of cognitive architecture that can proceed while bracketing questions of ideology. 1996, 50. Now it strikes me as incontrovertible that what Carroll has explained here, by his own admission, is the presence of certain audiovisual patterns and effects in these LMS. Given his awareness of the innate, hardwired, and involuntary startle response, he can argue that we do not need ideology, or anything else for that matter, except, of course, cognitive theory, to understand that filmmakers play upon such response through their deployment of audiovisual patterns. It also strikes me as incontrovertible that such an argument in fact explains very little, if anything at all. Carroll claims that he is explaining the presence of certain audiovisual patterns, but all he is really doing is pointing out a characteristic of modern horror LMS, namely their tendency to play upon the startle response. This in itself does not explain the presence of the audiovisual patterns in question, it only suggests that viewers jump in their seats because of the startle response. But is this suggestion significant, useful, or interesting? Now that we know the cause of the viewer's jump, the innate, hardwired, involuntary startle response, are we satisfied that we have a convincing explanation? And, more importantly, an explanation of what? I will make my point bluntly. It seems to me that, while Carroll is satisfied with pointing out the cause of the viewer's jump, he is not in the least interested in asking why the viewer knowingly, voluntarily, goes into the theater in the RST place. Instead of claiming that the cause of the viewer's jump is the involuntary startle response, A psychoanalytic theorist would look for the reason the viewer voluntarily places him or herself in a situation in which he will be startled. This is because the psychoanalytic theorist is convinced that explaining the presence of specific audiovisual patterns in a cultural product without taking into consideration their function is ultimately impossible. Hence, such a theorist would conclude that although horror filmmakers playing upon the startle response might describe how certain audiovisual patterns frighten viewers, it certainly does not explain why these viewers want to be frightened. Here one is reminded of the famous question often heard in discussions about horror LMS. The question is usually posed with a certain urgency by a viewer whose very tone implies serious dissatisfaction with a particular moment in the LM being discussed, say, for example, Hitchcock's The Birds, 1963. Why the hell does Melanie go up the stairs at the end of the LM? Naturally, the rhetorical point being made here is that Melanie, Tippyhedron, should be more than able to assume that the noises she hears are made by birds that have managed to invade the rooms upstairs. What does she think her searchlight is going to throw light on up there? Is she stupid or what? The posing of this question might be understood, I submit, as a sort of evidence that the questioner is insufficiently familiar with horror cinema, or else, while familiar, is still unable to relate to it, i.e., is not a fan or admirer of the genre. Indeed, no true horror fan would ever ask such a question. This is because any true horror fan would somehow feel, would in fact know, that it is a moot point. He would understand that wondering why Melanie climbs the stairs even while knowing what she is going to end up there, is the same as wondering why people pay to go see a horror LM even while knowing that the LM will frighten or otherwise disturb them. The true horror fan, in other words, does not ask the question because he already knows there could only be one answer: Melanie goes upstairs because she wants to. And this suggests that unless one is willing to accept that Melanie's reason for going upstairs is irrational, one will never be able to fully enjoy The Birds. Nor will one be able to fully understand the reasons for either the LMS or the genre's success. In order to grasp these reasons, one must realize that the main question to ask is not why does Melanie / the viewer choose to walk into a traumatic experience, but rather why does Melanie / the viewer walk into it willingly, not why does she go, but, since we know that she goes because she wants to, why does she want to go? If we now return to Carroll, it will perhaps be clearer why I claim that his critical acumen is largely misdirected. One of his most well-known assertions is that horror attracts because anomalies command attention and elicit curiosity, 1996, 195. This is arguably one way of describing what happens in our scene. Both Melanie and the viewer are presumably struck by the anomaly of birds attacking human dwellings. But even if we agree that this results in an attraction, given that our attention and curiosity are automatically elicited by a confrontation with anomalous monsters, can we not still wonder why this happens? Or should we be satisfied by the mere claim that it does happen? A claim that, moreover, does not appear so self-evident. Isn't it more likely that the attention commanded by anomalies has more to do with fear and disgust, Carroll's terms, than with curiosity? Why, then, isn't the reasonable reaction to the sight of anomalies one of repulsion, i.e., escape, rather than attraction? Even more significant than these doubts, however, is the feeling that, in dealing with horror in these terms, Carroll is way off target. As the Melanie scene suggests, the so-called paradox of horror has much more to do with the question of an apparently inexplicable attraction toward a situation of expected danger than with the fear and disgust presumably provoked by the sight of an impure monster. Carroll calls them metaphysical mists 54, because they are categorically interstitial, categorically contradictory, incomplete, or formless 32. Our focus, then, ought not be on monsters qua objects, example the birds, who produce fear and disgust because they are anomalous, thereby, but why, attracting our attention and curiosity, but on the mental connect at work in both Melanie and the viewer, on that underlying ambivalence that mysteriously drives the subject caught in the grip of, at least channel or art horror toward rather than away from its precipitating causes. But now, assuming the reader agrees with these points, is it not reasonable to suggest that we have already moved into psychoanalytic territory, the key words here of course being connect and ambivalence? There is no denying the importance of monsters in horror cinema. And yet, if monsters are so important, it is in large part because of what they do, or threaten to do, rather than simply because of what they are. Consider Hitchcock's Psycho, 1960. As is well known, despite the LM's enormous and undeniable influence on the genre, Carroll does not consider it a work of art horror because Norman Bates, Anthony Perkins, is not, technically speaking, a monster, 1990, 39. Carroll also argues that his own theory of art horror is not rendered questionable by such an exclusion. On the contrary, because Norman, in virtue of his psychosis, resembles the impure beings at the core of the concept of art horror, Carroll's theory can explain why it is that viewers are so tempted to think of Psycho as a horror LM, 1990, 39, emphasis added. The problem here is that Carroll, with his benevolent, fatherly conceit, is it among the critics' prerogatives to decide that viewers are tempted or led to think something, when in fact they are thinking it, is so determined to maintain his theory that he willingly blinds himself. Indeed, he is quick to acknowledge that there are many reasons why viewers and scholars consider Psycho a veritable paradigm of the genre, including its isolated setting, the chance arrival of a sexually appealing young woman, a number of typical narrative structures and shock tactics, including Bernard Herrmann's music, the imagery, the lighting, etc. The monster, however, especially in Carroll's terms, is not one of them, RST, because Norman is not a metaphysical mist, and second, I would add, because he is not the killer until the very end of the LM. As far as the audience is concerned, the killer is Norman's deranged old mother. But despite the monster's relative absence in Psycho, many have been tempted to think that this is the horror LM of the past 40 years. What is Carroll's solution? It is to forget all the possible reasons for this temptation that he himself has just listed, and to suggest instead that it is simply because Norman resembles, when, in the LM's very last scene, his own definition of monstrosity, that we are led into error. The truth seems to me to be quite different. What Psycho proves is that, pace Carroll, what is essential to the modern horror LM is not the mere presence of a monster but a set of peculiar and specific feelings that the LMs elicit in their viewers. Elsewhere, Urbano 1998, I have argued that these feelings are manifestations of the many forms of anxiety identified by Freud in his second, revised theory of anxiety, and I have also suggested that modern cinematic horror deploys four basic formal strategies, the representation of the monster being, incidentally, one of them, to elicit them. At the core of my argument, therefore, lies the idea that what is characteristic of, and necessary to, the modern horror LM is neither its monsters nor its typical narrative patterns, but rather a specific spectatorial affect, namely anxiety. Universalizing tendencies. I suspect that mine is what Tudor would criticize as an inappropriately reductive theory, for it attempts to pose a general explanation of the appeal of the modern horror LM, 1997, 443. Here we encounter the second main criticism aimed at psychoanalysis, its alleged tendency to offer universalizing explanations of the phenomena it studies. 1. According to Tudor, it is problematic to assume that there is a uniquely distinctive trait of horror. Indeed, perhaps there can be no uniquely distinctive trait of a constantly evolving genre, 1997, 456. While I appreciate Tudor's open-mindedness in leaving that perhaps in his statement, I am well aware that he would nonetheless view my claims with great skepticism. For I am, after all, arguing that viewers, on the basis of a number of sources, advertising strategies, word of mouth, and above all past personal experiences, form the expectation that horror LMS will attempt to elicit in them a state of anxiety. And I am suggesting that this is a uniquely distinctive trait of modern horror cinema. But note, I am not arguing that this is the only reason why viewers, in every single case, go to see horror LMS. Advocates of particularistic approaches to the genre are right in claiming that we cannot assume everyone has the same agenda. Some horror fans might very well be attracted primarily by the visual displays of gore. Others might, to use Robin Wood's words, enjoy and surreptitiously condone the working out of civilization's destruction which horror movies frequently depict. 1979, 19-20. Still others might count themselves as horror fans simply because their friends or dates are. Regardless, all of these viewers will share, or so I argue, the expectation that, at least non-parodic, horror LMS will try to make them anxious. Defending particularistic approaches, Tudor vehemently argues against the presumed homogeneity of horror. 456. My claim, on the contrary, is that so long as we are invoking the category of genre we are de facto talking about groups of texts that can be distinguished from other groups precisely on the basis of some presumed homogeneity, which may nonetheless be a product of many distinct factors. A recognizable uniformity among certain LMS, in other words, is precisely why we speak of Hollywood genres in the RST place. And, as suggested earlier, I believe that in the case of the modern horror LM such homogeneity can be found in the specific attempt, the LMS make to elicit anxiety, not fear, not disgust, not self-conscious laughter, in their viewers. 2. If at any given time in the history of a Hollywood genre we can argue that there is, by definition, I am tempted to say, some quality of its texts perceived to be constant, this still does not mean that this quality, much less the genre itself, is universal or immutable. Individual texts always introduce changes. It does mean that, if and when such changes are sufficiently radical, the texts that introduce them enter into a different relationship with the genre, they criticize it, deconstruct it, satirize it, etc. In this sense, perhaps the genre never does truly change in a profound way. It either lives on, adapting to different times with what we might call non-radical changes, example the self-referentiality of Scream 1996 and its ilk, or it is effectively superseded. This latter can occur in two ways: the genre either disappears, in the sense that the musical and the western are non-existent as genres at the time of this writing, or it becomes the subject matter of LMS which, by virtue of their thoroughly disrespectful attitude, can be said to lie outside the genre proper, example Mel Brooks' Blazing Saddles 1974 and High Anxiety 1977. 3. The most obvious examples of non-radical changes are horror's various monsters. Clearly, what makes us anxious can and does change. Bela Lugosi's Dracula does not horrify us today, but, if we are to believe the LMS contemporary reviews, viewers at the time were very much horrified by Lugosi's performance. Interestingly, this argument is also made in one of the more recent attempts at formulating a monster taxonomy. Working within a psychoanalytic framework quite different from my own, Stephen J. Schneider, 2000, nonetheless reaches the same conclusion: both monsters and the manner in which they are depicted change precisely so that their effects can remain the same. Certainly, changes within a Hollywood genre are always interesting. But we should not rule out the possibility that what is constant within a genre can also be interesting. The preceding reference to Lugosi's Dracula, for example, might suggest that the elicitation of anxiety might not be limited to the genre's most recent period, but was already crucial in horror LMS of the 1930s. Such a claim would no doubt be deemed dangerously universalizing by many, but in fact in making it I would still be referring to a historically well-defined object, Hollywood, and its audiences, viewers from capitalist, and by and large Western, countries. For that is, I would not be arguing that the centrality of anxiety applies necessarily to the horror cinemas of all countries, nor would I presume to be able to fathom the kind of emotional relationship members of cultures deeply different from ours might have with its products when exposed to them. I would not, in short, presume the validity of my claim to be universal. Let us turn to an example of the particularist approach. Tudor apparently endorses the argument according to which the characteristic ambiguity and duality of bodily boundaries in modern horror is seen to be substantially different to the typical boundary breaching of earlier periods, because it gives expression to postmodern experiences of social fragmentation and to the constantly threatening confrontation between embattled selves and the risky and unreliable world that they inhabit. 1997, 459. First of all, let me point out this argument's own spurious generality, Tudor 1997, 456. Who is the subject of the postmodern experience of social fragmentation? Are we to understand that every modern horror LM viewer is assumed by the particularists to be such a subject? Every North American one? Do contemporary Italians experience social fragmentation to the same degree? Every urban North American one? Perhaps, despite Tudor's claims, to make a certain kind of argument inevitably entails making a certain kind of generalization. But where is the difference, then, between my generalization about the presence and importance of anxiety and Tudor's generalization about the postmodern experience? It is in the length of the period examined. Mine is longer. However, insofar as both are general suggestions stemming from the analysis of texts that are perceived to share fundamental traits, think of Tudor's characteristic ambiguity and duality of bodily boundaries in modern horror, and insofar as both can presumably be varied, is spectatorial anxiety crucial to the American horror LM? Is the ambiguity and duality of bodily boundaries typical of postmodern horror? Then the two approaches just do not seem to be so radically different. The true difference between them, for of course there is one, lies in the fact that my approach presumes the necessity of referring to a psychoanalytic theory of psychical functioning, although not to such a theory alone, in order to understand the relationship between viewers and mainstream horror LMS. The particularist rejects this presumption and invites us instead to choose, case by case, from a plurality of discourses, among which we are supposed to be able to ND the one most appropriate for illuminating the LMS under examination. Psychoanalysis may or may not be included among these discourses. 5. Anxious viewers. What follows is a series of suggestions. Although Tudor never mentions anxiety, the concept of anxiety, understood in psychoanalytic terms, is used precisely to account for, among other things, the feelings evoked by Tudor's words, uncertainty of bodily boundaries, fragmentation, being under a constant threat, etc. Perhaps, in the context of the American horror LM, it could be argued that different sources of anxiety have been represented, or rather hidden behind the LMS manifest content, throughout the genre's history. The bomb and communism marked the 1950s. Wood's so-called return of the repressed, feminism, the sexual revolution, Black Power, stamped the 1970s. And, as Tudor notes, the risk of bodily and social fragmentation is easily recognizable as our very own contemporary form of anxiety. This, of course, is where psychoanalysis meets cultural history, and here I am in total agreement with Tudor that the two must meet. The suggestion implicitly raised by my argument is that a specific affect, anxiety, quite rapidly assumes, for reasons that would be well worth examining, a much greater importance in Western societies in the 20th century than in the past. Following this line of thought, we might consider rephrasing the question about the paradoxical nature of horror spectatorship. We might pause to wonder why LM, the 20th century's most powerful and successful form of popular culture, far from simply giving expression to anxiety, has produced with the horror genre a body of works able to generate anxiety through highly sophisticated formal strategies, that is, through a combination of specific narrative structures and audiovisual presentations. Let us look at a couple of specific examples. In the essay cited earlier, Urbano 1998, I argue that, like the Melanie scene from The Birds, two scenes from the Alien series can also be read as, almost self-reexhive, embodiments of two different accounts of the nature of horror LM spectatorship. The RST scene occurs near the end of Aliens, 1979, null sequence. It begins with Ripley's, Sigourney Weaver, discovery that the alien is with her in the escape shuttle. Tarried, she hides in the spacesuit compartment. From this moment on, I take her actions as paralleling what one school of thought believes are the actions and motives of horror viewers. What does Ripley do? She gets into a spacesuit and re-enters the capsule's main area, walking slowly to the control panel and tying herself down into the pilot's chair. She then starts releasing powerful air jets over the alien's hiding place in an attempt at forcing it out. When the alien does come out and can be seen standing on the capsule's oar, Ripley, not being able to look at it, swivels around in her chair and turns her back to the monster. Now the alien starts to move slowly toward the chair, effectively forcing Ripley to peek at it from the side of her helmet. 6. This is the most suspenseful moment of the sequence and arguably of the entire LM. Clearly Ripley cannot bear to look at the alien, and yet she also knows that she must look at it. It is only when the alien is about to attack her that the reason for Ripley's actions becomes evident. She slams her ST on the button that controls the opening of the craft's main door and the alien is sucked out into deep space. Now we understand why she willingly submitted to the terrible experience of tying herself down into the chair, luring the monster out from its hiding place, and forcing herself to look at it, to wipe the alien out. Read as a self-reexhive commentary on the genre, this scene would seem to suggest that Ripley's thinking is somehow at work in the horror LM viewer as well. One submits to the horror experience in order to get rid of the monster. The pain and discomfort experienced during the watching of the LMS is considered something necessary and inevitable in order to achieve the, presumably pleasurable, null victory. Even when embraced by psychoanalytic LM scholars, who usually suggest that the monster signs the return of the repressed, I tend to find this account of horror spectatorship very unsatisfying, mainly because it seems totally inadequate to explain the fascination, and often the great commercial success, of horror LMS in which there is no ostensible monster, example The Haunting 1964, or in which anal victory is not achieved, example Night of the Living Dead 1968, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1974, The Omen 1986. Moreover, this account seems inappropriate if one considers the genre itself. Think of this particular case, the Alien series. In a move extremely typical for the genre, Ripley not only comes back to GHT the RST alien's numerous siblings 7 years later, in Aliens, and then again 6 years after that, in Alien 3, but, in a nice twist on the return theme, in Alien Resurrection, 1997, she turns up as a clone. In each LM, poor Ripley, truly the Sisyphus of horror, is condemned to repeat essentially the same task, and it is precisely this all-too-evident repetition compulsion of the genre that should lay what we might call the catharsis explanation of the paradoxical nature of horror spectatorship definitively to rest. Our second self-reexhive scene comes from the RST of Ripley's Returns, James Cameron's Aliens, 1986, and offers us, I believe, a much better model for horror LM spectatorship. Again, this is actually a brief scene within a longer sequence. As the Marines are exploring the cavernous structure in which the colonists have been turned into cocoons by the aliens, Ripley is watching the action from the control room of the Marines' spaceship. Various monitors display the images taken by many cameras attached to the Marines' helmets. When one of the soldiers walks by a cocoon, the woman trapped inside suddenly opens her eyes wide and, with fear and pain ringing in her voice, begs him to kill her. At this point the woman's midsection begins to bulge, and we immediately recognize the upcoming moment as the series' trademark shock, one of the aliens is about to burst out of the woman's stomach. What is fascinating about this scene is the fact that Ripley is watching it on a screen as well. That is, she is depicted in what is clearly a passive, and very painful, spectatorial role. Far from the action like ourselves, she can only watch and clutch her stomach in empathy with the victim. The scene thus stands as a perfect literalization of both major claims made by Carol Clover in the null chapter of her 1992 book, Men, Women, and Chainsaws, Gender in the horror film. Here Clover argues that horror spectatorship is, 1. Predicated upon the viewer's alignment with the victim, and, 2. A feminine or feminizing experience. Her work is part of a long overdue effort to stress the importance of masochistic fantasies for an understanding of popular cinema's appeal, in contrast and response to the overemphasis paid previously to theories of sadistic voyeurism. Instead of assuming a desire for mastery on the part of the viewer, typically held to be, RST of all, a male viewer, the suggestion is now often made that the central desire may in fact be for precisely the opposite of this, a controlled loss of mastery. Clearly the scene literalizes Clover's argument so well because it is also a literalization of the Moloch fantasy which Clover, following Kaya Silverman's work on male masochism, draws on and analyzes from Theodore Rake's masochism in Modern Man. As Silverman points out, this fantasy, needed by a 37-year-old married man to achieve orgasm during intercourse, is remarkable for the fact that its author is not its overt star. 1992, 206. The fantasy concerns a complex ritual in which a number of young men are to be sacrificed to an ancient barbaric idol. The patient does not imagine himself being mutilated and killed by the high priest, rather, he operates through a third-person surrogate. As Silverman notes, the fantast is bound to the scenario through a complex imaginary network. His immediate point of insertion occurs via the young man who will be the next to fall victim, but that Gur himself identifies closely with the victim presently suffering that mutilation. The fantasy's imaginary protagonist, in other words, stands in the same relation to the person ahead of him in line that the fantast stands to his imaginary protagonist. Quoted in Clover 1992, 220. This last sentence uncannily describes the mechanisms at work in our brief scene from Aliens. Like the fantast, the viewer's entry point into the narrative is not through the victim, but through someone else, clearly Gurd as a potential future victim, who identifies with the victim's plight and pain. Ripley's reactions to the gruesome death of the woman colonist, seen by her on a screen, clearly mirror our own reactions to the gruesome deaths we see on our LMIC screens. But the high degree of self-reexivity present in the scene is above all a function of the fact that it dramatizes/visualizes the importance of intermediary identification with the hero Gur as someone who knows that they are next in line, and who must see upon another's body all of that pain which the narrative suggests is coming for them. Many, including Tudor, have found this line of psychoanalytic inquiry fascinating. This is mainly, I submit, because we have the sense that Clover is asking the right questions. And while her answers are perhaps not always completely convincing, I am not so sure, for example, that masochism necessarily results in a radical denaturalization of gender roles. Nevertheless, her account of spectatorial activity seems right on target. Presumably, this is because it corresponds to the experience of viewing these LMS as we remember it, and because it is more cogent and coherent than the alternative hypothesis discussed earlier, the catharsis explanation. Note, however, that both explanations, Clover's and the catharsis one, are psychoanalytic in nature. The reason Clover's is better is that it is subtler and more complex. Tudor is wrong to argue that it is better because it avoids the pitfalls of methodological circularity. In fact, Clover's psychoanalytic approach does predetermine the focus of her analysis. The final girl is feminine enough to act out in a gratifying way, a way unapproved for adult males, the terrors and masochistic pleasures of the underlying fantasy, but not so feminine as to disturb the structures of male competence and sexuality. Quoted in Tudor 1997, 452, emphasis added. Far from objectively describing some phenomenon, Clover is here presuming the existence of an underlying fantasy and the ability to identify not only with someone of the other gender, but with ational character as well. She is, in other words, knee-deep in psychoanalytic doctrine, cf. the cognitivist's extended critique of the concept of identification, a fact Tudor himself admits. Clover's explanation rests on more general theoretical presuppositions, including a number of precepts drawn from Structural Psychoanalysis, 1997, 453. Clearly, Tudor is caught in a dilemma here: how to justify the cogency and validity of a specific psychoanalytic interpretation without simultaneously praising the discipline that produced it. I have suggested that one reason why Clover's argument is so interesting is that it focuses not on the objects of horror, the LMS, but on the subjects, the viewers. Well versed in psychoanalysis as she is, she believes that texts are significant neither in themselves nor because they give expression to our experience, the ancient theory of art as a mirror of life, but because they help us to understand how we experience. She does not use psychoanalysis to explain horror LMS, but instead seeks to bring into focus a set of historically specific fantasies through the study of horror cinema. And insofar as one of the main goals of psychoanalysis has traditionally been the unraveling of unconscious fantasies, those of the patient in clinical situations, those of society at large in the application of psychoanalytic theory to cultural products, Clover's work strikes me as one of the very few examples to date of what Christian Metz wished for more than 20 years ago, namely that the theory of the cinema may someday contribute something to psychoanalysis. 57. Perhaps, were there more psychoanalytic studies along the lines of Clover's, scholars like Carroll and Bordwell would not feel so alienated by the past predominance of psychoanalysis in the ELD. On the other hand, perhaps they would feel even more alienated, for, after all, it is easier to push aside weak, repetitive, and dogmatic works than strong, well-rounded, and intriguing ones. Indeed, it is evident that the current fall from grace of psychoanalysis, in both LM studies and the world at large, must be blamed, at least in part, on the discipline itself. It remains to be seen whether, at this point in its history, psychoanalysis is able, and willing, to try to regain the ground that has been lost. To Michael Levine. A fun night out, horror and other pleasures of the cinema. Psychoanalytic theories of LM, and of the horror LM in particular, have been subject to attack from various quarters. This essay responds to these attacks, defending a psychoanalytic approach to horror cinema from objections raised by theorists such as Stephen Prince, Andrew Tudor, Jonathan Crane, Noel Carroll, and Barry Scott. Some of these objections do little more than will out the familiar charge, a common one even in Freud's time, that psychoanalysis is unscientific. But even if it is true that psychoanalysis is unscientific, by some often objectionable standard, this does not ipso facto show that it is false. Adolf G. Aronbaum's critique of Freud's so-called tally argument, see below, is an example of one such objectionable standard. This critique is basically a gussied-up version of the claim that psychoanalysis is not falsifiable. However, the falsifiability, in principle, of a scientific theory has to be interpreted in a way suitable to the theory in question. It is clear that psychoanalysis is not going to be falsifiable, in principle, in the way that the physical or biological sciences are, that is, by producing an experiment that can conclusively falsify it. Nevertheless, as I will argue, aspects of psychoanalysis certainly are falsifiable, and indeed have been falsified. 1. It is also not difficult to produce examples of disciplines and theories that are, by certain standards, unscientific but true, or likely to be true. Many philosophical theories, whether broadly or narrowly construed, are unscientific and true, though it may be difficult to say which are the true ones. Similarly, some very general theories in social science may be true but unscientific according to the standards of the physical and biological sciences. Thus, Clifford Geertz's enormously influential theory of religion as a cultural system, 1973, 90, is in my view true but not experimentally falsifiable. Other objections are based on a misunderstanding of fundamental aspects of psychoanalysis. 2. Though most of the criticisms directed at psychoanalytic LM theory are founded on well-worn criticisms of psychoanalytic theory generally, there are more specific objections to the application of psychoanalysis to LM, especially LM spectatorship, and to particular LM genres such as horror. In what follows, I shall discuss the general objections before considering a sample of more specific ones. I argue that the general objections to psychoanalysis are unfounded, whereas the specific ones are often based on a misunderstanding of fundamentals of psychoanalysis. This is the case even allowing for the wide variety of disparate views among psychoanalytic theorists themselves. One null preliminary note: psychoanalytic approaches to LM are often contrasted with cognitive approaches, those who support the latter typically eschewing the former. Freud, however, would have rejected this dichotomy. A psychoanalytic approach to LM would be regarded by Freud and most psychoanalytic theorists as a cognitive approach. Those who favor cognitive approaches to LM err in not recognizing this, that is how it sees itself, and in pointing to cognition as a basis for distinguishing their own approach from that of psychoanalysis. 3. Whether psychoanalysis is a fundamentally odd cognitive approach is of course another matter. General objections to psychoanalysis until recently most, but by no means all, philosophical work in connection with Freud has been concerned with the question of whether Freud's work was scientific, whether it was testable, variable, or falsifiable in accordance with accepted scientific procedure. G. Aronbaum, 1984, 1993, Irwin, 1993, 1996, Macmillan, 1997, Siof, 1985, 1988, and others, C. Robinson 1993, have been far less concerned with the significance and wide-ranging philosophical implications of psychoanalytic theory, or even with the truth of such theory, than with the nature and methods of science. 4. But arguably the scientific status of psychoanalysis has always been a problem for the philosophy of science in general, rather than having any intrinsic connection to psychoanalysis. What constitutes a scientific theory? 5. What are appropriate scientific inductivist canons? 6. Furthermore, even if psychoanalysis is not a science given some agreed upon inductivist canons, it may nevertheless be more or less true. Because a theory can be true without being scientific, it is a mistake to see psychoanalysis as false if not scientific. Its support may come from various sources and considerations, both theoretical and empirical. G. Aronbaum's account of Freud's tally argument shows that Freud himself was responsible for focusing so much attention on the scientific status of his theories. Freud says that, after all, the patient's conics will only be successfully solved and his resistances overcome if the anticipatory ideas, i.e., psychoanalytic interpretations he is given, tally with what is real in him. Whatever in the doctor's conjectures is inaccurate drops out in the course of analysis. It has to be withdrawn and replaced by something more correct. 1917a, 452. G. Aronbaum interprets this as a conjunction of the following two causally necessary conditions. 1. Only the psychoanalytic method of interpretation and treatment can yield or mediate for the patient the correct insight into the unconscious causes of his neuroses, and 2. The patient's correct insight into the conactual cause of his condition and into the unconscious dynamics of his character is in turn causally necessary for the durable cure of his neuroses. 1988, 14. He refers to the conjunction of these claims as the necessary condition thesis. Such claims appear subject to inductive assessment in accordance with scientific, inductivist, canons, and Freud's apparent adherence to the necessary condition thesis suggests that he agrees. 7. No doubt Freud believed his theories to be scientific and testable to a degree. However, it should not be overlooked that, whether or not he had sound and/or ulterior motives in claiming scientific status for psychoanalysis, it was probably a good thing for psychoanalysis that he did. It is unlikely that psychoanalysis would have received the attention it did had it not associated itself early on with the mystique of science in a scientistic age. At any rate, even a cursory reading of Freud suggests that his theories were not based solely on clinical data and evidence, but also, and perhaps even more so, on his observations of everyday life. He understood only too well the presence of mitigating factors and the difficulty of achieving a psychoanalytic cure. Textual evidence notwithstanding, he never strictly adhered to the necessary condition thesis. Freud carried his couch around with him. In psychoanalysis, like anything else, Too selective or too close a reading can at times be as misleading as the alternatives. What then is the evidence for the validity of psychoanalytic theory? According to Jim Hopkins, psychoanalytic explanation is an extension of common sense or folk psychology. The relevance of thematic affinity, example dreaming of drinking water when one is thirsty, how it supports Freud's theory, is crucial to his defense of psychoanalysis. Hopkins says that Grunbaum objects to the idea that claims as to a causal connection between mental items can be cogently supported by a connection in content, a thematic affinity between them. 1988, 59, quoting Grunbaum's remark that thematic affinity alone does not vouch for etiologic linkage in the absence of further evidence. He continues, Grunbaum has made no case against the view that much of Freud's reasoning can be regarded as cogently extending common sense psychology. If Grunbaum has missed something about the connection between content and wish-fulfillment, i.e., the significance of thematic affinity, and if what he has missed constitutes reason to accept Freudian claims, then his conclusion systematically understates the support for Freudian theory. 59, 8. In addition, and related to instances of thematic affinity found in dreams and neurotic symptoms, ordinary experience of the kinds Freud relied upon should not be discounted in support of psychoanalysis. Thus, the view that our strongest denials are often affirmations, that slips of the tongue are, often, meaningful, that individuals regularly deploy a variety of ego defense mechanisms at their disposal, all are Freudian insights that have now become commonplace. They can jointly be taken as part of the evidence for the truth of psychoanalytic theory. Together, they allegedly support the inference that psychoanalytic explanations of these phenomena are often the most plausible ones. 9. When judged against alternative explanations, psychoanalytic explanations of phenomena like racism and sexism can also allegedly support fundamental psychoanalytic truths. 10. Whether or not Woody Allen's psychoanalysis reaches a successful conclusion is, except for Woody, relatively unimportant. Prince states that the primary and to my mind insurmountable problem with basing general theories of spectatorship on psychoanalysis is that such theories must remain unsupported because psychoanalysis is a discipline without reliable data. 1996, 72-73. However, just as hard science's notion of falsifiability is too narrow as applied to psychoanalysis, so too is Prince's notion of reliable data. They are too narrow given the kind of science psychoanalysis is. Prince endorses Colby and Stroller, who claim that psychoanalytic evidence is hearsay, RST when the patient reports his or her version of an experience and second when the analyst reports it to an audience. Reports on clinical endings are mixtures of facts, fabulations, and tips so intermingled that one cannot tell where one begins and the other leaves off. 1988, 3, 29. This charge of unreliable data is just another way of systematically rejecting the kinds of support for psychoanalysis that are in fact available. The criticism falsely assumes that what constitutes reliable and accurate psychoanalytic data and interpretation is up for grabs, that there are no criteria for judging what is and is not correct in psychoanalysis. Of course there is going to be disagreement among theorists as to what those criteria are, both generally and in specific cases. And of course those criteria are going to be very different from the criteria for theoretical adequacy in, say, the physical sciences. But the idea that psychoanalytic practice and theory necessarily employ unreliable data is a roundabout way of failing to recognize what does constitute psychoanalytical data and why. Far from regarding his work as null, Freud frequently reiterated that psychoanalysis has a bright future regarding further discoveries about the individual, civilization, and the connections between them. Freud constantly revised his theories in view of theoretical concerns and new data. Perhaps the most, recently, notorious example is his revision of the seduction theory. Freud claimed that actual childhood seductions were the cause of various neuroses. He later claimed that imagined seductions could suffice in terms of the etiology of neuroses, given all the other conditions of susceptibility, instinctual endowment, etc. Wishful fantasies of various sorts came to be considered important, including fantasies of seductions, example fantasies of parental intercourse. Both the original and altered positions were heavily and vehemently criticized, although for different reasons. Another example is Freud's, 1920, introduction of the death instinct to supplement the sexual/libidinous instinct. The connect between libido and ego instincts becomes a connect between eros and the death instinct. There is also his revision of the account of anxiety in 1926. He thought that anxiety was transformed libido, then he realized that, signal, anxiety was a reaction to threat from the external world, the superego, and instinctual forces. And then there is Freud's change in topography from UCPCSCS to ID, ego, and superego in 1923. Such revision, and the extent to which he revised truly is striking, goes hand in hand with the falsification of earlier theory and interpretation. So aspects of Freud's theory were, and are, not only falsifiable, but were indeed falsified and recognized by Freud as such. Subsequent developments in psychoanalysis build on aspects of Freud's views without regarding those earlier views as sacrosanct. The work of Melanie Klein, for example, and of David Winnicott accept as well as revise aspects of Freud. The ongoing development of psychoanalysis is indicative of the fact that it continues to be revised, rent, and in many cases corrected. By its own light, aspects of psychoanalysis, even key aspects, are falsifiable. The standards or criteria for falsification are different for psychoanalytic theory than they are, example for physics. But even those in psychoanalysis who claim that it is science have never claimed the standards to be the same, or if they did, they were confused and mistaken. If the demand for criteria of falsification is a demand for criteria of the falsification of psychoanalysis in its entirety, then this is a different kind of demand and standard. It is more akin to asking for criteria of falsification not just for a theory or aspect of physics, but for physics per se. And it would seem that there is no more readily acceptable standard of falsification for physics per se than there is for psychoanalysis as such. Objections to psychoanalytic accounts of horror, LM spectatorship. Psychoanalytic explanations of spectatorship in relation to horror LMS, for example, why some people like them and what this says about spectators, are for the most part an aspect of psychoanalytic accounts of LM spectatorship more generally. Categories like perversion, voyeurism, fetishism, masochism, and sadism that are used to psychoanalytically explain LM spectatorship are the same as those used to explain the, seemingly inexplicable, attractions of horror. Nevertheless, there remain some psychoanalytic concepts and theories, like repression, the uncanny, and doubling that seem relevant primarily to horror LMS. Prince couples his rejection of psychoanalytic approaches to horror with an endorsement of what he sees as a more empirically oriented research program. He writes that the empirical research on factors affecting levels of attention and comprehension can give us a more nuanced portrait of spectatorship than does psychoanalysis, and this, in turn, can help us to construct theories that are sensitive to the differences, as well as the similarities, among viewers. Rather than continuing to base theories on a concept of the scopically driven, zated, or positioned, viewer, I suggest that we begin to derive our theories and research from the constructs of attention and attentiveness. This will enable us to make a key advance in the way we model viewing behavior. It will enable us to conceptualize, and study, viewing processes in terms of levels of information processing and emotional response. 1996, 78. His claim about a key advance notwithstanding, it is hard to see what the merits of Prince's proposed research program may be in regards to a theory of LM spectatorship. His is a program that is concerned with viewing behavior in a limited sense, for some vague purpose. It appears to focus on the nature of reception rather than interpretation. Or perhaps he is asking for an explanation of the processes by which LM is able to do what it does. Even if psychoanalysis explains content, it does not explain the remarkable fact that occurring images on the screen can evoke this content. 11. But what Prince calls for abandons LM theory's traditional concerns with the elucidation of an account of LM spectatorship, example how and why certain kinds of LMS engage spectators in certain ways, and what these ways are. Here is an example of the empirical research to which Prince refers. A great deal of research has studied the ways young children watch television. Preschool children in a room furnished with toys and containing other adults or children do not stare with steady attention at the screen. Instead, the child will repeatedly glance away from the screen, averaging about 150 looks toward and away from the screen per hour. Furthermore, glances at the screen are quite brief, and most last no longer than 15 seconds. Observations of adult television behavior reveal a similar pattern. Looks at the screen are extremely brief and are punctuated by regular glances away from the screen, with non-looking pauses averaging as high as 22 seconds. 77. He contrasts this with psychoanalytic LM theory. Aside from psychoanalytic LM theory's failure to model a sophisticated perceptual process, the claims it does make ilt the available evidence on how viewers watch LM and television. The problem with the scopic drive is that it models viewing as a driven and reactive process during which the viewer's passion for looking is cathected by particular formal cues, for example, fetishizing close-ups. The scopic drive implies a unifocalization within the viewer maintained by a match of formal features and inner fantasy. 77. But the empirical research Prince cites does not connect in any obvious, or otherwise, way with the psychoanalytic account of spectatorship, partly in terms of a scopic drive. 12. The fact, if it is one, that glances at the screen are quiet brief does not connect with it. It has nothing at all to do with such claims. A brief glance can be as scopically driven as a long look. The concerns of the research, the aspects of spectatorship being investigated, are different. Prince's perception that psychoanalytic LM theory about spectatorship ilts the available evidence on how viewers watch LM and television is not supported by the evidence he cites. Where is the connection? Why should psychoanalytic LM theory seek to model a sophisticated perceptual process? Such theory has rightly been concerned with interpretation and understanding, not with perceptual models. Prince goes on to say that psychoanalytic theory fails to grasp that, when watching media presentations, the viewer simultaneously executes multiple levels of information processing and engages in a series of interpretive moves. Psychoanalytic theory tends to collapse the viewer's responses into a single dimension fed by primary process energy and the unresolved childhood traumas associated with it. 79. But Prince has not shown that psychoanalytic LM theory is reductive in the way he claims, and there is nothing in psychoanalysis that prevents it from grasping what Prince claims it fails to understand. What grounds are there for claiming that psychoanalysis would deny that the viewer simultaneously executes multiple levels of information processing and engages in a series of interpretive moves? Psychoanalysis would be foremost among the original champions of such a view, for it seeks to explain various interpretive moves in terms of its theoretical resources. If one is suffering from castration anxiety, for example, psychoanalysis seeks to explain that anxiety in terms of various interpretive moves without denying that the person sees whatever it is that they see. Repression, it could be argued, necessarily involves multiple levels of information processing. Continuing his critique, Prince says that by employing the constructs of attention and attentiveness, LM scholars can formulate investigable problems. Indeed, we ought to stipulate as a criteria of future theory building that postulated theories be able to generate researchable questions. Current psychoanalytic theories of spectatorship do not do this, in part because psychoanalytic critics often aim only to produce interpretations of particular movies, and because many LM scholars employing psychoanalytic theory seem interested in abstract and ideal, as opposed to actual, viewers. 80. But it is unclear why LM scholars, as opposed, say, to cognitive scientists, should be interested in the constructs of attention and attentiveness. After all, LM theorists' concerns, and not just psychoanalytic LM theorists, with spectatorship and horror have been aimed at understanding, e.g., their appeal, how and why they affect us as they do, and what such LMS say about us, and what they represent. 13. Additionally, the idea that psychoanalytic theories of spectatorship do not generate researchable questions should be rejected. Prince means, of course, that they are not researchable in the way certain questions in cognitive science/psychology are. But psychoanalytic theorists are not alone in rejecting the standards applicable to those research programs as inappropriate and inapplicable to their own elds. Social scientists, economists, and some psychologists do so too, for that matter, so do individuals working in the humanities. The success and worth of their research is not to be judged by standards appropriate to, example, the physical sciences. Furthermore, it is simply not the case that psychoanalytic theory is interested in abstract and ideal, as opposed to actual, viewers. Psychoanalysis and the approach lauded by Prince agree that understanding actual viewers requires theory. The concepts psychoanalysis sees as essential to understanding spectatorship generally, example voyeurism, fetishism, sadism, masochism, are also seen as necessary to understanding why and how specific individuals view LMS as they do. Prince's claim that LM theory generally, and psychoanalytic theory in particular, has ignored real spectators is, from a psychoanalytic perspective, false. Such theory does not agree with what Prince thinks is important about spectatorship, but that is another matter. In short, Prince basically ignores the question of why LM theory should be concerned with the constructs he thinks are key, example those of attention and attentiveness. Crane too claims that psychoanalytic approaches to spectatorship tend to be reductionistic. This, he argues, is partly because they are ahistorical and, echoing Prince, because they tend to reduce group dynamics to the operations of the individual psyche. Discussing horror, Crane writes, "Whatever the new terrors mean, they can only be understood in conjunction with a much larger world than that of the solitary mist coming to grips with his or her own discounting sexuality. By consistently reading the audience as an individual psyche, horror LMS have been turned into tokens of universal, unchanging, and, ultimately, undifferentiable archetypes or psychic black holes with no historical relation to the times of the people who made and understood them." 1994, 39. The claim that psychoanalysis is ahistorical is only partly true, and Crane's own exposition covers a variety of psychoanalytic approaches that are not, or need not be, reductionistic. Psychoanalytic theory does not deny that human beings are historically conditioned in certain ways, for example. It allows that the forms particular neuroses take are historically conditioned. Thus, the neuroses that Freud treated in Vienna at the turn of the century were indeed partly a product of that era and locale. In particular, they were a product of the treatment of women and their role in society at the time. It is basic mental processes and some contents that are relatively unconditioned by time. The often heard, but insupportable objection that psychoanalysis is only applicable, if applicable at all, to middle-aged and middle-class Viennese at the turn of the 19th century is perhaps what Crane has in mind. He seems to think it is a telling criticism of psychoanalytic LM theory that versions of one-time frightening monsters such as Frankenstein and Dracula are now used to sell breakfast cereals. But psychoanalytic LM theory offers explanations of how and why what frightens us is in some respects historically conditioned and may indeed change over time. See, example Schneider 1997, 2000 for an explanation based on Freud's 1919 essay, The Uncanny. Psychoanalysis sees an audience not as an individual psyche, though there may be group dynamics in an audience. It sees an audience as a group of individual psyches, which is precisely what it is. 14. Crane continues by quoting an earlier, 1988, article by Prince. In reading A Culture and its attendant texts, Freud and his varied followers move rather too quickly from the individual to the social, attempting explanations of such collective phenomena as group dynamics, art, or religion in relation to the operations of the psyche, writ large. By collapsing the social into the psychic life of the individual, Freud risked losing the social, and a similar problem exists with regard to our theoretical understanding of horror LMS. 39. It is true that for Freud aspects of the social are explainable in terms of the psychic life of the individual, but he never reduced the former to the latter. Freud was well aware of, and discussed, various ways in which group dynamics affect the individual psyche, and vice versa, and he recognized that groups were often best seen as more or other than the sum of individual psyches. At any rate, neither Prince nor Crane give any substantive examples where the problem they allege interferes with a particular psychoanalytic explanation of horror. Tudor criticizes Greedy's, 1989, beast within approach as a way of explaining the attraction of horror. According to Tudor, Greedy traces the expression of this approach in the views of such popular horror writers as James Herbert and Stephen King, as well as in those academic perspectives which invoke catharsis as a key mechanism or claim that horror appeals to deep-seated, psychoanalytically intelligible repressed desires. Underlying such arguments, Greedy says, is the belief that human beings are rotten at the core, whether by nature or nurture, and that horror resonates with this feature of the human condition. The genre serves as a channel releasing the bestiality concealed within its users. If the model is that of catharsis, then the process is deemed to be beneficial, a safety valve. If the model is one of articulation and legitimation, then the genre is conceived to encourage consumers in their own horrific behavior. Either way, the attraction of horror derives from its appeal to the beast concealed within the superficially civilized human. 1997, 445. First of all, there is no psychoanalytic explanation that explains the attraction of horror in terms of a beast within. Furthermore, a beast within approach need not and does not equate to a belief that human beings are rotten to the core. That aside, psychoanalysis does not assume that human beings are rotten to the core, nor does it need such a view to claim that horror appeals to deep-seated, psychoanalytically intelligible repressed desires and that the genre serves as a channel for certain kinds of emotional release. If repression was incompatible with decency, then we would all be indecent. But psychoanalysis strives to show how repression and its resulting neurotic activities are quite compatible with both normalcy and moral decency. Tudor claims that if all people are supposed to have a beast within, then explanations of why people like horror in terms of beast within fail to explain why only some people like horror and not others. 445. He rightly points out that other factors must then be employed to explain this differentiation. But those who explain the appeal of horror in psychoanalytic terms such as the return of repressed, the reconfirmation of previously surmounted beliefs, or sadistic tendencies do not deny this. I have already noted that psychoanalysis does not explain horror's attractions in terms of a beast within or the rottenness of humanity. Why particular individuals like horror but not others will depend on the individual's particular psychosexual development, a development that depends on nurture as well as nature. Support for this is scattered throughout Freud's writings on the stages of psychosexual development and character types. 15. Tudor claims that even if beast within arguments are prima facie plausible, they do not really answer what is it about people who like horror. That requires a different kind of explanation. 445. But this is not right. Psychoanalytically conceived, the explanation requires elaboration in terms of both general and particular psychological features of individuals. This is common sense and does not entail that a different kind of explanation is required. It is worth noting in the context of Tudor's discussion that, although psychoanalysis offers explanations for the attraction of horror, it also has explanations for the attractiveness of other genres in LM, such as action and romance. It does not single out horror for explanation in the way that Tudor suggests. The only reason it may seem this way is because of the interest the particular question about the appeal of horror arouses. Even noted horror LM theorist Robin Wood has speculated that his return of the repressed theory of the horror LM may be fruitfully extended to other genres, example the Western 16. Tudor claims that an account of horror in terms of the return of the repressed, does not directly address the question of the attraction of horror, 449, 17. Though he does not mention them by name, he elaborates this claim by blending together two so-called paradoxes, the paradox of horror and the paradox of Shin. First, if Shinal horror produces unpleasurable emotions such as fear, then why do people enjoy it? Second, if emotion requires belief that the objects of said emotion exist or are real, then how is it that Shin can induce emotion? Tudor says, one might argue that bringing such fearful things to the surface is likely to be far from pleasurable. Freud himself recognizes that the uncanny as experienced in reality, as opposed to in Shin's, is a matter for fear, and to understand it as a source of pleasure when induced through Shin requires further elaboration, 449. Whatever one may think of the interest of these so-called paradoxes, they are not genuine. An explanation of the attraction of horror in terms of the return of the repressed need only deny what in the end most resolutions of the paradox of horror deny. Emotions such as fear, horror, disgust, etc. are not intrinsically unpleasant. In certain circumstances, not just when watching LMS, but in everyday life, they obviously can be enjoyed. Fear and even horror may be enjoyed in certain sporting activities, for example. And disgust may at times be a source of amusement. In the case of the paradox of Shin, what is usually denied is that belief in the existence of the objects of emotion is required for an emotional response. If these paradoxes can in the end be resolved, if they are not genuine, then it seems that an explanation of the attraction of horror in terms of the return of the repressed is far more direct than Tudor would have it. This doesn't mean that further elaboration of such an explanation might not refer to more general features of emotion, or indeed to additional psychoanalytic mechanisms. But such elaborations do not undermine the directness of the psychoanalytic explanation of the attraction of horror in terms of the return of the repressed. There is nothing in the alleged paradoxes that confounds or short-circuits such explanation. Tudor claims that whatever psychoanalytic explanations are given for the pleasures associated with horror, more is needed than just an account in terms of the return of the repressed. He says that it is necessary to pose supplementary mechanisms to bridge the gap between a general account of repression and the specific explanation of pleasure, and these supplementary mechanisms led away from the pure form of the repression model, 449. But such supplements are not only available, they are also part of any more complete explanation of the attraction of horror in terms of the return of the repressed. Of course, there are various and often connecting accounts of what additional elements are needed to explain the attraction of horror. Thus, Kristova's notion of abjection, taken up by Barbara Creed in her, 1993, theorization of the monstrous feminine in terms of a Lacanian account of the real and the construction of the feminine as other, seeks to give a more complete explanation of the attraction of horror. 18. Whether or not, and to what degree, these notions, and Lacanian psychoanalysis generally, are compatible with what Freud says about horror, and Freudian theory in general, is controversial. But the existence of such psychoanalytically informed theoretical elaborations on the return of the repressed do not subvert but instead support this model. Tudor appears to regard the need for recourse to additional explanation in terms of psychoanalytic theory as a kind of ad hoc maneuver, but it is not. In psychoanalysis as elsewhere, a more complete explanation requires additional theoretical detail. The return of the repressed may be pleasurable for a variety of different reasons depending on the nature of the repressed element being returned and also on the particular spectator involved. The pleasures of horror, dependent as they are on the effects of the repressed, may involve temporary substitutive satisfactions, much like neurotic activity. Neurotic activity provides a replacement satisfaction for something else that did not occur. 19. Given that psychoanalytic themes are to varying degrees consciously adopted in some LMS, including and especially horror LMS, psychoanalysis may be indispensable in interpreting them. But this is not primarily what those who claim that psychoanalysis is essential to understanding the attraction of horror LMS have in mind. Their claim is that psychoanalytic theory is relevant because of what it tells us about spectatorship in general and in relation to horror LMS specifically. If horror LMS are attractive because they depict and embody the return of the repressed in various ways, then they cannot properly be interpreted, nor can their attraction be understood, apart from such theory. Carroll. The psychoanalytic claim is that horror LMS qua horror LMS must be psychoanalytically interpreted. Bad horror LMS, ones that fail to scare or attract, or ones that are really not part of the genre, may of course require no psychoanalytic theory about horror to enable interpretation. However, Carroll claims that although psychoanalysis is necessary for interpretation in cases where psychoanalytic themes are consciously built in, it is not essential to understanding and interpreting horror LMS generally. 1990, 168-69. Note that Carroll is here assuming that authorial intention is relevant to interpretation. He acknowledges that psychoanalysis may explain the attraction of particular horror LMS, but says the psychoanalytic account is not comprehensive for the genre. 174. However, even those who claim that psychoanalysis is essential for understanding the attraction of horror and interpreting horror LMS need not claim that such theory is comprehensive for the genre. No doubt there are some horror LMS, ones not central to the genre, that may be attractive to spectators and interpretable, for reasons other than those usually given by psychoanalytic explanations of horrors. Indeed, some of these other explanations may themselves turn out to be psychoanalytic. But exceptions can be acknowledged without undermining the claim that psychoanalysis is necessary for understanding horror. To clarify, in claiming that psychoanalysis is essential for understanding the attraction of horror, I mean that horror as a genre, and most cases of being attracted by horror, cannot be understood without it. This does not mean that psychoanalysis might not need to be supplemented by other theories and explanations in some cases, or even that psychoanalysis might not be immediately necessary in all cases. The distinction between, acknowledging that many, if not most, LMS, or at least horror LMS, require psychoanalytic interpretation, i.e., that they are in fact perverse in some way, and that, 2, nevertheless, psychoanalytic categories are not essential to horror LMS, i.e., that perversion, etc., is not essential to LM and spectatorship, so that LMS need not necessarily be psychoanalytically interpreted, is an important one. This view leaves open the possibility that, contrary to what may now in fact be the case, LMS can be non-perverse and that spectatorship and the pleasures of the cinema need not necessarily involve some combination of voyeurism, fetishism, sadism, etc., to be psychoanalytically understood. 20. Gott. Discussing the work of Carol Clover, 1992, Gott writes that she develops a model of horror LM spectatorship which she generalizes to all LM spectatorship. Full of screaming female victims being hacked up by male monsters and serial killers, urged on by an audience of teenage boys, the eld of modern horror looks like a happy hunting ground for a Mulveyan in search of unalloyed male voyeuristic sadism. Clover disagrees. For her, the RST and central aim of horror cinema is to play to masochistic fears and desires in its audiences. Sadism has its place, but masochism dominates. In the slasher movie, the locus of our identification is the final girl, sole survivor of the murderous carnage, who confronts the serial killer and either kills him or escapes. We must identify with her, for in some cases, there is at the end of the LM no other character left to choose. In adopting her perspective we experience the full force of her terrors, their polymorphous nastiness whipping us up to masochistic delight. 1994, 14. But Clover's emphasis on masochism hardly undermines the charge of voyeurism. Masochists can also be voyeurists, exhibitionists, fetishists, and any number of other things, including at times sadists. None of these are mutually exclusive. More important, such an emphasis remains incompatible with any view that sees sadism, masochism, fetishism, or voyeurism as peripheral to such LMS. It is incompatible with any account of the genre that dismisses the need for the centrality of a psychoanalytic interpretation. God, however, dismisses such interpretations without ever giving an alternative account. God also claims that even if horror viewing centrally involved masochism, Clover gives us no reason to believe that spectatorship in general is based on the perversion. 17. This is not right or, at any rate, is too quick. The question is whether features of horror viewing, like masochism, sadism, voyeurism in various forms, etc., carry over in various ways and in varying degrees to other forms of cinematic spectatorship. Gott's supposition that they do not is based on his more fundamental objection to psychoanalysis. Indeed, he seems to have no specific objections or grounds for rejecting such views. Still, in relation to Clover's account, Gott asks whether the audience's enjoyment of fear and revulsion is to be explained in terms of masochism. So widespread is horror that its popularity would argue for an extraordinary prevalence of a perversion that many had thought only a marginal phenomenon. Nor should one hold that the audience is only making believe that it is afraid; it really is scared, for one can experience fear or disgust towards situations one knows to be imaginary, as when one imagines being viciously assaulted, or contemplates stamping on a hamster. 15. Psychoanalytically speaking, there is no reason to suppose that perversion in general, and masochism in particular, is only a marginal phenomenon. Masochism is a component of grief, for example, as well as of melancholy and love-sickness. 21. Gott seems to think that there is a more or less clear divide between the normal and neurotic, and between the perverse and non-perverse. But one of the cornerstones of psychoanalytic theory is a denial of these divides. Everyone is appreciably neurotic in varying degrees throughout significant parts of their lives. So important is this thesis, and so contrary to many people's way of thinking about themselves, that Freud, 1917a, cited it as a reason why many people would reject psychoanalysis outright. Of course, one must be careful to distinguish sadism, masochism, etc. as nosological categories in psychoanalysis and as dispositions that may become mobilized transiently in people, while they watch movies, who would not be classified as sadists by psychoanalysts or psychiatrists. 22. Gott claims that despite the attractiveness of the thought that horror spectators are masochists, masochism is predominantly a sexual perversion, and this severely curtails its applicability to horror. Specific LMS may incorporate masochistic fantasies, but the appeal of the genre as a whole cannot be explained in terms of the perversion. 16. If Clover's view is that the appeal of horror generally is to be explained in terms of masochistic fantasies, then she may be misstating or overstating her case. For it is not possible, a priori, to ND out which psychoanalytic categories come into play in which LM in relation to which particular viewers. Some LMS may lend themselves more to one kind of explanation than another for the pleasures they evoke, but how particular people react to particular LMS is also a function of individuals' personal histories and psychological makeup. A scene may evoke masochist pleasure for one person and sadistic, fetishistic, or voyeuristic pleasure, or some combination thereof, for the person with the popcorn in the next seat. Nevertheless, if masochism is taken as one important element in explaining what psychoanalysis regards as the sexual appeal of the genre, that is, the appeal is to be explained basically in sexual terms, then whether or not Clover's account is fundamentally correct depends on whether psychoanalysis is right in this instance. The acceptability of such accounts of the appeal of horror will have to be measured in part against the plausibility of other quite different accounts. Drawing on his previous, 1993, work, Gott says, "The enjoyment of horror is undoubtedly a puzzle, for it seems to consist in the enjoyment of painful emotions, whether of fear or disgust. However, the unraveling of the conundrum starts by noting that many people, whether they be rock climbers, bungee jumpers, or racing car drivers, enjoy the thrill of fear. Fear is not intrinsically unpleasant, it merely incorporates an evaluatively negative thought, as to the danger of its object. Typically, fear will be unpleasant, but there is no conceptual requirement that it always be so. This leaves plenty of scope for certain individuals to take pleasure in it, and the possibility of enjoying fear is all the greater when one knows that one is merely imagining the dangers involved, and that one is safe in the movie auditorium. Horror seeks to ratchet up fear by picturing every awful situation it can imagine. 16. Gott's account does not explain the enjoyment of horror. It merely notes, correctly, that people do enjoy certain negative emotions. Observing that many people enjoy fear does not even begin to unravel the conundrum. It merely highlights it. Psychoanalysis, on the other hand, does explain why this is so, in terms of character type and more generally in terms of an individual's psychosexual development, which is the source of perversion. Gott's solution to the paradox of negative emotion is problematic insofar as it requires a conceptual splitting off of the evaluative or cognitive component of an emotion from its affective component. But what makes an emotion, and the emotion that it is rather than some other, is the dynamic interactions the cognitive and non-cognitive components of an emotion have with each other. 23. All that Gott has done is to note what he thinks are negative about negative emotions, an evaluatively negative thought, and then go on to state the obvious, that negative emotions can be pleasurable. He has not explained how or why it is possible that negative emotions are pleasurable. Indeed, Gott, 1993, says that explaining why negative emotions are pleasurable is no part of his thesis or task, a view that he fails to reiterate in this later essay, as if this question was not central or that there was nothing to explain. Gott's 1994 discussion confuses or conates two issues that he previously distinguished. The RST is the so-called paradox of horror. How is it possible to like intrinsically negative emotions? His answer is that there is nothing paradoxical about it, we just do, and what makes the emotion negative is the evaluation component. The second and separate issue is why we like negative emotions like fear. Formerly he said he offers no explanation of this. But here he seems to suggest that no explanation is needed, perhaps none is even possible, and that the question as to why we like them is basically irrelevant to understanding the horror LMS attraction or Mulvey's thesis about voyeurism. From a psychoanalytic perspective, this is not true. Furthermore, Gott ignores the difficult and interesting issue of why people like such things. Gott asserts that it is possible to enjoy fear without being a pervert, for no psychological malady or distortion need be assumed in these cases. On the contrary, they exhibit if anything a robust attitude to risk-taking. 17. However, the issue is not whether it is possible to enjoy fear without being a pervert, but whether understanding the attraction of horror requires reference to psychoanalytic categories such as perversion. In his blanket statement, Gott appears to equivocate on the psychoanalytic notion of perversion and substitute a moral or at least non-psychoanalytically understood meaning for the relevant psychoanalytic one. That equivocation takes place is clear in those contexts in which he begins by discussing a psychoanalytic view, example Mulvey's, only to reject it because it seems to run contrary to perversion understood in some other, nondescript, way. Given a psychoanalytic approach to horror, the main reason that the attraction of horror LMS has to be explained in terms of categories such as perversion is because horror itself, what it is about and what it means, cannot be understood apart from psychoanalytic theory. Gott appears to miss this point altogether in his discussion. Freud, for example, arguably explains horror in terms of the uncanny or, more specifically, in terms of the return of repressed ideas and the reaffirmation of surmounted beliefs. Conclusion: one of the general difficulties with the kind of careless rejection of psychoanalytic theory that has become prevalent, the kind, for example, that sees its running contrary to common sense as a reason to dismiss it, is that such rejections are often second-hand. They rely on the critiques and accounts of others, and often show a mistaken and superficial understanding of even the fundamental tenets of psychoanalytic theory. Psychoanalytic approaches to cinema and an understanding of cinematic spectatorship may well be open to criticism both from its own quarters and others. One need not be an expert in psychoanalysis to criticize its method or theory. but it should go without saying that such criticism must be based on a grasp of the fundamentals of psychoanalysis. An untutored common sense "let's see what we have here" approach is manifestly insufficient. 24. 3. Andrew Tudor. Excerpt from Why Horror? The Peculiar Pleasures of a Popular Genre with a New Afterword by the author. The return of the repressed. By far the most common accounts of horror's appeal are grounded in concepts drawn from Freudian theory, and I shall approach them by focusing RST on simple repression models and then on the more elaborate analyses offered by structural psychoanalysis. This psychoanalytic emphasis is not recent, though the Lacanian turn in cultural theory has lent it additional force, and it is tempting to speculate as to why, more than with any other popular genre, those puzzled by horror should so often have turned to psychoanalysis in search of enlightenment. In some part, of course, the genre itself invokes psychoanalytic considerations, at times borrowing its imagery from the symbolic apparatus of dream interpretation as well as allowing fictional characters to advance pseudo-Freudian accounts of their own and others' motivations. Thus, where its typical monsters have been compulsive murderers, as so often in the past 30 years, the genre's common presumption has been of a psychopathology rooted in the psychosexual dynamics of childhood. In this respect, at least, Norman Bates long ago escaped the canons of Psycho to leave his distinctive imprint on modern horror. However, although the genre's self-conscious borrowing from psychoanalysis is not without significance for the theoretical frameworks invoked in its understanding, such an emphasis does not entail any specific theoretical consequences and so hardly explain psychoanalytic theory's predominance. More plausible, perhaps, is the suggestion that psychoanalytic theories of horror gain credibility from the widespread belief that horror fans are a peculiar bunch sharing a perverse predilection. A taste for horror is a taste for something seemingly abnormal and is therefore deemed to require special explanation in terms of personality features, not usually accessible to the casual observer. How could anyone want to be horried, disgusted even, unless there was some deeply hidden reason of which they were not aware? Freud himself, in singling out the uncanny for one of his rare expeditions into the domain of literature, 1919b, gives some warrant for the notion that this is a distinctive problem meriting specifically psychoanalytic attention, though he is more modest than some of his followers in also leaving room for what he calls aesthetic inquiry. So let me begin by recalling some of the main features of Freud's approach to the uncanny, less for its own sake than because his terms have informed so much of what has followed. The heart of Freud's account is captured in a quotation he takes from Schelling concerning the meaning of the German word unheimlich, literally unhomely, but in Freud's essay more appropriately translated as uncanny. Unheimlich is the name for everything that ought to have remained secret and hidden but has come to light, 1919b, 345. The uncanny, he suggests, is that class of frightening things that occasion anxiety because they relate to repressed affect, something which is familiar and old established in the mind and which has become alienated from it only through the process of repression, 363-64. The experience is simultaneously both heimlich and unheimlich, uncanny precisely because it was once familiar but has then been repressed. Of course, not all recalling of long repressed desires gives rise to the uncanny, and Freud singles out two specific classes of the phenomenon. In the one, uncanniness stems from the return of repressed infantile complexes, in the other, from the recurrence of primitive beliefs which have been surmounted. While recognizing that the boundary separating these classes may be blurred, he argues that the form of the uncanny founded on repressed complexes is more resistant and remains as powerful in Chen as in real experience, 374. In the uncanny, he invokes the castration complex, primary narcissism, and the compulsion to repeat, but, of course, other potential foci for repression and the uncanny are present throughout Freudian theory. These root ideas have found their way into numerous investigations of horror, especially those centering on what might be called the repression model. Perhaps the best known of these in recent years is the return of the repressed argument advanced by Robin Wood and his colleagues. They make use of the concept of surplus repression which, following Marcuse, they distinguish from Freud's original basic repression. Surplus repression, Wood argues, is the product of particular cultures, in ours relating mainly to sexual energy, bisexuality, female sexuality, and children's sexuality. Linked to this is the idea of the other and the key ideological operation of projection onto the other of what is repressed within the self, in order that it can be discredited, disowned, and if possible annihilated. 1979, 9. In the case of horror movie monsters, then, the repressed is dramatized in the form of the monstrous other. Furthermore, in a society built on monogamy and family there will be an enormous surplus of sexual energy that will have to be repressed, and what is repressed must always strive to return. 15. Clearly, then, the general thrust of this analysis is toward an ideological function for horror in sustaining surplus repression and the bourgeois social order upon which it depends, though Wood does argue that in specific instances horror may play a subversive role. A somewhat different example is James Twitchell's use of a Freudian return of the repressed argument, deployed without the additional concept of surplus repression and thus without the distinctive analysis of bourgeois, patriarchal society informing Wood's account. In Twitchell's version, social contextualization is approached via myth. Myths inform an identifiable audience about a particular problem at a specific time. Myth suggests specific behavior that maintains both the social order and bolsters the individual's sense of worth. 1985, 85. Thus, although he recognizes horror's role as counterphobic, overcoming fearful objects, and as a context for the projection of objects of sublimated desire, these functions are caught up in servicing a key rite of passage. The horror movie audience, Twitchell argues, is mainly adolescent, in the process of making the transition from onanism to reproductive sexuality. 65. To manage this successfully, and to guarantee social order, adolescents need to be informed about the limits of acceptable sexuality. More particularly, here Twitchell invokes Freud's fable of the primal horde in Totem and Taboo. They need to learn the horror of incest, it has to be taught, and shivers are a most efficient teacher. 96. Horror myths, therefore, are primarily concerned with this process of sexual initiation, both expressing the sexual confusions of their youthful audience and, by performing a function similar to initiation ceremonies in other cultures, presenting in disguised form the norms of appropriate sexual behavior. These two otherwise diverse cases illustrate the major features of this particular tradition in psychoanalytically enunced analyses of horror. They share a number of key assumptions. First and foremost, they see repression as a constitutive feature of human development, the mechanism through which we are constrained to overcome the antisocial desires of infancy. The primary focus for this repression is sexuality, and horror, in a variety of ways, acts as a channel for expression of the repressed affect. In so doing it sustains order, whether by cathartic release of otherwise threatening urges or by reinforcing acceptance of repressive taboos presumed to be essential to social survival. So, once given a model of human development that presupposes the necessity of repression, horror can be conceived to act both as a safety valve where repressed affect threatens to surface and as a curative reminder of the fearful consequences if the rules of sexual behavior are broken. In a real sense, then, such perspectives see human agents as unaware victims of their cultures, and necessarily so, because on this account our very psychic functioning would be impaired without the mechanism of repression. Of course, most theories add to and modify this core repression model. Wood, for instance, opens up space to argue for an emancipatory role for at least some horror by virtue of his concern with surplus rather than basic repression. Inasmuch as surplus repression is socially specific, not fundamental to the very process of human development, it can be overcome. However, the line between surplus and basic repression is not clear, and there are those who would want historically and culturally to relativize many of the basic repressions as they are formulated within the Freudian tradition. But to pursue that would take us into a critical discussion of the foundations of psychoanalytic theory itself, an enterprise well beyond this essay's scope. Here I shall limit myself to some observations on the repression model and our understanding of horror's attractions. While an account of horror in terms of the return of the repressed may appear to relate certain features of horror texts illuminatingly to our presumed psychosexual constitution, it does not directly address the question of horror's attraction. Indeed, one might argue that bringing such fearful things to the surface is likely to be far from pleasurable. Freud himself recognizes that the uncanny as experienced in reality, as opposed to intuitions, is a matter for fear, and to understand it as a source of pleasure when induced through intuition requires further elaboration. One commonly voiced possibility is that pleasure is gained simply by dealing with fearful matters in what are known to be safe circumstances. Here the specific character of the repression is immaterial, it is securely dealing with fear, which attracts us. Another possibility is that catharsis is a necessary consequence of shinily evoking repressed affect, and the subsequent relief, if temporary, is pleasurable much as masturbation relieves sexual tension. Or a yet more complex pleasure might be that derived from the unconscious ambiguity of our responses to taboo subjects, pleasure in indulging sublimated infantile desires, pain because the context of this indulgence is one of monstrosity and disgust. As Noel Carroll, 1990, 170, suggests in adapting Ernest Jones's approach to nightmares, the shin allows us the one only at the price of the other, they are inextricably intertwined because this is precisely how repression works. But in all these arguments, note that it is necessary to pose supplementary mechanisms to bridge the gap between a general account of repression and the specific explanation of pleasure, and these supplementary mechanisms lead away from the pure form of the repression model. The unconscious of ideology. A move of this kind can be seen more clearly in a second main group of psychoanalytically enunced approaches to horror. This work, partly derived from feminist LM theory, invokes structural psychoanalysis, which it distinguishes from more mechanistic repression accounts. As Barbara Creed, 1990b, 242, puts it, in rightly criticizing my own inclination to construe all psychoanalytic perspectives in terms of the repression model, structural psychoanalysis helps us to see the unconscious as a structuring element at work in all cinematic representation. It makes possible a comprehensive reading of the construction of fear in horror texts in relation to LMIC codes and MICE NSCENE. While one might query her claim, indeed any claim, to a comprehensive reading, what is evident is that in such views psychoanalytic concepts are used in a more hermeneutic mode, revealing complex meanings by close analysis of texts and thereby seeking to uncover the workings of the unconscious of ideology. In exemplifying this strand of thinking I shall again consider two somewhat contrasting approaches, those of Creed, 1986, 1993, and Clover, 1987, 1992. Creed is concerned with exploring the significance of the monstrous feminine in horror LMS using Julia Kristova's Lacaninianist account of abjection. She follows Kristeva in emphasizing the breaching of boundaries in the creation of abjection and in focusing on the mother-child relationship wherein the mother is made abject in the child's struggle to enter the symbolic. The passage from maternal authority to the law of the father is the basis upon which the monstrous feminine is constructed. Of course, abjection in the horror LM is not solely related to the monstrous feminine, but the latter is of crucial significance. The horror LM brings about a confrontation with the abject, the corpse, bodily wastes, the monstrous feminine, in order, nally, to eject the abject and redraw the boundaries between human and non-human. The horror LM works to separate out the symbolic order from all that threatens its stability, particularly the mother and all that her universe signes. 1986, 53. This construction of the feminine as other protects social order by sustaining the symbolic in the service of which the horror LM stages and restages a constant repudiation of the maternal gur, 70, a signifying practice that is constructed within patriarchal ideology. Our pleasure in horror, then, is a perverse desire to confront such images of the abject and also a desire, having taken pleasure in perversity, to throw up, throw out, eject the abject, from the safety of the spectator's seat, 48. Of course, The plausibility of all this depends on RST accepting the larger project of structural psychoanalysis, and therefore my brief summary does limited service to Creed's argument. It is clear, however, that a concept of the monstrous feminine does play an important role in some horror movies, not least in Alien, 1979, Carrie, 1976, The Exorcist, 1973, The Brood, 1979, and The Hunger, 1983, which she discusses at length, 1993, 16-83, and, furthermore, that horror's insistence on breaching various kinds of boundaries is of considerable significance in understanding its appeal. Yet neither of these features requires psychoanalytic theory for their elucidation, though the theory might be judged to give useful leverage on them, and to understand the mechanism of our perverse pleasure in horror calls for supplementary arguments as much as did the unmitted repression model. But perhaps more interesting than these issues is the dependence of this hermeneutically enacted use of psychoanalytic theory on prior acceptance of a descriptive framework also drawn from psychoanalysis. Consider the following descriptive constructions from Creed's 1986 essay, emphasis added throughout. The horror LMS obsession with blood, particularly the bleeding body of woman, where her body is transformed into the gaping wound, suggests that castration anxiety is a central concern of the horror LM. 52, the 7 astronauts emerge slowly from their sleep pods in what amounts to a rebirthing scene, and this scene could be interpreted as a primal fantasy in which the human subject is born fully developed. 55, we see her the archaic mother as the gaping cannibalistic bird's mouth, the mysterious black hole which signs female genitalia. 63. To someone not already committed to the psychoanalytic perspective, these interpretive claims are cause for skepticism. Suggests castration anxiety to whom? Amounts to rebirthing for what reasons? Why should the scene be interpreted as a primal fantasy? Who is the we who see the archaic mother in this way? Under what specific circumstances do black holes come to signify female genitalia? I raise such questions not in a spirit of nihilistic mischief or crude empiricism, but to underline the distinctive circularity of this form of analysis. The analyst provides descriptions of the imagery which presuppose a framework in which representations of the monstrous feminine are central. Then these descriptions are presented as evidence of the very significance of the monstrous feminine. Of course, this is not necessarily a self-fooling vicious circle, though in some circumstances that is a real danger, but it does force us to recognize that in such approaches the moment of interpretation is also the moment of justification. It is therefore impossible for the non-adherent to be convinced of such an interpretive account without being convinced by the whole apparatus of structural psychoanalysis. And because these constructions operate, if they operate at all, at an unconscious level, it is difficult to imagine evidential grounds, as opposed to an act of theoretical faith, on which alternative explanations might be preferred or dismissed. This is not to suggest that psychoanalytic concepts are of no utility in seeking to comprehend horror's appeal. However, because of their totalizing and self-confirming potential when used in direct interpretation, application does require considerable care. One possible moderating strategy is to embed the psychoanalytic element in a more prosaic and socially aware analysis of the texts involved, beginning by establishing those codes of the genre's operation that would readily be understood by consumers of horror themselves, and only then moving on to a range of more esoteric depth analyses. This has the virtue of establishing a common framework of interpretation in relation to which candidate explanations may be compared. After all, other than by prior agreement that a particular theory has privileged access to the ultimate ontological grounds of human activity, a faith that some psychoanalytic work does seem to exhibit, there is no reason to suppose the necessary primacy of any one perspective. To do so, indeed, would be a pernicious form of reductionism. In this context, Carol Clover's 1992 study of gender in modern horror cinema is particularly instructive in that she deploys psychoanalytic concepts as part of a larger analytic framework. Although her full analysis is too rich and subtle for brief summary, I shall try to explore at least the main outline of her argument. Clover's point of departure is the observation that male spectators are both willing and able to identify with female characters and, more specifically in the horror LM, with females in fear and pain. 5. How is this to be understood? Prevailing views, Clover argues, tend to assume that such cross-gender identification is unlikely or even impossible, and, although she may overstate the extent to which such claims do prevail, it is certainly true that the tradition based in Laura Mulvey's initial work on visual pleasure has emphasized the sadistic/voyeuristic rather than the empathic quality of the male cinematic gaze directed at the screen female. While Clover concedes that horror LMS may indeed offer such pleasures to male viewers, she does not believe that sadistic voyeurism is the RST cause of horror, and she therefore seeks a critical and political interrogation of the standard critique of horror as straightforward sadistic misogyny. 19. In pursuing that, she explores some distinctive strands of the modern genre, the slasher LM, rape revenge LMS, possession LMS, in terms of the gender-specific pleasures they might afford to male spectators. The heart of her argument lies in the claim that the availability of the girl hero for purposes of identification allows male viewers to simultaneously experience forbidden desires and disavow them on grounds that the visible actor is, after all, a girl. 18. Thus, in the slasher LM, the distinctive gore of the final girl, the only one to survive the increasingly frenzied attacks of the male killer, is a clear focus for such identification. She is feminine enough to act out in a gratifying way, a way unapproved for adult males, the terrors and masochistic pleasures of the underlying fantasy, but not so feminine as to disturb the structures of male competence and sexuality. 51. Though the final girl is strong and resourceful, she is an agreed-upon option available to male viewers as a focus for their sadomasochistic fantasies. But, Clover argues, this is not the whole story. Gender is much more compromised in the slasher LM than even this suggests. The final girl is given both masculine and feminine traits. She undergoes the trials and tribulations of pursuit in conventional female victim fashion, but also saves herself as a typical male hero might. Similarly, although the killer wields the phallic weapon, his masculinity is represented as severely qualied. Accordingly, and on the basis of much more detailed analysis than this, Clover suggests that the text at every level presents us with hermaphroditic constructions. 55, and, therefore, that the gender identity game is central to modern horror. So it is the very ambiguity of gender representation in modern horror cinema that is vital to the male spectator's involvement. But where does structural psychoanalysis enter the argument? Essentially, it provides Clover with terms for explaining this combination of gender slippage and vicarious playing out by reference to the horror LMS-scopic regime. Such LMS, she claims, invite both an assaultive and a reactive gaze. The former is the familiar, Mitzian, sadistic/voyeuristic look associated with our identification with the camera, further developed in its gendered aspect by Mulvey. In modern horror, it is the look of the camera and of the predatory killer with whom the audience is at least temporarily positioned. The latter is the gaze in which we, the audience, are assaulted rather than assaulting, our involvement constructed through our empathic identification with characters and not through our controlling voyeurism. This gaze is gendered feminine and, contrary to the primacy conventionally accorded the sadistic, mastering look, it is the reactive gaze that has pride of place in the scopic regime of horror. 205. From here it is but a short step to associate reactive involvement in horror with masochism or, more precisely, Freud's feminine masochism. Indeed, Clover argues that the specific masochistic fears that Freud considers, being copulated with, impregnated, beaten, penetrated, castrated, etc., are those apparent in the modern horror subgenres she discusses. So, she concludes, the RST and central aim of horror cinema is to play to masochistic fears and desires in its audience. 229. Note that the pitfalls of methodological circularity are avoided here by invoking psychoanalytic concepts to explain phenomena only after they are RST described in ways that do not depend on an initial psychoanalytic reading. Thus, Clover's investigation can be reconstructed as beginning with two interrelated empirical observations, one concerning the audience. Male audience members can identify empathically with female horror victims, and the other textual. Modern horror texts exhibit distinctive ambiguities in their representation of gender. Her account of horror cinemascopic regime and her analysis of the role of masochism then provide grounds for a linked explanation of the two phenomena. Naturally, that rests on more general theoretical presuppositions, including a number of precepts drawn from structural psychoanalysis as well as, beyond that, a version of the repression model. But what is important is that it is possible to make a judgment about the explanations efficacy without committing oneself to a psychoanalytic framework of interpretation, and, essential to that judgment, it is therefore possible to propose other explanations of the same phenomenon. It is this conceptual openness that distinguishes Clover's approach from Creed's, for the latter's description of horror texts is constructed primarily using psychoanalytic descriptors, thus making non-psychoanalytic explanations difficult to mount without redscribing the texts. In Clover's work, then, it is possible to see some of the points at which psychoanalytic theories of horror might be enhanced by coordination with other explanations. But what are these alternatives to psychoanalytic theory in constructing general explanations of horror's appeal? Afterward, May 2001, several contributors to this volume have been kind enough to refer to my Why Horror essay. Two of them, Cosimo Urbano and Michael Levine, mount extended critiques of various aspects of my argument in the course of their different defenses of psychoanalytic approaches to horror. While I am in agreement with some of the points that they make, there remain three basic issues on which we differ. These three issues are: 1. The epistemological status of the relation between theory and evidence, both generally and in applications of psychoanalytic LM theory; 2. The category of genre and the question of generality and particularity of explanations of the appeal of horror; and 3. The status and character of return of the repressed arguments. The RST2 are raised primarily by Urbano, the third by Levine. I shall consider them in turn. Urbano takes me to task for my claim that there is a potential circularity in the application of psychoanalytic theories, whereby descriptions of the LM text are made in distinctively psychoanalytic terms, and then these descriptions are invoked as evidence for the plausibility of the psychoanalytic theories from which the descriptive terms are derived in the RST place. In Why Horror? I suggest that some of these difficulties might be avoided by beginning with more prosaic accounts of the texts to be understood. Only in relation to such evidence would we be able to judge the competing claims of different theories. Urbano's counterclaim is that the idea that it is possible to objectively describe phenomena from a hypothetical place outside the framework of any one, interpretative methodology has, already and convincingly been disproved. In other words, I am mistaken in assuming that an objective description is available against which theories might be judged. If this was what I was assuming, then, of course, Urbano would be correct. But it is not. He attributes this assumption to me, although I nowhere make any such claim to objective description. Indeed, the term itself, and the quotation marks in which it is enclosed, are Urbano's, not mine. My position on the relation between evidence and theory remains broadly that advanced over 20 years ago in my book Beyond Empiricism, that evidence, data, facts, descriptions, etc. are all inevitably constituted within theoretical frameworks. However, precisely to avoid problems of circularity, it is essential that the theories used to generate evidence are not the same theories as those being assessed against that evidence. As Lakatos famously put it, the clash is not between theories and facts but between two high-level theories, between an interpretative theory to provide the facts and an explanatory theory to explain them. 1970, 129. If the interpretative and explanatory theories are the same, then the claim to have made an assessment against evidence is illusory. Accordingly, I remain committed to the view that the dangers of this kind of circularity have to be avoided if we are to have any basis for assessing competing accounts, and I stand by the claim that these problems are often, though not uniquely, found in applications of psychoanalytic LM theory. Urbano, following Color, goes on to suggest that theories should be evaluated on the basis of the pertinence and appropriateness of the questions they pose. He appears to consider this to be an alternative view to my own, but it is not. Theories are quite properly to be judged against a variety of criteria, including relevance of the questions that they pose, and his suggestion should not be construed as an alternative to my own but as a specification of a further complementary criterion. No doubt both of us could come up with yet more equally important criteria, for example, logical coherence, scope, ontological depth, etc. The second issue that Urbano raises relates to my support for particularistic explanations of the appeal of horror. I suspect that our differences on this may be more apparent than real. We agree, as Urbano observes, on the importance of linking psychoanalytic analysis with cultural history, but there are some interesting issues here nonetheless. My particularism takes the form of claiming that if we wish to understand the appeal of horror, we should not seek to establish some general feature of the genre that is constitutive of its appeal in all circumstances, but that we should ask, why do these people like this horror in this place at this particular time? As Urbano recognizes, such a view does not preclude the use of psychoanalytic theories unless, of course, they depend fundamentally on transcultural and transhistorical assumptions that exclude local variation, as not a few critics have argued that they do. What Urbano takes exception to is my desire to question the presumed homogeneity of horror, to which he responds, so long as we are invoking the category of genre, we're de facto talking about groups of texts which can be distinguished from other groups precisely on the basis of some presumed homogeneity. Once more, I am obliged here to draw upon a long-standing position which is put more fully in the discussion of genre in my Theories of Film, 1974, and in the various reprints of that discussion. Essentially, I hold the view that genres are what we, their audiences, collectively believe them to be. There is a complex interaction between the context of production, the LM texts themselves, and the audiences for those texts. Thus, whereas the term genre does indeed refer to a group of texts with a presumed homogeneity, that presumption has to be understood as one held by audiences rather than critics, who can and do vary in what they identify as appropriate distinguishing criteria, hence the need to examine how it is that these people like this horror in this place at this particular time. Urbano proposes that anxiety, understood in psychoanalytic terms, is a central distinguishing feature of the experience of horror. Leaving aside his specification of psychoanalytic terms, this may well be so inasmuch as many horror movie fans might offer the causing of temporary anxiety as part of the experience that they enjoy. But it is not a universal Denning characteristic of the genre. Non-horror texts can and do evoke anxiety, but, rather, one specific feature which is variously understood and constructed in different times and places. The third issue is raised by Levine and concerns my claims about return of the repressed analyses of horror. I have some difficulty here because at various points, for example, on Beast Within approaches, on rottenness of humanity claims, it seems to me that Levine misunderstands and therefore misrepresents my position. However, these minor matters aside, the heart of his apparent disagreement with me is clear enough. I suggest that return of the repressed arguments need to pose supplementary mechanisms to bridge the gap between a general account of repression and the specific explanation of pleasure, and these supplementary mechanisms led away from the pure form of the repression model. Levine makes 2 points in relation to this claim: that such supplements are available in the literature, and that I regard their use as a kind of ad hoc maneuver. On the RST point I agree. Indeed, both Levine and I invoke Creed as one example of such theoretical elaboration, although I suspect that we may differ on how successful she is in so doing. On the second point, I am not sure why Levine has the impression that I consider posing additional mechanisms to be ad hoc maneuvers. I agree with his observation that a more complete explanation requires additional theoretical detail. The questions then become, on what theoretical resources should we draw so that the basic repression model can be satisfactorily extended? Could or should such resources be drawn from non-psychoanalytic theories? And do they work? It is with that last question, of course, that we are returned full circle to the all-important epistemological issues with which this afterword began. For Malcolm Turvey, philosophical problems concerning the concept of pleasure in psychoanalytical theories of the horror film. Psychoanalysis, once the dominant theoretical paradigm in cinema studies, has not fared well since the mid-1980s. New theoretical paradigms have arisen, creating a pluralism in the ELD. More importantly, psychoanalytical LM theory has been subjected to a trenchant critique by analytical philosophers as well as LM theorists informed by contemporary scientific and philosophical theories of mind. Some have criticized its basic premises and methodology. Noel Carroll, 1988, for example, has pointed to numerous flaws in its founding analogies between cinematic phenomena and the irrational phenomena, putatively explained by psychoanalysis. David Bordwell, 1989, has shown how psychoanalytical LM theorists of the past failed to adhere to even the most basic empirical and logical protocols of theory building and instead simply integrated psychoanalytic concepts into traditional humanistic interpretive practices. Others, such as Murray Smith, 1995, and Jeff Smith, 1996, have pointed to the considerable failings of psychoanalytical theories of specific cinematic phenomena, such as identification and LM music. The silence of psychoanalytical LM theorists in the face of this critique, the fact that they have not attempted to systematically refute it or to reconstruct their theories in a dialectical response to it, is, I think, ample testimony to its power. Although devastating for psychoanalytical LM theories of the past, nothing about this critique rules out the possibility that there might be more successful psychoanalytical LM theories in the future, for this critique is aimed at the failure to date of LM theorists to build rigorous, plausible psychoanalytical theories, not the scientific or philosophical legitimacy of psychoanalysis itself. While this legitimacy has long been debated, and psychoanalysis is hardly a respectable theoretical paradigm in mainstream science and philosophy of mind, the resources are there for any enterprising theorist with an interest in reconstructing psychoanalytical LM theory. For there have been a number of significant attempts over the past 30 years to mount defenses of psychoanalysis in response to the criticisms leveled at it by Wittgenstein, Sartre, Popper, G. Aronbaum, and others, criticisms responsible for widespread philosophical and scientific doubts about its legitimacy. Nevertheless, my view is that any LM theorist undertaking such a reconstruction will face innumerable philosophical problems. One problem has to do with the concept of pleasure. This is a concept that psychoanalytical LM theorists employ regularly, yet, like LM theorists in general, they have devoted little time to clarifying its meaning. In this essay, I expose a basic confusion about this concept embedded in psychoanalytical LM theory, a confusion exemplified by psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment. This confusion, I conclude, leaves little room for optimism about the possibility of building more successful psychoanalytical LM theories in the future. However, the real reason for pessimism, I argue, lies in a much more fundamental philosophical problem at the core of psychoanalysis, one that psychoanalysis shares with much psychological theorizing in general and that Wittgenstein repeatedly pointed to in his later writings on psychology, namely, reductionism. Although I see no way for psychoanalytical LM theory to overcome this problem, and am pessimistic about its ability to overcome the confusion about the concept of pleasure that I expose, I offer the following in the spirit of dialectical theorizing. For if future psychoanalytical LM theories can overcome these problems, I believe they will be all the more stronger for doing so. 2. Because psychoanalysis lacks a comprehensive account of the emotions, it is often dismissed by scholars of the arts as of little use in trying to explain emotional responses to artworks. 3. As Carroll pointed out, the garden variety emotions, that is, The emotions marked in ordinary speech, like fear, awe, pity, admiration, anger, and so on, are what keep audiences engaged with artworks. 1997, 191. Psychoanalysis has little to say about such garden-variety emotions. Nevertheless, there are several emotions that receive extensive treatment in the psychoanalytical literature, including pleasure. And psychoanalytical LM theorists have generally assumed that pleasure is one emotion experienced by LM viewers that psychoanalysis can explain. Despite their considerable diversity, psychoanalytical theories of LM enjoyment share a basic form of explanation, one which is, I take it, essential to psychoanalytical explanations in general. 5. They attempt to explain the viewer's enjoyment of LM by postulating the existence of an unconscious wish of which viewers by definition are unaware, a wish that psychoanalytical theory brings to light. Although, as we shall see, psychoanalytical LM theorists often disagree about what the content of this unconscious wish is, they nevertheless agree that it is the satisfaction of this unconscious wish by LM, or indeed the cinema as an apparatus, that is pleasurable for the viewer and that explains why the viewer enjoys LM. For example, Christian Metz, in his classic work of psychoanalytical LM theory The Imaginary Cynier, argues that the modern, capitalist LM industry has LMic pleasure alone as its aim. 7. According to Metz, the cinema gives rise to pleasure because it satisfies, in a number of different ways, the viewer's unconscious wish to return to a stage before the Oedipus complex, among other forms of loss experienced as a child. For instance, Metz claims that the cinema is enjoyed partly because it is a fetish. Fiction LMS, he states, typically both acknowledge and disavow the various conditions of their production, such as the equipment used to make them, in the same way as a fetish object disavows a lack and in doing so affirms it. 74-75, for the fetishist. Hence, the cinema fools the viewer's unconscious wish to return to a stage in life prior to the experience of loss, a wish that is, paradoxically, predicated on the now repressed experience of loss, in much the same way as a fetish does, thereby giving rise to pleasure. Of course, this attitude of fetishism appears most clearly in a connoisseur, the cinephile, but it also occurs, as a partial component of cinematic pleasure, in those who just go to the cinema. 75. Another example of the use of the psychoanalytical form of explanation to account for the LM viewer's pleasure can be found in psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment. The enjoyment of horror LMS can seem to be a plausible candidate for a psychoanalytical account. As is often pointed out, enjoying horror LMS appears to entail a paradox, what Carroll has famously called the paradox of horror. The Denning feature of horror LMS seems to be the emotions they elicit in their viewers, emotions that are ostensibly unpleasurable, such as fear and disgust, yet viewers appear to enjoy horror LMS precisely because they are works of horror. Because it is hard to explain why viewers might enjoy LMS deemed by their capacity to arouse ostensibly unpleasurable emotions, it is easy to leap to the conclusion that this enjoyment must be irrational and that its source lies hidden in the unconscious. Yet, when one surveys explanations of this seemingly paradoxical phenomenon offered by psychoanalytical LM theorists, one NDS that they differ widely about what, precisely, is the unconscious source of the viewer's enjoyment. 6. One group of theorists argues that the viewer enjoys horror LMS because they satisfy the unconscious wish to regain pleasurable but repressed aspects of infancy. Barbara Creed, for example, suggests that the Denning feature of the horror LM is bodily waste, which she believes is associated in the unconscious of human beings with the RST period in infancy when there is supposedly a close, pleasurable bond with the mother prior to learning the social norms of physical cleanliness and autonomy. While the representation of bodily waste in the horror LMLLs the viewer with unpleasurable disgust and loathing, it also gives rise to a pleasure in returning to that time when the mother-child relationship was marked by an untrammeled pleasure in playing with the body and its wastes. 1993, 13. For Creed, the viewer enjoys horror LMS because the representation of bodily waste in them satisfies the unconscious wish to return to a pleasurable period in infancy. Robin Wood makes a similar argument, except that for him it is the wish to return to a pleasurable period prior to the learning of social norms in general, not just social norms governing bodily waste, that is satisfied by horror LMS. Wood argues that the deadening feature of the horror LM is that normality is threatened by the monster, and he deems normality as conformity to dominant social norms. Whereas human beings consciously revere dominant social norms and therefore the monster's threat to them horrific and unpleasurable, unconsciously they wish to smash these norms because they are oppressive. 1979, 175, 177. 7. The viewer therefore enjoys horror LMS, according to Wood, because the monster's threat to dominant social norms satisfies the unconscious wish to return to a pleasurable period in infancy free of those norms. A second group of psychoanalytical LM theorists, however, argues the exact opposite. The horror LM represents unpleasurable, repressed aspects of infancy rather than pleasurable ones, and, far from wanting to regain these aspects, human beings unconsciously wish to overcome them. Horror LMS are enjoyable for viewers because they satisfy this unconscious wish. Kryn Gabbard and Glenn Gabbard, 1987, for example, suggest that the deadening feature of the horror LM is the unpleasurable, repressed infantile anxieties that it evokes, at least in the case of the LM alien. While alien gives rise to the unpleasurable emotion of horror by evoking these repressed anxieties, such as those about nurturingers that can turn against us, this evocation is also ultimately enjoyable for the viewer because of the mastery over and relief from these anxieties that it affords. As Freud, 1920, pointed out, there is a compulsion to repeat those traumatic events that were passively experienced as infants in an effort to gain mastery over them. People line up to see movies like Alien in order to re-encounter powerful unconscious anxieties while retaining a sense that they have some control of an active nature the second time around. Moreover, the movie provides an aesthetic distance so that the audience knows that the terror on the screen is not actually happening to them, and they can experience relief along with their fright. 226, 230. For Gabbard and Gabbard, while the horror LMS evocation of repressed anxieties is unpleasurable for the viewer, ultimately it is also pleasurable because it satisfies the viewer's unconscious wish to gain mastery over and relief from these anxieties. Finally, a third group of theorists has it both ways. According to Carol Clover, for example, our primary and acknowledged identification may be with the victim, the adumbration of our infantile fears and desires, our memory sense of ourselves as tiny and vulnerable in the face of the enormous other, but the other is also nally another part of ourself, the projection of our repressed infantile rage and desire, that we have had in the name of civilization to repudiate. 1987, 95. For Clover, the horror LM represents pleasurable and unpleasurable repressed aspects of infancy simultaneously. Viewers enjoy horror LMS because they satisfy the wish to regain the pleasurable aspects and overcome the unpleasurable ones at the same time. Despite their divergent arguments, the theories I have just surveyed share the same basic psychoanalytical form of explanation. They all attempt to explain the viewer's enjoyment of horror LMS by postulating the existence of an unconscious wish, and arguing that horror LMS are pleasurable because they satisfy this unconscious wish, although they disagree about what the content of this unconscious wish is. What I want to do is show that this psychoanalytical form of explanation traffics in a major confusion about the meaning of the concept of pleasure. 3. Implicit in the use of the psychoanalytical form of explanation to account for the viewer's enjoyment of horror LMS are two basic assumptions concerning pleasure, assumptions so taken for granted by psychoanalytical LM theorists that they are rarely explicitly articulated. Both can be found in Freud's writings. 1. The satisfaction of an unconscious wish is pleasurable. 2. Something is pleasurable because it satisfies an unconscious wish, for which satisfaction is pleasurable. I will examine both of these assumptions and argue that each betrays a failure to grasp the same basic aspect of the meaning of the concept of pleasure. Taking the second assumption, RST, psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment assume that the pleasure of satisfying an unconscious wish explains why human beings enjoy what it is that satisfies the unconscious wish, namely, viewing horror LMS. But are they right to do so? Certainly, we often invoke the pleasure of satisfying a wish to explain why we enjoy what satisfies it. For example, if I have a strong desire to eat a good meal because I have not eaten well for a long time, my pleasure in satisfying my wish by eating a good meal can explain why I enjoyed the meal. Similarly, if I have an intense urge to go for a long walk because I have been indoors for a lengthy period of time, the enjoyment of satisfying my wish by going for a long walk can explain why I took pleasure in the walk. If we look closely at these two examples, however, we can see that the wish that is invoked to explain why we enjoy what satisfies it is of a certain kind. For in both cases, the act or activity that satisfies the wish is desired and enjoyed as an end in itself. It is not a means to something else that is desired and enjoyed. I do not go for a long walk because it is a means to something else that I wish for and whose attainment is pleasurable, say, seeing a friend who lives a long way away. Rather, I desire and enjoy a long walk for its own sake, because I have been indoors for a lengthy period of time. Similarly, I do not eat a good meal because it is a means to something else I desire and whose attainment is enjoyable, say, a stimulating conversation with my dinner partner. Rather, I wish for and take pleasure in a good meal for its own sake, because I have not eaten well for a long time. In both cases, the wish that is invoked to explain why we enjoy what satisfies it is of a certain kind. It is, to use the contemporary philosophical jargon, an intrinsic wish. 8. The act or activity that satisfies it, or a property of that act or activity. 9. Is desired and enjoyed as an end in itself and not as a means to something else that is desired and enjoyed. Thus, as these two examples show, it can make sense to invoke the pleasure of satisfying a wish to explain why it is we enjoy what satisfies it, when the wish is an intrinsic one. In psychoanalytical LM theories, however, the kind of wish invoked to explain why we take pleasure in horror LMS is not an intrinsic one, for viewing a horror LM, according to these theories, is not desired and enjoyed as an end in itself. Rather, it is a means to something else that is desired and enjoyed, namely, regaining or overcoming repressed aspects of infancy. The kind of wish invoked by these theories is, again to use contemporary philosophical jargon, extrinsic. The act or activity that satisfies it, viewing a horror LM, is not desired and enjoyed as an end in itself but as a means to something else that is desired and enjoyed, regaining or overcoming repressed aspects of infancy. This difference between the intrinsic wishes of the RST2 examples and the extrinsic wish postulated by psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment can be illustrated by pointing to the fact that, because it is not desired and enjoyed for its own sake, a different act or activity than viewing a horror LM might bring about the satisfaction of the unconscious wish to regain or overcome repressed aspects of infancy. For example, the viewer might have a dream, daydream, or fantasy that satisfies this unconscious wish. Indeed, psychoanalytical theory gives us reasons to think that these more private activities might satisfy this unconscious wish much better than viewing a horror LM. Satisfying the unconscious wish to regain or overcome repressed aspects of infancy by viewing a horror LM is therefore like satisfying the wish to own new clothes by going to a clothes store to buy them, or satisfying the wish to get rich by investing in the stock market. In these two examples of extrinsic wishes, the act or activity that satisfies the wish is not desired and enjoyed as an end in itself, but as a means to something else that is desired and enjoyed. Hence, other acts and activities can satisfy these wishes equally well. For example, I might satisfy my wish to own new clothes by shopping for them online instead of going to a store, or I might steal to satisfy my wish to get rich, rather than invest in stocks. In the examples of taking a long walk and eating a good meal, however, No other act or activity will satisfy the intrinsic wishes that are invoked to explain why these activities are pleasurable, because they are desired and enjoyed for their own sake. If I desire a good meal because I have been deprived of any food for a long time, for example, it is a good meal I desire and not, say, a bowl of porridge that will remove my hunger equally well. 10 Psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment. It might be remembered, assume that the pleasure of satisfying an unconscious wish explains why we enjoy what satisfies this wish. We have seen that invoking the pleasure of satisfying a wish can explain why we enjoy what satisfies it when the wish is an intrinsic one, when what satisfies it is desired and enjoyed as an end in itself. But what if an extrinsic wish is invoked, as in the case of psychoanalytical theories, and the act or activity that satisfies it is a means to something else that is desired and enjoyed? Are psychoanalytical LM theorists, in other words, right to assume that the pleasure of satisfying the extrinsic wish to regain or overcome repressed aspects of infancy explains why we enjoy the means to its satisfaction, namely, viewing horror LMS? I think not. For means and ends are separate and are therefore enjoyed, or not, separately. It is logically possible, for example, to enjoy the end, yet not enjoy the means. I might be indifferent to or not like shopping in clothes stores, even though I enjoy owning new clothes, or I might actively dislike investing in stocks, even though being rich is very pleasurable. It is also logically possible to enjoy the means regardless of whether I enjoy the end. I might, for example, enjoy going clothes shopping very much, regardless of whether I end up owning new clothes as a result. Similarly, I might take great pleasure in investing in the stock market, whether or not I end up making any money from it. If this is the case, then the pleasure of satisfying the extrinsic wish to regain or overcome repressed aspects of infancy does not explain why we enjoy horror LMS. For even if we do possess this unconscious wish, a big if, and even if viewing horror LMS does satisfy it, thereby giving us pleasure, this does not mean, as psychoanalytical LM theorists assume, that we enjoy horror LMS themselves. For means and ends are separate and are enjoyed, or not, separately. Hence, just as we may not like investing in the stock market, even though we greatly enjoy being rich as a result, so we may actively dislike viewing horror LMS, even though we enjoy the satisfaction of the unconscious wish that this activity putatively brings about. Invoking the pleasure of satisfying a wish does not explain why we enjoy what satisfies it when the wish is an extrinsic one, as it is in the case of psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment. Viewing horror LMS is not desired and enjoyed for its own sake in such theories, but as a means to something else that is desired and enjoyed. And means and ends are separate and are enjoyed, or not, separately. 11. The fact that psychoanalytical theories confuse enjoyment of the end, the pleasure of satisfying the extrinsic wish to regain or overcome repressed aspects of infancy, with enjoyment of the means, viewing horror LMS, betrays a failure to grasp a basic aspect of the meaning of the concept of pleasure, which is that enjoyment cannot be separated from the thing that is enjoyed in the way that means and ends can be separated. 12. If I enjoy an act or activity, such as viewing LMS, then it is that act or activity I enjoy. My pleasure cannot, logically speaking, be separated from the thing that is pleasurable in the way that I can enjoy the means separately from the end. This is because, as Gilbert Ryle was the RST to point out, we cannot conceive of enjoyment occurring on its own. We could not make sense of the statement that someone had been just enjoying, any more than we could of the statement that he had been simply being interested or merely absorbed. 61. Ryle clarifies this basic aspect of the meaning of pleasure by comparing pleasure to organic sensations such as pain. It is logically possible, for example, to have a headache on its own, and the same is true of organic sensations in general, such as tickles. Hence, it makes perfect sense to say, I have a headache, or, I have an itch on my leg, without reference to something that might be causing these sensations. But it is senseless to say I have a pleasure, or I am enjoying, without there being something to end pleasurable or enjoyable, just as it is unintelligible to say I am interested, or I am absorbed, without there being something to have an interest or absorption in. Another way of demonstrating this is by noting that, unlike an organic sensation, pleasure does not have a bodily location. While it makes perfect sense to say I have a pain in my foot, or my head is aching, it makes no sense to say I have a pleasure in my foot, or my head is enjoying. David Perry usefully summarizes Ryle's clarification of this basic aspect of the meaning of pleasure in the following way: one cannot just have pleasure as one logically could just have a pain, ache, or tickle. One must get pleasure from something, take pleasure in something, or feel pleasure at something. It is a part of the concept of pleasure that it have some object. 94. Psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment, however, necessarily separate enjoyment from the thing enjoyed, horror LMS, by arguing that viewers enjoy an independent end to which horror LMS are the means, the satisfaction of the unconscious wish to regain or overcome repressed aspects of infancy. They thereby demonstrate their failure to grasp the basic aspect of the meaning of pleasure clarified by Ryle. 13. Why is it that psychoanalytical theories separate enjoyment from horror LMS by confusing enjoyment of the end with enjoyment of the means? One reason, perhaps, is that in everyday life there is often no need to distinguish between whether we enjoy something for its own sake or whether it is merely a means to something else we enjoy. We therefore regularly use the concept of pleasure without being precise about what it is, exactly, we enjoy. G. H. von Wright gives an example of a man who says he likes getting up early in the mornings. Consider, the man who likes to get up early in the morning. Must he find early rising pleasant? Some men may rise early for hedonic reasons, i.e., in order to enjoy the morning, the freshness of the morning air, the beauty of the sunrise, etc. But rather few, I think, of those who say they like to get up early, would give such reasons for their liking. Someone may like to get up early because he has so many things to do that, if he stays in bed till sick late, he will not have time to do them at all, or his afternoon will be badly rushed or he will have to work at night. But he may be completely indifferent to the peculiar pleasures of the early morning hours. Should this man not rather than say that he wants to get up early than say that he likes to get up early? Or perhaps the suggestion will be that our man should say that he has to or must get up early, considering that this is not anything which he likes to or wants to do for its own sake, but something that is forced upon him by the practical necessities of life. The answer is that the uses of like to do and want to do and have to do shade into one another, and that we sometimes say that we like to do things, the doing of which is a source neither of passive nor of active pleasure to us. 78-79. Thus, in everyday life, we often have no need to be precise about whether we enjoy an act or activity for its own sake, or whether it is a means to something else we enjoy. However, just because we often have no need to make this distinction does not mean that there is no distinction to be made. For if questioned, the man who says that he likes getting up early would, of course, be able to specify whether he enjoys the peculiar pleasures of the early morning hours, or whether getting up early is a means to a separate end that he enjoys, such as completing his work. 14. If the later Wittgenstein is right, however, there is another reason why psychoanalytical theories separate enjoyment from horror LMS by confusing enjoyment of the end with enjoyment of the means, which is that psychoanalysis is a reductionist theory. As others have noted, psychoanalysis shares with other philosophies and theories of mind numerous philosophical problems diagnosed by Wittgenstein in his later writings. This is because, as Jacques Bouveris has pointed out, psychoanalysis is, in nearly all respects, a thoroughly traditional theory of mind, regardless of the standard clichés about Freud's revolution. Freud has often been credited, if not with an actual discovery of the unconscious, at least with the introduction of a revolutionary idea of its nature and function. It is less frequently noticed, however, that his vision of consciousness remained utterly traditional and bound to the idea of consciousness as the internal perception of objects of a certain type, the paradigm of clear and immediate perception. Freud's conception of the nature of consciousness conforms perfectly to the classical model. Except that against the tendency of philosophers to identify the mental with the conscious, Freud maintains that the mental should rather be considered essentially unconscious, and only accidentally and occasionally endowed with the property we call consciousness. For a mental object, he contends, the fact of being perceived is nearly as contingent and secondary as it is for a physical one. 22-23, 15. Because of what Bouveris here calls its classical model of consciousness, psychoanalysis is just as vulnerable as other psychological theories to Wittgenstein's philosophical arguments about private language, the homunculus fallacy, and the distinction between reasons and causes. However, psychoanalysis also shares with psychological theories in general another, less noted but equally fundamental, feature. It assumes that it can explain intentional mental states, states that are about something, by reducing or breaking them down into freestanding internal states, processes, and mechanisms, such as an unconscious wish, of which human beings have no necessary awareness and which therefore need to be revealed by a theory. However, according to Wittgenstein, any such theoretical reduction is doomed to failure from the start. As Tim Thornton has recently put it, Wittgenstein argues that no substantial explanation of mental content is possible. No account can be given that breaks mental content down into underlying mechanisms or processes. Any such attempt will either turn out to presuppose the very thing it attempts to explain, or it will fail to sustain the normativity of content. Once mental states are construed as freestanding independent states, the question of what connects them to behavior and to the world becomes pressing. But, at the same time, it becomes unanswerable. 27. By the normativity of content, Thornton means that an intentional mental state prescribes what correctly fools it, just as a rule determines what correctly accords with it. For example, if I wish to eat an apple, then it is an apple I wish to eat, and not something else, such as a pear, which will stop me feeling hungry equally as well as an apple. Similarly, if I enjoy a horror LM, it is the horror LM that I enjoy, and not something else, such as the popcorn I am eating while watching the LM, which may also be very pleasurable. Reductionist theories attempt to explain intentional mental states such as enjoyment by breaking them down into freestanding internal states, processes, and mechanisms. But in doing so, according to Wittgenstein, they inevitably sever the normative connection between the intentional mental state and what it is about by postulating one or more theoretical intermediaries between the state and its object. As I have labored to show, it is precisely this latter failure that psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment suffer from. By postulating the existence of an internal, freestanding mental state between enjoyment and the horror LM, the unconscious wish to regain or overcome repressed aspects of infancy, these theories necessarily separate enjoyment from horror LMS themselves by arguing that it is the internal mental state, the satisfaction of an unconscious wish, that viewers enjoy. They therefore cannot explain what they set out to account for, why it is viewers enjoy horror LMS. In other words, to paraphrase Thornton, once it is argued that it is an internal mental state that is enjoyed, the question of what connects the state to the horror LM becomes pressing but unanswerable. This basic philosophical problem of failing to sustain the normative connection between enjoyment and the thing that is enjoyed due to theoretical reductionism is also evident in the RST assumption implicit in the use of the psychoanalytical form of explanation to account for the viewer's enjoyment of horror LMS. This is the assumption that we can enjoy an internal state of which we have no necessary awareness and which therefore needs to be revealed by a theory, such as the satisfaction of an unconscious wish. This assumption is fundamental to psychoanalytical theory in general. But does it make sense? According to this assumption, it is possible for a human being to enjoy something such as the satisfaction of a wish without being aware of what is enjoyable, because it is unconscious. In the case of horror LMS, the viewer enjoys the satisfaction of the wish to regain or overcome repressed aspects of infancy without being aware that this is what is enjoyable, because the wish is unconscious. 16. However, if this were the case, we would be able to conceive of someone experiencing pleasure without him being aware of what it is he is ending pleasurable. In other words, we would be able to conceive of pleasure as occurring independently of awareness of the thing that is pleasurable because that thing is unconscious. And, as we have already seen, this is senseless because it is part of the concept of pleasure that it have some object. As Ryle argues, we cannot experience pleasure independently of the thing that is pleasurable in the way that we can experience a pain, such as a headache, on its own. Thus, to ND something pleasurable, it is logically necessary that we be aware of what that something is. 17 For we cannot, in the logical sense, ND something enjoyable if we are not aware of what that something is, just as we cannot ND something interesting or absorbing without being aware of what that something is. We have to, in other words, be aware of the thing that is enjoyable to ND it enjoyable. For instance, to borrow an example from Ryle, if I ND a joke amusing, then the question what gave me that pleasure, does not await an answer. For of course I already know that it was that joke, if it was that joke that had amused me. 59. Of course, we may fail to know, or at least to acknowledge to ourselves, that something gives us pleasure. And we may not be able to say what it is about something, such as a joke, that we ND enjoyable. But what we cannot do, if Ryle is right, is ND something pleasurable without being aware of what that something is, as psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment assume. Thus, not only do these theories fail to explain what they set out to account for because they confuse enjoyment of the end with enjoyment of the means, but the thing that they argue is enjoyed by horror LM viewers, the satisfaction of the unconscious wish to regain or overcome repressed aspects of infancy, is one that it is logically impossible to enjoy. For by arguing that this wish is unconscious, psychoanalytical theories once again sever the normative connection between enjoyment and the thing enjoyed by assuming that pleasure can be experienced independently of awareness of the thing that is pleasurable. In this essay, I have tried to show that there is a basic confusion about the meaning of the concept of pleasure embedded in psychoanalytical theories of horror LM enjoyment. This confusion is revealed in two assumptions about pleasure implicit in the use of the psychoanalytical form of explanation by horror LM theorists, that the satisfaction of an unconscious wish is pleasurable, and that something is pleasurable because it satisfies an unconscious wish for which satisfaction is pleasurable. Both of these assumptions, I have argued, in different ways betray a failure to grasp a basic aspect of the meaning of pleasure. 1 Rst clarid by Ryle, that it is part of the concept of pleasure that it have some object. To me, these assumptions seem so fundamental to the psychoanalytical form of explanation that it is hard to imagine psychoanalytical LM theory without them. This is the reason I am pessimistic about the possibility of future psychoanalytical LM theories overcoming this conceptual confusion about pleasure. However, it is the reductionism of psychoanalysis, I believe, that is the real reason for pessimism about the future of psychoanalytical LM theory. For if Wittgenstein is right, because psychoanalysis explains intentional mental states by reducing them to internal, freestanding states, processes, and mechanisms, it inevitably severs the normative connection between the mental state and its object. In the case of cinematic pleasure, by placing a theoretical intermediary between the viewer's enjoyment and the LM he enjoys, namely, an unconscious wish, and arguing that it is the satisfaction of this wish that viewers enjoy, psychoanalysis can no longer explain what it sets out to explain, why the viewer enjoys LM. If Wittgenstein's critique of reductionism is correct, psychoanalysis is not the only theoretical paradigm in cinema studies that suffers from this basic philosophical problem. Any reductionist theory, including contemporary cognitivist theories that reduce intentional mental states to internal cognitive processes, will inevitably sever the normative connection between intentional mental states and what they are about by placing theoretical intermediaries between the state and its object. Normativity cannot be reduced, if the later Wittgenstein is right. 18. 5 Cynthia Freeland. Explaining the uncanny in the double life of V. Ironique. It is only rarely that a psychoanalyst feels impelled to investigate the subject of aesthetics. but it does occasionally happen that he has to interest himself in some particular province of that subject, and this province usually proves to be a rather remote one, and one which has been neglected in the specialist literature of aesthetics. The subject of the uncanny is a province of this kind. Sigmund Freud. Krzysztof Kieslowski's 1991 LM The Double Life of V. Ironique, La Double Vie de V. Ironique, hereafter DLV, is a gently tragic tale whose eerie tone merits the label uncanny. Premised on the assumption that life itself may be uncanny, DLV tells the tale of two women in France and Poland who are somehow doubles, and who feel this about themselves. Both are played by Irene Jacob, who won Best Actress at Cannes for her performance. This premise is made plausible through a rich cinematic style, comparable to the paintings of Vermeer. We often see a woman standing in a room illuminated with side lighting from a window, and Rembrandt, the movie was shot with alder that provided a golden tone. Through strikingly composed sequences, DLV insists that unsettling structures of fate are at work in both art and life. For example, the Polish Veronica is singing an ethereal musical phrase on stage when she collapses from a weak heart and dies. The screen is darkened as she is buried, then the viewer is suddenly transported into the world of V. Ironique, who senses her double's death. In the French scenes, this musical phrase recurs, but it is unclear whether a character is hearing it or it is LM music that only we are hearing. V. Ironique falls in love with a puppet artist, Alexander, Philippe Voltaire, who performs at the school where she teaches music. When he notices a photo she had accidentally taken of her double during a visit to Poland, V. Ironique at last gains the proof she has sought that her feelings were correct, but too late. She senses that the now dead Veronica has preceded her in a way that alerted her to certain dangers. For instance, V. Ironique was warned off pursuing a high-stress singing career as she became aware of her own heart problems. Near the LMS conclusion, Alexander creates two new puppets depicting V. Ironique, to use for a children's story. Though uttered, V. Ironique becomes upset, and eerie aspects of the uncanny peak in this scene. She asks why there are two puppets, and Alexander explains that since he handles them a lot during performance they are easily damaged. The hint of death is underscored as V. Ironique plays with one puppet while the camera pans to show the other, lying limp on the table. Jacob's luminous face is seen in close-up and her eyes LL with tears that spill down her cheeks. She asks Alexander the name of his story and he says he will entitle it The Double Life of. I'm not sure what I'll call them. This opens up what the French call a mise en abîme. The puppeteer's story turns out to be V. Ironique's own story, the story of this very LM. This scene has a subtle mystery and delicacy, and is not gimmicky, as it might sound. Overcome with emotion, V. Ironique leaves Alexander to return, in the LMSnal scene, to ND comfort at her father's house in the country. DLV is fascinating but puzzling. Is the puppeteer a metaphor for the maker, even for God? Does doubling in this LM highlight fate or contingency, salvation or loss, connection or disruption? Repeated viewing makes parts of the plot clearer, but leaves much ambiguity. The puppet scene takes this LM into a Borges-like paradox. It becomes a fantastic tale. In short, it is uncanny. The uncanny is a broad notion that applies to phenomena, in both life and artworks, that are eerie yet enticing, strange yet familiar, creepy yet not horrific. The uncanny shows up in many artistic genres, example in paintings by Magritte or Fuseli, or stories by Edgar Allan Poe. Uncanny LMS can emerge in genres like horror, LM noir, and melodrama. Examples include The Birds, 1963, The Shining, 1980, Touch of Evil, 1958, and The Piano, 1993. Freud is probably right that the uncanny is not, even now, the subject of intense study by aesthetics scholars. I hope this essay will open up further discussions into how the uncanny relates to other uncomfortable emotional responses to art, including horror, dread, and the sublime. Freud and the uncanny. To explain the impact of a LM like DLV, Freud's theory of the uncanny has initial appeal. Freud studied the uncanny from an interest in unusual psychological phenomena. His theory makes special reference to doubling, DLV's main theme, and he uses as his key example a story that features a wooden doll who passes for human. Thus, links with DLV and its puppet theme are especially intriguing. But I resist the appeal of Freud's account, partly because, like other writers in cognitive LM studies, I reject psychoanalysis as a theory of the mind. Cognitivism employs newer theories of the mind and brain to explain how we perceive LMS and why we enjoy them. 3. As Gregory Curry baldly states, psychoanalysis is false. If we use psychology to study LM, we should use cognitive science. 13. David Bordwell and Noel Carroll say that cognitivists seek to understand human thought, emotion, and action by appeal to processes of mental representation, naturalistic processes, and some sense of rational agency. 1996, 16. Rational seems a troubling word here. Can cognitivists attend to subtle emotions to address the impact of uncanny artworks, with all their mystery and ambiguity? I think so, and that we can improve on what I see as another major problem with Freud's account. Attending to psychological nuances in life and art, Freud sought explanations of why we respond to certain actions. He offered a deep explanation of the uncanny as grounded in more primitive and allegedly universal human motivations. But Freud neglected the very phenomenon he purported to be studying, namely an aesthetic one. Not only is it possible, and I think correct, to reject his deep explanations, we need a better alternative account of the aesthetics of the uncanny. Freud dealt with the uncanny, unheimlich, in 1919, when he was working out the concept of the death instinct in Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Freud's essay begins with some etymological research, then focuses on the story, The Sandman. For E.T.A. Hoffmann's tales, like Poe's, typically sustain a feverish atmosphere with mysterious, implied evil rather than monsters and outright gore and violence. The Sandman tells of a young man, Nathaniel, haunted by fear that an evil Sandman resembling a sinister visitor to his father's house will snatch out his eyes. Later in life, Nathaniel encounters the same evil man, who has used stolen eyes to adorn an artificial woman, Olympia, with whom the hero has fallen in love. Eventually, feeling deeply persecuted, Nathaniel tries to murder his former sweetheart, Clara, then jumps to his death from a high tower. Freud argues that the uncanny involves something from ordinary life that is familiar, yet alien, and frightening. He interprets Hoffmann's story as illustrating fear of castration due to Oedipal conflict and repression of childhood libido. Nathaniel experiences the Sandman as uncanny, frightening yet familiar, and a block to his love. The uncanny involves a repetition compulsion, the youth's need to repeat a critical early trauma. W. Hadever reminds us of this inner repetition compulsion is perceived as uncanny, x. 5. Freud claims that something similar applies to us as readers of the story. We too go through this repetition, compulsion and experience the related, universal psychological anxiety. Freud apparently believes this is connected to our pleasure in reading. We somehow enjoy revisiting the threatening psychic arena of the Oedipal complex. A second explanation is offered in Freud's essay for the specific phenomenon of uncanny doubling. Some types of the uncanny involve not the castration complex, but feelings of magical power, doubling, or helplessness. Despite differences in origin, these cases manifest a similar mechanism. The story occasions not repetition of a repressed infantile fear, but reawakening and even confirmation of an infantile wish or even only an infantile belief. 140. Because such cases involve effacing the distinction between imagination and reality. 152, Freud regards them as more common in literature. A realistic story may reawaken infantile beliefs that we have dismissed or, in Freud's words, surmounted, like the belief that the dead may return to life, that there are psychic powers, etc. Or that we have a double. Not all such stories evoke the uncanny, but stories about such scenarios that convey them as vivid and realistic might. 6. This is a condition that does seem to apply to DLV, but I still have doubts. Doubling and the psychoanalytic uncanny for Freud. Doubling involves the second, infantile belief, type of the uncanny. On this, he refers readers to an earlier, 1914, essay by Otto Rank. Rank has gone into the connections which the double has with reactions in mirrors, with shadows, with guardian spirits, with the belief in the soul and with the fear of death, but he also lets in a bit of light on the surprising evolution of the idea. For the double was originally an insurance against the destruction of the ego, an energetic denial of the power of death, as Rank says, and probably the immortal soul was the RST double of the body. 141. Freud construes the double as an idea an infant employs to ward off fear of death. This primitive or magical belief is overcome in adulthood, but literature, and presumably LMS, that make it believable can cause anxiety plus recognition. In art, a double is frightening because it brings to mind our fear of death, the fear we were originally trying to avoid. We can see how Freud's notion of repetition, compulsion in the uncanny links to his developing notion of the death instinct. Freud's account seems to apply to DLV. In this LM, a young woman facing a fear of death is protected and reassured by the existence of her double. Freud would say that Veronique's belief in her double wreaks her infantile wish for a companion or guardian angel. We learn from the narrative that both girls' mothers died when they were very young. Veronique's double makes sacrifices for her and even dies, in a sense, to warn her against dangerous mistakes. Veronique, like us, gets reminded of the reality of death in the puppet scene by seeing the limp puppet on the table, hence the movie's power to disturb us. This story supposedly works on viewers by reviving our own surmounted infantile beliefs. It makes the existence of the double seem very real. The narrative RST sets out Veronica's story with concrete details of place and persons, so that we cannot deny her existence. Perhaps this seduces us into the infantile belief we once had but have now surmounted as we became adults. Strangely, it is not clear why Freud thinks such a story would be enjoyable. He never acknowledges that the Sandman might offer pleasure. Instead he implies that it is compelling because of our own repetition, compulsion. Freud's explanation of the uncanny in works of art invokes numerous postulates, including many not argued for in the essay itself. Evidence was presumably supplied elsewhere, example in Rank's article. Such tenets include that certain kinds of infantile thoughts and fears exist and are universal, that among these thoughts are thoughts of a double, that such thoughts serve a particular aim, averting the fear of death, that certain processes of outgrowing or surmounting the relevant beliefs are a normal part of the maturation process, that an artwork can create or inspire, even if momentarily, the return of such a belief, and, nally, that should this happen, it will create a fairly specific emotional experience of what we call the uncanny. In sum, in the Freudian story about the uncanny, we can endy a deep psychological account for certain connects of intriguing artworks. The connects supposedly occur between fairly universal and primitive emotions, desires, or libidinous feelings, and a more advanced and rational order of beliefs, recognition of laws, or convictions about reality. The depiction of certain scenarios is likely to evoke these emotional, cognitive connects. Freud's explanation has many problems. It is a major step to accept all the tenets he presumes. I do not believe that these are well-supported views of the self, primitive thoughts, infantile thoughts, and so on. 7. Contemporary studies of the emotions do not support his view that all repressed emotion turns into anxiety. 8. And recent research into the neuropsychiatry of the doppelganger phenomenon also casts doubt on Freud's approach. This phenomenon is a well-recognized effect of various disorders such as epilepsy and spastic brain lesions, and it can be treated with spastic medications. 9. Its occurrence in authors like Dostoevsky might seem less surprising in this light, and it is also possible to explain its recurrence as a literary theme in terms of cultural familiarity rather than deep and universal psychic needs and beliefs. But more problematic, and my real subject here, is Freud's inattention to the aesthetic. He relies upon identical causal hypotheses to explain uncanny emotions of the characters in the story and uncanny emotions experienced by readers, or viewers, of the story. But why must we explain the way DLV works by appeal to something deep and even infantile within us that makes us parallel to Veronique? I am not convinced that his account even works for her. When Veronique obtains the photographic proof of doubleness, it is both intensely pleasant, because it eases doubts about her conviction, and intensely painful, because she feels that this double is now dead. The uncanny, as Freud analyzes it, seems wholly one-sided. Pleasure in particular is missing. This problem worsens when we ask how viewers experience what is uncanny about Veronique's world. It is implausible that the LM is uncanny because it reawakens in us a conviction of some previously held belief in the existence of a double. True, the LM depicts a double as plausible, but why must this relate to each viewer's own double? Why not say rather that viewers respond with varied thoughts and emotions to the very idea of a doubling of identity as presented here, just as to the presentation of Nathaniel's story in The Sandman? We need not fear that our own lovers are mere puppets to enjoy this fictional premise and play along with the storyteller's engaging world. My point here is that Freud's treatment of the uncanny actually ignores the aesthetic. He writes, in the passage quoted at the start, as if psychoanalysis wanders unwillingly into terrain where it is competing with aesthetics professors. 10 Neil Hertz, in a brilliant discussion of Freud's essay, similarly criticizes Freud for ending no literature there in Hoffman's story. Freud has overstabilized his RST account of the story. There is, indeed, more cause for doubt and uncertainty as one moves through The Sandman than Freud allows. What is remarkable is that everything he includes within quotation marks has already appeared within quotation marks in The Sandman. The words of the narrator have completely disappeared, replaced by Freud's own, and we have the illusion of watching Nathaniel's actions through a medium considerably more transparent than Hoffman's text. 105. Hertz adds, it may be that what is unsettling, if not uncanny, about The Sandman is as much a function of its surface as of the depths it conceals. 105. The Sandman uses a complex narrative opening with a series of feverishly written letters. Its verbal descriptions are graphic and the narrator's increasing paranoia is evident to readers. The story is short and rapidly paced. Readers are led to question Olympia's authenticity by clues planted well before Nathaniel's own hurried recognition of her empty eye sockets and rattling wooden joints. Nathaniel occupies a paranoid position even in relation to his own readers. I agree with Hertz, that Freud's search for deep emotions leads him to elide the surface of Hoffman's story, ignoring how it creates and evokes aesthetic response. Similar problems arise when applying Freud's theory to a LM like DLV. Not all stories about doubles are uncanny, some are amusing, Twins 1988, and some horrific, Sisters 1973, Dead Ringers 1988. We need more nuanced attention to this unique LMS power as an artwork to see how it sustains an uncanny atmosphere, a more textural description of how its aesthetic surface prompts viewers' thoughts and feelings. Cognitivists hold that reactions to a LM like DLV are very complex and multifaceted. Many viewers are likely to enjoy the movie's visual beauty and its unusual music. Audience emotions are often cued by characters and situations. We may feel shocked and sad when Veronica dies, we may empathize with Veronique, while seeing her as unique and distinctive. No doubt many audience members feel desire for this beautiful young woman. Similarly, people may sympathize when her lover turns out to be less than ideal. We must also employ cognitive abilities, for example, to follow the odd narrative and interpret its visual symbols. Some viewers may dislike the LM because its plot has too many coincidences. Others, like myself, will suspend disbelief and relish the intellectual puzzles it raises about personal identity and fate. Cognitivists do not deny that people have emotions, nor do we insist that they are aroused in ways that are always rational and predictable. Cognitivists aim to use the best available theories of the mind, whether from neuroscience, physiology, psychology, sociology, anthropology, or other else. New research on the neuroscience of emotions has shown how humans have very complicated arrays of emotion systems. Scientists also emphasize the complex interactions among emotions, thoughts, and actions. We often need to allude to historical and social factors to account for specific emotions, say, those aroused by a religious ritual, a romantic scene, an advertisement, a horror tale, etc. Diverse human abilities are brought to bear on the experience and interpretation of artworks like The Sandman or DLV. Kieslowski's LM creates uncanny effects through a combination of beauty, surprise, confusion, and mystery, rewarding our active responses, both cognitive and emotional. The director both draws us into the story by its beauty and emotional power and forces us to see it as a story by deliberate devices. For example, we are in a confusing cut from witnessing Veronica's sudden, shocking death and burial, to seeing her apparently alive again. After a fade-out in the Polish burial scene, the screen titles indicate we have changed scenes to Paris, and the characters are now speaking French. We must infer this is not Veronica but a mysterious redoubling of her. The same actress subtly imparts doubleness through enactment of the diegetic reality of a separate person, Véronique, who looks much the same but acts different. Also striking is the mood shift created by this disorienting cut. When we suddenly see Véronique after the sad burial scene, she is having sex with an old boyfriend. The switch from funeral lament to vivid eroticism is wrenching, allowing us no pause to catch our breath and regroup. The director heightens each scene's distinctive emotional power in various ways. He personalizes death in the burial scene by shooting from within the grave as clods fall down over the camera. He next LMS the sex scene in tight close-ups that show intimate images of lips, a breast, and tangled limbs. This unsettling emotional roller coaster ride, which calls for active viewing and imagining, is repeated in another scene juxtaposing eroticism with grief, after Véronique's crucial discovery of the photograph of her double she unwittingly took from a tour bus in Poland. In the picture, Veronica stares back, offering Véronique a look of recognition seen only too late, after her death. Earlier, the LM showed Veronica watching the tourist bus with the girl taking photographs, struck dumb by seeing her own double. Véronique lingers over the photograph, then bursts into heart-rending tears. Her new lover, the puppet master, strokes her face and kisses her, until comfort and consolation merge with arousal, and Véronique's sobs turn to sharp cries of pleasure. The camera creates viewer detachment and requires active interpretation, though, as it pans to show objects fallen out of her purse. It zeroes in on a crystal marble with silver stars. The alert viewer realizes it is just like one of Veronica's we saw earlier as she played with it. Now, Véronique's marble slowly rolls across a sheet of music and becomes a miniature globe encompassing the cosmos as the bed is jolted by the lover's passion. Beautiful small touches like these constitute what I am calling this LMS aesthetic surface. Like the literary surface of Hoffman's narrative style, this is crucial to making the work uncanny. Freud simply looks through a text surface to its depths, repressed castration anxiety or reawakened infantile beliefs. There are, to be sure, depths in this movie. As a cognitivist I cannot ignore the emotions raised by its themes and subject matter. But a successful artwork's themes are inseparable from its style, both are needed to sustain the uncanny. I think the best account of what makes this particular LM uncanny must cite many aspects of its style and plot, showing how it raises key puzzles of reexivity and self-referentiality. Reexivity. Much of what is puzzling and uncanny about DLV stems from its being, and being perceived as, a reexive artwork. In this way too it resembles The Sandman, which foregrounds the issue of how to tell Nathaniel's tale. DLV tacks between being a realistic LM and being one with obvious reminders of its fictional status. The Borges-like twist at the end, through which this movie we are watching becomes this movie we are watching, works as a labyrinthine device that requires reaction upon the filmmaker's storytelling art. This leads viewers to vacillate between the immediate power of emotions, like the sadness expressed by the actress/character, and a higher cognitive meditation on life and art. DLV raises multiple questions. Has Veronique simply made a mistake in choosing an insensitive lover, or have we made the mistake in ending her world convincing and enthralling? Artworks since at least the Iliad have used life/art parallels to raise similar questions about human meaning and purpose. The horror Nathaniel feels upon realizing that Olympia is a puppet is not just repulsion at her, but a larger horror of being victimized by fate, as if there is an overwhelming plot against him, which there is, of course, Hoffman's own. The Sandman is like DLV in that both works pile up coincidences that seem absurd but are shown so plausibly that they ultimately raise large questions about the role of art and creative choice in our lives. DLV presents its emotional peak in the Mycenobim scene where Veronique's lover reveals the puppet play that is the story of her life, and also of this very LM. Our response to the scene does not end once we realize it is metacinematic, since we can remember and react on, or reinterpret, earlier scenes. The movie is permeated with metaphors for the doubling of art and life. It is a LM about personal identity as an issue for art, and specifically for LM art. DLV meditates on identity through many scenes of performance, acting, and, literal, visual, reaction that make us focus on doubling and authenticity. Let me just mention a few of these key scenes. The LMS opening sequence, marked Poland 1968, shows a disorienting pattern of dark blues with bright white lights. We gradually read this as the globe of a night sky, and since we see a little girl whose face is upside down, it seems we are witnessing her point of view shot. A woman's voice, presumably her mother's, points out the initude of stars and how none of them are alike. This scene is visually beautiful, perceptually confusing, and intellectually challenging. It segues to a scene, marked France 1968, of another little girl examining a leaf, as another mother's voice talks about the leaf's patterns and textures. The presence of patterns in nature, and of repeating items, stars, leaves, is thereby economically and seductively introduced. Later sequences allude back to these opening scenes. When Veronica visits her aunt in Krakow, the landscape unfolds through a train window. She playfully views it through a small marble that acts as a lens, daring her, and our, view. The clear glass marble has little silver stars floating around in it that decorate the scenery as we look. The girl/actress also looks directly at us, at the camera, and smiles, as if to ensure we have caught on to a point. Later, the puppeteer mischievously bounces light off a lens to cast dazzling reactions in Veronique's eyes. Such scenes imply various meanings and evoke complex thoughts. The light of the lens can dazzle as well as fascinate, hurt as well as please the eye, inform as well as seduce. Lenses cast multiple images, they mirror the multiplicity of the natural world, and so on. Even the null scene before the fade-out reinforces the doubling theme, as we see two images of Veronique embracing her father in the countryside, one real and the other recreated in a window. Similarly, DLV presents messages about life and art, and evokes emotions, through its uses of music and performance. Both Veronique and Veronica are singers whom we see rehearsing, teaching, or performing. The lines on their musical scores are visually juxtaposed to the lines of their electrocardiograms. Veronica dies while straining to reach the high notes in her soprano solo, accompanied by full orchestra during a public performance. Both women's fathers are shown engaging in handiwork projects. We see the puppeteer's performance at the school, as well as his craft of making puppets. Alexander courts Veronique with a sequence of clues drawn from his own children's stories. Thus, one way this LM is uncanny involves its complex use of cinematic means to juxtapose fate with contingency, and art with life. Movies, of course, are artifacts with constructed narratives, but DLV's purposiveness is at odds with its emphasis on contingency. It was an accident that crushed Veronica's engines in a car door, ending her career as a pianist. It was an accident that she sang while watching her friend's rehearsal, catching the attention of the committee and winning the competition to be soloist. Accidental encounters are rife here. These range from our quick glimpse of the man in an overcoat who ashes his genitals at Veronica as her head hangs down after she is stricken with heart pains, to the old lady she sees loaded with heavy shopping bags, to her aunt's lawyer who just happens to be a midget. The emotionally compelling encounter between the doubles, when Veronique visits Krakow on the tourist bus, is itself a matter of sheer contingency. The uncanny and the sublime for Freud, the uncanny is complex and self-referential because it brings to the fore our own psychic experiences or stages of development in previous desires and beliefs. This is why he says that the uncanny artwork is both familiar and alien. There is a similar duality and reactiveness in the related aesthetic phenomenon of the sublime. Kant captures this feature of artistic reactivity in his account of the sublime by describing the experience as involving our subjective feeling of reason's power. Reference to ourselves and to our nature, desires, feelings, and abilities becomes part of the overall experience of a sublime object like a mountain or ocean. The sublime has a particular appeal, Kant thinks, because through it we become aware of our own superior moral powers. 11. There are distinct echoes of all this in Freud's treatment of the uncanny. Here we get another set of mental faculties, a new theory of pleasure and desire, a new hierarchy, and a new psychic connect. 12. DLV appears to meditate on or represent the conditions of its own creation. This kind of feature, concerning certain breakdowns of our conceptual and representational systems, has been at the center of analyses of the sublime by postmodern writers like Derrida and Lyotard. Derrida zeroes in on Kant's peculiar phrasing in saying that the sublime is almost too great to be presentable, 125. The sublime is what a narrative shows without expressing, or what it indicates without spelling out, what is in the margins. Various literary theorists have discussed a similar function of excess in works by authors of the uncanny. Psychoanalytic theory has blended together Freud's discussion of the uncanny with the Kantian notion of what is almost too great for expression, with some critics linking the sublime as an aesthetic category either to the Freudian pre-Oedipal or the Lacanian real. 13 others relate this idea to Hertz's critical point about what Freud ignores in Hoffmann's style, his dazzling literary technique. Without endorsing either these Freud, Kant links or Derrida's reading of Kant, I do agree that the sort of feature that current literary critics are interested in is illustrated by DLV. It confronts us at moments with a breakdown of the medium of representation, here, of course, LM. I have argued elsewhere, partly following Burke, that one way to understand how an artwork like a movie may be sublime is to say that it arouses in the audience reactive awareness of our human powers, not of the moral law within, but of the power of the human artist to create. 14. Reactivity is crucial to both the sublime and the uncanny to explain their combined effects of pleasure and pain. In both types of works, there is an ongoing tension in our experience between what may be painful within the story of artwork and what is pleasurable about its creation as a wonderful artifact. For Kieslowski, the maker to toy with us as viewers, as Alexander toys with Veronique in his puppet play, is painful, but also pleasant because the creation is marvelous and seductive. So far, cognitivist studies of LM emotions have focused primarily on what is involved in feeling emotions like empathy for characters or in imagining their worlds. 15. But some work has begun on this difficult issue of reactivity. For example, in a 1996 book, Ed 10 outlines features of what he calls artifact emotions and calls for further empirical study of how certain LM fans or cinephiles attend and react to movie genres, directors, special effects, and so on that they are passionate about. Similarly, cognitivist accounts of how LM music evokes emotions would also be relevant to understanding DLV. Such accounts recognize, for example, the ambiguity of diegetic versus mood music. 16. Cognitivist theories can describe both our ordinary abilities to think or feel and our more unusual and self-conscious abilities to process works that are self-referential. We can assess the work rationally as a kind of metaphor at the same time that we respond emotionally to whatever is within the metaphor. 17. In Hoffmann's story, as in plays by Shakespeare, Pirandello, Brecht, and many others, the characters are brought up short by thinking of themselves as that, only characters. DLV similarly highlights issues about art and representation. In its climactic scene of the two puppets of V. Ironique, the movie becomes a metaphor for itself. V. Ironique vacillates between being a real and sympathetic human being and a mere character. She is like the puppet Gur, an image of a human created by a man who enjoys telling an artistic but sad story, premised upon Asian. This heightening of the fictional status of the story would also pose problems for Freud's account, which requires that we actually come to accept the hitherto abandoned infantile belief in a double. It is easy to link this man in the LM, Alexander the puppet artist, to Kieslowski, the LM artist. But it is uncanny to shift between seeing this movie as an engaging story and seeing it as just a fairy tale. In another artwork the effect might be different, more horrific, uplifting, existential, or even humorous. I am again thinking of Shakespeare, Calderon, Beckett, Thornton Wilder, and others. Watching this particular LM is at once intriguing and frustrating. I feel resentment at being toyed with. The filmmaker has treated us, as viewers, as pawns in his little artistic game, much as Alexander has treated V. Ironique. But both the LM and the puppet play are extraordinary works of art. The viewer must reach an independent decision concerning how to interpret and feel about the whole experience. Both the puppet play and the LM effectively express an idea that somehow breaks down when we examine it more closely. Their truth or reality vanish into it's just a story. Perhaps it stretches the point, but I would compare the shift that this movie affects at its ending to the one Wittgenstein describes at the close of the tract Tattoos. To see the truth of his claims about language and picturing, one must break through or out of the language he is using. Kieslowski seems to be doing something of this same sort in his LM. The uncanny here, I am suggesting, stems from our awareness of the undecidability of interpretations of DLV. The LM draws us in enough to make us empathize, but then, in effect, pulls the rug out from under us. A successful theory of the uncanny or the sublime, as a certain complex type or range of emotion relevant to LM, would recognize this and perhaps go further in describing or empirically studying how audiences experience it. How do diverse people respond to a movie that breaks the boundaries of what can be represented? Why is it effective and unsettling here, but gimmicky, horrific, or comic elsewhere? I do not think the task is insurmountably difficult. It would call for detailed attention to viewers' ongoing interpretive strategies as we cope with difficult and confusing material on screen. Such an account would resemble one that cognitivist James Peterson, 1996, has sketched to describe viewer strategies in conceptualizing the equally difficult forms of avant-garde cinema. Plays upon gender. Another surface or textural feature of the uncanny as it emerges in DLV involves the ways in which it plays upon gender. This is a LM permeated by sensibility and emotions. It is about a young woman's experiences of love, the erotic, and her own sexuality. It begins with scenes of Veronica, who seems to enjoy an innocently lustful pleasure alike in singing, the feel of rain on her face, and sex with her boyfriend. This same fusion of emotions and sexuality recurs more quietly in the scene of V. Ironique's devastation and sadness when her lover reveals how he has used her life to create a tragic puppet tale. Kieslowski himself goes so far as to say that DLV is a LM of pure emotion, even that T hears no action in it, 189. But I do not mean to claim that this is a woman's picture in the sense of being a melodrama fraught with emotions like sadness and loss. 18. Almost everyone who has reviewed DLV feels compelled to discuss the beauty of its lead actress. Irene Jacob is so central to the LM, and so completely embodies this character who has a double, that it is impossible to imagine its being made without her. It is also very difficult to conceive of its being made as a LM about a young man. Gender must therefore be taken into account in proposing ways to explain DLV's meaning and impact. Gender as an issue is often treated in psychoanalytic accounts, of course, and less often so far by cognitivists. But this is not because it cannot be done. Again, as a cognitivist, I think we can use the best available theories of the mind to interpret the role played by gender in this LM. Gender is related to emotions, social roles, and so on, in ways that many contemporary scientists and social scientists are still exploring. To do this, it is obviously relevant to note that both Hoffman and Kieslowski are male artists, and that the theme of the male artist whose obsession leads to a muse or an artificially created woman is very common in art and literature. Gender is made relevant in DLV by its linkage to the broader themes of fate, life, and art. This LM genderizes the relation between artist and artistic product because it concerns two women whose story turns out to be in the control of a male artist. There have been many other cinematic stories of doubles or twinning. They are a frequent trope in the horror genre, example in Brian De Palma's Sisters. It is also common for a single actor or actress to portray the twins in such LMS. The closest parallel to DLV that I can think of involving men is David Cronenberg's brilliant Dead Ringers. A LM I also consider uncanny. But the doubling in DLV is not horric, due to how the LM's two primary characters experience their doubling. It is not, as in Dead Ringers, a sort of obsessive and ultimately destructive fusion of personalities. 19 Rather, it is comforting, although also eerie, and of course tragic for the one double left behind. Gender is toyed with here in an interaction with the other key features I have described, the LM's reactiveness and its excess, or depiction of the undepictable. This woman, an amalgam of Irene Jacob/Veronica/V Ironique, is a pawn masterfully manipulated by the intricate layerings of the movie. Jacob's role is very strenuous, because she is on screen almost constantly. She, the physical woman, is in a sense the object of adoration here by the director and cinematographer, and perhaps by the audience, as she is studied, stretched, exhausted, and displayed naked in several scenes, even shown in excesses of sexual transport. Like V. Ironique, she is used by a male artist-director for the ends of his story. V. Ironique/Jacob has helped embody it, almost literally, but it is not after all her story. There is a tension here between activity and passivity that confounds simplistic feminist analysis. The actress's marvelous combination of sadness, beauty, and wondrousness helped to turn her null scene of recognition into an indictment not just of her diegetic lover, but of the director as lover who has used and abused a woman in the story he has made up using her energy and life. DLV's layered representation of woman as muse or pawn for the male artist, conveys a scenario that a feminist might criticize, except that it is also part of the very subject matter of DLV itself. The LM builds in a kind of internal critique of the filmmaker and his attitudes by its reactivity. V. Ironique responds angrily and abruptly when Alexander confesses that his elaborate seduction with the mystery audio tape was just an experiment. To test a plot device in his new novel, to see if it could really be done. Later he admits he was lying when he said that. No wonder that Kieslowski has remarked that he doesn't see V. Ironique staying on and having a future with Alexander after the last scene, 182. Yet the LM also cannot be interpreted as conveying a simplistic condemnation of the power and manipulations of the male artist, because art is so celebrated within it. Alexander's puppet artistry is marvelous, as shown by the way it profoundly moves an audience of small children at V. Ironique's school. This LM does not present a simple anti-male message. Both the young women doubles have loving fathers they are close to and can in. At the conclusion, after she has left Alexander, V. Ironique goes back home to the country to end solace in her father. In the null scene we hear her calling out to him as she reaches out to touch a large, symbolic, and beautiful tree in his yard. 20 There are, of course, well-worked-out psychoanalytic approaches to LM studies that highlight the role of gender in LM spectatorship and enjoyment. Feminists have also applied psychoanalytic theories of the sublime to examples of women artists and writers. 21 And have criticized historical theories of the sublime like Kant's. 22 There are few gender-sensitive studies of the emotions within contemporary brain-based cognitive science. What is presently offered about gender is often unacceptably essentializing or deterministic, focused on things like the role of hormones in establishing gender identity or in stimulating maternal affective behavior. Cognitive science tends to universalize the mind, and many books emerging in cognitive LM studies pay little or no attention to issues of gender. The complexity of the social constructionist accounts of gender identity versus sexual identity is missing, but this situation can be amended and improved upon. Again, I want to insist that cognitivists may employ diverse theories, including complex philosophical theories of the emotions. One of these would be Robert Solomon's theory of emotions as cognitive. Actually, this has old roots. A similar account by Aristotle may be found. This theory ties well with the neuroscientific theories of someone like Antonio Damasio, and it also enables us to discuss sophisticated emotional responses to artworks like DLV. Another relevant and subtle philosophical theory of emotions, Ronald de Souza's, ties with contemporary sociological accounts by recognizing the role of social learning in our own emotional repertoires and responses. This sort of theory lends itself well to gender analysis, because in most contemporary societies boys and girls are encouraged to express and even experience emotions differently. A boy who is too scared or a girl who is too angry receive social opprobrium to discourage these gender-inappropriate behaviors. One attempt to adapt cognitive science to feminist literary theory is Ellen Spolsky's 1993 book, Gaps in Nature. 23 Spolsky cites Jerry Fodor's work on the modularity of mind, and generally on alternative human cognitive systems, to argue that there are various kinds of literary creation and interpretation reacting these different cognitive systems. Translation between modules is difficult, and there are very different styles of interpretation, such as the linear with propositional arguments and the analogy-based. Spolsky claims to nd more manifestations of this latter style in feminist authors like Julia Kristeva. Spolsky thinks Kristeva and other feminists are writing from the visual module where metaphor is grounded. This is perhaps a beginning toward discussing the sublime or uncanny within a new cognitivist and yet feminist framework. Spolsky recognizes the creative activity that the artist puts into expressing thoughts and ideas in a form in which they may be somehow alien, and the similar complexity of interpretive response to the reactivity of artworks. However, her use of the modularity of mind theory is much too crude. And Spolsky's assignment of the various feminist theorists she discusses to the visual module, one that is nonlinear and that uses metaphorical and analogical thinking, is dangerous for feminists. It invites the criticism that women are inherently less rational than men. As she herself notes, many feminists have expressed similar doubts and criticisms of successes and others' notions of l'écriture féminine. We must be reluctant to argue the unsavory option that structures of the mind and brain are themselves gendered, arousing specters of 19th century social theory, or even that of contemporary sociobiology. Yet, obviously, if a cognitive or cognitive science-based approach aims to supplant psychoanalysis, it must offer a foothold for explanations that recognize how social dimensions of artistic creation and experience, like gender, interact with what seems to be hardwired in the various emotion systems. While such gender-sensitive approaches are still forthcoming in the more brain-based cognitive sciences, there have been some significant suggestions about how to encompass gender within a broadly cognitive approach to LM studies in work by Carroll, Leibowitz, and, elsewhere, myself. 24 And here also, I have suggested a cognitive reading that emphasizes what viewers may both think and feel in response to the depiction of gender in relation to DLV's themes and style. In suggesting that this LM's particular power to evoke the uncanny arises in part from its play upon gender, what I mean is that audience thoughts and emotions are engaged by some very specific ways that DLV treats gender and sexuality. The theme of doubling occurs within the movie as a fact about its central female characters and also as a metal-mic fact about the performance of the actress. Thus, the manipulation of V. Ironique by the puppet artist Alexander is paralleled by the manipulations the director Kieslowski makes of his actress Jacob. The movie involves us as viewers who empathize with V. Ironique's mystery and her sense of violation when Alexander uses her unique tale to create a story. But it is unnerving or uncanny because we may also feel that we are participants in this violation because we too see her as just a character in a story. Similarly, we may dwell with pleasure and desire upon this actress's beautiful face and body, even while intellectually regarding this as illicit voyeurism. The LM creates an odd, an uncanny, mix of thoughts and feelings. Along with its intellectual puzzles of plot are puzzles about the director's meaning in telling the story. And along with its sheer beauty and pleasures of viewing there are pains about its treatment of both character and actress. Conclusion: Freud's theory of the uncanny rests upon a host of disputable postulates, but at least he sought to take some complex psychological data seriously in an attempt to expand the field of aesthetic speculation into remote and neglected provinces like the uncanny. This is a reasonable aim and one I have also pursued here. A major reason I reject Freud's account of the uncanny is because he ended up ignoring the very aesthetic features he set out to explore, overlooking the aesthetic surface of artworks in his search for their alleged depths. There are new attempts underway in cognitive LM studies to replace the psychological underpinnings given to aesthetic theory by Freud, and I have drawn on these newer methods to describe features of the uncanny that are central to this movie, its reexivity, depiction of the undepictable, and play upon gender. More must be done to develop a subtler and more complete theory of the uncanny, to provide a better explanation of the unusual impact of LMS like the double life of V. Ironique. 25. 6. Stephen J. Schneider. Manifestations of the literary double in modern horror cinema. It is the relationship between normality and the monster that constitutes the essential subject of the horror LM. The relationship has one privileged form, the gur of the doppelganger, alter ego, or double, a gur that has recurred constantly in Western culture, especially during the past 100 years. The doppelganger motif reveals the monster as normality's shadow. Robin Wood. According to Lawrence Rickles, author of the Vampire Lectures, and a master of the catchy academic turn of phrase, yes, such a thing does exist. Literature, which is where the phantasm of the double used to be at home, in the 18th and 19th centuries, during the opening era of the uncanny, suddenly released the double and no longer featured it. At the same time, LM and psychoanalysis were the two new institutions that began attending to the double feature. 90. Of course, neither LM nor psychoanalysis attended to this double feature in isolation from one another. Otto Rank, in a 1914 paper, claimed that the uniqueness of cinematography in visibly portraying psychological events calls our attention, with exaggerated clarity, to the fact that the interesting and meaningful problems of man's relation to himself, and the fateful disturbance of this relation, NDS, imaginative representation, 7. And after reading Rank's piece, Freud himself makes mention of Paul Wegener's German doppelganger LM, the student of Prague, 1913, in his seminal 1919 essay, The Uncanny Dot. Going in the other direction, the sheer prevalence of doubles in horror cinema, whether in the form of murderous alter egos, monstrous shapeshifters, maniacal twins, or malevolent clones, testes to their psychic resonance, and dime book Freudian explanations are often put forward by the LMS smug therapists, who may or may not be schizophrenic killers themselves. Dressed to Kill 1980, Nightbreed 1990, Color of Night 1994. It can hardly be denied that doubles often make for disturbing, uncanny, even horrifying presences, especially in horror LMS of the past 40 years, where they really run rampant. The question is this: in virtue of what do doubles engender such effects in viewers? After all, we are not the ones getting doubled. My own answer to this question follows recent work on the literary double by such scholars as Karl Kepler, Robert Rogers, and Andrew Weber. After denning my subject matter more precisely, I will attempt to reconcile Rank's theory of the double with the apparently contradictory one put forward by Freud. I will then proceed to map the many varieties of the horror LM double onto a hierarchical structure, tracing them to their literary prototypes along the way. Special emphasis will be placed on that distinctly modern doubling phenomenon I have elsewhere called uncanny realism, Schneider 1997. Finally, the psychoanalytic account of horror LM doubles presented here will be defended in the face of cognitivist objections. Theorizing the double. Although consensus is by no means absolute, most theorists and psychologists deem doubling as the experience of seeing or otherwise sensing, feeling, or believing that there exists another you, from inside your own self. Possible causes of this experience include hallucination, illusion, delusion, vivid imagining, and, at least in fantasy and fiction, supernatural or alien forces, technological advances, or simply that which cannot be explained by reason. This definition is broader than the one typically given for autoscopy, a documented psychopathological condition which is restricted to visual self-duplication. It is also to be distinguished from out-of-body experiences, whereby a disembodied self looks upon its physical body from the outside, Capgras syndrome, where the affected person asserts that friends or relatives are actually imposters, one Freudian phenomenon, where patients hold that the appearance of someone has been intentionally altered to conceal their identity, and internal autoscopy, where subjects claim the ability to literally see inside their own bodies. Where do the spectators of horror LMS in which doubles appear into this scheme? Unless we want to fall back on a thick notion of identification, according to which viewers are held to undergo an illusion of identity with a specific character, or else, less radically, an exact replication of that character's mental and emotional states, we need to widen the scope of our investigation to include third-person phenomenology. 2. And considering that even in reality people can be shocked and disturbed by the unexpected or inexplicable appearance of someone else's double, there seems no need to posit any such precise, uniform, and mysterious psychic connection between character and viewer. Let us deem cinematic doubling, then, as the experience of seeing or otherwise coming to believe that an on-screen character has another self, whether or not this other self is actually observed by that character or is merely sensed, intuited, or empirically discovered by him or her. Note that, whatever is ultimately responsible for the double's existence within a particular filmic universe, by granting audiences visual access to him/her, the director gives the double an extra-diegetic reality. From our standpoint, the character's double is not a hallucination, illusion, delusion, etc., but a fact capable of independent confirmation. Just pause the LM in the appropriate places. And because, empirically speaking, we seem as capable of being disturbed, freaked out, or horried by doubles as the characters who actually think they have them, though probably not to the same extent, any answer to the question of what accounts for the double's uncanny efficacy should extend from the RST to the third-person case. In the paper mentioned above, and in a book published 11 years later, Rank sought to explain the doppelganger's prominence in LM and literature. His thesis was that this gur represents the normally unconscious thought of the approaching destruction of the self, 77, i.e., that it signs a return to consciousness, albeit in disguised, wish-fooling form, of the typically repressed fear of death. With reference to such texts as The Student of Prague, Hoffman's The Devil's Elixirs, Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, and Dostoevsky's The Double, and citing now dubious anthropological endings as evidence, Rank based his argument on the Freudian postulate that primary narcissism, a developmental stage during which the child takes himself or herself as love object 3, feels itself threatened by the inevitable destruction of the self. This observation is supported by the choice, as the most primitive concept of the soul, of an image as similar as possible to the physical self. He concludes that the idea of death is denied by a duplication of the self incorporated in the shadow or in the reacted image, 83. Although this account has a degree of prima facie plausibility, it remains to be shown why the presence of a double is so often accompanied by feelings of uncanniness or horror. If Rank is correct, shouldn't one's double be a source of psychological security? His answer to this question, though incomplete, is nevertheless provocative. In the same phenomena of defense, he notes, the threat also recurs, against which the individual wants to protect and assert himself. Originally created as a wish defense against a dreaded eternal destruction, the doppelganger reappears in superstition as the messenger of death, 86. This is reminiscent of Freud, who identifies the double as the most prominent theme of uncanniness, one whose power of fright is due to its being a creation dating back to a very early mental stage, long since surmounted, in which it wore a more friendly aspect. 1990, 358. Freud's thought, implicit in rank, is that the threat of death or destruction of the ego experienced during primary narcissism is combated via the creation of a double, which in effect serves as a psychic insurance policy. When the stage of primary narcissism has been surpassed, however, and such insurance is no longer necessary, the presence of a double serves only as a reminder of what it once protected against. From having been an assurance of immortality, the double becomes the uncanny harbinger of death. 357. Freud's account differs from Rank's primarily in that it focuses less on the return to consciousness of repressed fears of death, and more on the idea of a long since abandoned belief in the existence of a second self, a belief that is capable of being reconfirmed in either experienced or depicted reality. It is this reconfirmation, according to Freud, which produces uncanny feeling. Before proceeding, some additional explanation is in order here. Elsewhere, for I have called attention to the widespread critical misunderstanding that Freud identifies repressed infantile fears and desires as the sole source of uncanny feelings. Strictly speaking, the Freudian return of the repressed formula, made famous in horror LM studies by Robin Wood, 1979, and subsequently picked up and run with by numerous others writing on the genre, constitutes only one class of the psychoanalytic uncanny. In his 1919 essay, Freud also identifies a second class of uncanny phenomena, which is constituted by surmounted infantile beliefs that gain some measure of validation in either reality or fiction. Thus, in response to something that seems to confirm our previously discarded, or so we thought, beliefs in the ability of the dead to return to life, the omnipotence of thoughts, or the existence of a double, feelings of uncanniness result. We have surmounted these modes of thought, but we do not feel quite sure of our new beliefs, and the old ones still exist within us ready to seize upon any confirmation. 370-71. Here what has been relegated to the unconscious is a belief in the reality of a particular ideational content, rather than a particular ideational content itself. So which of these psychoanalytic accounts of the double is preferable? Does the double signify a return of the repressed, rank, where all that is necessary is the unearthing of a primitive fear embodied in human form, namely one's own self? Or does it signify instead a reconfirmation of the surmounted, Freud, where a previous commitment to the reality of doubles is required? The answer is most likely both to some extent, because all uncanny feeling ultimately has the same genesis. As Freud notes, when we consider that primitive beliefs are most intimately connected with repressed infantile complexes, and are, in fact, based on them, we shall not be greatly astonished to nd that the distinction is often a hazy one. 372. Brie, it is a tenet of psychoanalytic theory that anxiety is the cause of repression, therefore, with the unexpected return to consciousness of some previously repressed ideational content comes all of the latent anxiety. The same holds for the reconfirmation of primitive beliefs intimately connected with, and, in fact, based on that content. So even if the double's uncanny efficacy stems from a renewing of our once surmounted belief in its existence, this belief was itself formed as protection against the repressed fear of death. Mapping the double before defending the above psychoanalytic account of the double from possible cognitivist objections, it would be useful to sketch out a basic taxonomy of this gore as it gets manifested in the modern horror LM. 5 doubles may come in a variety of shapes, sizes, and numbers, because self-fragmentation can be multiple as well as dual, but they nevertheless fall pretty neatly into 2 basic categories: doppelgangers, physical doubles, and alter egos, mental doubles. This distinction corresponds to one that Rogers makes between doubling by multiplication and doubling by division. In the former category, a person's physical features are duplicated in another, whether through biological, technological, or supernatural means. In the latter, more complex case, there is a splitting up of a recognizable, unit psychological entity into separate, complementary, distinguishable parts represented by seemingly autonomous characters. 5. Physical doubles can themselves be divided into two types: replicas, natural doppelgangers, and replicants, non-natural doppelgangers. Replicas, which include primitive and alien life forms but not genetically or technologically engineered ones, fall into the following categories: twins and chameleons. One maker fond of exploiting the uncanny potential of twins, or, more precisely, of blurring the line between twins and schizophrenics, is Brian De Palma, Sisters 1973, Raising Cain 1992. In David Cronenberg's Dead Ringers, 1988, Jeremy Irons plays identical twin gynecologists whose sanity collapses as their identities merge. And who can forget the 1971 Hammer horror LM Twins of Evil, featuring Playboy magazine's RST identical twin centerfolds, Mary and Madeline Collinson. Chameleons, not to be confused with shapeshifters, discussed below, are usually non-human life forms possessing the ability to take on the appearance of people or animals observed remotely. Probably the best-known chameleon in modern horror cinema is John Carpenter's eponymous Thing, 1982, not to be confused with Christian Nibby's Thing, 1951, which the LM explains is a highly intellectual carrot. More recently, in Phantoms, 1998, a prehistoric creature that for centuries has been living underground comes up to wreak havoc on a small town, and the obligatory Gen X leads by temporarily adopting their identities, cf. The Faculty 1999. Replicants fall loosely into four groups: robots, cyborgs, clones, and apparitions. It is with respect to the RST3 of these that the cross-fertilization between horror and science fiction cinema is most apparent. Robots, wholly mechanical doppelgangers, appear in The Stepford Wives, 1975, Westworld, 1973, Crash and Burn, 1990, and of course Metropolis, 1927, in which the angelic rebel leader Maria, Brigitte Helm, is temporarily replaced by a debauched automaton, with catastrophic consequences. 6 cyborgs, partial robots, turn up more often in straight science fiction, but to the extent that LMS like Blade Runner, 1982, The Terminator, 1984, Hardware, 1990, and Terminator 2, 1991, engender fear by dramatizing the interchangeability of man and machine, and the potential replaceability of man by machine. They end a place on this family tree of doubles. 7 horric clones, sometimes not so horric, frequently appear in B-horror LMS, such as The Manster, 1959, in which a patient injected with an experimental enzyme grows a head, then a whole new body, out of his shoulder, and The Human Duplicators, 1964. Then there are the clones from Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1956, 1978, 1994, but these creatures are really alien life forms and so fall under the heading of natural doppelgangers, which just goes to show how permeable these categories can be, cf. The Puppet Masters 1994. Finally, among the many apparitions, supernatural replicants, to choose from, I will restrict Mijlfto 3, Asa, Barbara Steele, the vampy vampire who looks just like her virginal descendant Katia, also Steele, in Mario Bava's La Maschera del Demonio, aka Black Sunday, 1960, 8. The knife-wielding dwarf in a red raincoat who, from the back, is a ringer for Donald Sutherland's recently deceased child in Don't Look Now, 1973, and the malevolent spirit child who so closely resembles Mia Farrow's dead daughter in The Haunting of Julia, aka Full Circle, 1976. 9. This is also the category of doubles explored most frequently in 19th century literature, example in Poe's William Wilson and James Hogg's Confessions of a Justine Sinner. Alter egos, or mental doubles, can also be divided up into 4 main groups: schizos, shapeshifters, projections, and psychos. I will take each of these in turn. Schizos are mental doubles who exhibit, as Rogers puts it, behavioral dissociation in time, 15. Behavioral dissociation, a Denning feature of multiple personality disorder, results from the fact that schizos possess one body but two or more temporally contiguous consciousnesses. Of course, the body in question can be made up to look like an entirely different one, even one of the opposite sex, as with Norman Bates, Anthony Perkins, in Psycho, 1960, the killer priest in Chi El Havista Marir? Who Saw Her Die? 1971, and Dr. Robert Elliott, Michael Caine, in Dressed to Kill, 1980. But it is to the extent that we can see, intuit, or otherwise discern that a unit physical entity underlies the various appearances and personalities that uncanny effects are engendered here. Shapeshifters are mental doubles whose behavioral dissociation is accompanied by physical transformation. Paradigmatic examples include werewolves, the various Dr. Jekylls and Mr. Hydes, including Sister Hyde in the 1971 Hammer LM, and Dr. Black in the 1975 Blaxploitation Vehicle, William Hurt's peyote-induced ape man in Altered States, 1980, the Cicada Boy from The Beast Within, 1982, and Natasha Henstridge's Estrus Alien, Human Hybrid in Species, 1995. Certain vampires also envy a place on this list, although in general vampire consciousness tends to be preserved through physical change. Dracula is still Dracula, even when he's a bat. The main reason shapeshifters are unlike chameleons is that their transformations do not so much cause the existence of a physical double as manifest the existence of a mental one. Projections are similar to shapeshifters insofar as the split personalities are realized in different bodies. But in this case, the bodies are spatially as opposed to temporally distinct from one another. 10 in Robert Wiens' The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, 1920, as in James Whale's Frankenstein, 1931, the somnambulistic monster can be interpreted as a nightmarish embodiment of his creator's repressed desires and, in this respect, stands as his double. According to Morton Kaplan, one of the standard devices used in melodrama is the dramatization of connecting motives which specifically belong to one individual by distributing them among a number of fictional characters. These partialgers who serve to compose one dramatic identity are doubles of each other, 135. I would only add that partialgering, or projecting, is a standard device of horror cinema as well as of melodramatic literature, as evidenced by such LMS as It's Alive. 1974, The Brood, 1979, The Dark Half, 1993, 11, and the Barbara and Lucy segment of Asylum, 1972. 12. Similar to projections, but more subtly realized, are psychos, admittedly the most speculative category of this taxonomy. For here, the sociopathic antagonist, almost always a serial killer, exhibits neither behavioral dissociation nor physical transformation. Yet it can still be argued that in many post-1960 horror LMS an effect is created whereby the murderer gets sets up as the double of the protagonist, typically a detective, policeman, or FBI prowler. At the center of such LMS as White of the Eye, 1987, Manhunter, 1986, The Silence of the Lambs, 1991, 7, 1995, and Kiss the Girls, 1997, stands a psychopath who kills according to a more or less rigidly deemed aesthetico-moral code. In White of the Eye, a police officer at the crime scene asks, is it murder or is it art? In Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Lecter's performance art murder of a guard is set to classical music. In these LMS, the monsters are human rather than supernatural. What is more, they exhibit a high degree of thought, creativity, and skill. They are not mere slashers, which is precisely what distinguishes them from the indiscriminate stalkers of the Jason and Michael mode. 13. By creating uncomfortable affinities between these killers and their pursuers at the emotional, psychological, and symbolic levels, the LMS in question successfully highlight the links between normality and monstrosity while simultaneously exposing the pronounced dialectical tensions between binary oppositions. Simpson 2000, 98. 14. Defending the double in What Remains, I will seek to defend the psychoanalytic account of the double presented above from possible, and actual, cognitivist objections. First, some general remarks. Cognitivist LM theorists tend to argue their case by rehearsing familiar Popperian and Grunbaumian claims against the legitimacy of psychoanalysis as a scientific discipline 15 or else by highlighting the numerous conceptual leaps and logical inconsistencies inherent in Metz and his followers' application of Lacanian ideas to the cinema. 16. Of course, these sorts of argument are by no means mutually exclusive. With respect to the former, it should be noted that the mere citing of such respected critics is as much an appeal to authority as is a facile reliance on Freud, Rank, or Melanie Klein, and is every bit as egregious. In recent years, a number of philosophers, most notably Richard Walheim, have responded directly to the criticisms of Popper, Grunbaum, and others, and have argued fairly persuasively for a reconception of psychoanalytic theory as an interpretive science, Hopkins 1992, 3, i.e., as a legitimate, systematic, cumulative, and sound, as well as radical extension of common sense psychology. 17. Until some kind of consensus is reached, or a reasonable compromise worked out, writings on LM that employ psychoanalytic theory should be examined for cause, as well as merits, on a case-by-case basis, and this by Freudians and cognitivists alike. I would also note the work of Clark Gilmore, who has gone far to show just how much psychoanalysis, at least as originally conceived, has in common with contemporary cognitive science. Freud was reared to think that psychology should be a neurophysiology of the mental in which the explanation of capacities in terms of subcapacities proceeds in pace with the identification of parts of the brain essential for the component capacities. 51. That Freud notoriously failed in this identification effort, in his early project for a scientific psychology and after, does not make this comparison any less worthwhile. For as Gilmore points out, even when Freud had the wrong answer to a question about an issue in the philosophy of mind, or refused to give an answer, he knew what the question was and what was at stake in it. And when he was deeply wrong, it was often for reasons that still make parts of cognitive psychology wrong. 46. Despite the odds and inconsistencies in his thinking at the level of detail, Freud, like the vast majority of cognitive scientists today, held the brain to be a machine, one whose computation processes explain our experience and behavior. Also, like many contemporary cognitivists, he held there to be a private, inner language of thought in which propositions are expressed and which acts as the fundamental coding in the brain. 60. The point to take from this too brief discussion is simply that psychoanalysis, in theory if not always in practice, is by no means antithetical to scientific study of the cognitive faculties, and that looking for similarities between these paradigms may be a great deal more productive for LM studies today than constantly reiterating the differences. Supporters of Freud must be wary of falling into the opposite trap of claiming scientific status for psychoanalytic theory at all costs. Something that is not recognized often enough, except superficially, is that even if psychoanalysis is not scientific, it may nevertheless be true and justly believed to be true. 18. With respect to the latter type of argument, directed against psychoanalytic LM theory based on Lacan's, and later Kristova's, revision of Freud, that is to say, most psychoanalytic LM theory, I would just note that the account of the double presented above makes no reference to Lacan or his successors and, in fact, stands as a self-conscious effort to make new use of an essay of Freud's, The Uncanny, which has to date generated significant interest among literary scholars but very little interest in LM studies. 19. Certainly, Rank has not yet been given his due in the latter eld. None of this is to claim that either Freud's or Rank's theory of the double is beyond criticism, far from it, see below, but I believe these theories are less suspect, and more open to empirical testing, than most if not all of the Lacanian ones appealed to by Baudry, Metz, Mulvey, and others, including, example the association of the law of the father with such traditional LMIC elements as narrative sequence. Specific objections to Freud's theory of the uncanny, and in particular to his treatment of the double, have been proffered by cognitivist LM philosopher Cynthia Freeland. In her essay on Krzysztof Kieslowski's The Double Life of V. Ironique, 1991, in this volume, Freeland argues that the LMS uncanny elements can be described within a cognitivist framework without overly rationalizing our responses, yet also without resorting to unconscious motivations or repressed beliefs. V. Ironique is a LM about two young women, one Polish, the other French, both played by Irene Jacob, who never actually meet, but who look exactly alike, share the same name, and possess a vague sense of the other's existence. Freeland acknowledges that a Freudian reading of this LM in terms of uncanniness possesses initial appeal, but goes on to raise a number of difficulties for such a reading. She begins by pointing out that Freud's explanation of the power of uncanniness invokes numerous postulates, including many not argued for in the essay itself. Such tenets include that certain kinds of infantile thoughts and fears exist and are universal, that among these thoughts are thoughts of a double, that such thoughts serve a particular aim, averting the fear of death, that certain processes of outgrowing or surmounting the relevant beliefs are a normal part of the maturation process, that an artwork can create or inspire the return of such a belief, and nally, that should this happen, it will create a fairly specific emotional experience of what we call the uncanny. Freeland's objections are basically threefold. Rst, she challenges Freud's claims concerning primitive thoughts, infantile beliefs, and the developmental process of surmounting. Second, she questions whether works of art are truly capable of reconfirming such primitive/infantile thoughts and beliefs in depicted reality, with the result that feelings of uncanniness are produced. And third, elsewhere in her essay, she cites recent research into the neuropsychiatry of the doppelganger phenomenon, which casts doubt on Freud's approach by showing that it is a well-recognized effect of various disorders such as epilepsy and specific brain lesions, and it can be treated with medications. An additional objection, implicit in Freeland's discussion, might be stated as follows: considering its relative lack of theoretical economy, what is so fruitful about reading the uncanny dimension of this LM, and others of its ilk, in specifically psychoanalytic terms? 20. Needless to say, these criticisms are intelligent, powerful, and not to be cast aside completely in the space of a few paragraphs. Nevertheless, sufficient room is left to show how a more considered response might proceed. And so, in order, whereas one might agree with Freeland that Freud's claims in favor of primitive thoughts, infantile beliefs, etc., have yet to be proven true, neither have they been proven false. Then again, has the unconscious been proven to exist? For varying reasons, including inference to the best explanation, one could plausibly argue that indeed it has. 21. If this objection is to have any force, it must fall back on the Popperian argument alluded to above, that psychoanalytic theory, specifically, Freud's theory of the uncanny, is in fact unfalsifiable and, therefore, unscientific. Because there is no way of demonstrating that infantile thoughts, beliefs, or complexes do not exist, the argument goes, their purported existence cannot be subject to empirical confirmation or disconfirmation. Therefore, Freud's theory of the uncanny, including his account of the double, is metaphysical, because untestable, rather than genuinely scientific in nature. I have already mentioned the existence of considerable scholarship that tackles this sort of criticism head-on. At the very least, it must be acknowledged that the scientific status of psychoanalysis, including its postulates and fundamental tenets, has always been more of a problem for philosophy of science in general, rather than having any intrinsic connection to psychoanalysis. After all, what constitutes a scientific theory? What are appropriate scientific inductivist canons? Levine 2000a, 3. More importantly, James Hopkins has shown how Popper's reliance on the notion of predictive power, one consequence of falsifiability, as the essential indicator of a theory's scientific status is itself methodologically suspect. 1992, 24-26. Even leaving aside Hopkins's sophisticated and fairly complicated counterargument, however, it seems that with sufficient ingenuity one could devise empirical means of testing the validity of Freud's theory. Consider, for instance, the following hypothetical study, one which prima facie appears capable of helping dis/Conrem his account of the double. Start with a group of people who, for whatever reason, currently evince the belief that they possess a doppelganger or second self. Now test to see whether or not these people experience uncanniness or fright to anywhere near the same degree as normal subjects, those lacking such a belief, at least consciously, when watching the portrayal of doubles in selected horror LMS. To do this, one might observe the subject's responses, linguistic, physical, behavioral, etc., ask for self-evaluations, check for pulse rate and heart rate increases, etc. The Freudian prediction would be that the RST group of subjects will prove less susceptible to uncanny feelings than the second group because these are people who have never completely surmounted their infantile belief in the existence of a double. Therefore, a double's appearance, on screen or off, in or reality, does not constitute a return to consciousness of something long forgotten and, therefore, its original life-sustaining aspect remains unchanged. In another essay, Freud calls attention to the fact that the omnipotence of thought's another surmounted belief capable of generating feelings of uncanniness when reconfirmed is seen to have unrestricted play in the emotional life of neurotic patients, 1989, 108. This raises the question of whether neurotics experience a sense of uncanniness/horror when their beliefs in the omnipotence of thought, the prompt fulfillment of wishes, etc., are reconfirmed. Once again, the Freudian prediction would be no, at least not to the same degree as non-neurotics. By way of anecdotal support in favor of this prediction, consider the frank incomprehension expressed by Dennis Nilsson, a London serial killer who operated during the 1970s and 1980s, in response to the outrage people felt when they learned how he disposed of the bodies. I can never quite understand a traditional and largely superstitious fear of the dead and corpses, Masters, 160. At the other extreme, but employing similar reasoning, Freud claims that anyone who has completely and nally rid himself of animistic beliefs will be insensible to this type of the uncanny, 1990, 371. And so we end even in Freud's own writings the empirically variable assertion that certain types of people, those who have never surmounted their infantile beliefs, those who have surmounted such beliefs completely and nally will prove considerably more or less immune, respectively, to uncanny effects. Freeland's doubts concerning the aesthetic dimension of the uncanny can be dealt with more straightforwardly. At one point, she notes that Freud relies upon identical causal hypotheses to the uncanny emotions of the characters in the story and uncanny emotions experienced by readers, or viewers, of the story. But why, she asks, must we explain the way DLV works by appeal to something deep and even infantile within us that makes us parallel to V. ironique? This is really just a rephrasing of the question raised earlier of why the double's uncanny efficacy should be extended from the RST to the third-person case. Freeland continues. It is implausible to require that each viewer who NDS the LM uncanny does so because it reawakens a conviction of some previously held but abandoned belief in the existence of a double. Perhaps the LM depicts a double as plausible, but how does this relate to each viewer's own double? Our initial response to this question was to note that filmmakers are able to provide cinematic doubles such as V. ironique/Veronica with an extradegetic reality by making them audiovisually accessible to viewers. But clearly this response is not sufficient. For while it helps to account for the viewer's presently held belief in the existence of a double, 22 it does not account for the sense of uncanniness/horror that apparently results even when one recognizes full well that the double in question is not one's own. Turning things around, why does Freeland assume that on Freud's account viewers who NDV ironique and other doppelganger LMS uncanny must somehow be convinced, even momentarily, that their own doubles exist? According to Freud, even if he does not make this sufficiently clear in his paper, all that is necessary for a feeling of uncanniness to result is that one's belief in the existence of a double be reconfirmed. Whose double it is makes little difference, save for determining the intensity of uncanny affect. If you are led to believe in the existence of your own double, you will almost certainly be more creeped out than if you are led to believe in the existence of someone else's. Contra Freeland, then, there is no real problem needing a solution here at all. Under the right conditions. 23 The appearance of a double, whether in reality or fiction, whether one's own or someone else's, is capable of reconfirming previously surmounted beliefs in their existence and is therefore capable of generating feelings of uncanniness and horror. As for Freeland's objection that the anatomical basis of the doppelganger phenomenon undermines Freud's account of the double, I return to a point made previously, and note, the studies Freeland cites only concern cases of RST person doubling, and are in no sense conclusive after Glamour. It would seem we have good reason to suppose that a Freudian explanation of the phenomenon in question is ultimately compatible with one framed in neuropsychiatric terms. For instance, it may turn out that otoscopic experiences are correlated not just with epilepsy and specific brain lesions, but with the possession of certain uncommon beliefs of the kind identified by Freud, a discovery which may in turn lead to some interesting hypotheses concerning the neurophysiological basis of such beliefs. Once again, the crucial point is that such a discovery certainly looks like an empirical possibility, even if the necessary experiments have not yet been performed. Finally, with respect to the last objection raised above, concerning the rationale for adopting a psychoanalytic account of the double despite its lack of theoretical simplicity or obviousness, it is my hope that essays such as this one might be seen as contributing to an answer. What Freud, Rank, Jung, whose related writings on the shadow self could not be taken up here for reasons of space 24, and their more recent followers have sought to provide is an explanation of the doubling phenomenon that can account for its widespread familiarity, its apparent timelessness, and its archaic basis in human experience. 25 By connecting the double's undeniable uncanniness to primitive fears of, and beliefs in, one's own impending death, this explanation, abstracted, and thus taken collectively, goes a long way toward accomplishing these critical goals. And so it seems that the literary double as manifested in modern horror cinema remains susceptible to psychoanalytic explanation and cannot be explained away by cognitivist LM theorists as easily as they would have us believe. 26. 7 Harvey Roy Greenberg. Heimlich maneuvers, on a certain tendency of horror and speculative cinema. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe: attack ships on Re off the shore of Orion, see beams glittering in the dark at the Tannhauser Gate. All those moments will be gone in time, like tears in rain. Roy Batty, Rutger Hauer, in Blade Runner. The present volume emerges out of an ongoing, sometimes acrimonious, debate over the viability of psychoanalytic theory to explicate horror and speculative cinema. The doubtfulness of influential critics like Noel Carroll on this score is indicative of a general skepticism about the worthiness of applied analysis in cinema and other critical studies, which has escalated over the past decade. One notes that not a few spear carriers for the current eruption of anti-Freudianism have been former true believers themselves, example Frederick Crews, Generalissimo of the famous New York Review of Books Freud Wars, who in a previous incarnation authored a workmanlike analytical study of Hawthorne. The analytic enterprise, notably the idiosyncratic Freudianism of Lacan, dominated LM theory for several decades, variably conated with semiotics, Marxism, feminism, deconstructionism, etc. But even as psychoanalytic practice withers under the lash of managed care, and the founding father is everywhere denigrated by clinicians and scholars alike, Lake analysis along with less arcane analytic tactics have lost much of their luster for the academy. In the quest for genuine relevance or mere tenure, the rubrics of applied analysis have been ditched for archival investigation, or other law-page endeavors. Indeed, some former enthusiasts now claim that psychoanalysis has wielded a disproportionate, even toxic, influence upon LM studies. Gross oversimplification, woeful ignorance about industry practice, and cinema aesthetics are cited among the reasons for disaffection. Mutatis mutandis. Staunch adherents of the analytic project grumble about the superficiality of archival research. The deal of sour invective on both sides reminds one of the former rants hurled at each other by adherents of opposing schools of clinical psychoanalysis who, one imagines, would gladly have consigned dissenters to rack, thumbscrew, and aim. The slash and burn tactics of HMO therapeutics has since converted these bitter adversaries to uneasy colleagues, but that is another story. Criticism levied against the analytic investigation of horror cinema, and cinema entire, is far from baseless, echoing earlier complaints about the NAVEI presumptuousness and simplistic reductionism of psychoanalysts who have tread heavily in the halls of art, example Princess Marie Bonaparte's fatuous botch-up of Poe. If laic analysis is not solely responsible for LM scholars' disaffection, it surely warrants a great deal of the blame because of its often frustrating obscurantism and elitist contempt for other projects. Critics like Norman Holland, however, have brought to literary studies a felicitous blend of strong scholarship and solid grounding in analytic methodology. Today, similarly versed LM scholars continue to pursue their craft with dedication, sans fanfare. I have elsewhere stated that analytically oriented LM criticism ideally should encompass knowledge of industry, business and aesthetic practice, mastery of other critical strategies, and renunciation of the illusion that denitive interpretation is achievable through psychoanalytic means alone. 3. The psychoanalytic LM scholar does best illuminating the text, the characters, and the subtext of a LM as well as the way in which an audience experiences it. Our aims are to be psychoanalytically valid and internally consistent. Gabbard and Gabbard, 187, emphasis added. This genuinely applied analysis enriches rather than vitiates appreciation of the horror LM's often oniric beauty. For instance, an abundant analytic literature has usefully probed horror cinema's evocation of those mysterious creeps prized by hopeless buffs who do not hesitate to disrupt hectic schedules to catch a Corman cheapie at some distant epoch, or awaken a dismayed spouse to the dubious pleasures of an hour of the Wolf TV viewing of Kaltaki, The Immortal Monster, 1959. 4. The stuff that spurs the idiosyncratic frisones of the uncanny is conventionally perceived as gothic, nocturnal graveyards, haunted castles, and so forth. However, the genre is especially adept at exploiting a latent eeriness residing in prosaic locales and objects, the huge carnivorous ants of them. 1954, The Homicidal Roadster of Christine. 1983, The Demonically Possessed Chucky Doll of the Child's Play LMS. The dread lurking within the quotidian calls to mind Freud's well-known observation that intimations of the uncanny, derived from the German unheimlich, translated more precisely as unhomely, always arise from known quanta. 1919, 399, 401. Without assuming the legitimacy of psychoanalytic theory tout court, and by deploying other complementary theoretical paradigms, this essay analytically applies Freud's aperçu. I will interrogate an intriguing reversal, whereby movie monsters are transformed into 1. Gears of fun, 2. Friends and / or protectors of children, their relatives, friends, etc. 3. Recipients of concern or protection by children, to whom monsters relate in a mascot-like fashion, or 4. Omnipotent protectors / rescuers of humanity at large. The rehabilitated creature may wreak one, some, or all of these Heimlich maneuvers. Jeffrey Cohen states that the monster is a genus too large to be encapsulated in any conceptual system. 2-3. Monsters are sui generis polysemic, ambivalent gers, liminal, defying boundaries and categories, generating an innate regress of contestation and interpretation, example the creature as agent of social oppression, THX 1138s 1971 Oscar-like Robocops, the creature as Byronic rebel against tyrannical authority, Blade Runner's dent replicants. One is thus even warier of simplistic hypotheses about the highly overdetermined psychological and cultural underpinnings of the monster's Heimlich transformations. My references to Freudian notions of the uncanny, the unconscious, etc. are not tendered toward the application and confirmation, even worse, self-confirmation, of some essentialist, monolithic psychoanalytic theory. Instead, Pace Carroll et al., I hope to demonstrate the abiding suitability and adaptability of analytic instruments for dynamic textual elucidation. Examples: the following summaries recount benchmark recuperations of the monster in mainstream LM and television over the past 60 years. Readers doubtless will free associate to others. Classic Universal Studios monsters. Frankenstein's monster. Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein, 1948, is seminal to the movie monster's rehabilitation. After the independently produced The Noose Hangs High, 1948, did poorly at box offices, the slapstick duo returned to Universal Studios, site of their greatest hits. Searching for new material, producer Robert Arthur realized that Universal still owned rights to the Frankenstein story and set about reinventing the 1931 Gothic classic in a comedic vein. Dracula and the Wolf Man were added later to the plotline, because the studio also held rights to these creatures. A convoluted screenplay devolves around the unwitting resurrection of Dracula, Bela Lugosi, and the Frankenstein monster, Glenn Strange, by a pair of nitwit shipping clerks played by Bud and Lou, despite warnings from incipient Wolfman Lawrence Talbot, Lon Chaney, Jr. Because the creature can no longer be easily manipulated by Dracula, the Count conspires to transplant Lou's morbidable brain. He uses a seductive accomplice to lure Lou to his castle. The operation is kiboshed when a transformed Talbot attacks Dracula at full moon. Frankenstein joins the fray, and all the monsters are eventually eliminated. Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein cleverly articulates signature tropes of Universal's three renowned bogeymen with signature shticks of the day's most popular LM funnymen. No significant bloodshed occurs. Set against the comic duo's clowning, the monster's usual depredations register as more antic than terrifying. The LM was a tremendous hit, and several protable re-releases followed. Universal replicated the lucrative blend of comedy and horror using its other familiars in Abbott and Costello Meet the Invisible Man, 1951, Abbott and Costello Meet Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, 1954, and Abbott and Costello Meet the Mummy, 1955. The series' success, while not consistent, nevertheless underscored the commercial and aesthetic viability of a monstrous mise-en-scene that encouraged viewers to laugh even as they shuddered. Mel Brooks's hilarious and unexpectedly poignant Young Frankenstein, 1974, cleverly recapitulates the monster's trajectory from uncanny fearfulness to uxorious domesticity. The LM sends up memorable scenes of the original, while touching upon major psychological themes related to monstrosity. The popularity of My Favorite Martian, 1963, prompted a migration of the major networks into stranger sitcom territory. In 1964, CBS presented The Munsters and a major Heimlich maneuver, an attractive monster family, living comfortably in a generic suburbia. Father Herman, Fred Gwynne, Dr. Frankenstein's last model, works at the local mortuary. His wife Lily, Yvonne DiCarlo, is a 400-year-old Dracula clan member. Their part werewolf son sleeps in a casket. Other relations include Lily's Draculoid grandpa, Al Lewis, and Uncle Gilbert, Richard Hale, arguably the resurrected creature from the Black Lagoon. Much of the series' pleasures derive from the characters' unwavering inability, Fred especially, to view themselves as particularly different from their neighbors. Dracula has proven more resistant to rehabilitation than the Frankenstein monster. The vampire is spawned by the powers of evil, rather than scientific hubris, and glories in his foul deeds. Contrasted with the Frankenstein monster's few impulsive, cheap off-camera murders during its short life, Dracula slays incessantly and remorselessly over centuries, while dominating the undead lives of chosen victims toward the propagation of his unwholesome kind. His sexual sizzle is substantial. However, the Count's availability for domesticity is compromised by peculiar nutritional requirements and excruciating photophobia. Both dictate a modus vivendi only a partner working a blood bank night shift could tolerate. Mel Brooks's Dracula, Dead and Loving It, 1995, performs a satiric close reading of Todd Browning's 1932 classic, in which the essential storyline and Dracula's corruption remain unchanged. For the delightful humanization of the Dracula mythos Brooks practiced upon the Frankenstein narrative, one turns to Stan Dragotti's Love at First Bite, 1979, and George Hamilton's marvelous impersonation of the Count as a Carpathian lounge lizard. Here Dracula is driven from his castle because of his dynastic politics rather than oral sadism. After settling into Manhattan's Hotel Plaza, he visits a disco and charms Cindy, Susan St. James, a pixelated model, to the strains of I Love the Nightlife. His opponent for Cindy's hand is her feckless psychoanalyst, Richard Benjamin, a Van Helsing descendant who changed his name to Rosenberg for professional reasons. Pursued by Dr. Rosenberg and the police to Kennedy Airport, the lovers change into bats. As they wing it towards Bermuda, the Count explains that henceforth Cindy must sleep during the day. "That's okay," she replies, "I never could get my shit together before 7 anyhow." The werewolf. The werewolf's recuperation is rather problematic, because his human half is already Heimlich. The hapless hero/victims of the Universal Original, 1941, An American Werewolf in London, 1981, and An American Werewolf in Paris, 1997, remain thoroughly decent between monstrous metamorphoses. Likewise the mildly rebellious adolescent treated by mad school Dr. Whit Bissell in I Was a Teenage Werewolf, 1957, whose regression therapy with wolf serum produces predictably hairy results. Teen Wolf, 1985, elegantly devises a completely Heimlich wolf man, the heroes, Michael J. Fox, Lupin metamorphosis producing an improved version of his attractive, if connected, adolescent humanity. His self-confidence blossoms as a teenage wolf. And his enhanced athletic ability combine with his weirdly attractive hairstyling to make him the school idol. The Godzilla canon. Godzilla debuted in 1954 as Gojira. The name is a portmanteau meld of gorilla and whale. The gigantic prehistoric creature, mutated by hydrogen bomb testing in the Pacific, reduces Tokyo to rubble. A reclusive scientist whose body and mind are scarred from World War II service invents an oxygen destroyer, then fears his discovery will be as dangerous to the world as Godzilla. In a somber conclusion, the scientist descends to Godzilla's ocean lair, annihilates the creature, his device, and himself. Gojira became world-renowned through its 1956 Hollywood revision, Godzilla, King of the Monsters. The original LM possesses a stark documentary power and has acquired the status of a genre masterpiece. Its allusions to nuclear holocaust and the depravity of war are unmistakable. But, like many genre classics, it stirs more profound primal echoes. Gojira's essential thrust is tragic. The brilliant Dr. Serizawa's, Akihiko Hirata, desolate alienation resonates with the monster's outsider identity. When Godzilla was released, atomic horror, the shame of national defeat, and occupation were unknown to many Japanese children, or else were dim memories. Youngsters were even more captivated by Godzilla than their parents. Toho Studios was quick to exploit this appeal. Over the next FTY years, the Toho team and its successors produced more than a score of highly protable Godzilla features. Godzilla grew less frightful in form, becoming primus inter pares of a bizarrely engaging monster pantheon, Mothra, Rodan, Ghidra, etc. In diversity of powers, if not in sentience, the Toho creature clan intriguingly mirrored superhero and supervillain codders that proliferated in American comic books during the 1950s and 1960s. Over the years, the Japanese have come to view Godzilla as a curious national treasure, admired by intellectuals like Yukio Mishima, a protector of the environment and symbolic defender of the nation against Western encroachment. Godzilla Pictures also regularly matched up the colossal hero with children as a shambling buddy, tutor, and unlikely family guy. Godzilla became a father in Son of Godzilla, 1967. His son, Minya, hatched with no Mrs. G in sight, is a winsome teddy bear/saurian hybrid who blows smoke rings when he attempts to belch. Godzilla repeatedly comes to his rescue, until the ultimate sacrifice of Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, 1995. Junior is killed by a frightening recombinant of other monsters. Godzilla dispatches it, then is vaporized into a radioactive mist that eventually reanimates the dead lad into a new, full-grown Godzilla. Jaws of the James Bond cycle. As the Bond movies evolved, their arch-villains acquired sidekicks with invincible physical prowess. Bond's terminal battle with hypertrophied yeggs and yabos like Oddjob, Harold Sakata in Goldanger 1964, became a much-anticipated set-piece. The most unheimlich of these formidable opponents, Jaws is also the only one to survive combat with 007, appear in a subsequent Bond picture, and undergo a Heimlich transformation. In The Spy Who Loved Me, 1977, Bond's nemesis is Karl Stromberg, Kurt Jurgens, a wealthy marine biologist who plans to incite nuclear global war with kidnapped missiles, then construct an undersea habitat for the surviving elite. His hitman is Jaws, played by 7'4" actor Richard Kiel. A none too bright giant with an unmistakable resemblance to the Frankenstein monster, Jaws sports repellent metal death, tearing out his victims' throats in a vampire-like embrace. In their null set 2, Bond uses an overhead magnet to snatch Jaws up by his gleaming dentures and drop him into a pool of killer sharks. Whether the sharks devour Jaws or vice versa is left unclear. In the next Bond movie, Moonraker, 1979, Jaws reappears, this time employed by Hugo Drax, Michel Lonsdale, a Stromberg clone who wants to replace humanity with a genetically engineered super race after bombarding Earth with nerve gas. Bond and a lovely CIA scientist are caught trying to foil Drax's scheme. Drax launches the Moonraker orbiters, then commands Jaws to kill the captives. But Jaws has become smitten with Dolly, Blanche Ravilic, a diminutive blonde Drax employee. Bond mordantly suggests that Drax's brave new eugenic order is unlikely to hold a place for Jaws' questionable genetics. Jaws abruptly shifts sides, liberates Bond, Drax is destroyed, and Jaws and Dolly are last seen waving happily at 007 and his latest amour. Terminators. In The Terminators, 1984, dystopian near future, a ragged resistance army has stymied a machine race's attempts to stamp out humanity. The machines dispatch a murderous cyborg into our present. It is tasked to kill Sarah Connors, Linda Hamilton, a young woman destined to bear a son, John, who will become the Resistance's resourceful leader. John sends back Kyle, Michael Biehn, an elite trooper, to protect Sarah. Kyle dies after a night in her arms. She destroys the Terminator, then leaves Los Angeles for rugged mountain territory, where she will presumably deliver Kyle's baby and prepare him for battle in the coming Armageddon. The Terminator comprised a hallmark role for Arnold Schwarzenegger, conating the former bodybuilder's already robotic persona with a motorcycle bar's icy homoeroticism. Encased in studded leather, his voice a guttural snarl, Schwarzenegger was a nightmarish icon of remorseless, relentless violence. Grim humor, enacted by his character's utter lack of emotion, informed Schwarzenegger's deadpan riposts, "I'll pee pack." But no true sympathy was possible for this postmodern child of the night. The Terminator's uncanniness was cleverly enhanced by burning away what little of the Heimlich the creature possessed, revealing an exquisite technological incarnation of the medieval dance of death, titanium skull beneath synthetic skin. The Terminator 2's, 1991, deft inversion of the Terminator's sinister mission virtually facilitates the entire repertoire of Heimlich recuperation. Sarah, now a pumped-up adept at survivalist terrorism, has been institutionalized. Her rebellious pre-adolescent son, Edward Furlong, has been taken from her and placed in a repressive suburban foster home. Unaware of his future, he deems Sarah mad. The machine tyrants construct a new Terminator, played by Robert Patrick, a liquid metal shapeshifter, this time dispatching it to kill young John. Future John counters by sending an old Schwarzenegger Model T-800, stolen by the Resistance and reprogrammed to protect John as tenaciously as its clone once pursued Sarah's destruction. To facilitate its mission, the T-800 has been given the ability to learn about humanity and to progress toward humanity itself. From John and the audience's as yet uninformed perspective, Schwarzenegger's hulking Gur remains grotesquely unheimlich. But his spectacular rescue of John from the shapeshifter's RST attack recalls Kyle's rescue of Sarah at the disco, forcefully challenging his prior menace. The sequence is followed by other matching rescues, beginning with Sarah's liberation from the asylum by her son and his unlikely sidekick. An unlikely parallel is gradually forged between Kyle and his former nemesis, between the dead, unknown parent and the grim cyborg who, as Sarah muses, ironically has become the only competent father John has ever known. Schwarzenegger's physical appearance remains consonant with his newfound sensibility. Although savagely battered by the liquid T-1000, his death's head armature is never unmasked. Animated Heimlich maneuvers. From the late 1930s to 1980s, the comic potential of Universal's Gothic monsters was exploited in the lunatic cosmos of Warner Brothers' Merry Melodies and Looney Tunes, though Warner's worry over possible copyright litigation may have dictated the Universal creatures' animated depiction as generic stereotypes in brief, peripheral appearances. 6. For instance, in Porky's Road Race, 1937, the stuttering pig competes with cars driven by Hollywood stars. Boris Karloff and his Frankenstein alter ego are momentarily glimpsed behind the wheel of a passing auto. A Draculoid vampire appears at greater length in Transylvania 6-5000, 1963. Fortunately, Bugs Bunny discovers a magical word that defuses the vampire's menace by turning him into a bumbling bat. Always enchanted by wretched excess, Bugs experiments with ever weirder abracadabras, resulting in ever more extravagant vampiric incarnations. In addition to their free adaptation of Universal's creatures, Fritz Fröhling, Chuck Jones, and their madcap colleagues drew up their own risible creatures, mad doctors particularly nourished at Warner World. In Hair-Raising Hair, 1946, Bugs is lured by a robotic lady rabbit into the lab of a Peter Lorre-like scientist who wants to perform the usual brain transplant. Bugs masquerades as a drag queen beautician and neutralizes the loony surgeon's Igor, a giant hairball, with a manicure. And in Hide and Hair, 1955, Bugs is transformed into a hulking monstrous version of himself by Mr. Hyde, alter ego of a kindly doctor who has just adopted him. Looney Tunes creators frequently capitalized on the Jekyll/Hyde duality's comic potential. Beginning in the mid-1960s, Heimlich characterizations of other familiar monsters were substantially elaborated in children's television programming. Child-friendly versions of the Frankenstein creature appear in Milton the Monster, 1965, and Frankenstein Jr. and the Impossibles, 1966. The latter depicts the creature as a giant robot backing up a team of maladroit adolescent superheroes. During the 1980 season of the Flintstones, the Stone Age family's jovial new neighbors were the Frankenstones, obvious animated cousins of the Munsters. The Hanna-Barbera production company ceaselessly recirculated the Godzilla mythos on children's television throughout the 1970s and 1980s, commencing with the Godzilla Power Hour, 1978, followed by the Godzilla, Dynamite Hour and the Godzilla, Globetrotters Hour. Paralleling Heimlich revisions in the Toho LMS of that period, the animated Godzilla served as companion/defender to an intrepid band of globe-trotting scientists. He also cherished his nephew/sidekick, Godzuki. 7. Heimlich maneuvers in myth, folklore, and literature. The movie Monster is only the latest in the long procession of ogres, demons, werewolves, vampires, and other children of the night who have haunted oral and written tales from every tribe and nation, time and place. Chronicles of monstrosity are countered by the fewer stories in which the creature is neutralized or converted to respectable behavior. In most Heimlich transformations of folklore, an unredeemed monster is rendered impotent and ridiculous through bluff, boast, deception, or magic. Adult heroes of these narratives possess scant power or prestige. Alternately, the protagonist is a child or youth, usually of poor degree. In a Baltic variant of numerous stupid ogre tales, the hero tells an ogre that gilding his beard will make him irresistibly beautiful. After the hero gives his name as nobody, anybody, or such a one, he dips the creature's beard in tar and escapes, leaving his opponent glued to the tar kettle. The enraged ogre wanders the land, stuck to his kettle, provoking derision when he asks the whereabouts of nobody. In other stories, the villain is Death, the devil, or a similar demonic gur. He is as obtuse as the ogre and is likewise gulled to general merriment. A common tale of this type describes a blacksmith who sells his soul in return for becoming a master at his trade. A heavenly character, Jesus, Gabriel, etc., gives the smith a magic tree or bench to which people will stick, or a knapsack that swallows up anyone in the vicinity. The smith persuades his demonic adversary to sit on the bench or touch the tree, then ease. Alternately, the magic knapsack swallows up the demon. The smith pounds the sack on an anvil until his howling opponent promises to void their contract. Tales in which monstrous beings permanently surrender their evil powers in favor of doing good are uncommon. The devil is sometimes a cunning helper or ally, but his evil nature remains unchanged. A witch-like gur of Teutonic mythology travels the night punishing lazy women. In Grimm's version she becomes an ugly crone, Frau Holly, who rewards a scapegoated stepchild with a shower of gold after the girl industriously cares for her house. The heroine's indolent sister, dispatched by an envious mother to duplicate the good stepsister's fortune, shirks her domestic chores. Frau Holly rewards her with a shower of pitch, which clings to her forever. 8. A demon's unambivalent Heimlich transformation occurs in various Robert the Devil narratives popular during the medieval period. In the basic tale, a woman appeals to Satan after petition to heaven brings no relief from her barrenness. The devil impregnates her with a monstrous infant, Robert, who upon being born promptly slays his nurses. After numerous nefarious adult crimes, he is nally freed from his father's evil influence by conversion to Christianity, accompanied by stringent acts of repentance. The Wild Man, another staple character of eldritch folklore and subsequent written tales, is the ogre's worthier cousin. Enkidu of the Gilgamesh Ur myth is a prototype, a savage berserker who befriends Gilgamesh after a titanic battle. The Wild Man's appearance is frightening, feral hairiness being a stigmata of his quasi-human condition. His speech is as uncouth as his demeanor, he may be incapable of language. Although his actions can be threatening, dangerous, even lethal, he is not fundamentally evil, merely untutored in civilized deportment like Frankenstein's creature. The Wild Man may be delineated as an unrepentant Caliban. But his terrifying exterior more often conceals a sensitive, compassionate disposition, especially in Beauty and the Beast narratives of Indo-European origin, as popular today as they were centuries ago, example the underground beast man of the 1976 TV series, James Bond's Jaws see above. The beast's noble nature is matched by his high birth and handsome form, both constrained by enchantment. A pure maiden's love is required to break the spell and liberate the Heimlich inner man. A friendship between monster and child is rare in folklore and traditional fairy tales. Hansel and Gretel's Wicked Witch and Jack and the Beanstalk's giant treat youngsters as fodder rather than friend. One of the few mutually beneficial child-monster affiliations, involving another wild man, occurs in an Iron Hans body of tales from German and Slavic folklore. Grimm's Iron Hans story curiously echoes the plot of Terminator 2. For years, huntsmen and dogs vanish from the forest near a king's castle. The king discovers they are being slaughtered by a wild man living at the bottom of a pond. He is captured, taken to the castle and conned in an iron cage. The king's small son liberates him and the two leave. Iron Hans promises to be the prince's surrogate parent and omnipotent benefactor. The grown prince survives a series of picaresque adventures with Iron Hans' secret help, wins the hand of a lovely princess. The wedding festivities are interrupted by the arrival of a mighty monarch with his retinue. He embraces the prince, reveals he was transformed into Iron Hans through an evil spell. Now released from enchantment, he pledges to give the prince all the treasures that I possess. 9. Compared with their predecessors, monsters of contemporary fairy tales are more likely to be loving toward children. Their Heimlich behavior betokens the modern writer's rejection of that summary cruelty constantly encountered in narratives from the oral tradition, arguably rejecting actual harsh treatment meted out to children within and outside their families centuries ago. An egregious sadism toward the vulnerable young also pervades numerous cautionary stories by Grimm, Anderson, and subsequent Victorian authors concerned with constructing what Maria Totter calls a pedagogy of fear. 30. Maurice Sendak's oeuvre is informed by profound psychological shrewdness about the vicissitudes of childhood aggression and the healing power of fantasy. His Where the Wild Things Are, 1963, definitively repudiating the monster as a punitive gur. Little Max, sent to his room because of his wild deeds, is identified with the goofy ogres of his imaginary island, whom he tames with a piercing glance and an arresting demand to be still. He is immediately appointed chief and leads them in an uproarious wild rumpus. They are prostrate with grief when he sails back to the recuperated comforts of his bedroom, reassured that being bad isn't so bad after all. 10. The gruesome families of myth and folklore are no more friendly to child or mankind than the solo monsters of yore. Beowulf Grendel and his merciless beldam are as devoted to each other as the cannibal clan of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974, or the murdering mutant family of the Hills Have Eyes, 1978. However, their involvement with humans always remains utterly malignant. Unlike the Munsters, Goldilocks bear family has no desire to share food, home, or lifestyle with the human community. One of the few monstrous families of earliertion to have friendly, although occasionally disastrous, commerce with humanity because of their Brobdingnagian stature is the Gargantuas of Rabelais' satire. Humor and the Heimlich maneuver like their fairytale predecessors, many movie monsters possess innate humorous capability because of a generic excessiveness. Heimlich or unrehabilitated, their extravagant size, grotesqueness of shape, awesome energy, and freedom from social constraint energize that anarchic, Rabelaisian spirit of playfulness which Bakhtin theorized was central to the rituals of carnival. Humor related to unheimlich monsters. Freud argued that humor functions as a reverse zoom from harsh reality, enabling the mind to master sundry mishaps and misfortunes by facilitating healthy objectivity. 1905, 370-84. One suggests that the humor in an unheimlich monster movie, as well as humor paradoxically kindled in receptive viewers by the monster's onslaught, helps master inner psychological trauma. One further conjectures that the spectator's traumatic anxiety is related to the arousal of those once surmounted early beliefs which, according to Freud, underpins intimations of the uncanny. 11. Thus, from a comfortable seat one mocks and jibes in an illusory triumph, a dubious victory over whatever distorted infantile/primitive/collective concept, frequently about the origins of life and death, ultimately over the grim truth of mortality itself, is being processed by the horror scenario. And one laughs at screened atrocities enacted by the monster upon others, not oneself. 12. Besides betokening the endeavor to master resurrected fears, the peculiar mirth amidst screaming of horror viewers may also arise from satisfaction of the audience's childhood delight in wreaking pure havoc. 13. As well as gratification of darker unconscious desires. The horror LMS boisterous, grotesque Bakhtinian thrust, example the hilarious, lethal hijinks of the eponymous Gremlins 1984, is raised exponentially by the gross-out LM so favored by teenage audiences, with its bloody celebration of perverse fantasy, example the oral cannibalistic urges gaggingly evoked in George Romero's Dead trilogy. 14. A common type of wit expressed by characters of LMS with unheimlich creatures is ironic, essentially peripheral to the chief business of exhibiting the monster's threat and eventual elimination. The protagonist's humor allows them, and viewers by proxy, to step back from the horrors at hand, mitigating fear before the creature's attack. Consider the pervasive banter of the intrepid airman while getting off the vampiristic carrot man of The Thing from Another World, 1951. Humor related to Heimlich monsters. As Freud observes, even a real ghost, as in Oscar Wilde's Canterville Ghost, loses all power at arousing any uncanny horror in us as soon as the author begins to amuse himself at its expense and allows liberties to be taken with it. 1919, 407. In the elementary Heimlich maneuver of folklore monster movies, the most prevalent Heimlich trope of monster folklore generally, amusement is generated at the creature's expense by its defeat or stalemate. Degraded into an object of ridicule, the monster is rendered as powerless as it once was powerful. Its evil or destructive purposes remain unchanged, it simply can no longer accomplish them. The peasant protagonist of folk or fairy tales who renders ogres impotent and laughable reads as the audience's stand-in, owning no special skill beyond pluck and quickness of wit. Much folklore, monster tales included, was improvised by just such ordinary people, laborers at rest in the eld, women spinning. Setting aside unconscious fears symbolized by the ogres of folk narratives, these creatures arguably also personate realistic destructive agencies, natural or human. 15 plague, famine, the menace of capricious human oppressors, cruel rulers or warlords who conscripted, taxed, or crushed the lowly according to their whims. How entertaining and gratifying must have been stories in which fantastic stand-ins for these real-life giants were brought low, and turned fool in the bargain. The earliest Heimlich maneuver of the horror LM similarly depicts the monster's hilarious defeat without altering its sinister or destructive intent. The humble tailor, the indigent orphan hero of folklore, are reincarnated as bumbling, feckless Bud and Lou, or there is sassy Bugs Bunny, perennial gaddy of authority. The victory of these little guy heroes over the movie monster, beyond amusing us as it quells unconscious fears, may also indulge our fantasies that we, too, can yet defeat contemporary persecutors less lethal than a warlord, but sufficient unto the day, a new boss showering the offs with pink slips, the faceless, relentless IRS. The pleasure of elementary Heimlich scenarios is enhanced when a familiar monstrous attack is reprised, then satirically diffused. One experiences a frisson of recognition, as well as a relief of tension attendant upon the ridiculous failure of the monster's assault the second time around. For example, in a particularly eerie sequence from Browning's Dracula, the Count, Lugosi, transforms into a bat, then morphs back to his elegant vampire persona after upping through his lovely victim's bedroom window. In the send-up scene from Dracula, Dead and Loving It, Dracula, Leslie Nielsen, mutates into a wacky chimera, with the Count's head pasted onto a bat's body. Just as the Count is about to sail into the heroine's bedroom, French windows are slammed shut, one hears a ludicrous plunk, and sees Nielsen's tiny face, scrunched excruciatingly against the window pane, sliding slowly to the ground. The Heimlich transformation of the movie monster's evil or destructive nature goes beyond merely neutralizing the creature, it spurs strong viewer sympathy and produces a radical shift in humorous response. Now one no longer laughs derisively, or takes sadistic satisfaction, at the monster's expense. The monster has become endearing, rather than traumatizing, and provokes affectionate empathy rather than dreadful repulsion. When the congenial monster is animal-like, one is diverted by cute anthropomorphisms, much as one is entertained by pets who we believe are aping human behavior, example the exuberant victory dance of Godzilla's son at his father's triumph over bad monster adversaries. When the Heimlich monster is humanoid, one smiles at its clumsy attempts to learn human ways. And so in Terminator 2, the hulking Schwarzenegger is drolly shown how to do a proper high VE by his pre-adolescent charge. One is pleasured by the category collisions implicit in the Heimlich monster's disingenuousness during interaction with alarmed normals in the glaring contradictions between the creature's human sensibility, relatedness, or observance of human custom, as opposed to its inhuman appearance, physical attributes, or monstrous mores. And so, for instance, Herman and Lily Munster become entangled in a convoluted O. Henryish scheme to secretly earn money for each other's 100th anniversary present. The Heimlich monster as recuperated child, adolescent, parent, and divinity. Psychoanalytic critics have elucidated the movie monster's unheimlich representations of childhood, adolescence, and parenthood, Any or all identities may be dissected out of the same entity. Child or adolescent traits embodied hyperbolically by the creature include clumsiness, messiness, low frustration tolerance, impulsivity, disregard or disdain for rules, joy in mischief and disorder, and that curious unknownness, so unsettling to adults, about what the young are really up to. 16 During the horror genre's early decades, filmmakers shied away from portraying actual children or adolescents as monsters, fearing that audiences might be repelled by the repudiation of youthful innocence. The popularity of The Bad Seed, 1956, which featured a psychopathic killer child audiences loved to loathe, encouraged the portrayal of monstrous youngsters in mainstream cinema, including Village of the Damned, 1960. It's Alive. 1969, The Exorcist, 1973, Carrie, 1976, and Firestarter, 1984. The trend remains highly bankable. Consider, example the aforementioned Chucky of the Child's Play movies, and the carnivorous cyborg waifs of Screamers, 1997. 17 The monster's Heimlich transformation restores the attractive side of its child or pubescent persona while maintaining a now unthreatening excessiveness. The original unheimlich Godzilla spurred that fascination with dinosaurs which, in my clinical experience, is more prevalent among little boys and is partly based on the projection of a youngster's aggression upon the giant lizards. Girls and boys alike were subsequently enchanted by kinder, gentler Godzillas, as well as by Toho's Lupa Monster peer group. The creatures offered children multiple points of identification because of their many kid and pet-like qualities. As noted, mascot/pal attributes were later developed at length in the Hanna-Barbera animated television series. Besides eliminating the catastrophic potential of the creature's youthful wretched excess, Heimlich transformation also heals the trauma wrought by abusive adults or peers upon the vulnerable monster-child/adolescent. I have elsewhere addressed the universal Frankenstein as an essay on warped pedagogy. 18 Under this rubric, the creature is a battered child who identifies with his oppressors, returning in kind the uncharitable treatment RST meted out by his laboratory parents, especially Henry's stand-in, Igor, and then by society at large. The monster can also be construed as a typical early adolescent, both alarmed and exhilarated by his burgeoning biology, who confronts the resurrected Oedipal strivings of childhood in a strapping new physique. One notes that Karloff looks like a teenager bursting out of his clothes. A model for future beasts in the boudoir, the creature snatches Henry's Aunt from her bedroom the night before her marriage. What he would do with her is obscure, reacting the pubescent male's anxiety about the mechanics of sexuality as well as the Oedipal taboo. The monster's execution by the townspeople interprets as retribution for his illicit Oedipality. 19 In Young Frankenstein, Henry's descendant Frederick, Gene Wilder, explicitly addresses his creation, Peter Boyle, as an abused, misunderstood good boy. The doctor heals his surrogate son's psychic wounds with unstinting compassion, then boosts his IQ, and socialization, with a literal implant of his human identity. In return, he receives an infusion of the monster's exuberant virility, thereby actualizing a common exchange fantasy many parents have involving their adolescent children. Victor cheerfully disavows his corner of the Oedipal triangle by giving his Aunt Madeline Kahn, to the civilized monster, then bedding his sexy lab assistant, Terry Garr. Everyone is happy with jouissance aplenty to go around. Totter observes that fairytale monsters often bear the imprint of traumatizing parental authority. While children need monsters, to conserve idealized images of their parents, it is coercive sadism on the one hand and forbidding hostility on the other that produce many of the monsters that haunt children's imaginations. And in each case it is parental behavior that creates the monster crowd. 31. William Paul discerns an analogous encryption of hurtful parental authority in the movie Monster, 233. The literal depiction of monstrous parenthood has escalated since Psycho, 1960, example in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Brood, 1979, The Shining, 1980, The Hills Have Eyes, Aliens, 1986, Dead Alive, 1992, and The People Under the Stairs, 1991. The monster's Heimlich conversion from forbidding hostility to a benevolent parental role constitutes a winning thrust, especially for young viewers, in the evolution of the Godzilla canon beyond the creature's original insensate savagery. In Godzilla's Revenge, 1972, Godzilla nurtures a human child by proxy. The LMS vulnerable young hero is Ichiro, Tomonori Yazaki, a lonely latchkey kid living in a bleak Tokyo suburb. Harassed by local bullies, Ichiro creates a fantasy of Monster Island, where Godzilla teaches his son how to combat assorted monster tormentors. By drawing upon Godzilla's tutelage, Ichiro acquires new self-respect and vanquishes his own playground persecutors. 20 Another rehabilitated monstrous parent rescues a surrogate child from mortal danger at the end of Terminator 2. By now nearly human insensibility, Schwarzenegger's T-800 saves John, and Mother Sarah, Connor from the shape-shifting T-1000 by hurling it into a furnace of super-molten metal. The T-800 then realizes his brain contains the advanced microchip which, according to one of those tortuous loops of time travel, will be used by contemporary scientists to inadvertently create prototypes of the future machine tyrants. And so he proceeds to lower himself into the eerie pool, his hand raised in poignant farewell to the grieving John and Sarah, melting away like Grimm's loyal tin soldier. The T-800's rescue of humanity entire touches upon an immense, ambivalent power latent within the monster LM, innately exceeding the narrow knees of a Freudian parental paradigm. The creature customarily wields it in his guise of Pope's great anarch, toward uncreation and universal darkness. It is occasionally manifested by the Heimlich creature. Through acts of deliverance and redemption, which transcend familiar generic tropes, intimating an ineffable grace. The most moving of these strange theophanies occurs at the end of Blade Runner, 1982, when replicant Roy Batty suddenly hauls fallible Rick Deckard, Harrison Ford, from the abyss, then receives his own death with Christ-like serenity. Deckard, I don't know why he saved my life. Maybe in those last moments he loved life more than he ever had before. Not just his life. Anybody's life. My life. All it 21 wanted was the same answers the rest of us want: where do I come from? Where am I going? How long have I got? All I could do was sit there and watch him die. One recalls S.S. Prawer's superb characterization of the horror movie as spilt religion, 125. In some the unconscious is never visible through the ego's eye, it is recoverable only through its enigmatic conscious residues. From obscure traces, particularly from dreams, one gleans that the unconscious thrives on radical reversals and oppositions. Its polarized binaries coexist unproblematically according to the peculiar logic of the primary process. Freud's 1919 essay, The Uncanny, famously focuses on an eerie interpenetration, an intimate opposition between Heimlich and unheimlich. Beyond the logical, psychological, socio-historical grounds one adduces for monstrous rehabilitation looms the mysterious, indeed, uncanny, mutual attraction inherent in the Heimlich/unheimlich binary, drawing each category to its obverse, to become the other's other, innately generative of Heimlich and unheimlich maneuvers. In horror cinema or folklore, the Heimlich's very existence invokes the desire for its transformation into richer, stranger, numinous, yet often terrible stuff. Mutatis mutandis, the unheimlich instantiates ineffable melancholy and hope. Once upon a time there was a home, an Eden, a womb, from which one was compelled to journey toward terra incognita, arguably, in psychoanalytic terms, toward necessary but vulnerable individuation. Once there was a way back home, back to the common joys and comforts of a blessed ordinary. Reminiscent of those other anguished eternal voyagers, the Flying Dutchman and the Wandering Jew, movie monsters are compelled to wander ceaselessly between each contested site, to our enduring fascination and delight. 22. 8. Jonathan L. Crane. It was a dark and stormy night, horror films and the problem of irony. John Carpenter's F/X heavy remake of The Thing, 1982, contains a brief interaction between man and monster that graphically foregrounds the chief problematic of the horror LM. Under attack from a shape-shifting parasite that readily jumps from species to species and host to host, the members of an Arctic research team attempt to hold their own. In a rare moment of human advantage, the beleaguered company manages to temporarily isolate the chameleon invader. Sequestered in the host head of a decapitated human, the parasite seeks escape by morphing into a hermit crab and skull combination that scuttles to freedom on scaly legs. As the beast of fusion skitters away, a gape-jawed, goggle-eyed technician exclaims, "You gotta be fucking kidding." Composed in equal measure of ontological and epistemological bewilderment, this profane cry exactly delimits the boundaries of the genre. Bound between what can and cannot be, the astonished prole must decide between exclusive options. Is the crab head that once crowned a colleague's body a macabre joke, eyes playing tricks, or is the foul crustacean an oracle? Cast between the antipodes of raillery and revelation, the lab tech and his double, the protagonist and the audience must decide if seeing is truly believing. Over and again, The Thing and others of its ilk call for a response. Horror is then an interrogative genre that demands of its subjects, on screen and off, a reply. Is this some kind of joke? In formulating an answer, in denning those subject to horror as victims, either of practical jokes or something more serious, the audience enters into a dialogue. There are, of course, a multitude of alternate readings of horror that do not consider the genre a mercurial construction oscillating between the jest and its sober antithesis. When surveying the range of alternative interpretations for horrible entertainment, however, it is worth underscoring just how often a question is central to explaining the genre's operations. Tresevet Todorov, for example, offers a tripartite definition that hinges on the type of answer readers give to the question of the text. In his schema, irritations are best deemed by what answer we submit to explain strange goings-on. Can the odd events of the scene be explained by appeal to coincidence or other natural explanation? Or, conversely, can we assert the undeniable presence of the supernatural when sizing up a cryptic story? Finally, some strange scenes refuse a straightforward answer and the reader must allow for an ambivalent response. There is no compelling reason to opt for either the hand of the supernatural or the operation of chance. In this sort of weird tale, as Freud notes in his remarks on the uncanny, the author cunningly and ingeniously avoids any denied information on the point to the last, 1990, 251. Rendered dumb, the narrative's power is contingent upon our inability to fashion a certain reply. Nevertheless, across all three variations, the marvels of the text are only limned when a questioning call is met by a response. Noel Carroll deems art horror, his preferred term to demarcations from real terrors, as contingent upon the question. In contrast to Todorov, Carroll cedes the audience pride of place in beginning the dialogue. The audience clearly initiates the exchange because horror tales are manufactured in response to the need that some audiences have for their curiosity to be stimulated and rewarded, 1990, 193. In this view, horror grates the questionable appetites of those who dream of what lies beyond. Unrestrained by the dictates of stultifying reason, dark tales offer free range to audiences with active imaginations and inquisitive natures. Here then, as with Todorov's structuralist account, horror comes into being after a question has been posed. The only difference, in regard to the central role of the query, is that the problem is forwarded, for Todorov, by the text. For Carroll, art horror is summoned when the audience calls into doubt the limits of what can be known. In either case, horror cannot be until the audience has spoken. Cynthia Freeland, in conjunction with Carroll and Todorov, also considers the genre an arena open to question. Freeland, however, argues for a very specific type of question. In her analysis, the genre is a space constructed for reaction on the nature and meaning of evil. In combination with scaring us, the genre also stimulates thoughts about evil in its many varieties and degrees, internal or external, limited or profound, physical or mental, natural or supernatural, conquerable or triumphant. 1999a, 3. A grotesque theodicy, with evil graphically embodied in the esh of the monster, the genre provides a ready outlet for contemplating the terrible scourge of sin and other heinous wrongs. From the most abstract of considerations, what can be known, to the concrete study of base behavior, what can evil do, the genre summons responses for pressing queries. And while all narratives pose questions, if only to ask what happens next, the horror genre seems, from a variety of theoretical perspectives, to be particularly inquisitorial. In this space, with the audience functioning as prosecutor and judge, charged with interpreting evidence and apportioning blame, the genre is a trial. Horror demands that the audience come to terms with the truth and assay what stirs beneath the surface. As a trial, horror is also an endurance event. The audience is called to withstand a fearsome assault of threats, shocks, and terrible visions before rendering a verdict. Without these threats, without the shock to the senses, without the noxious eruption of the monstrous, the questions put to the audience would be of no particular moment. Under violent pressure, however, even the most abstruse queries become of considerable import. If the question and horror are common companions, and the probing cry is to be expected whenever the horrible is encountered, then we must ask, following Todorov, Freeland, et.al., why text and readers alike are so very inquisitive. 2. In the thing, as in most initial meetings between the monster and the audience, the opening question initially takes the verbal form of a double take. Is the protagonist really seeing what she or he thinks she is seeing? Has the head of my coworker atop a scrambling tangle of king crab legs really just broken across the laboratory over? Consider the visual feints found early in most horror LMS, wherein brief glimpses of what may be a monster are specifically edited into the tale for the benefit of a suspect audience. These brief hints allow spectators to ask the same question forwarded by astonished actors: is this real or is this some kind of joke? 3. As the tale pitches between these poles, the law of the excluded middle regulates horror cinema. 4. Either there is nothing to worry about or the dead walk. What the audience needs is confirmation. Has something wicked this way come, or are we, viewers and players alike, being had? This is a question of irony. Can the world of the LM be believed, or are the goings on screen not to be trusted? Put simply, the audience must decide whether to trust their eyes or assume the maker is a condense artist. For example, like most contemporary Woman in Peril LMS, Scary Movie, 2000, opens with a lissom 20-something harassed by an unidentified male caller. As soon, a millisecond or two, as the audience recognizes Carmen Electra, Baywatching NU, vamping through a reprise of Drew Barrymore's cameo in Scream, 1996, the LM surrenders the ability to evoke any effective resemblance to the horror LM. The Wayans brothers do not mean what they say, and, insofar as horror is concerned, the LM cannot be trusted. The question of right intentions and irony in the horror LM is oftentimes not resolved early on in the narrative. The tension between faith and distrust may be maintained until quite late in the LM, when, nally, the reality of the supernatural becomes a given. In these straits, forced to endure radical doubt for much of the narrative, the audience reasonably adopts a paranoid relation to the world on screen. When it is simply impossible to discern, long into the narrative, whether or not things are what they seem, as in Rosemary's Baby, 1968, and The Birds, 1963, everything on screen, all interiors, exteriors, characters, and their interactions, are imbued with dread import. 5. In this world there is too much meaning, and confirmation of the supernatural comes as a relief. 6. Whereas confirmation can relieve the audience of a significant burden, there is no guarantee of similar relief for characters whose worst fears have been, at last, confirmed. Often confirmation, succor for the audience, turns out to be an actant's death knell. In addition, as in many horror LMS from the 1950s, confirmation comes only to transcendent spectators allied with one or two hardy protagonists. The rest of the cast doubts either the ethos or the sanity of those who scream wolf. In this elastic confirmation scenario, the horror LM becomes a dual struggle to defeat obdurate skeptics and the monster. Typically, in LMS like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1956, erstwhile compatriots prove more unyielding than the most intransigent monster. In LMS with an extended confirmation plot, the problem of irony does not disappear once the audience can trust their senses. Instead, the question of irony is transformed into the sad irony of fate as the LM resolves audience apprehensions at the expense of doubly persecuted protagonists. At odds with friends and foes, delayed confirmation plots offer impotent protagonists the cold comfort of being right in a sea of doubt. When the horror LM is not meant to be taken seriously, or in the case of inept filmmaking cannot be taken seriously, irony becomes a parodic attack. This attack can take at least two different forms. When the audience takes the lead in assuming an ironic attitude, poorly made LMS are celebrated for their absolute indifference to technique and genre convention. Alongside the work of other uniquely gifted directors, the enduring cult cinema of Ed Wood, Herschel Gordon Lewis, and Andy Milligan represents the unalloyed triumph of the learned audience over primitive or truant technique. As the work of these directors departs further and further from the minimum threshold of credulity, the decadent audience, whose pleasures are informed by a remarkably Rand's superformal appetite, Booth, 176, inverts the ironic question delivered in competent horror shows. Instead of certifying their trust in the maker, you've convinced me, the ironic audience now celebrates every moment where a director, crew, and cast went wrong. Reworking the unspoken dialogue between maker and spectator, the knowing audience is free to ask, "What were you thinking?" Superior in the knowledge that the maker cannot offer a worthy reply, the audience has license to revel. The good horror LM, the LM that follows the rules, assures spectators, through exact obedience to convention, that it deserves to be taken seriously. Impossible visions can only be taken as true when makers frame them within otherwise solidly constructed and decorous narratives. There is a strong positive correlation between the degree of obedience to convention exhibited by the well-executed horror picture and the apparent verisimilitude of the impossible narrative. A bad genre picture, ALM lensed in apparent ignorance of form and convention, disabuses spectators and invites nomination as a Terric failure. The LM is so bad you cannot believe it. At this point, when ALM reaches low enough, sinking well beyond the limits of imagination, the audience is at liberty to make movie-going an act of alchemy. The bad is magically transformed into the good. Generally, parody is considered an ironic exaggeration of style or manner intended to send up an unworthy original. In the case of bad horror LMS, hyperbolic style is not a consideration. Even a lackluster, run-off-mill horror LM evidences an admirable stylistic air that is forever beyond the capacity of an inept effort. Parody cannot exist apart from style, and the bad genre LM is a style lacuna. Instead, when ALM is void of conventional style, an exile from vogue, the audience is free to parody a receptive public. A warm reception establishes the audience's bad faith, not their good intentions. Applause and appreciation for the virtues of a junk horror LM are acts of perverse will and insider's delight. The audience is not the only group free to parody the genre. Starting in the silent LM era, the horror LM has been readily and regularly corrupted in horror comedy. Here, unlike the LMS celebrated by the ironic audience, which have worth because the audience deigns to adore them, the horror comedy is intended to evoke laughs. 7. This time the maker is in on the joke. What is interesting about horror comedy is that the same characters, the entire Universal Studio ensemble, the slasher and the zombie, can easily move back and forth between straight LMS and burlesque. As George Romero was concluding his sober zombie trilogy with Day of the Dead, 1985, his original production partner on Night of the Living Dead, 1968, was making a competing sequel from the same source material. Romero's LM was a relatively straight-ahead gorefest, whereas John Russo's Return of the Living Dead, 1985, emphasized the broad humor in undead cannibalism. Contemporaneously, Tannmeister George Hamilton played the urbane Count for laughs in Love at First Bite, 1979, while the equally photogenic Frank Langella played the role straight in Dracula, 1979. Both were big hits. Similarly, Abbott and Costello met Frankenstein, the Wolf Man, the Invisible Man, and the Bride of Frankenstein without making it impossible for these icons to work in roles demanding monsters with gravitas. Unlike most other forms of parody that work to denigrate their source material, horror parody seems to provoke laughter without acidulous, fatal ridicule. These assorted variants might best be conceptualized as parallel universes or wonderlands running alongside but never overlapping the world belonging to the horror genre proper. In these other regimes, the laws common to convention are suspended, rewritten, or otherwise altered. In the Wonderlands, Dr. Frankenstein and his monster may prove to be a talented song and dance team celebrated for their rendition of Puttin' on the Ritz, Young Frankenstein 1974. Here, the phallic knives of the slasher may be stripped of symbolic sheaths as mad killers penetrate the ears of their prey with real penises sprung from deadly glory holes. Scary Movie. And in these magic alternate hinterlands, dread ghosts may even become capable guardian angels who can navigate the New York subway system saving loved ones ensnared in perilous jams. Ghost 1990. Regardless of how far such variant universes depart from the domain of right horror, there is never any danger that we will forget the rules appropriate to the principal strain of the genre. Bizarre funhouse distortions of prime horror may be produced only by manipulating the rules of right fright. Consequently, the central standing of canonical horror is regularly underscored with each and every laughable departure from convention. There is also a fourth course between these alternatives. The postmodern horror LM, as in the Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer series, drifts back and forth between scares and laughs without warning. Sick humor and sickening violence, coupled with narrative and effective incoherence, deem the horror LM's null incarnation. These LMS are both serious, they can be very threatening, and they jest. Oftentimes trading on insider knowledge, a fan's familiarity with the rules of the game, these efforts underline their status as neither genre creations nor genre malcontents. 8. Obeying some conventions and shattering others, the most successful of these bipolar amalgamations manage to be both funny and scary simultaneously. The multiple options for the horror LM foregrounds the genre's striking ability to endure and outlast even the ursest mockery. It may be that a genre, ironic at heart, is resistant to its own venom. In addition, as the genre works by inviting the spectator to play along, and as a good genre LM must explicitly promise to play by the rules, these productions may be so openly self-conscious about their status as productions that they cannot be sent up. For this genre, all parody is homage and imitation, even skewed imitation, utters the self-conscious production. 2. The pleasure we have so far ascribed to the horror LM and its deviant cousins, the badly drawn effort, horror comedy, and the postmodern chiller, has been explained through an analysis of technique. It may also be possible to ground the indomitable irony of the horror LM in a source other than conscious delight in wicked play. As Freud notes in Jokes and Their Relation to the Unconscious, 1905. We are aware that we may be deceived into confusing our enjoyment of the intellectual content of what is stated with the pleasure proper to jokes, but we know that that pleasure itself has at bottom two sources, the technique and the purposes of jokes. 117. No matter how well technique accounts for what makes a successful horror LM, Freud's important consideration has not been addressed. Explaining worthy technique is not the same thing as explaining the purpose or ends to which technique is marshaled. For Freud, a creditable exegesis must distinguish between means and ends. Confusing how something is done with the reasons why something is done is to mistakenly connate method and motive. If the good horror LM works by convincing the audience to believe their lying eyes, then the crucial operation for horror entails getting an audience to entertain that which they know is not true. Freud addressed this process in his 1919 essay, The Uncanny Dot. First, the writer, like the maker, deceives us by promising to give us the sober truth, and then after all overstepping it. 250. 9. In this fashion, by couching the uncanny within an otherwise realistic setting, we are more likely to assent to the possible existence of that which cannot be. The Sixth Sense, 1999, ESA NE example of ALM tailor-made to Freud's specifications. Although it opens with the supernatural complaint of a boy who claims kinship with the dead, his dreadful encounters are treated, for almost the entire LM, as the symptoms of a tortured hebephrenic. Until very late in the movie the supernatural is treated as nothing more than the IDEXE of a broken psyche. Once the secret is revealed, and the audience reviews the entire story in light of the uncanny truth, the narrative is so scrupulously plotted that all actions are consistent, for nearly the entire length of the LM, with both a psychological and a supernatural explanation. The LM never missteps, never prematurely betrays its supernatural core, and as such is genuinely disarming when the truth is unveiled. Such LMS, which slyly make this world strange, allow us to entertain that which we have long since left behind. Under the inions of a tale that appears to esteem verisimilitude, surmounted beliefs are made tenable and ridiculous superstitions become plausible. A successful encounter with the uncanny undermines years of reality testing and allows us to reconsider the possibility that we actually could enjoy magic powers longed for in childhood. On the other hand, ALM or story couched far in the past, example Hamlet's ghost-plagued Denmark, or stories from other realms, example The Wizard of Oz, are so transparently not of this world that they can have no uncanny effect even when peopled with hydrophobic witches, aeronautic monkeys, and spectral papas. Freud 1990, 250. Along with the retreat into childish superstition there is another vector for Freud's uncanny. The uncanny can also facilitate a re-emergence of repressed complexes. 248. Going well beyond a reconsideration of magic powers and necromancy, a return to benign animism, the uncanny at this deeper level serves to release normally repressed infantile complexes. Fear comes, at this juncture, from the inimical depths of the psyche and not from a eating return to childish fancies. As opposed to merely allowing the thrilled viewer to tree a moment or two with omnipotent thoughts, this considerably more serious engagement with the uncanny threatens to undo the constitutive ego supports of the subject. The horror tale endangers the sovereignty of the symbolic order via a return of the repressed. The spectacle of horror, the singing blade that cleaves the esh, the carnivorous monster that devours the body with relish, reawakens deeply seated and long buried fantasies of castration, abjection, and the like. 10. In so doing, in compromising the ego's hard-won autonomy, the uncanny casts us back to some traumatic point in infancy or childhood that we had, mercifully, long since forgotten. If we trace some neuroses to an unsuccessful mastery of these sorts of primal chimeras, as does Freud, then the horror LM is a symptomatic expression of an unresolved psychic conflict. Repressed and surmounted beliefs are not, by their very nature, readily or commonly encountered. This is particularly true for the experience of the uncanny in everyday life. Striking coincidences and conscious wishes that come true are among the few quotidian experiences likely to lead to an uncanny shiver. The uncanny is more frequently encountered in the realm of Shen, where the attenuation of disbelief, vital to the uncanny effect of fascinating imagery, is more easily achieved. 249. Under the shadow of story, where nothing is real, censorship is relaxed and it becomes possible to entertain the impossible. However, if authors and directors are not careful, if they ask too much of the audience, moving too far from the quotidian, all affect is lost, hence, the failure of horror comedy or bad horror LMS to provoke or invoke chills. Through the good offices of sober authors taking special care not to betray the allure of Sirenchen, the good horror LM and the uncanny tale successfully marshal, cultivate, and maintain cherry disbelief. The problem with this proviso is that horror LMS are generally not as circumspect about maintaining the reality effect as Freud would like. In spite of his cautionary advice, few works can keep from going too far. Furthermore, despite failing to follow Freud's direction, these impure efforts do seem to give audiences the creeps. Near any epoch in the history of the horror LM, from the silent era to the present, has signal LMS that, however diligent in their pursuit of fear, take time to play. 11 From moments of cinematic caprice in F.W. Murnau's Nosferatu, 1921, offering respite from the horrible suffering enacted by Orlok, Max Schreck, to the ghoulish double entendres of Pinhead in the Hellraiser series and the convoluted postmodern machinations of Scream, the genre has always offered some space where fear and arch-whimsy coexist. Horror LMS have long since found a way of making irony work. It is the uncanny that stands in need of alteration. The uncanny needs to make room for the ironic play ingrained in horror cinema. Freud would not perform this labor himself. In both his essay on the uncanny and his monograph on the joke, Freud disavows irony. In The Uncanny, he states, referring to an Oscar Wilde ghost story, that the tale loses all power as soon as the author begins to amuse himself by being ironical about it and allows liberties to be taken with it. 252. In Jokes and Their Relation to the Unconscious, Freud writes, representation by the opposite can be understood without any need for bringing in the unconscious. 1905, 174. For Freud, the successful performance of an ironic gesture or statement requires conscious, advance preparation. The ironic source must make sure that the audience grasps his or her real intent. Saying one thing and meaning another is a deliberate act of conscious consideration. The unconscious does not work to these specifications. While Freud was not willing to theorize a working relationship between the unconscious and irony, there may in fact be grounds for allowing the unconscious to employ irony. As Frank Stringfellow argues, Freud was too precipitous in dismissing irony as merely a conscious, rhetorical ourish. Certainly, irony does function as a conscious defense mechanism. The canny reader is shielded from censure because the author always says the opposite of whatever substance the audience makes of his or her remarks. This is the refuge of plausible deniability. Stringfellow, 24. With latent and manifest content at odds, ironic statements are always unclear. It is this ambiguity that saves the ironist from condemnation. But ambiguous utterances fashioned to elude censure are also an ideal avenue for the unconscious to have its say. Seen from this perspective, irony serves for an even craftier act of subterfuge. As a confused admixture, anaclitic irony allows other unspoken meanings to percolate to the surface. An ironically reformed account of the uncanny would not immediately dismiss horrible tales that are arrogantly preposterous. The impossible, not to be believed crab head that dances across the oar is deserving of a second look because irony is an ideal vehicle for escaping censorship. Irony allows repressed traumas free play while permitting audiences and filmmakers to maintain the shine that the genre is really nothing more than a cinematic funhouse. The perceptible wink, the knowledge that no harm is really meant, catches consciousness off guard and serves the ends of irrepressible complexes. In this way, irony may be reconceived as a vital part of the arsenal that gives authors and directors their peculiarly directive power. Freud 1990, 251. As a form of psychic double-cross, ironic tales proclaim their duplicity to mask their true intent. In betraying itself from the start, the ironic production dons negation as deep cover. Because negation is irrelevant to the unconscious, the absolute meaning of an utterance is independent of either a positive or negative valence. Stringfellow, 6. Contrary to Freud's preference for upright eruditions, a scrupulously earnest discourse may not always be required of the circumspect uncanny. An impure uncanny would go a long way toward making sense of the horror genre's long history of incongruous play. It would include LMS with no room for humor, the grave tragedies of David Cronenberg, and the disingenuous, but still potent, eviscerations of Andy Warhol's Frankenstein, 1974. Unlike other realms where irony and parody can have devastating consequences, ironic horror does no irreparable harm to less compromised creations. The genre has happily coexisted with comedies and parodies that do not seem to have any negative impact on an audience's ability to enjoy more restrained efforts. It would thus be appropriate for the uncanny to welcome irony's assistance. Spotting irony always involves a moment of hesitation. Stringfellow, 17. As the ironic utterance unfolds, there is a moment of doubt when we ask, can this be serious? Depending on the answer, the utterance will be taken either as ironic or in earnest. If a horror LM elicits this question, spectators decide whether or not a horror LM is to be taken straight or in jest. Returning to this question in light of a revised uncanny, however, the distinction between jest and sobriety is moot. The uncanny can be experienced under cover of irony and in Freud's preferred straight mode. Consider Hannibal Lecter's delicious remarks on savoring an internal organ with fava beans and a good bottle of red. Only a reformed treatment of the uncanny would rightly deem this horrible witticism a legitimate extension of Freud's original formulation. Clearly, there will be some efforts that cannot evoke the uncanny, example some horror comedies absent anything but calculated humor, but doubt and humor can also be allied on behalf of an unconscious unwilling to forego any effective persuasive appeal. 3. Readings of the horror LM from any theoretical perspective, psychoanalytic or otherwise, must address irony's function. Irony is now so well woven into the horror genre that it cannot go overlooked. As yet undecided is how to best register irony's effect. Is a retrodied uncanny incorporating irony as a mechanism for abetting the release of bridled complexes the best account of irony? What are the consequences of an unconscious that avails itself of all available means of persuasion? Apart from psychoanalytically informed criticism, what is a horror LM that says one thing but means another? Finally, what function, might horrible irony have for filmmakers and audiences absent the unconscious? By most accounts, modern horror arose as a consequence of, and a form of resistance to, the all-encompassing empiricism of the Enlightenment. 12. As Carroll notes, the scientific worldview of the Enlightenment supplies a norm of nature that affords the conceptual space necessary for the supernatural, even if it regards that space as one of superstition. 1990, 57. In offering an explanation for all the things of this world, the empirical Enlightenment stripped mystery and awe from experience. Horror attempts to restore a measure of enigmatic frisson to a denatured world shorn of dark secrets. No matter how efficacious scientific praxis may be, a world without mystery is an altogether dull place. As a rejoinder to omnipotent method, horror offers a world where there are more things in heaven and earth than science may dream of. From its Gothic foundations to the latest neo-Stalkeric, horror proffers a hyperbolic fantasia beyond the reach of dry, bloodless science. In everting the explained universe, horror manufactures an ironic world in place of a sterile vacuum where all is rationally ordered. In this new creation, empirical reality must contend with irrational subversion. This transubstantiation is particularly obvious in the realm of the senses. Horror, especially LMED horror, achieves its greatest effects through a marked distortion of empirical reality. If science privileges sense data across observers, then the horror LM trumps science by offering indelible sounds and memorable images that would rattle even the most dispassionate of research fellows. The malevolent soughing that runs through the Friday the 13th series, Bernard Herrmann's electric psycho strings, the two-note riff of The Great Shark, Dr. Frankenstein's grand electrical machinery, Lon Chaney's warped makeup, Rick Baker's spasmodic gore effects, and Cronenberg's revolting bodies, among 1,000 other examples, are some of the effects LMED horror employs to turn the senses against the body. In a world where imperious sense data rule, the horror LM is king. In revivifying desiccated reality, horror almost always overplays its antipathy to empirical analysis. The mordant reality of the horror LM is never merely dark, but always dark and stormy. Reagan, Linda Blair, in The Exorcist, 1973, is not just possessed, her head spins 360 degrees, she vomits gallons, and we hear the piss hit the oar as the devil's work begins. 13. Repudiating science necessitates the invention of irony. If this world, the world enervated by science, is not to be believed, then the horror LM must offer extravagant fantasy that is at once over the top and just right. Not surprisingly, this is a difficult balance to maintain, and horror easily tumbles across the line into horror comedy and parody. Finding irony in mutiny against the tyranny of science does not render it unfit for a role in conjuring the uncanny. Because the job of horric irony is to disavow too great a reliance on arid reality testing, it would be useful in scorning an overly rational mentalite. In so doing, the psychic conics common to infancy and early childhood might also prove more readily recovered. Of course, should irony go too far and descend into unruly farce, then it will be unsuitable for calling up the uncanny. The more difficult problem in addressing irony, inside and outside psychoanalytic criticism, entails a discussion of irony's orientation. Allied with the uncanny, irony's orientation is centripetal. It serves to bring the audience back to the traumas of the psyche. In so doing, unconscious irony is open to the usual litany of complaints directed against psychoanalysis. It negates the agency of individual viewers, for example, through the creation of a universal model of the subject. Furthermore, not only are all subjects alike, sharing the same basic infrastructure, but they are also similarly liable to be taken in by the phantasms of the unconscious. In addition, if it is possible to enhance the powers of the unconscious by allowing it more rhetorical liberty, we come very close to arguing not that the unconscious is structured like a language, but rather that it is a language. Outside of psychoanalytic criticism, irony has a centrifugal force. It frees horror to embrace a wide range of affects that take it well beyond the usual limits ceded to the genre. Most accounts of horror do not address the ease with which horrible texts and their audiences move readily across different horror modalities. Ironic horror frees the genre to shift across registers, from horror to comedy and back again, without alienating or losing an audience with a taste for irrational entertainment. In addition, the centrifugal force of ironic horror allows individual texts to address issues that go well beyond conventional form. Ironic, doubting horror opens the genre to knowing revision. When the genre threatens to become stale, the past can be easily sloughed off, ironically dismissed, and horror is free to adopt aggressively up-to-date visions of the monstrous. Only a slippery genre with the capacity to remake itself via irony could move from Bela Lugosi to George Hamilton Tulstad. And only an ironic genre would number Van Helsing, Buffy, and Clarice Starling as collective agents of all that is good and true. Finally, a centrifugal irony is an explosive irony, available to makers and spectators alike. As a consequence, horribles are indeterminate texts that can be taken either in jest or as dead serious. Centrifugal irony has, by definition, a center that cannot hold. In contrast, centripetal irony, the irony of the uncanny, is an implosive, centered irony in the service of one master. 9. William Paul. What does Dr. Judd want? Transformation, transference, and divided selves in cat people. Why should we take psychoanalysis seriously in thinking about Hollywood movies? Let me propose the simplest answer: because Hollywood took psychoanalysis seriously. In claiming this, I don't want to overlook doubts about the depth of psychoanalytic understanding in Hollywood LMS, since such doubts are in fact commonplace. Still, as Nathan G. Hale has noted in The Rise and Crisis of Psychoanalysis in the United States, the number of Hollywood movie stars, directors, and producers who were in analysis was legion, 289. Taking this fact into account should lead us at the least to posit that psychoanalytic theory is not necessarily external, something that we as critics and scholars might wish to impose on texts, but, rather, that it is possibly immanent in the texts themselves. Furthermore, it may be present in varying degrees with varying degrees of sophistication and variously articulated. If we question the level of sophistication in LMS dealing explicitly or implicitly with psychiatry of any kind, we might in part be questioning the use of generic conventions. The issue here should be how the formal constraints of Hollywood filmmaking, demands of characterization and dramatic structure, in effect become levers through which psychoanalytic thought might be expressed. In trying to determine how conventions might shape articulation of thought, I want to focus on horror LMS in this essay for two reasons. The conventions of the horror LM are much more formulaic than those of realistic drama. Furthermore, the fantastic material of the horror LM seems particularly suited to psychoanalytic interpretation. Because fantasy is itself a product of the mind's capacity for imagining, creating images rooted in, but departing from, reality, it is perhaps inevitable in a psychoanalytic age that the metaphoric displacements of fantasy would be understood by its practitioners psychoanalytically. Overlooking the psychoanalytic dimension of many horror LMS, then, is something like deliberately ignoring any element of the text that can't be assimilated to a pre-existing theoretical approach. So, say, a cognitivist approach to Cat People, 1942, that ignores the psychoanalytic aspects of ALM which explicitly invoke psychoanalytic thought would be as self-limiting as an approach that ignored its generic inheritance as a horror LM. I bring up Cat People here because it has already figured prominently in debates on the value of psychoanalytic approaches to cinema. In a review of the academic writing on the LM, John Burks has found two opposing approaches, to psychoanalyze or not to psychoanalyze. That seems to be the question in criticism addressing Jacques Tourneur's and Val Luton's The Sick Cat People. Something in the LMS narrative or imagery seems to activate a dazzling hermeneutic force that ineluctably shapes subsequent readings by compelling either acquiescence or active, though not necessarily acknowledged, resistance to a psychoanalytic method. 26. Rather than try to settle this debate, I would like to shift its terms by noting one incontrovertible fact. The LM gives an unusually prominent role to a psychiatrist, a character who, generically, could and perhaps should be quite minor. Furthermore, the connecting approaches to the LM that Burks and DS derive in part from this character's generic inheritance. 2. Whether or not we consider a psychoanalytic hermeneutic appropriate to an interpretation of Hollywood movies, it is incontestable that some concern with psychoanalytic thought, simplified or not, must play a role in LMS that feature psychoanalysts in prominent roles. Although Cat People appeared before the period that Hale has dubbed the Golden Age of popularization, 1945, 1965, the prominence of its psychoanalyst is particularly striking because he is a relatively new dramatic character in the history of Hollywood LM. The AFI catalog to feature films 1931 to 1940 has only 11 listings of significant parts for psychiatrists or psychologists. Furthermore, his characterization is unique for the time. After years of showing psychiatrists as absurd or sinister, Hale writes, for a short period, from the late 1950s to the mid-1960s, coinciding precisely with the high point of psychoanalytic ignorance, psychiatrists were presented as humane and effective. 289. Hale's periodization is neat and tidy, but Cat People certainly confounds it by making its psychiatrist, Dr. Judd, Tom Conway, both sinister and humane. As novel as this character might be, we might best understand his appearance in Cat People by considering how Hollywood integrates new materials by working them through existing conventions. 2. If Cat People confounds Hale's categories of sinister and humane therapists, some of the reasons for this are in fact generic. The character of Dr. Judd draws on conventions already established by a small number of LMS about psychiatrists and psychoanalysts. They are most often foreign-born and, perhaps in a connection with mad doctor traditions, they always have trouble keeping a proper psychoanalytic distance from their patients. Glenn and Kringabard see him as the possible prototype for the skeptical shrink of later horror LMS. 23, but two important differences should be noted. First, in terms of later LMS, Judd occupies an unusually salient position in the plot. Although he enters the LM relatively late, he nevertheless becomes one point on the two romantic triangles structuring the LM and, furthermore, he impels the narrative toward its violent denouement. Second, a generic prototype for this character exists in early horror LMS, but it saw character who should be a straw man. Compare cat people to the wolf man, which appeared the year before and is the most likely immediate influence on the production of the LM. 3. There is nary a psychoanalyst, psychiatrist, or psychotherapist in sight, but Warren William, in a small part, plays Dr. Lloyd, a medical doctor who assures Larry Talbot, Lon Chaney Jr., there are no werewolves in the following manner: why, I believe that a man lost in the mazes of his mind may imagine that he's anything. Science has found many examples of the mind's power over the body. The Wolf Man presents the standard horror LM all-in-the-mind explanation that would continue to be heard up through and beyond The Exorcist, 1973, and would continue to be just as wrong. In The Wolf Man, we never take the explanation seriously for two reasons. Dr. Lloyd doesn't gore directly in the plot. Furthermore, we possess contrary empirical knowledge to his claims, having already seen Talbot's Lupin transformation. If Cat People has instigated an opposition of critical approaches between psychoanalyzing and not psychoanalyzing, this might in part derive from a conflict between Judd's manifest role as a motivating force in the plot and the LMS generic inheritance, which demands that the scientific raisonner in horror LMS be proven wrong. An important source of vacillation derives from a double role granted Judd by virtue of an opening title that complicates his generic inheritance. Long before he enters the LM as a character within the Diagesis, this title effectively grants Judd the RST word and, consequently, a prominence in the LM before the onset of the narrative. Even as fog continues to lie in the valleys, so does ancient sin cling to the low places, the depressions in the world consciousness. Although seeming to echo the Freud of civilization and its discontents, the quotation is attributed to a Dr. Louis Judd. For retroactively, we might want to claim this introductory title is already part of the Diagesis because it is attributed to a character from within the world of the LM, but more than a third of the narrative must pass, approximately 27 minutes into a 73-minute LM, before we could even make that ascription. What, then, is gained by the odd rhetorical strategy of beginning with a quotation from a fictional character that the Shin does not allow us to know is fictional? First of all, the quotation appears prior to plot conventions that would establish Judd as a character whose pronouncements we are likely to dismiss. Furthermore, because the quotation seems to appear extradigitatically and also attempts to appear real, right down to the made-up book title that completes the citation, the authority of the LM seems to grant Judd literal authority here, as if he were indeed the LM's raisonner. In effect, by the time Judd appears as a character within the Diagesis, at the least the potential for a connected response has been introduced into his conventional role as someone who must be disproved. Precisely because the LM takes so long to credit the quote to a specific character within the Diagesis, we can ascribe the delay to the LM's rhetorical strategies. The quote serves the purpose of conditioning the way we understand narrative events prior to Judd's actual appearance. Most of all, the seemingly independent authority of the opening title inevitably authorizes an initial psychological understanding of the LM's central character. Long before there is any evidence of supernatural occurrences, the narrative encourages an understanding of Irina's, Simone Simon, problems as sexual and with a possible psychoanalytic etiology. Ordinarily, horror LMS will offer at least one seemingly supernatural event before anyone raises a rational interpretation of strange events, much as the Wolf Man showed the werewolf transformation prior to the all-in-the-mind explanation. Cat People, on the contrary, seems to take a psychological approach initially by highlighting disturbing aspects about Irina's psychology from the RST scene on and greatly delaying any supernatural explanation. Consider, for example, the LMS RST genuine frisson, which comes at the close of the opening scene. It is entirely based in character psychology. The meeting between Oliver, Kent Smith, and Irina plays as a conventional Hollywood cute meet. In a small urban zoo, Ollie watches Irina standing in front of a panther's cage sketching in a sketch pad, then crumpling up the sketch and tossing it on the ground. As she creates litter, he directs her attention to a sign, which cautions, "Do not let it be said, and said to your shame, that all was beauty here before you came." Her continuing to litter he takes as an invitation to come over and introduce himself. While Ollie talks rapidly and glibly throughout the scene, Irina says very little in reply. There is, nevertheless, a startling moment at the end when the camera in effect suddenly allows her to speak, and to speak directly to us. Throughout the scene, Irina has shielded her drawings from Ollie, with the mice NSCENE shielding them from us as well. But, at the end of the scene, just as Irina and Ollie walk away, the camera dollies over to a discarded sketch to show us what Irina has carefully concealed, the panther impaled on a sword. The sketch grants a direct access to Irina's innermost subjectivity, a subjectivity that must appear disturbed because of the disturbing way it is presented to us. How can we understand the surprising content of the sketch as anything other than an expression of her desire to destroy the panther? This would seem confirmed by an object that will provide the transition to the interior of her apartment, the statue of King John impaling a cat. Given the kind of perverse psychology the LM alerts us to in the opening scene, it is then striking that, the rest time the narrative provides a supernatural explanation for Irina's behavior, it comes not from Irina herself, the believer in ancient tales, but rather from the representative of modern scientific understanding, the psychiatrist Dr. Judd. In a shot that positions Irina under a cross-like lightingsture, echoing the cross formed by King John's upended sword with impaled cat and possibly suggesting the extent to which Irina is dominated by her superstitions, Judd reads from his session notes about Irina's belief in women who transform themselves into cats. The supernatural explanation effectively loses the priority it normally has in horror LMS by occurring simultaneously with the psychoanalytic one and, furthermore, by receiving voice from a skeptical psychiatrist. As a character in the Shin, Judd is in part deemed by his pronouncements. There are three specific moments in the narrative when Judd explicitly tries to explain mental functioning, with each explanation sufficiently different to warrant a separate scene. Together, they create a progression that moves from a possibly Americanized and optimistic view of psychoanalysis to a darker vision and, nally, in the face of a stubbornly resistant patient, to a seeming abandonment of psychoanalysis. As a counterforce to the supernatural explanation, each new psychiatric explanation provides us with a different way of looking at Irina that can cast previous events in a new light. In his RST appearance, Judd offers an explanation for Irina's troubles that reinforce the popular American understanding of psychoanalysis as a kind of engineering of the mind. The mechanistic dimension, already present in Freud, to be sure, is inevitably foregrounded in popular representations, no doubt in part because it can be most easily amalgamated with the cause and effect dramatic conventions of Hollywood LM, hence, the familiar emphasis on trauma creating blockages to the perfect functioning of the mind. If you locate the trauma and remove the blockage, one inevitably leads to the other. In populations, the mind will resume running like a well-oiled machine. These things are very simple to a psychiatrist. You told me about your childhood. Perhaps we'll ND that this trouble stems from some early experience. You said you didn't know your father, that he died in some mysterious accident in the forest before your birth. And because of that, the children teased you and called your mother a witch, a catwoman. These childhood tragedies are inclined to corrode the soul, leave a canker in the mind. But, we'll try to repair the damage. You're not to worry. The bleaker and more pessimistic side of Freud is always missing from this overly mechanistic model. One of the most striking features of cat people, however, is the extent to which it departs from this model and moves into darker regions. Part of that sense of a darker region derives from the fact that the treatment is troubled in ways familiar to actual psychoanalytic treatment. At their last interview, when Irina Nally returns to his office to ask for help, Judd explains the resistance to her. The intervening scene at the zoo by the panther's cage is itself a consequence of her resistance. He comes to see her there since she has stopped coming to his office. It is here that Judd moves the LM into Freudian regions rarely touched by Hollywood movies, the death instinct. After praising her for resisting temptation by not using a left-behind key to let the panther escape, Judd offers this generalizing explanation: there is in some cases a psychic need to loose evil upon the world. And, well, all of us carry within us a desire for death. We could initially read this desire as directed at others, but the aggression can also turn inward, much as Irina's dream condenses the phrase to a psychic need, a desire for death. What might initially appear as sadistic is reduced to a masochistic formulation, appropriate for the latter part of the LM, which will move toward the peculiar dance of death between Irina and Judd. The second interview recasts the initial etiology of childhood trauma in the context of troubled instinctual drives. Judd's opposition of sadistic and masochistic impulses points to the unexpectedly fraught identification Irina has with the panther. Because Irina's identification with the cat has been at the center of much writing on the LM, I do need to emphasize that it is in fact a fraught identification. At RST, the LM works to ally Irina with King John, the man who slays cats. There is Irina's sketch of the impaled panther, but also throughout the LM she is visually associated with King John by being framed with his statue in her apartment. On the other hand, she also sees herself as the panther. The connected identification signals Irina as neurotic, torn between connecting impulses of superego, King John, and ID, panther. This connect is dramatized throughout the LM by an elaborate play of life against death, a play that NDS an echo in the ending of The Seventh Victim, 1943, the other Val Lewton, produced LM, in which the character of Judd, also played by Tom Conway, plays a prominent role. In the latter LM, a character who has insistently sought to embrace life in the face of death walks off to her own suicide at the very same time a tubercular woman leaves the apartment house for the RST time to rejoin the world of the living. A similar contrary movement takes place at the end of Cat People when a dying Irina Nally releases the panther from its cage. While Judd's acknowledgement of the death instinct seems to be moving him toward a more tragic acknowledgement of Irina's illness, in the null interview he pulls back from this, almost as if it would be too much for the LM to bear. In his last attempt to explain the workings of Irina's mind to her, he openly rejects her fantasies in a manner that suggests she could cure herself by doing the same. I can't help you. But I can warn you. These hallucinations approach insanity. I can't help you. You can only help yourself. You keep going back to the mad legends of your birthplace. Forget them. You surround yourself with cat objects, pictures. Get rid of them. Lead a normal life. Oddly, these exhortations to get over it succeed where the talking cure failed. Irina replies, "You know, for the RST time, you've really helped me." Judd is not so much abandoning the talking cure as acknowledging that Irina's potential psychosis moves her beyond the realm of psychoanalysis. In adopting an exhortatory mode, he effectively reverts to earlier forms of treatment, where positive suggestions from the psychiatrist should be sufficient to counter the noxious notions in the mind. This does seem to move back to a more optimistic view, but the options are stark and unbridgeable, either sanity or psychosis and institutionalization. Judd is granted a kind of double articulation in the LM. As the extradiegetic spokesman of the opening title, he has the authority to explain psychological motivation. But as a character within the Shin, he himself may be subject to similar analysis. Furthermore, in neither articulation is Judd static. The shifting psychological explanations are mirrored by shifts in our sense of his character. Part of this is determined by genre, if stages of the narrative may be marked by individual characters accepting Irina's supernatural status as a catwoman, generically Judd must be the last to succumb. As a rationalist who looks at the architecture of the mind rather than, like Oliver and Alice Jane Randolph, the architecture of ships, Judd must be the last one to fall prey to Irina's fantasies. By the end, Judd will become mesmerized by Irina and, consequently, by her fantasies, either in effect acknowledging their reality or, perhaps, becoming consumed by them. No one can escape the power of the mind to transform the world, least of all the man who analyzes the mind. What does Dr. Judd want? 6. In his RST interview with Irina, he seems smug and complacent, as if treating her problems were routine and she interests him no more than any other patient. By the second interview, we can no longer take this smug manner as a sign of indifference, because he has gone to the trouble of seeking her out when she failed to turn up for her appointment. Furthermore, when he talks about the desire for death, he does so in a way that includes himself. All of us carry within us a desire for death. This will serve later in the LM to make sense of his desire to see her alone even after he has been given evidence that she is dangerous, evidence he apparently accepts because he arrives at her apartment with a sword. Driven by both Eros and then Eidos, his attraction to Irina establishes Judd as connected in a way that parallels her own inner connect. Judd's complexity is most fully realized in the null interview, which has him occupy an extraordinary number of connecting positions in one scene. In his exhortatory speech that tries to shake her from her obsessions, he is both punitive and supportive. Moving in a radically different direction, he then directly expresses his own desire for her, asking what would happen if he were to kiss her. She expresses revulsion, but, remarkably, this is the scene that will conclude with Irina thanking him for helping her. Just as remarkable is his response to her gratitude, for once dropping the ironic and slightly bemused tone that he normally uses in addressing her, he says, with real feeling, "Maybe it is because you interest me." Supporting the truthfulness of this line, for the rest time in the scene non-diegetic music is heard, beginning in the middle of his statement, validating its emotionality. Judd is an unstable subject, vacillating between polarities of engaged and indifferent, nurturing and seductive, sexually attracted and ultimately murderous. If my description makes it sound as if Judd himself could therapy, that is because he anticipates the many LM psychiatrists who have trouble with countertransference, the emotions the psychiatrist brings to his relationship with the patient. Judd's emotional response to Irina is in part conditioned by her emotional response to him. This effectively complicates our view of Judd as a character within the Shin. Not only is he an independent character, we see him in scenes apart from Irina, but he also exists in Irina's imagination, a creation of her transference. Appropriately, Irina's dream, one of the rare moments in the LM that allow us to see things precisely as Irina sees them, presents transformation, a trope central to the LMS horror, as a form of transference, making Judd appear as King John and casting him in contradictory roles as both savior and avenger. Another transformation from the dream, this time around an object, occurs in an uncanny counter-transference for Judd. King John's sword becomes a key. In the narrative proper, but specifically echoing Irina's dream, Judd makes his cane/sword, itself a transforming object, work as a key by using it to gain access to Irina's apartment. Because his actions seem to follow from Irina's dream, the full emergence of Judd's desires in effect becomes the overt manifestation of his counter-transference. Accordingly, the counter-transference manifests itself with Judd's entry into the world of her fantasy, his null recognition of Irina as a dangerous Catwoman. It is at this moment that he perversely unites with Irina. Like her, Judd is a character with a divided self. 3. In the null scene between Judd and Irina, when Irina transforms into a panther before his very eyes, Cat People seems to be following a conventional horror LMS progression from obscurity to visibility, paralleling the usual progression from rational to supernatural explanations. Still, we never actually see what Judd sees here. The moment of transformation remains maddeningly obscure. Further, although at the very end of the sequence there is one brief, perhaps studio-imposed, shot of an actual leopard, the action following Judd's reaction to the transformation is shown entirely through a series of shadows. A shadowy presentation of the monster is conventional, but Cat People becomes unconventional in sticking with the convention even after the cat is literally out of the bag. By this point in the LM, why not show the action directly? A possible answer lies in Tourneur's remark that he tried to deal with the studio-imposed panther by shooting it in such a way that we could still doubt its existence. 7. The only way we could see the panther and still doubt that it might be there would be to take it as a character's delusional vision. This is why the LM's slow and progressive revelation of supernatural elements is tied to the character's psychological states. Alice is the RST to believe in Irina's possible transformation because she is the character who has the strongest psychological reasons for doing so. If it dawns on Alice that Irina may well possess supernatural powers, the belief operates as a projection of guilt over her increasingly successful attempts to break up Irina's marriage to Oliver. Oliver will eventually join Alice in accepting the possibility of Irina's transformations, but only after he has joined her romantically and told Irina he wants to end their marriage, thus instigating his own guilty feelings. The timing of the Panther's RST actual appearance is crucial because it allows for the possibility of a joint delusion for Oliver and Alice, united by this time in the guilt of their betrayal. Up to this point, as shipbuilding architects and engineers, the pair represents a world of clarity and geometric forms. Appropriately, the scene in which they will see an actual panther begins with Ollie dictating measurements to Alice. This is a world of rational understanding, where love can be described as friendship by Alice and happiness is regarded simply as an absence of unhappiness by Ollie. Correspondingly, the architect's software they work together is the most open and brightly lit interior space in the LM. The possibility that the panther might be a delusion is signaled by the changed appearance of this set. It is thrust into darkness with only an eerie light coming from below the frame line. All shots of the panther in the scene are eyeline matches, which effectively restrict the panther's actuality to Alice and Ollie's vision. The scene's eerie lighting furthers the sense of a joint delusion, when Ollie transforms a tool of his trade, a T-square, into a cross by pleading with the panther, in the name of God. An unmotivated cut to the wall behind Oliver and Alice shows their shadows and makes the T-square look even more like a cross. The cut's lack of internal motivation makes it seem as if Oliver and Alice have themselves transformed, as if they have entered into another world and another belief system, the darkly insubstantial world of metaphor. This transformation may be understood as a consequence of their own guilt, which leads them fully into Irina's delusional fantasy, much as Judd's countertransference will eventually lead him. By contrast, the RST stalking sequence of Alice comes close to offering empirical evidence of Irina's transformation, or, at the least, a trace of empirical evidence. The sequence's remarkable stylistic strategies encapsulate what the entire LM accomplishes and underscore how much Cat People's aesthetic is rooted in character psychology. Furthermore, following my argument that genre shapes expression, I want to note how the LM employs differing generic traditions in the sequence to create connecting responses to the characters and suggest divisions within each character. In terms of the horror LM, Alice is a potential victim, but in terms of the woman's LM, explicitly invoked at the beginning of the sequence, Alice is the other woman and, as such, something of a predator herself. In terms of the horror LM, Irina is a possible predator, but in terms of the woman's LM, she is a victim. This divided response is wreaked in the very structure of the stalking sequence. Although the middle concentrates on Alice's emotions, the entire sequence begins and ends with a focus on Irina's state of mind. Things are set in motion by Irina's phone call to Ollie Softs, where he is supposed to be working late. When Alice answers, Irina hangs up without a word and leaves. The respective shots of Irina and Alice on the phone echo each other. Irina is standing next to the statue of King John spearing the cat, which LLs out the right side of the image, while John Paul Jones, the off's cat, sits on the table in front of the phone where Alice is talking. After Irina hangs up, Alice addresses the cat as if he were an understanding Confederate. John Paul Jones, don't you hate people who do that? Although the subsequent sequence would seem to suggest Irina is the cat, in terms of the connected identifications the LM sets up, Irina here is once again allied with King John, while treacherous Alice is allied with the cat. The stalking begins with Irina's reaction at seeing Alice and Oliver together. Outside an office building, Irina spies the couple in a nearby restaurant. The shots of Alice and Oliver as they get up and walk out the restaurant are all eyeline matches reacting Irina's view. It isn't clear if Irina can hear Alice's response to Oliver's thanking her for listening to him. That's what makes me dangerous. I'm a new type of other woman. But she can clearly see their body language, which expresses shared intimacy. The eyeline match, then, serves to foreground Irina's pain and jealousy, making them the keynote of what follows. Similarly, the eyeline match introducing the actual stalking places all the shots of Alice within the context of Irina's emotional state. Yet, at a striking point, Irina seems to drop out of the sequence, which allows Alice's subjectivity to take over. This happens RST on the soundtrack, with the sudden cessation of Irina's clicking high heels. As Alice walks past the camera in a side view, the other footsteps stop abruptly while the camera seemingly waits for Irina, who does not appear. Without shots of Irina, shots of Alice can no longer function as eyeline matches, and we can no longer speculate about what Irina might be thinking, as we could up to this point. The central concern now becomes what Alice sees and hears. A frontal shot shows Alice looking behind herself and seeing nothing. Her anxiety increasing, she now begins to walk more briskly, as if trying to get away from something she cannot see. As she stops once more to look around, a full eyeline match shows what she sees, or more precisely, what she doesn't see. The nothingness is crucial here because it emphasizes the subjectivity of her response. It is grounded in absence, not presence, suggesting that her anxiety is based in a fantasy of what she projects onto the outside world. The emphasis on Alice's subjectivity reaches an oral and visual climax at one of the LMS most celebrated moments. After seeing nothing, Alice, in a closer shot that tracks with her, begins to run, stopping only as she reaches the light of a street lamp. As she looks about in fear, a mysterious, low growling sound begins on the soundtrack. With the cut back to a longer shot, the sound suddenly becomes much louder and is clearly identified with a bus. A burst of air brakes, suddenly driving into the image from the right. This strange sound will subsequently be echoed in the scene at the offs discussed above, precisely when the panther mysteriously leaves, thus underscoring the possibility that the panther is delusional there as well. The camera looks through the driver's side window with the driver in the foreground and Alice toward the back of the image, framed through the door. In a closer shot, Alice looks up, and a full point of view shot shows us a low angle of a tree with rustling branches. On a cut back to the shot through the window, the driver says to the hesitating Alice, "Climb on, sister. Are you riding with me or in shot?" As Alice climbs aboard, he remarks, "You look as if you'd seen a ghost." Alice anxiously seeks confirmation. "Did you see it?" But the driver snaps his head back as if surprised by her question, then decisively shakes his head no as he drives the bus away. If the bus driver couldn't substantiate Alice's fears, the ensuing shots seem to offer us possibly objective confirmation that she had something to fear, but presented in a way that actually confounds their objectivity. After the bus leaves, we again see the rustling branches, but in precisely the same point of view shot that has been granted Alice, now seemingly untethered from any subjectivity. Can we fully understand the shot as independent and objective if we had initially seen it as specifically Alice's point of view? This shot appears to offer independent confirmation, but its empirical status is compromised by its initial subjectivity. The subjectivity of the audience is invoked as well. The growl/air brake transformation is not just an external reaction of Alice's anxiety, it also plays with our perception, perhaps our misperception, and in a visceral way because the abruptness of the image and sound startles us as well as Alice. The shots that follow further the play with subjectivity via off-screen sound. Sound serves to anchor, seemingly, shots that are spatially distinct and have no apparent motivation for their sequencing, a clear break with the LMS stylistic procedure up to this point. After the untethered point-off view shot of the branches, there is a shot of a panther in a cage pacing. With this shot begins the off-screen sounds of bleating. The panther turns its head to the right, as if hearing the off-screen sound. Next there is a shot of a caged leopard, who takes a step forward and looks to the left, again as if in response to the off-screen sound. The off-screen bleating then leads to a high-angle long shot of sheep in a eld, with the fence barely visible in the back left of the image. As we note 4 sheep dead on the ground, the camera pans a brief distance to the right with the as a caretaker with a lantern enters from the right. The camera pans left with him back to the dead sheep. He kicks at the head of one with his foot, bends down to examine another, then looks at the ground. At this point there is an insert of a point of view shot to show what he sees, with the camera moving slightly to the right following the circle of light cast by his lantern. We see animal tracks in the mud. Strikingly, at this point, the sound of the bleeding stops abruptly. The image itself offers no justification for the cessation of sound. The justification, rather, is poetic. The tread of the animal must be associated in our minds with silence. Sound nevertheless continues to unify shots that otherwise, as before, have a mysterious spatial connection. Silence continues with a return to the shot of the caretaker, who takes out a whistle and brings it to his mouth. We actually hear nothing until the next shot, when a shrill blast of the off-screen whistle accompanies a tracking insert shot of muddy paw prints. This shot itself is a bit odd because it seems to have a light at the center that moves with the camera, illuminating the prints within a shadowy field of vision. 8 Like the second shot of the tree branches, it echoes a previous point of view shot, but it is now untethered from any specific point of view. As the camera continues tracking to the right, we see the paw prints stop and high heel prints take over, the clicking sound of heels nally returning to the sequence. Just before the end of the shot, we hear a second blast of the whistle. The end of the sequence echoes Alice's departure, both visually and orally. A medium shot with a lamp post on the left shows Irina entering the image from the left and moving to the center. She holds a handkerchief to her mouth and looks down as if lost in a reverie, silence dominating the soundtrack. A third off-screen blast of the whistle causes her to look up, breaking off from her thoughts. The angle is somewhat oblique, partly obscuring our vision, but we see enough to note that both handkerchief and Irina's face are spotless. A fourth, seemingly more urgent blast serves as a sound bridge as it segues into a motor sound, which takes over and grows louder. A cut back to a full shot shows a cab pulling into the foreground of the image and coming to a stop so that we see Irina behind it. The motor sound continues through the shot, but no more whistle blasts are heard. The cab driver asks Irina, "Taxi, lady." Irina gets in, the driver starts his meter, and drives off to the right. This sequence offers us the temptation of accepting seemingly empirical evidence that Irina, once provoked, has the supernatural power of turning into a large cat. Yet troubling that temptation is the indirect presentation of the evidence, the trace of something, not the thing itself. Can we now be sure of the evidentiary status of what we see? There are other reasons for raising this question. First of all, the sequence begins clearly centered on Irina's subjectivity, then lets Alice's emotional responses dominate before returning to Irina. Complicating this scheme is the fact that the sequence begins and ends with visual tropes that actually serve to ally Irina and Alice. At the beginning, following the phone call, a shot of Alice exiting a door is immediately followed by a shot of Irina exiting a door. At the end, we have the parallel motor vehicles suddenly moving into a shot of each character, overcome with emotion, standing by a street lamp, in each instance accompanied by a sound transformation, a growl becoming air brakes, a whistle becoming a car motor. Finally, the sequence that offers the most apparent factual evidence is spatially incoherent, united by sounds that have an ambiguous status or even lose their reference to the image. By daylight, the zoo we have seen is a fairly conventional urban zoo of the time, likely Central Park Zoo, with animals kept in small cages. A reminder of these small cages precedes the shot of the sheep in an open meadow spatially unrelated to the zoo. Furthermore, there is no cry in the night, but rather just quiet bleating that has the magical power of instantly summoning a caretaker. And the bleating itself magically disappears over the shot of the animal tracks. In similar fashion, the shrill whistle of the caretaker, becoming more and more insistent, abruptly disappears when the taxi wakens Irina from her reverie. My description is intended to suggest that the empirical evidence can function contrarily as a projection of Irina's delusional beliefs. A zoo with big cats could presumably offer more appropriate prey like antelope. Sheep, on the other hand, suggest we have moved into the realm of metaphor because they adhere more to the religious imagery that crops up around King John as well as the T-square/cross, making sheep more appropriate as victims for the wicked Catwoman that Irina here imagines herself to be. The profoundly psychological quality of the sequence derives from nesting Alice's subjectivity within Irina's. This merging of subjectivities is central to the sequence because Alice, as the RST character to believe Irina has supernatural powers, here begins to take over Irina's delusional set of beliefs. The seemingly normal Alice merges with abnormal Irina. The sequence begins by opposing Irina/King John to Alice/Cat, yet, as Alice and Irina merge, the opposition in retrospect seems to parallel King John with the cat as punishingers. One of the LMS most insistent strategies is the pairing off of unexpected parallels between opposing characters with unexpected oppositions within individuals. In the whole host of oppositions that surface around characters in Cat People, I want to single out one that will foreground how much a sense of divided self occurs in the LMS methods of characterization. Two triangles underlying the LMS drama, Irina, Oliver, and Alice in one, Irina, Oliver, and Judd in the other, suggests an opposition between American and European. Judd's psychoanalysis comes from Europe, but so do Irina's folk beliefs, and both must remain foreign to Alice and Ollie's matter-of-fact world. Furthermore, conics quickly surface with Irina and Judd, whereas Alice and Oliver always retreat from their own conics. The instabilities of the two triangles nally resolve themselves into two couples, one American, one European, the former presumably stable, the latter engaged in a highly sexualized danse macabre. The opposition of the two couples also points to a parallel, however, because Alice and Ollie are not without their own conics. Alice helps to arrange for Irina and Ollie's wedding, then does everything possible to destroy the marriage, all the while claiming, quite sincerely, that she only wants to help Irina. And while Ollie subscribes to Alice's untroubled denition of love, he can't dismiss his attraction to Irina. I'm drawn to her. There's a warmth from her that pulls at me. I have to watch her when she's in the room. I have to touch her when she's near. Judd later echoes Ollie when he explains his attraction to Irina, there's a warm perfume in your hair, your body. Whereas the resulting parallel seems to collapse the European-American opposition, Oliver's language in asking Irina to marry him had earlier hinted at this collapse. You're with me. You're here in America. You're so normal, you're even in love with me, Oliver Reed, a good, plain Americano. America is the land of normality, but, in describing himself, Oliver splits into what should have been a simple taxonomy. Oliver is more like Judd than he himself might know, but the parallel is built on the fact that he himself is equally connected. The LM further foregrounds the divided self by giving him two names. Alice always calls him Ollie, while Irina always calls him Oliver. If like pairs off with like, and American Ollie is drawn to American Alice, then it is the Americano Oliver who is inexplicably drawn to the foreign Irina. The quote from John Donne that ends the LM and parallels the opening quote from Judd applies to all the central characters, but black sin hath betrayed to endless night/my world, both parts, and both parts must dies. 9. All four characters are divided, all are sinful to the extent that divisions cover over guilty desires, and only in death may opposing halves be reconciled. 4. It is difficult to know what Dr. Judd wants because he is as much deemed by connected desires as the other characters in the LM, which makes it difficult to know what any of them want. For example, hints of lesbianism in Irina's character have been noted in the LM from early on. 10. Yet, in the scene that concludes with Oliver's proposal, she confesses with sensual pleasure that she was watching Oliver as he slept, a remark that seems intended to denote the depth of her attraction. On the other hand, later in the scene, as if to foreground her own connect, she says ruefully, "I've never wanted to love you." This sense of characters driven by connecting desires is nearly what makes this LM so deeply psychoanalytic in its conception. Moreover, this sense of connect extends to our own experience of the LM, because its method effectively makes us ask what we want. Do we want to accept rational explanations for irrational behavior, or do we want to accept fantastic conceits we know empirically are wrong? Cat People's aesthetic method, its strategy of tempting us with belief in Irina's delusions, then pulling back from fully certifying such belief, in effect foments something like a neurotic response in the audience. Roughly contemporary, the David O. Selznick, Ben Hecht, Alfred Hitchcock LM Spellbound, 1945, begins with the introductory title, Our Story Deals with Psychoanalysis, the method by which modern science treats the emotional problems of the sane. An important distinction is being made here for a popular audience at the time. How important it is may be seen by comparing Spellbound to its source novel, The House of Dr. Edwards, 1927. Although Freud is invoked a number of times throughout the novel, the patients there are for the most part psychotic, which should place them beyond the help of Freudian psychoanalysis. This is, as we have seen, a distinction Judd makes in the more sophisticated Cat People. Past portrayals of mental disorders made it necessary to instruct a mass audience away from understanding mental disorder as a sign of insanity. By its insistence on connected desires, Cat People also deals with the emotional problems of the sane. Cat People does not employ what would become common approaches to psychoanalysis in Hollywood LM. Most often, psychoanalysis seems to occasion a kind of mystery narrative whose solution is occasioned by a sudden understanding of character motivation, which is what happens in Spellbound. 11 Cat People, on the other hand, never allows us any such certainty about what we are seeing. Rather, its psychoanalytic approach is more radical, pervading its very aesthetic strategies. The odd breaks in continuity the LM resorts to at moments when we seem to have the most denied evidence of the panther's existence suggests that an empirical world offering evidence of fantastic beings cannot itself stand up to scrutiny. By maintaining an aura of uncertainty long after other horror LMS would have resolved it, Cat People induces in us the kind of sensation we might have upon waking from a dream of apprehending that which we can't quite remember. By means of blocking vision, a parallelism in character alignments that is almost geometrical, an insistent repetition in narrative events and visual strategies, and an emphasis on connecting impulses within all its central characters, the LM instances an extraordinary economy and density approaching the condensation of the Freudian dream work. 10 Michael Grant. Ultimate Formlessness, Cinema, Horror, and the Limits of Meaning. An approach to some of the questions posed by the relation between popular culture and psychoanalysis is suggested by Barbara Creed's 1986 essay, Horror and the Monstrous Feminine, An Imaginary Abjection. Creed turns to Ridley Scott's 1979 LM Alien in an attempt to clarify issues of otherness and the monstrous feminine. By monstrous feminine she refers to woman seen from the point of view of Freud's understanding of castration, as shocking, terrifying, horrific, as the site of abjection. Her theoretical underpinnings derive from Julia Kristova's Powers of Horror, a book whose project is to establish the abject as a new theoretical entity beyond meaning, beyond the kinese of the human, as understood within patriarchal society, but which nonetheless can be given significance within a psychoanalytic understanding of the formation of the subject. Creed's aim is to show the inescapable relevance of this to an analysis of dominant culture and the subordination of women within that culture. Kristeva pictures the abject as a place where meaning collapses, where I, the subject, am not. The abject is thus to be identified with what threatens life, and it must, therefore, be radically excluded from the place of the living subject. The abject, in other words, is all that the subject excludes in order to be what it is, to have the identity that it does. The abject is, for Kristeva, what in Judaism is characterized as abomination, sexual perversion, murder, the corpse, incest, and the feminine body. In effect, the abject concerns everything that occurs in the archaic relation to the mother, hence, the equation between what is abject and the monstrous feminine. It is, in fact, this equation between the abject and the feminine body that points most clearly to the source of Christova's concept, Lacan's interpretation of Freud's account of his dream of Irma's injection. Just as the abject is a horic expression of the monstrous feminine, so the vision that Freud has in his dream, a vision of Irma's turbinate bones covered with a whitish membrane is, according to Lacan, a horrendous sight. There's a horrendous discovery here, that of the esh one never sees, the foundation of things, the other side of the head, of the face, the secretory glands par excellence, the esh from which everything exudes, at the very heart of the mystery, the esh in as much as it is suffering, is formless, in as much as its form in itself is something which provokes anxiety. 1988, 154. This is the null revelation of what you are this, which is so far from you, this which is the ultimate formlessness. The origin is the formless which in turn is the body of the woman. Insofar as this structure embodies the threat of castration, it provokes anxiety. Given this context, it is hardly surprising that Kristeva considers the ultimate in abjection to be the corpse. The body expels from itself wastes such as feces and urine and by so doing continues to live. Such wastes drop so that I might live, until, from loss to loss, nothing remains in me and my entire body falls beyond the limit, kadir, cadaver. If dung signes the other side of the border, the place where I am not and which permits me to be, the corpse, the most sickening of wastes, is a border that has encroached upon everything. It is no longer I who expel. I is expelled. 3-4. The corpse, at least within the Old Testament tradition, is wholly abject. It constitutes a basic form of pollution, a body without a soul. It is this notion that Creed applies to the horror LM. Bodies without souls, such as vampires and zombies, and corpse eaters such as ghouls comprise the basic iconography of the horror LM, an iconography of abjection. Creed carries this further when she argues that the central work of the horror LM is the construction of the maternal gore as abject. She considers that, within our culture, central images of pollution are related to the mother, in particular, images of menstrual blood. These images of pollution are horic because images of this kind, of blood, pus, shit, vomit, and so on, signify a split between two orders, the maternal authority and the law of the father. These images of waste threaten a subject that is constructed within the Lacanian symbolic as whole and proper and, as a result, they induce loathing and disgust. At the same time, these images hark back to an archaic period when the child's relation to its mother was such that it did not experience embarrassment and shame at the emergence of its bodily wastes. Thus, images of LTH give rise not only to fear and loathing but also to pleasure, a perverse pleasure deriving from the archaic mother-child relation that was marked by untrammeled playing with the body and its wastes. The menstrual blood in Carey, 1976, is taken by Creed to give significant backing to this argument. This approach allows Creed her fundamental point, that the central ideological project of the popular horror LM is purification of the abject through what Kristeva calls a descent into the foundations of the symbolic construct. 18. This means that the horror LM brings about a confrontation with the abject such that the abject, the zombie, the vampire, etc., is nally ejected and the boundaries of the symbolic, of the human, are re-established. Horror LMS are a kind of modern délitement rite in which all that threatens the symbolic, all that is of the other, is separated out and subordinated to the paternal law. This can be seen in Lacanian terms as the subordination of the desire of the mother to the name of the father, the paternal prohibition, the father's non. This project is, for Creed, fundamentally reactionary, and she nds it in Alien, which represents the monstrous feminine in terms of the maternal gore as perceived within a patriarchal ideology. 54. The archaic mother, the monstrous feminine, is present in the LM as primordial abyss, manifest in the alien spacecraft, as well as in the images of blood and the all-devouring, toothed vagina. The same presence is also embodied in the monstrous gore of the alien born from the rupturing of Cain's, John Hurt, chest, and in the Nostromo's computer, mother, whose children, born from the sleeper pods of the spaceship at the opening of the LM, are devoured by the toothed alien during the course of the narrative. The archaic mother is not represented as such in these scenes, nor indeed does she appear at any point in the LM's subsequent development. She is, however, present in the LMS mice NSCENE, in the womb-like imagery of the alien craft, its tunnels leading to the rows of hatching eggs, and in the body of the Nostromo, the mothership. Present in the voice of the controlling computer, she is also present in the birth of the alien, who is her representative, and in its destruction of the Nostromo's crew. For Creed, the archaic mother informs all things though she is localized in none of them. It is the underlying strategy of Alien to contain this pervasive alterity, this radically ungraspable and unrepresentable other, within a structure of female fetishism that makes of the alien the mother's fetish. That the alien is the mother's phallus is made perfectly clear when it arises from Cain's body. But the alien is more than a fetish, it is also coded as a toothed vagina, the monstrous feminine as the cannibalistic mother. A large part of the ideological project of Alien is the representation of the maternal fetish object as an alien or foreign shape. 68. The LM Nally signals the accomplishment of its phallocentric project in its presentation of Ripley's, Sigourney Weaver, body as she undresses just before her null confrontation with the alien in the escape capsule. We have here a reassuring and pleasurable image of the normal woman, the humanity of whose maternal feelings are expressed in her stroking the cat as if it were her baby. The null sequence not only disposes of the alien, but also represses the nightmare image of the monstrous feminine, which has been constructed in the LM as a sign of abjection. 69. Thus, the abject is literally expelled from the image in a restoration of the symbolic order. 2. Creed's approach exemplifies the use standardly made of psychoanalysis in theoretical studies of Hollywood cinema. First, concepts are taken over from an approved source, in this case, Kristova's theories of abjection, and applied directly to the LM in question. No criticism or evaluation of the concepts involved is considered necessary. Sonatutions such a subjection are taken as given. This procedure follows the model laid down by Screen in the 1970s, where the theories of Lacan were taken to be self-evidently beyond criticism and were applied to LMS as though no problems were attached to Lacan's concepts in themselves. However, all theories of the kind Kristeva puts forward run into difficulties that derive from the attempt to explain the origin of meaning in terms of non-meaning. Not only do such theories necessarily presuppose the very condition they are trying to explain, but, because they are unable to conceptualize that which lies beyond concept, they themselves can be given no coherent expression. The result is that, insofar as one can understand what is meant by the notion of the abject, that notion cannot be the one at issue. In effect, the assumption underlying Kristova's argument is that what the discourse of psychoanalysis represents is the unrepresentable. Once this idea of representation has been displaced onto art, any given work can be taken to exemplify it. The logic of the cynier is that which subsequently and inevitably must be discovered in it. The view implicit in a position of this kind is that human psychology is constituted by the impersonal reality of language. Hence, language becomes the theoretically impossible object whose otherness the language of a theory like Kristova seeks not only to unveil but also to reenact. Aporia is taken to be the self-authenticating mark of truth, a truth manifest in self-contradiction. Second, the conclusion to which Creed Nally comes, namely, that in Alien and LMS similar to it, the other, the monstrous feminine, is subordinated to the phallic order of the symbolic, is presupposed by the very concepts from which the argument is derived. The monstrous feminine, as deemed by Kristeva, can be ascribed to the LM only insofar as Creed can show that the repression postulated by Kristova's theory is an effect of the LM text. Given the nature of Kristova's ideas, and Creed's use of them, no such demonstration is, or could be, forthcoming. No questions of fact arise, and there is nothing to be confirmed or falsified, because the whole argument is circular. A further difficulty derives from the fact that creed is concerned not with narrative but with mise-en-scene. The mise-en-scene model tends to imply a static relation between subject and object that is difficult to connect with narrative development. The mise-en-scene picture allows one to envisage the monstrous feminine, the other, as vaguely object-like. As a result, its relation to the LMS action remains obscure. One consequence of this picture is that it induces Creed to base her interpretation of Alien on the set and production design. The vaginal openings and the maternal aspect of the alien spacecraft, as well as the phallic appearance of the monster that bursts forth from Kane's body, are part of the LMS overall design and are clearly conscious elements in that design. The maternal/phallic elements in the LMS organization are, as elements of the mise-en-scene, self-consciously part of what makes the LM the kind of LM it is. This means that the supposedly unconscious structures, the latent meanings that, on the model of dream interpretation, are teased out by the interpreter, are in fact present in the manifest organization of the LM. Indeed, in the case of Alien, the maternal/phallic elements are not simply manifest, they are blatantly obvious. Psychoanalytic material, as Creed and many other LM analysts understand it, is part of the LMS consciously organized rhetoric. Like Carrie, Psycho, 1960, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974, and many other modern horror LMS, Alien is at all levels of its construction informed by psychoanalytic presuppositions, which both motivate and justify the narrative. If this is so, then the use of a psychoanalytically derived analysis to found an ideological critique of modern Hollywood horror LMS is on difficult ground. To criticize ideology from a secured theoretical position above the ideological struggle, a position secured by the application of psychoanalytic notions of the unconscious, the subject, or the monstrous feminine, is itself ideologically suspect. Furthermore, not only is psychoanalysis required to provide a secured meta-language, but, as Creed's account shows, it is also inseparable from the material it is being used to analyze. Difficulties of another kind arise from the fact that psychoanalytic readings in LM theory tend toward the ahistorical, inasmuch as the psychic structures, discerned within a given LM, are taken to be operative independently of either the spectators or the LMS historical circumstances. Thus, for Creed, Alien exists in an eternal present, determined by the unchanging structures of patriarchy and the archaic mother. There are obvious problems, ideologically speaking, with such a refusal of the historical. The difficulties, the circularities and incoherences, that underlie the psychoanalytic analysis of cinema undoubtedly derive from the nature of Lacanian and post-Lacanian thought. Lacan's account of the dream of Irma's injection can be taken to exemplify his position more generally. In his interpretation, Lacan writes out the formula for trimethylamine, which Freud tells us appeared to him during the course of his dream. In Lacan's graphic presentation of the formula, the nitrogen atom is linked to 3 carbon atoms, each of which in turn is linked to 3 hydrogen atoms. As John Forrester has pointed out, in French chemical nomenclature the symbol for nitrogen is Az, so that for Lacan the place of the nitrogen atom in the formula represents the subject outside the subject, the alpha and omega who designates the whole structure of the dream, 1988, 159. Similarly, if one were to take nitrogen as N, this can read as Nemo no 1, which can also be allegoriized as the subject beyond the subject who articulates the formula itself. Since Lacan has already argued that the dream is constructed out of triadic elements, 3 women, 3 men, and so on, the formula in effect comes to represent the dream's dreaming of its own genesis. For Lacan, the formula is like the enigmatic writing on the wall at Belshazzar's feast, or the Islamic formula, there is no other God but God. The formula is the answer to the question of the meaning of the dream. There is no other word, no other solution, to your problem, than the word, 158. Meaning and word are one and the same. This, however, is unclear. The meaning of a word and the word itself are not the same thing. Words can be split up, cut into stone, pronounced loudly or softly, and so on. Words are physical things, and can be found in dictionaries. However, meanings cannot be contained, divided, redesigned, or uttered in the way words can. Meanings are neither entities nor processes. It might be argued that, for Lacan, dreams represent the lack of the function that engenders them. This lack of meaning is their meaning, inasmuch as the unconscious is the discourse of the other. Arguments of this kind, however, once more dissolve the theory into aporia. There are, therefore, certain ineradicable problems with the application of Lacanian and post-Lacanian concepts to cinema. These problems derive from the attempt to provide a theory that encompasses subjective experience as a whole and are internal to the mode of thought itself. The question remains, then, of the significance of intellectual undertakings of the kind Creed offers. There are other readings of Alien, example Neil 1989, Kavanagh, which are based on non-psychoanalytic premises and which, it can be argued, attend more interestingly to the specific detail in the LMS narrative. One difficulty with Creed's approach is that the conclusions of the analysis are presupposed in its premises. A second is that the LM itself is already organized around the kind of interpretation she seeks to discover in it. The concepts she takes over from Kristeva allow her to elaborate variant descriptions of the generic elements present in the LM by virtue of its being the LM it is, but in no sense does she reveal for the LM an unconscious significance that, without her analysis, would have remained hidden. It is true that no other analyst of the horror LM has applied Kristeva's categories in the manner that Creed has chosen to do. But this of itself does not constitute a new understanding of the LM alien, and furthermore, as I have argued, the logic of Kristeva's theoretical position is such that arguments derived from it are highly problematic. I would suggest, then, that the force and purpose of Creed's arguments lie elsewhere, in areas whose significance can be merely suggested. Kristeva's account of abjection attempts to offer a totalizing understanding of feminine sexuality in relation to the religion of the Old Testament. The impulse of powers of horror is, therefore, to place its own understanding of the human subject beyond the understanding that traditionally would have been thought to follow from an adherence to, and understanding of, the laws of God. These very laws themselves are now to be understood in ways that allow the theorist to explain why the concepts that they embody are the concepts that they are. Kristeva, like Lacan before her, is therefore driven beyond the conceptual as such. For Creed to read Alien in terms of this totalizing project of transvaluation is to speak out of, and as, the other. One can, in speaking in accordance with the logic of a theory whose meaning is elsewhere, speaking oneself as abject, as oneself the monstrous feminine, as the alien. If this is the appeal, within our culture, of this order of theoretical enterprise, and of the aporetic logic that goes with it, then it may be that arguments like Creed's point to something of what constitutes the more general appeal of a LM such as Alien. The LM allows at least certain of its spectators a vicarious participation in an alterity that partakes of death. In other words, LMS like Alien, in allowing us to exist beyond ourselves, also allow us to live through our own deaths. 3. Stephen Mulhall's recent discussion of the Alien series also emphasizes the question of what constitutes horror, a question that is inseparable from an understanding of the nature and meaning of the alien itself. Mulhall begins from some thoughts of Stanley Cavell's concerning what it is that makes for an experience of the horric. Horror is the title I am giving to the perception of the precariousness of human identity, to the perception that it may be lost or invaded, that we may be, or may become, something other than we are, or take ourselves for, that our origins as human beings need accounting for, and are unaccountable. Cavell 1979, 419, cited in Mulhall, 17-18. This explains, for Mulhall, why the monster in horror LMS is frequently a zombie or a vampire, one of the living dead. Such beings are at once human and not human. But what has this to do with Ridley Scott's Alien? What is it that we see of our human precariousness in the monstrosity of this monster? To begin with, the alien threatens to enact a particularly rending violence on human flesh. Beyond this threat, however, a threat inducive of terror rather than horror is what we might call the threat posed by the alien's mode of being. The alien has no general or specific animus against the members of the Nostromo's crew. It attacks the crew because they threaten its survival and because they provide the means for its continued survival. It is, as Mulhall has it, simply following the imperatives of nature. Nonetheless, there seems to be something essentially alien attaching to Scott's alien, as though it were possessed of something more than mere natural existence. It is not simply one creature among many, one monster amongst others. Mulhall writes, the alien's form of life is, just, merely, simply, life, life as such. It is nature incarnate or sublimed, a nightmare embodiment of the natural realm. 19. This view of horror links up again with Lacan. Slavoj Žižek argues that, for Lacan, the source of horror is what embodies the pure life instinct, and he sees the idea exemplified by alien. The libido, as pure life instinct, is irrepressible life, life that has need of no organ, itus simplied, indestructible life. It exists as what is subtracted from the living being by virtue of the fact that it is subject to the cycle of sexed reproduction. Lacan 1979, 198, cited in Žižek 1993, 181. The element subtracted from the living is what Lacan calls the lamella, a thin strip or plate, such as the placenta, that part of the child's body lost by the child and by the mother, which, Lacan imagines, might come to envelop one's face while one is asleep. The lamella is an otherness prior to subjectivity and, as Žižek has it, not all the elements of Lacan's myth contained in the truly horrifying scene of Alien when, in the womb-like cave of the unknown planet, the alien leaps from the egg-like globe when its lid splits off and sticks to John Hurt's face. 181. The and amoeba-like form, the lamella, stands for, indeed, embodies in the LM, an irrepressible life that is beyond that of any of the night forms that merely represent it. It is in this sense that it stands beyond or outside subjectivity and meaning. It exists between what Lacan calls the two deaths, between the death enacted by language, the symbolic, on the uniqueness of things, and the death that is, at the same time, paradoxically, the life of what is utterly alien to the symbolic order. Seen in this light, the alien is evidently an image of the precariousness of human life and identity. Mulhall points, however, to a further aspect of the alien's alterity, deriving from the fact that its mode of reproduction is parasitic. The alien, at the lamella stage of its life cycle, forces part of itself down into the body of its host and deposits a version of itself there, within the host, from which it must in due time force its way to the outside. The alien's parasitism exemplifies the essential parasitism of nature, it represents the radical lack of autonomy that is of the essence of creaturehood. Mulhall, 20. For Mulhall, this is a procedure of penetration and parasitism that threatens the whole of the human species with feminization. Haunting the ducts and passages of the Nostromo is a being that embodies sexual difference as monstrous. And yet, one might say, what is monstrous here is not only, or even primarily, the threatened feminization of humanity, but rather the doubled character of the alien itself. It appears as nothing less than an embodied or incarnate articulation of the impossible, of a spatio-temporal differing that, as Derrida would put it, prevents being or subjectivity being thought except as an impure difference, inseparable from radical nitude. Derrida has addressed the issue of parasitism in relation to difference during the course of his discussions of Austin, bringing together the parasite, writing, and a general logic of supplementarity. To attend to the alien in the light of this intervention, inseparable from an articulation of the quasi-concept of iterability, is to attend to something that, as the LM presents it, is both in and beyond the LM, in and beyond representation as such. The gur of the alien is a gur of catastrophe. In the moment of the creature's birth from Cain's chest, we are confronted by a moment of collapse, of the abyss. It is as though the LM were seeking to void or reduce or hollow out the image. Inasmuch as representation pertains only to what is present, what is in the process of appearing is not in that sense to be represented. As the alien bursts forth from the man's flesh and bones, it thrusts off-screen into the dystopic space it has thereby opened up in a movement that is essentially projective, futural. The alien is a being of the future, a being that, in Lacan's expression, is what it will have been for what it is in the process of becoming, immeasurably old. It bespeaks a future which it is itself in the process of bringing into being and from which it reinvests the here and now of the present. As the members of the crew seek for it in the body of the ship in the aftermath of Cain's death, they come across a discarded epithelium, mark of the alien's transformations and of what it has become and is becoming. The alien appears less as a creature than an event oriented toward a future of its own elaboration, by virtue of a series of repetitions that project it toward that future. It constitutes for the crew a complex intertwining of anticipation and retroaction. The alien is thus not a thing to be known or understood. The space it opens up is one in which identification and exchange are contaminated by the alterity the anticipation of its eruption introduces into them. The alien erupts into the LM, an event of caesura or spasm. It signifies, without signifying, it says nothing. One may consider in relation to it the Necker cube, as it hops back and forth. Like Wittgenstein's duck-rabbit, one aspect of the Gur obscures the other, so that it is not, and never can be, present in its totality. The alien may be said to inhabit a space similar in its sheer incomprehension, imbecility, to that which exists, and does not exist, that is under erasure, between the two projections of the cube, the in-between, where no meaning is. It may be said that language use itself, the following of a rule, such as Wittgenstein's +2. For example, is likewise abyssal, meaning is set up retroactively, but the act of speech or writing is in itself without meaning. What I mean and that I mean what I mean are internally related, but there is always a delay such that the one is always deferred in relation to the other. The act of following the rule constitutes or grounds what I do in the very rule my application of it has sprung away from. As Cavell has it, the step I take in following the path is an act of relinquishing the path that in the same act creates that very path as the path I am following. It follows that the company can no more possess or own the alien than science can comprehend it. This complex knotting can be further exemplified within the LMS temporal singularity inasmuch as the relation between Ripley and the alien is conjured as a disruption of any mediation between opposing poles. As Mulhall has noted, it is as though Ripley and her opponent had been somehow made for another, 25, as though they were gathered into a structure where there is identification without identity, where each is the wound of the other. That is, the eruptive and undecidable shifting between human and alien, centered on Ripley, which generates all four LMS of the series, is not that of a unique identity, a unique I, confronting another such identity. It is, rather, a question of an indenite who, affirmed through an interrogation that yields no answer even as it supports the insane dialogue that inscribes it. Castration, sexual abuse, hysteria, perversity, excrement, bestiality, animal phobias, Freud's case histories read like horror movies. They are alive with fears, fear of being bitten by a horse, fear of wolves, fear of having one's bowels gnawed by a rat. His famous interpretation of dreams is permeated with anxieties and phobias of a similarly horrific nature, nightmares of falling, suffocation, ghosts, dead children, burning skin, urine and feces, people with birds' heads, snakes, men with hatchets, decapitations. In Freud's view, nightmares were the result of wish-fulfillments from the unconscious, deadly dreamscapes of sexual origin in which he included murder and cannibalism. Freud 1975, 723-39. Samuel Goldwyn once offered Freud a lucrative contract to write a script for a movie about great lovers of history. Goldwyn could see how the screenwriter might benefit from an understanding of Freud's theories, how much more forceful will be their creations if they know how to express genuine emotional motivation and suppressed desires. Gay, 454. Freud refused outright. Goldwyn might have had more success if he had suggested a horror story. Much of Freud's writings, in fact, contain the elements one might expect, not from the pen of a respectable, middle-class doctor from NSIACL Vienna, but from the laptop of contemporary masters of horror such as Stephen King or Thomas Harris. Freud's worst nightmare? How to select one dream of untold terror from such a macabre collection. To underscore the horror, one could imagine Freud's worst nightmare in a more whimsical vein. Perhaps it might have been the specter of ending himself, the subject of a furious debate by opposing camps of LM theorists. Or imagining himself signing a Hollywood contract to direct a LM on Psychoanalysis, which starred Jung in the leading role. Freud, we know, did not actually see an example of the modern world's newest art form. Until 1909, when he, Ferenczi, and Jung, before his bitter falling out with the latter, embarked upon their famous trip to New York. On the third day, after the group dined in Hammerstein's roof garden, they all went to the cinema to see one of the primitive LMS of those days with plenty of wild chasing. Ferenczi was very excited, but Freud was only quietly amused. Jones, 1957, 1955, 56. Born in 1856, Freud would have been 40 years old when the RST movies were screened to an astonished public. Perhaps Freud's worst nightmare might have been being observed, caught out, in the late 1890s in one of modernity's new picture houses, watching an early short LM, a romance, or a horror fantasy, Edison's The Kiss, 1896, maybe, or Melisle Manoir du Diable, 1896, in which the devil plays a vampire bat. I have suggested Freud might consider being caught out at the movies a nightmare, not because of a secret aversion to being observed, but because Freud held the cinema, considered a mass form of entertainment, in some disdain. Opera, painting, sculpture, literature, these were more to his liking. His writings on scopophilia, however, suggest he understood full well the kinds of pleasures to be derived from the act of looking. Freud was certainly not impervious to the attraction of the new phenomenon of the LM star. Paul Ferris tells us that, in a letter to Max Schiller, Freud wrote that he nearly saw Charles Chaplin in the streets of Vienna. He added that the famous actor invariably plays only himself as he was in his grim youth. Ferris, 374. Freud could not resist the urge to psychoanalyze, to comment on the relationship between the actor's real life and his role on the screen. He himself did not like being the object of the camera's gaze. The home movie of Freud, which screens at the Freud Institute, London, and which was taken by his daughter, Anna, reveals him carefully avoiding the eye of the camera. By the time of Freud's death in England, in 1939, the cinema of horror had developed into a sophisticated and popular form of entertainment. By the early 1920s, many of the traditional monsters had already made their RST appearances: werewolf, vampire, doppelganger, ape-man, ghost woman, lunatic, and hellhound. Masterpieces of early cinematic horror such as Frankenstein, 1910, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, 1919, Nosferatu, 1922, and The Phantom of the Opera, 1924, were followed in the early sound era by Dracula, 1931, Vampire, 1931, White Zombie, 1932, and King Kong, 1933. Like Freud's dreams and case histories, the horror LM was quick to explore the nature of perversity. Themes of castration, bestiality, masochism, sexual abuse, and animal phobias all made early appearances. Although Freud does not appear to have used LM as a cultural reference point in his writings, his revolutionary ideas share a parallel history with the world's newest art form. In some instances, Freud's psychoanalytic theories and critical writings drew upon terminology central to the cinema, such as screen, projection, identification, and censorship. In his essay on William Jensen's popular novel of the day, Gradiva, Freud developed a theory about the gaze in which pleasure in looking becomes pathologically voyeuristic. Theories of looking, so central to an understanding of the new mobile gaze of modernity, became, at the other end of the century, the inspiration for a new form of feminist LM theory based on the importance of the male gaze, fetishism, and screen-spectator relationships. There are other connections. Freud described his manuscript for the interpretation of dreams as a dream book, Freud 1975, 257, a concept that is echoed in the popular description of the cinema as a dream factory. Freud's theory of screen memories is difficult to read without immediately thinking of the mechanisms of LM projection and the workings of cinematic memory. In his 1915 A Case of Paranoia running counter to the psychoanalytic theory of the disease, the photographic camera plays a central role. Freud's interpretation of the click of the camera shutter as the sound or feel of a clitoral orgasm anticipates debates about the phallic power of the camera and the pleasure involved in posing as the erotic object of the voyeuristic camera. Freud also refused to take part in a German LM illustrating his psychoanalytic concepts. Entitled Secrets of a Soul, 1926, it was eventually directed by G. W. Pabst and became a classic of the silent cinema. Freud's 3 essays on sexuality inspired another German script, Sensational Revelations from the Nightlife of the Human Soul. Apparently it was to star the boy wonder, Jackie Coogan as young Oedipus and the Tiller girls as erotic dancers, Ferris, 332. One can see why Freud, whose professional reputation was constantly under attack for overemphasizing the role of sexuality in human development, refused to have anything to do with modernity's newest art form, which was bent on exploring and exploiting the universal appeal of narratives of sex, desire, and eroticism. The parallels between aspects of psychoanalytic theory and the cinema were brought about in part by the way the two responded to and were shaped by the new forces of modernity. There are a number of areas in which we can see these parallels at work. They include the modern view of the self, the structures or workings of memory, the prominent role given to the emotion of shock in both discourses, and the presence of an optical unconscious. The modern self in Freud and his critics, Paul Robinson draws attention to the view, held in the 1960s by a number of important intellectuals, Lionel Trilling, Philip Reif, and Stephen Marcus, that Freud was the virtual creator of the modern conception of the self. 3. Writing in 1993, after Freud's fall from grace, Robinson continues to support this view. Above all, the modern self is a site of internal tension and conflict. This new conception made Freud the central figure in the emergence of the modernist sensibility in the early 20th century. 116-17. In his counterattack on Jeffrey Masson, Robinson argues that, when Freud abandoned his theory of seduction and spoke out about his views on childhood sexuality and the unconscious, he made himself the foremost spokesman for a new way of thinking about the subject. 117. Freud argued against traditional notions. The self was not some pre-given divine essence implanted in the body at birth, nor was it a superior, transparent entity which simply interpreted the world around it. Rather, Freud saw the self as an evolving, active force, a participant, interacting with people and events in the outside world in ways that it did not necessarily understand or even condone. Influenced by irrational forces, unconscious desires, secret wishes, hidden jealousies, and events beyond its comprehension, the self, Freud argued, was actively implicated in its own decisions even if it did not always understand their rationale. The strains of modern life, the fast pace of living, the bustling crowd, the emergence of more democratic politics, the emancipation of women, new modes of travel, communication, consumerism, and entertainment, all of these factors and more have been cited by historians and cultural theorists as grounds for giving rise to the emergence of a new type of modern individual. Freud's attempt to deem the individual as a part of this new state of mobility, stress, and change, as a being not necessarily in control of, even able to comprehend her or his desires, placed him at odds with those who espoused a view of the self as rational, superior, and fully cognizant of thoughts and actions. The titles he gave to his case histories, the Rat Man, the Wolf Man, emphasize the concept of the divided self, a theme that was also basic to the emerging genre of horror. Freud theorized the concept of the repressed, connected individual. The horror LM made the repressed, divided self the subject of its narratives. Freudian theory and the early horror LM both responded to the forces of modernity through a re-examination of subjectivity. Both set out to explore beneath the surface, to look into the self, to determine the extent to which the modern subject was able to embrace or recognize the dark, non-human, animal self. As Elizabeth Wright argues, Freud's theory of the unconscious and repression are his most radical. Author and reader are both subject to the laws of the unconscious. To concentrate on mechanisms without taking account of the energies with which they are charged is to ignore Freud's most radical discoveries. It is precisely the shifts of energies brought about by unconscious desire that allow a new meaning to emerge. 1984, 4. Freud's theory of the unconscious and repression is revolutionary precisely because it offers a basis from which we might question the workings of conscious desire, and the role of the unconscious, to understand the workings of the creative process in horror, from the perspective of both author and reader. The horror genre is also radical in that it explores the formation of human subjectivity, the conditions under which subjectivity disintegrates, and the subject's fascination for and dread of sexual difference and death. The Student of Prague, 1913, examined the divided self in relation to the double. Nosferatu explored the connections between sex, death, and the perverse self. King Kong and Cat People, 1942, opened up the controversial area of the bestial self and the extent to which the human subject deems itself in relation to the animal. Psychoanalytic theory offers the most relevant body of work to employ as a basis for the interpretation of horror, particularly given Freud's emphasis on sexual difference in the formation of subjectivity. Freud introduced gender into debates about the formation of the self. Despite the misogynistic nature of a number of Freud's theories and utterances, he was, in a sense, the RST modern male thinker to listen to women. Through his famous talking cure, Freud paid close attention to what women said. Even though, at the end of his life, he pronounced in some desperation that he did not know what women wanted, he listened nonetheless. It could also be argued that the horror LM, despite its misogynistic themes, has from its beginnings listened to women. The horror genre created a space in which woman could take the active terrifying role of the monster, example Cat People, Dracula's Daughter 1936, Trader Horn 1931, Island of Lost Souls 1933. Gothic horror, example The Secret Beyond the Door 1948, Dragonwyck 1946, Gaslight 1944, explored women's anxieties about the mysterious desires of their husbands. The heroines of these dark narratives eventually found a voice, taking control of their own fate. At the other end of the century, female academics have in turn listened to Freud. Commencing with Laura Mulvey's famous essay on visual pleasure, feminist LM debates of the 1970s and 1980s represented a return to Freud. These theorists reinterpreted and reread, listened for other meanings, and drew unexpected conclusions from Freud's original writings. This is why, Wright argues, psychoanalysis is crucial for feminists. It is the only discourse offering a theory of the subject of the unconscious and as such is relevant to all those wanting to situate themselves outside a rigid definition of sexual difference. 1998, 173. Screen memories. The role of memory, and its mechanisms, is central to psychoanalytic theory and to an understanding of the screen-spectator relationship. Freud placed crucial emphasis on the part played by memory in the formation of the modern self. The idea that the self was constructed in and through memories, conscious and unconscious, was central to emerging concepts of the modern self as a site of tension and conflict. Charney. The power of LM to encourage spectators to identify closely with the main character, to experience their feelings and emotions intimately, was created by a number of factors. Memory, in particular, played a key role. Memory was central not just in assisting the spectator in constructing a coherent story, but also in keeping the spectator in a constant state of fear as the horror unfolded. In the interpretation of dreams, Freud discussed his preference for only learning things out of monographs and spoke of his fascination for the photographic image. I was enthralled by their colored plates. 257. When publishing his own papers, he explained that because of his fascination for the image, he drew his own illustrations. When a friend jeered at his wretched attempt, he experienced what he later described as a screen memory from his early youth. In this memory, Freud's father had given his VE-year-old son, and Freud's younger sister, a book with colored plates about a journey through Persia. The picture of the two of us blissfully pulling the book to pieces, leaf by leaf, like an artichoke, I found myself saying, was almost the only plastic memory that I retained from that period of my life. 258. His plastic memory seems related to the colored plates as if the latter imbued his recollection with the physical quality of plastic like the coating over a strip of LM. Freud carefully distinguished his plastic memory of tearing apart the book and its colored plates from other kinds of memories. In so doing, he emphasized that this particular memory was somehow charged with a different emphasis. His plastic memory had the power to enthrall like a colored plate. Memory is linked to color, plasticity, pleasure, and the image. Freud adds that he recognized that the childhood scene was a screen memory for his later bibliophile propensities. 258. Freud's use of the term plastic occurs in another context, this time in relation to the cinema, when he said he did not believe his abstract theories could be adequately presented in the plastic manner of A.L.M. Jones 1957, 114. Freud might have consciously regarded LM as a superficial medium, but the associations he drew, although in different contexts, between the plasticity of memory, the movement of separated pages and memory, LM as a plastic art, and the power of the plastic image suggest the opposite. It could be argued that Freud's theory of screen memories owed much to the influence of modernity's image-making machines, photography, to which Freud specifically refers, the diorama, panorama, IP books, and magic lantern shows, which were so much a part of the everyday entertainment of the period. His theory of screen memories anticipates the power and role of the moving image in the construction and repression of memories. Perhaps Freud might have agreed with Dominique Paeni's much later observation, delivered in her analysis of Hitchcock's use of rear projection: the screen could be seen as a page on which images are inscribed. In this context, cinema is like an imprint of reality, at mold, a bottomless abyss, as Jacques Derrida has said. 69. In 1899, Freud published a paper on screen memories which is of particular relevance to an understanding of the role of memory and the associative power of the image in horror LMS. Freud defined screen memories in three contexts. First, screen memories can be those that the adult recalls from earliest childhood, but which are really a cover for memories that have been repressed. Freud argued that a person's earliest childhood memories seem frequently to have preserved what is indifferent and unimportant. The explanation was that the indifferent memories of the child's early years are substitutes, in mnemic reproduction, for other impressions which are really significant. This process is retroactive or retrogressive. He concluded that, as the indifferent memories of childhood owe their preservation not to their own content but to an associative relation between their content and another which is repressed, they have some claim to be called screen memories, the name by which I have described them. 1975, 83. Freud also argued that the opposite relation exists and is more frequent. An indifferent impression of recent date establishes itself in the memory as a screen memory, although it owes that privilege merely to its connection with an earlier experience which resistances prevent from being reproduced directly. These would be screen memories which have been pushed ahead or been displaced forward. Here the essential thing with which the memory is occupied precedes the screen memory in time. 84. Third, A screen memory is related to the impression that it screens not only by its content but also by contiguity in time. These are contemporary or contiguous screen memories. 84. Screen memories can be retroactive, that is, they originate in the far distant past where they are associated with the essential event. Screen memories can also be displaced forward, situated in the present. They can be based on an event that has taken place long after the essential event which they screen. And screen memories can be contiguous as well. Retroactive, displaced forward, contiguous. In all three instances, Freud is describing a relationship between the screen memory and the essential event it covers in the context of a relationship in time. Through the power of editing, LM similarly has the ability to move freely from past to present and future. Screen memories and the horror LM. Never did Covent Garden present such a picture of agitation and dismay. Ladies bathed in tears, others fainting, and some shrieking with terror, while such of the audience who were able to avoid such demonstrations as these sat aghast with pale horror painted on their countenances. Hardy, 8. The horror LM also adopts a process, not unlike that of Freud's screen. Horror LM can present a relatively disturbing image. Truly horrorcore abject images are withheld, that has the power to activate the viewer's worst fears, and then can screen or protect the viewer from that fear by offering a more palatable one in its place. The latter images are ones that would be more acceptable to the culture and the censorship restrictions of the period. Viewers are encouraged to imagine or conjure up other horrific images, invoked by the image that has been screened. The imagined images would not necessarily be identical for each viewer. On the contrary, the barely tolerable images that are screened are most likely to uncover, or hint at, other more horrific images and scenes that remain only partially glimpsed, if at all. The horror LM plays on a range of fears and phobias that have the power to affect the viewer individually and as part of a group. Freud's theory of screen memory explains the enormous power that the occurring images of horror can assume in relation to the spectator and his/her specific fears and phobias. It should be noted that LMS which set out to upset the viewer by a process of direct confrontation are often referred to as splatter, or schlock. These LMS do not horrify through a process of screening, their aim is to disgust. Walter Benjamin observed that modernity was characterized by the experience of shock. Looking back over the century, we can see that the history of modernity, played out by the horror LM, has been that of exposing the audience to images which are more shocking than those of the previous decade. This, in turn, has created in audiences a desire, perhaps insatiable, to be shocked even more deeply and disturbingly than on the previous occasion. Shock feeds upon itself, cannibalistically creating its own dynamic and appetites. The moral history of the horror LM has been marked by a gradual relaxation of censorship laws over the century that has led, years or decades later, to the eventual screening of images once considered too abject for popular consumption. The images screen out or censor other images, yet it is impossible not to imagine what the latter might have been when watching a horror LM. The slightest suggestion of more horror beneath the visible horror is exactly what disturbs yet entices viewers. The displacement and projection of images in time, between past and future, also works to enhance horror in relation to the unsettling effect of such movement on the spectator. In 1929, audiences viewing Pandora's Box saw, in a rapid, half-glimpsed shot, Lulu, Louise Brooks, being knifed by Jack the Ripper, Gustave Dyslo. By 1960, the knife in Psycho enters the naked woman's body. We see her wounds and the blood splattering across her ash. The entire narrative movement of Psycho relies on the process of revelation. As we travel further into the depths, blood swirling down the plug hole, the body sucked into the bog, the body buried in the cemetery, the abject horror lying in wait at the bottom of the cellar, each scene carefully peels back another layer, like Freud's artichoke, to reveal something even more shocking. In Psycho, the layers are peeled away to reveal new scenes which shock more than the previous ones. However, the scenes of ultimate horror, matricide, removing the mother's internal organs and entrails, bodily decay, are withheld. Truly horrific images always threaten to exceed the frame, the unspeakable thing lurking off-screen. Kristeva has suggested that represented horror is the specular par excellence, that the specular is fascinating because it bears the trace in the visible, of the aggressivity of the unsymbolized drive, 1979, 44. The horror LM Hasselways demand an emotional gut response rather than the detached approach. The assumption that detachment is possible is itself questionable, stemming from the logical categories and precise formulations of positivism and formalism. A theoretical approach to the horror LM based on theories of the unconscious, a murky realm, repression, never successful, abjection, the crossing of borders, and screen memories, a covering over of past anxieties, offers a way into the horror LM which best suits its macabre intention and form. If employed with careful consideration, psychoanalytic theory offers a means of exploring fantasy, repression, disruption, excess, slippages, borders, all of those elements that escape a detached, formalistic critical approach, example Tudor 1989, Carroll 1990. Unlike a psychoanalytic critique, a formalist approach is not primarily concerned with the roles played by consciousness, desire, and ideology in the dual acts of representation and interpretation. The optical unconscious. In the photographic camera, man has created an instrument which retains the eating visual impressions. Freud 1930, 279. In his 1931 essay A Short History of Photography, Walter Benjamin discusses a series of photographs and offers reasons why he nds the photograph so much more compelling as an aesthetic form than painting. He marvels at the way in which a photograph, no matter how carefully the subject has been posed, can capture the tiny spark of chance, of the here and now, that moment which Freud described as the eating visual impressions. Benjamin's urge is to nd that imperceptible point at which, in the immediacy of that long-past moment, the future so persuasively inserts itself that, looking back, we may rediscover it. 7. Benjamin is fascinated by the way a photograph can capture an action or facial expression that has taken place in a fraction of a second. This moment is not planned or arranged but spontaneous, it may even be disruptive. Photography makes aware for the RST time the optical unconscious, just as psychoanalysis discloses the instinctual unconscious. 7. The concept of the optical unconscious points to a visuality which offers a different and deeper kind of richness and pleasure, one which belongs to the moment and to chance. With its occurring images, primitive tricks, and images of the everyday, early cinema also possessed the disruptive quality that Benjamin, drawing on Freud, terms the optical unconscious. Rosalind Krauss suggests that Benjamin's concept of unconscious optics would have been simply incomprehensible, 179, to Freud. I am not so sure. Freud is clear, Krauss argues, that the world of technology is not one that could, itself, have an unconscious, 179. Not even photographic images of mass movement, even if the latter in reality possessed a collective unconscious, could be said to possess an optical unconscious. My interpretation of Freud's theory of screen memories, and their relation to the screening of the image in the horror LM, a screening over/censoring of the truly horrific or abject, suggests that the workings of an optical unconscious are evoked by the workings of the LM text, staged in the O of the relationship between the images selected and the images discarded/rejected/repressed. A horror LM draws on the imagination of the viewer to help create its effects while simultaneously creating a memory bank of images not screened, an optical unconscious. Images of horror horrify not simply because of what they reveal but also because of what they do not reveal. Movement, fluidity, the tempo and pace of modern life was echoed in the movie camera which, through the speed of projection, was able to join still images into a O of images. The optical unconscious refers to those eating visual moments in ALM text which invite us to pause and reconsider representation itself, the camera's power to construct or create a screen memory, open up a gap not previously comprehended, gesture toward the horror that resides in the shadows of off-screen space. It is the occurring, unstable nature of such moments that has assumed such a central place in discussions of modernity. Such moments seem to destabilize the separation of reality and representation, creating what Margaret Cohen in her discussion of the everyday genres of modernity has described as an epistemological twilight zone, 247. It might be argued that feminist psychoanalytic LM criticism, although not a unit discourse, has played a key role in the development of post-structuralist theory and has paid too much attention to the interpretation of such moments of textual rupture, in terms of gender, ideology, spectatorship in horror, and not enough to the abstract aesthetic play of sounds and images or to the epistemological twilight zone. There is no reason why such approaches should be seen as mutually exclusive. The main problem occurs when other critical approaches, structuralist, formalist, phenomenological, tend toward a neutrality, as if all experiences of horror were genderless, which is incompatible with feminist critical practice. The reason feminist writings on the horror LM have drawn on psychoanalytic theory is that it enables a discussion of the text in relation to gender, fantasy, and desire. It encourages a discussion of how meaning is produced in horror in relation to the text, as well as the screen/spectator relationship. Problems arise when psychoanalytic theory is adopted uncritically or when it is employed reductively or in a manner that is too abstract. The existence of such problems, which apply to all theoretical approaches, does not mean the methodology should therefore be rejected out of hand. It should be utilized more carefully by those of us who believe that interpretation should lead eventually to more fluid, less phallocentric, less colonizing modes of representation. Hannibal Lecter, the cannibal monster. Dr. Hannibal Lecter, star of 3 blockbuster horror LMS, The Silence of the Lambs, 1991, Hannibal, 2001, and Red Dragon, 2002, owes much to the founder of his profession, Dr. Sigmund Freud. Played to perfection in all 3 by Anthony Hopkins, his deeds are monstrous yet parodic. They play with the images of horror that are suggested but not represented. In a sense, they play with nothing. Lecter, the brilliant psychiatrist turned cannibal, the sophisticated insidious man of words who eats his own patients, is the postmodern monster par excellence. Parallels between Freud and Lecter offer some insights into the nature of Thomas Harris's monster. The aim of this brief discussion is not to engage in a psychoanalytic reading of Hannibal, but to explore some ways in which the ghost of Freud haunts the text of Hannibal, just as the ruins of modernity haunt the discourses of psychoanalysis and the cinema. A parallel aim is to suggest that the very existence, the very possibility, of a Dr. Hannibal Lecter might well constitute Freud's worst nightmare. The monster of Hannibal is named after Freud's hero. Freud identified passionately with Hannibal, the famous Semitic conqueror who crossed the Alps and took Rome, the mother of cities, Jones 1955, 21. In addition, Freud was one of the RST psychoanalysts to offer a theory of cannibalism. Freud associated cannibalism, which he linked to the oral phase of the organization of the libido, with the act of identification, which he regarded as inherently ambivalent. The subject desires to incorporate, to consume, those with whom he identifies. The cannibal, as we know, has remained at this standpoint. He has a devouring affection for his enemies and only devours people of whom he is fond, 1995, 135. Freud also joked about the psychoanalyst as cannibal. Apparently, in 1886 Freud was struck by a cartoon in the Fliegende that showed a hungry lion muttering 12 o'clock and no Negro, Jones 1953, 166. According to Jones, in the mid-1920s Freud took to seeing his patients at noon and for some time referred to them as Negroes, 1953, 166, 1957, 110. At that time, Freud was also in great discomfort because of the tumor on his soft palate. In the telling of this racist joke, Freud identifies with the hungry lion, but the act of identification transforms him into the role of cannibal, waiting for his patient/food, food for thought, to arrive. Thomas Harris seems to have known exactly what he was doing when he named his nightmare monster Dr. Hannibal Lecter, gave him the profession of psychiatrist, and turned him into a cannibal with a sense of humor and a persuasive way with words. The significant thing, in the tradition of all great horror LMS, is that his monster is a deeply sympathetic, and in this case attractive and mesmerizing, gore. Perhaps Freud's worst nightmare might have been a dream in which he dined at a cannibal feast with Hannibal Lecter, the psychiatrist whose appetite for counter-transference was so insatiable he took to devouring the other literally and with the appropriate garnishes. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Freud was fascinated by the cannibal feast in which the sons of the primal horde rebel and devour the father. The twist in Hannibal seems to be that the father, so enraged by the centuries' lack of manners, has returned. Lecter, self-appointed guardian of the symbolic order, signed by his insistence that codes of civil society, good manners, should always be observed, has taken it upon himself to eat up the unruly, impolite offspring, sending them hurtling back into the semiotic realm. For a fuller understanding of Hannibal Lecter, we need to go to Freud's writings on the relationship between jokes and the unconscious. Part of Lecter's enormous appeal to audiences is his ability to make jokes, to pun and play with the victim/viewer. To one of his intended victims he says, playfully, "I'm giving serious consideration to eating your wife." Eating is, of course, a metaphor for oral sex, a meaning not lost on Hannibal's audiences. David Thompson suggests that Clarice Starling, Jodie Foster, the heroine of Silence of the Lambs, understood perfectly. The rest of the world dreamed of cannibalism, but Foster's eyes widened with the sudden vision of cunnilingus. No, not even the vision, the sensation. 20. What we are screened from is the image of Lecter and Clarice as a couple, making love, having oral sex. Like Freud, Lecter also takes up a traditionally Oedipal position relative to the daughter, Clarice, whom he desires, openly in the novel, and wants to devour in an erotic/sexual manner. The null sequence of Hannibal treats us to a proper cannibal feast. In the gracious manner of Babette's Feast, 1987, in which dining is symbolic of communion and regeneration, we see the doctor as chef dining on the brains of a victim who is still alive, trussed up, and being spoon-fed, with loving attention to detail and etiquette from his cannibal host. Lecter delicately LLs the serving spoon from his guest's exposed cranium, whose top he has carefully sawed off. Lecter is literally picking his brains. The scene, of course, created a censorship controversy. Despite the absence of blood and gore, Hannibal's excessive attention to good manners, and the general tone of camp parody, it was considered too explicit, too nauseating, too abject. There is no attempt to screen the spectator from the shocking images that relate to violence, only the sexual, as discussed above. Lecter is very much center stage in the sequel in the Esh, so to speak. The joke whose humor is based on connecting interpretations is embodied in Lecter, whose verbal play with metaphors for eating also makes him a perfect representative for the cannibalistic practice of critics trying to trap others into eating their own words. The trademark of the cannibalistic serial killer is consumption, of people and the words they utter. Hannibal Lecter straddles the ancient world, by virtue of his name, the modern world, by virtue of his profession, and the postmodern, by virtue of his olfactory jokes. A hybrid, abject gore, he both repels and fascinates. In the novel, Lecter and Clarice are a couple, she does not balk at the cannibal feast. Unfortunately, the LM resists the novel's logical ending. Retaining Clarice in the role of law enforcer, the heroic woman who refuses to be devoured by Hannibal or his sumptuous lifestyle. While this ending might offer a more positive heroine to female viewers, it closes down the possibility of exploring the nature of perverse female desire. Unlike the modern censor, Freud himself may not have viewed the father/daughter couple as monstrous. A stickler for the bourgeoisie lifestyle, Freud would, most likely, have approved of Lecter's good manners, culinary skills, and meticulous attention to language, enunciation, and jokes. I am not sure, however, if Freud would have similarly endorsed Lecter's efforts to rescue the dutiful daughter, professional law enforcer, from the clutches of the FBI, that is, from the civilizing/feminizing ritual of symbolic castration. In contrast to Dr. Freud, Dr. Lecter seems to have a more neatly developed grasp of the perverse. 12. Matt Hills. Doing things with theory, from Freud's worst nightmare to disciplinary dreams of horror's cultural value. As a genre, horror has provoked a range of theoretical work from academic audiences, work which seeks to make sense of horror's effective powers. In this essay, I want to resituate the theoretical debates that have circulated around horror. By way of pursuing an alternative paradigm, I will discuss theoretical work as performative rather than constitutive. My interest lies not so much in what theories of horror say, i.e., whether they are true or false, metaphysical or falsifiable, but rather in what such theories do. I borrow this distinction from speech act theorist J. L. Austin. The constitutive utterance, under the name, so dear to philosophers, of statement, has the property of being true or false. The performative utterance, by contrast, can never be either. It has its own special job, it is used to perform an action. 13. Austin accepts that the performative, constitutive antithesis is never absolute, and that the purely constitutive can rarely be disengaged from aspects of performativity. 16-17. Even from the constitutive side of truth and falsehood, Austin concludes, we feel ourselves driven to think again about the performative, constitutive antithesis. 22. Theoretical work on horror has typically been addressed through a constitutive lens. This is unsurprising, because it is the habitual orientation of the truth-seeking theorist. A given theory should be, either scientifically or hermeneutically, more adequate than its rivals and should, thus, refer to a state of affairs outside its own model of these affairs. And yet, even while pursuing a constitutive or referential view of theoretical work, theorists continue to do things with theory, that is, they continue to perform cultural identities, value objects of study and disciplinary approaches to these objects. Thinking about theories of horror as performative does not mean entirely bracketing off all questions of truth. This would mean accepting the performative, constitutive antithesis as absolute, something that Austin warns us not to do. It does, however, mean, temporarily, shifting our focus away from the referential claims of different theories. Performative theorization is the cultural work that theory performs as a persuasive, legitimating, effective, and valorizing form. I do not intend to examine all aspects of performative theorization here. Instead, I will focus on the way that theories of horror bid for horror's increased cultural value. In the next section I will consider several models of theoretical and disciplinary distinction that I will relate to work on horror, demonstrating that issues of disciplinary value and identity are never far from the scene of horror's theorization. I will then focus on the organizing role of concepts of time in competing, psychoanalytic and sociological, disciplinary theories of horror. In conclusion, I will draw brie on the work of Pierre Bourdieu, arguing that theories of horror bid for cultural value in distinct ways according to the different disciplinary norms that they occupy. A psychoanalytic habitus, Winter, and a sociological habitus, Flanagan, which inform different strands of work on horror, can thus be discerned. Attempts to analyze theories of horror as performative cannot fully break with the disciplinary norms that they investigate. My work is therefore open to a charge of logical regression. If psychoanalytic or sociological theories of horror can themselves be studied sociologically or psychoanalytically, then any alternative view of theory as performative must fail to dislodge the disciplinary norms at work. Quite the reverse, any such approach becomes ensnared in the very disciplinary assumptions and bids for cultural value that it seeks to analyze. I will return to this objection at the end of my discussion. Fractal distinctions. Andrew Abbott offers an intriguing explanation for the way specific binary oppositions circulate within the social sciences. He suggests that there are a number of oppositions, example quantitative/qualitative, that structure disciplinary ELDs via a type of fractal activity. Such oppositions are fractal because they are repeated at lower, i.e., increasingly situated, levels of indexicality. This principle of self-similarity means that fractal distinctions are recurrently nested within one another. Such distinctions are fractal precisely because they repeat within themselves. As you zoom in on one side of a distinction, example psychoanalysis from a sociology/psychoanalysis distinction, und that this supposedly singular term breaks down into a version of the same distinction that you started with, ego psychology/Lacanian psychoanalysis, and so on, Lacanian followers/Lacanian revisionists. Each different subdivision, i.e., each self-similarity, introduces a different level of indexicality. Abbott relates these levels to the struggles for distinction that go on between schools of thought, level 1 indexicality, if you like, and within schools of thought, level 2, or next level down indexicality. However, Abbott himself discusses these ideas specifically in relation to social science. Synchronically, this means that if we use any one distinction to distinguish groups of social scientists, we will then nd these groups internally divided by the same distinction. Diachronically, fractal distinctions cause a perpetual slippage of the concepts and language of social science. 10. I will argue that key distinctions that operate within theories of horror can also be analyzed as fractal distinctions. The principle of self-similarity suggests, for example, that the distinction between psychoanalytic and sociological readings of horror can be replayed at different levels of indexicality. This situation suggests that no substantive opposition between the two approaches is ultimately sustainable. Instead, this opposition can only function within a cultural context and at a given moment in theoretical debate in order to mark out the opponent's mutual exclusivity and cultural distinctiveness. However, constitutive approaches to theories of horror assume that substantive argument between approaches is the norm. As Abbott notes, fractal distinctions provide an extraordinarily powerful element for both offense and defense in academic discourse. 27. They mark out theoretical differences while also allowing theoretical similarities to be constructed by changing one's frame of reference or level of indexicality. Indexicality provides a general means for rejecting any assertion about a fractal dichotomy by changing the frame of reference. For example, it enables one to reduce an opponent's position to a version of one's own simply by changing the frame of reference. 12. This ability to characterize alternative positions as a version of one's own, this slipperiness of fractal distinctions, has the potential to generate endless misunderstanding and provides a disturbingly powerful tool for non-substantive argument. 13. Abbott refutes the position that binary oppositions are XED and referential, and thus that academic work progresses via the scientific disproving of rival positions. What is important about fractal distinctions is that they provide cultural maps for theorists and, thus, ways of separating and valuing their cultural identities via theoretical allegiances. On this basis, we might suggest that what is important to sociologists of horror is primarily that they are not psychoanalytic theorists of horror. Fractal distinctions always possess a relational quality. However, sociological critiques of psychoanalysis that are assumed to secure the identity of sociology and sociologist are subject to fractal self-similarity, this problem being repeated within thought that identifies itself as psychoanalytic. Thus, it is perfectly possible for a leading psychoanalytic scholar, Jean Laplanche, to agree with Andrew Tudor's 1989-1997 reprinted this volume, Critiques of Psychoanalytic Readings. What is known as a psychoanalytical reading, whose banality we are sick and tired of, is a direct means of repression. Laplanche, 112. Psychoanalytical readings are a means of repression to the extent that they shield the reader from the productive enigma of the text/object/practice by imposing a standardist narrative interpretation, the Oedipal reading, the depressive position reading, the real reading. Osborne, 114-115. This is one return of the repressed argument that critics such as Tudor would heartily endorse. Repression is returned to psychoanalytic readings by a psychoanalytic scholar. According to constitutive models of theory, this makes little sense. However, using the concept of fractal distinction to consider theoretical work as a performative claim to cultural identity and distinction, it can be explained. Laplanche uses a fractal distinction to create new differences within a discipline by replaying a distinction already operating across psychoanalysis and sociology. Randall Collins's work shares a number of points with Abbott's approach. Collins emphasizes that theorists can, at different moments, seek to split apart or reunite disciplinary lines of distinction. There are two polar types of creativity: the creativity of fractionation as thinkers maximize their distinctiveness, and the creativity of synthesis as intellectuals make alliances among weakening positions. 131. Types of creativity identified by Collins are evident in recent work on horror. Stephen Schneider, 2000, attempts to bring together universalizing and particularistic theories of the horror LM monster, whereas Janet Steiger proceeds as if psychoanalytic and sociological accounts can be unproblematically used side by side. Meanwhile, the position adopted by Laplanche displays a tendency to fractionation, marking out the distinctiveness of his work. This type of approach, the maximizing of distinctiveness, also plays out fractally, because it allows those defending psychoanalysis to point out that their critics have mistakenly attacked psychoanalysis tout court, while actually only attacking one school of psychoanalytic thought. Creed has rightly criticized my own inclination to construe all psychoanalytic perspectives in terms of the repression model, Tudor, this volume. Where work on the horror LM is concerned, Tudor 1989, Carroll 1990, Creed 1993, it seems that David Bordwell's emphasis on a strategy of exclusion, 1989-39, is misplaced. Bordwell has suggested that the history of LM criticism is largely that of ships passing in the night, more than most of his peers in philosophy or psychology or art history. The academic LM interpreter avoids dialectical confrontation with alternative positions. 39. This is far from the case in horror LM criticism. Theorists expend considerable energy staking out their own terrain. Although psychoanalytic and sociological critics spend much time addressing one another's concerns, perhaps they are still ships passing in the night. It seems thought no one within this debate is about to be converted. Instead, positions are reiterated and defended. And yet academic debate is, one might suppose constitutively, a matter of proof, evidence, and rationality. After all, academic debate deals with statement or assertion in which pursuit of the truth is the highest moral virtue. One performatively, however, we need not idealize academic discussion in this way. Starting from Occam's razor, and acting as a theoretical slasher, too, it seems that performative investigation is called for where the fractal distinctions of horror theory are concerned. Constitutive approaches cannot account economically for the interminable nature of theoretical debate, for the problematic status of evidence in this debate, or for the fact that seemingly nobody is ever persuaded that their disciplinary approach is inadequate. These mysteries are neglected in work which continues to treat theories as referential, and any account of them usually invokes the non-falsiability of an opponent's position. This is a typical accusation made against psychoanalytic theories of horror. But the non-falsiability argument also works against sociological theories. What would it take for a sociologist to accept that their concept of zeitgeist had been falsified? 3. Despite recurrent problems with the notion of falsiability for all schools of thought in horror theory, sociological critics have continued to imply that psychoanalytic work is distinct from sociology on this basis. Here is a sense in which all explanation is reductive, at least inasmuch as we try to explain things by mapping them onto a pre-existing framework. But the distinctive feature of psychoanalytic reduction, when applied to cultural artifacts, is that the terms of the explanatory theory are also the terms in which the analyst's interpretative readings are constructed. The approach requires esoteric readings of the texts it seeks to analyze, readings which definitionally could not be part of any audience's conscious interpretative apparatus. Tudor 1989, 3. Tudor's argument appears to accept that sociological explanations of horror might be construed as reductive, but then goes on to create a separation that values sociology and concomitantly devalues psychoanalysis as guilty of excessive reductionism. Tudor's notion of any audience must be rhetorical, since it is immediately empirically falsifiable. This is true given that, if we divide cultural experience into two levels, where level 1 is the reception of media texts and level 2 is the theoretical analysis of these same texts, then the cultural analyst is him or herself an interpreter of cultural messages at level 1, Osborne, 116. But Tudor implies that academic audiences, or audiences composed of psychoanalytic critics, or audience members familiar with the range of tenets of psychoanalysis, cannot exist within any audience for horror. For it could be suggested that the widest implication of Tudor's point is that even psychoanalytic critics could not, or should not, according to psychoanalytic logic, have conscious access to the interpretative apparatus of psychoanalysis. But this seems logically nonsensical. And even if one argued that the unconscious of a psychoanalytic critic would cause them to interpret horror LMS in a specific and personalized way, this argument would still be forced to accept that the critic's esoteric reading would be mediated through the interpretative apparatus of psychoanalysis. It could also be argued that Tudor's point was never meant to apply to academic audiences, only to general audiences, but, if so, this remains a conceptual separation which cannot be empirically sustainable and, thus, cannot make sense within Tudor's sociological stance. The use of the phrase any audience is really the root of all these problems. Perhaps Tudor simply exaggerated his point. But polemical exaggeration surely opens up the charge that Tudor is universalizing without warrant rather than being specific, which is exactly what he would accuse psychoanalytic work of doing. Furthermore, in what sense do socio-historical readings of horror not replay a situation whereby the terms of the explanatory theory are also the terms in which the analyst's interpretative readings are constructed? Reading horror LMS in terms of a zeitgeist, where this term is likely to be understood by fewer audience members than basic tenets of psychoanalysis, or will at least be understood by a similarly restricted section of educated audience members, accounts for the meaning of horror by constructing an explanatory framework, an enclosed and enclosing cultural context, which then constructs the terms of the analyst's reading. It is worth recalling that I am not here defending psychoanalysis against Tudor's critique. My interest lies in emphasizing Tudor's recognition that all explanation is reductive and thus pointing out that psychoanalysis and sociology are caught up in similar substantive theoretical problems. And this is so despite the fact that psychoanalytic and sociological critics offer insistent and mutual attempts at non-substantive argument, constantly implying that the other discipline is subject to distinctive and irresolvable logical problems, whereas the critic's own disciplinary position is performatively valued and exempted from these problems. In short, Tudor's statement here only makes sense if we view it performatively. It makes little sense if inspected logically as a series of statements, but it is readily understandable as a performance of sociological reduction which acts as a marker of disciplinary affiliation and implies the cultural value of sociology. Tactics of sociological reduction are directly analogous to Freud's own strategy of psychological reduction. While neither Durkheim nor Freud directly challenges the other's work, their theoretical reductions are mirror images of each other. Sociology reduces psychological explanations to more scientific sociological ones, and psychoanalysis reduces sociological explanations to more basic psychological ones. These are also both epistemological reductions that function strategically to constitute the identity of the discipline rhetorically positioned as dominant. Winder, 238, emphasis added. If theories of horror have predominantly operated within disciplinary conics, then it is instructive to consider approaches to horror that have failed to tee into this contest of the disciplines. Robin Wood's work immediately suggests itself. Wood, 1986, has explored a distinctive approach to horror that combines aspects of psychoanalytic and cultural ideological perspectives. But, as he himself discusses in the preface to this volume, his work has been viewed by sociological critics of horror as if it replicates the faults of psychoanalysis. Adopting a liminal position in relation to disciplinary norms, Wood's work is doubly damned. Not only is he criticized for being too psychoanalytic by sociological theorists, his work is also criticized for being insufficiently psychoanalytic by psychoanalytically inclined critics. I have called attention to the widespread critical misunderstanding that Freud identifies repressed infantile fears and desires as the sole source of uncanny feelings. Strictly speaking, the return of the repressed formula innocently attributed to Freud by horror LM theorist Robin Wood, 1979, and subsequently picked up, and run with, by others writing on the genre, constitutes only one class of the Freudian uncanny. Schneider, this volume. The academic reception of Wood's work on horror demonstrates the dangers that are opened up by the construction of a liminal disciplinary identity. Wood's innovative use of basic and surplus repression is all too often reframed and recontained within disciplinary reductions. His work is thus subjected to the different interpretive communities, Stanley Fish's phrase, of sociological and psychoanalytic theorists. 5. This indicates that when seeking to transcend the epistemological reductions that are in force, horror theorists need to be self-reflexively aware of the ways in which theoretical liminalities could be broken down into cruder disciplinary components. In any such reduction, we lose a concept which, however contradictory, goes some way towards indicating a complex and possibly contradictory reality and replace it with a fairly simple idea that is clearly inadequate. Crabe, 151. This interpretive process cannot, of course, be stalled purely by the efficacy of textual or constative statements, but it can be proleptically countered and thus built into the implied reader constructed by a theorist. By focusing on the way that psychoanalytic and sociological reductions mirror one another, Sarah Winter's study of the cultural circulation and legitimation of psychoanalysis presents an exemplary emphasis on theory as performative. Winter focuses on the ways in which psychoanalysis has sought to accrue cultural value. She suggests that a number of institutionalizing strategies were pursued by Freud, one of which was the use of Greek tragedy as an intertext to lend universality to psychoanalytic theory. 8. Winter also addresses the use of applied psychoanalysis as a form of cultural theory, which acts to extend psychoanalysis beyond the status of profession and into the realms of disciplinary knowledge rather than professional expertise. 6. Freud's worst nightmare was perhaps that psychoanalysis itself would perish. In an attempt to secure a wide cultural circulation for psychoanalysis, Freud used strategies of popularization at the same time as attempting to authorize psychoanalysis in his own name. Winter, 148-49. Despite Freud's attempts to align psychoanalysis with literary value, such that ambivalence can only become edible historically when it is coded and endowed with cultural significance through its affiliation with classical education in its function as cultural capital. 47. Winter argues that psychoanalysis never succeeded in absorbing the cultural value of its literary antecedents. She concludes that psychoanalysis itself still lacks the transcendent cultural value of classical literature and its almost unquestioned capacity to confer legitimacy. 280. Whether or not psychoanalysis has succeeded in devouring the cultural value of classical literature, or appropriating the conventions of Gothiction, 7. Winter's approach can tell us something about theories of horror as well as illuminating the cultural career of psychoanalysis. Winter draws attention to the intertextual mechanisms through which cultural value can be transferred from object to object or through which such parasitic transfers of cultural value can be attempted. The transference of cultural value is clearly not a context-neutral exercise, as well as an invoked intertext. The differing, though perhaps not semiotically stable, cultural contexts of text and intertext should also be considered. We can therefore examine horror theory not simply as a performance of disciplinary affiliation but also as a simultaneous attempt to valorize/revalue horror as an object of study. In the next section, I will argue that it is not only in terms of disciplinary reductions, and shared logical problems, that the sociology and psychoanalysis of horror performatively mirror one another. Both also bid for an increase in horror's cultural value, albeit in rather different, disciplinary, ways. The timeless terrors of psychoanalysis and the timely spirits of sociology. The importance of this form of criticism post-structural psychoanalysis, Jankovic cites work by Barbara Creed and Claire Hansen was, at least in part, that it attempted to take cultural forms such as horror seriously, rather than simply dismissing them as had been the tendency in previous forms of criticism. Jankovic 1992, 11. Mark Jankovic, despite his opposition to psychoanalytic theories of horror, recognizes in passing that these approaches do something to horror. As an instance of performative theorization, psychoanalytic work, positions horror as culturally significant and valued. Just as psychoanalysis avoided Freud's worst nightmare by drawing on intertexts that could sustain its bid for cultural value, then so too do theories of horror draw on psychoanalysis as an intertext aimed at bolstering horror's cultural value. Against this view, Tudor, perhaps prioritizing disciplinary value and cultural identity above his object of study, has suggested that psychoanalytic theories of horror gain credibility from the widespread belief that horror fans are a peculiar bunch who share a perverse predilection. This volume. This argument links psychoanalysis to devaluations of horror and its fans, implying that its deployment supports a wider cultural view of horror's disreputable and low cultural nature. However, it seems to me that Jankovic's basic point is rather more convincing, especially if, unlike Tudor, one stops to empirically consider the range of intertexts that are invoked in psychoanalytic work on horror. Barbara Creed has long passages in her 1990 article on Sigmund Freud, Egyptian art, Elaine Showalter, and Julia Kristeva, while also including references to Jacques Lacan and Greek tragedy. Has other writings are crucial to the critical perspective. Colvin, 160. Greek tragedy appears once again, reactivating those points raised by Winter in relation to the intertexts used by psychoanalysis. This illustrates a kind of supersession in bids for cultural value. Having already fought disciplinary and institutionalizing battles, and circulating across a wide range of cultural sites, Winter, 279-80, psychoanalysis may not possess the transcendent cultural value of classical literature, but it nevertheless possesses multiple forms of cultural authority. It can thus be used itself, alongside the original intertexts through which it secured respectability, to intertextually validate horror. This is one of the functions of intertextuality recently discussed by Janet Steiger. Intertextuality permits scholars to align texts with other texts for the purposes of praising them as art or denigrating them as trash. 186. Creed's intertextual use of Freud, Kristeva, Lacan, Egyptian art, and Greek tragedy would not seem to support the latter strategy. Horror is praised and positioned as artistic. 8. Creed's use of Kristeva's work is particularly notable in this respect, given that Kristeva's Powers of Horror, despite its title, is not concerned with the horror genre but deals instead with G-Read modern literature. Dostoevsky, Lautréamont, Proust, Artaud, Kafka, Celine, Kristeva 1982, 18. Creed's appropriation of this work, and her argument that it illuminates horror as much as it illuminates the collapse of subject and object in Proust or Dostoevsky, is thus a marked intertextual bid for horror's cultural value. Creed's use of psychoanalysis is premised not on the pathologization of horror fans per se, but rather on the claim that horror engages centrally with crucial, and non-pathological, processes of subjectivity set out by psychoanalytic theory. The horror LM also provides a rich source for constructing the settings upon which fantasy is attendant. It continually draws upon the three primal fantasies: birth, seduction, castration, in order to construct its scenarios of horror. 1993, 153. The relationship of drawing upon is reversed in this statement. However, Creed's reading of horror draws upon psychoanalytic concepts, while stating that it is the horror text itself that draws upon psychoanalytic primal fantasies. Constitutively, this is undoubtedly open to critique. 9. But its performative reversal of roles indicates very clearly what is at stake for Creed. The horror text under analysis is constructed as indebted to psychoanalysis. This causes the analyst's mediating role to magically disappear, at the same time suggesting that the relationship between popular culture and psychoanalytic theory is rather more direct than it might otherwise appear to be. Such a construction posits popular culture as a reaction of theory and, hence, implies that the cultural value of psychoanalytic theory can be transferred directly to the object of study. The way in which psychoanalytic horror theory bids for horror's cultural value cannot be separated out from the disciplinary norms that structure such work. While defending its own cultural distinctiveness, and its own psychoanalytic reduction, such theory produces horror as culturally valued by positioning it as transhistorical. It is the posited timelessness of horror that seeks to raise its cultural value, an affiliation that also makes sense of the constant and concomitant invoking of classical literature and mythology as intertexts, given that these are cultural forms that are more readily, or ideologically, accepted as timeless. It is worth noting here that, despite a pronounced opposition to psychoanalytic theories, philosophical approaches to art horror replay a performative emphasis on horror's timelessness. Noel Carroll, 1990, 7-8, 10, intertextually invokes Aristotle and the 18th-century writers John Aiken and Anna Laetitia Aiken by way of legitimating his philosophy of horror. This performative bid for horror's cultural value allows Carroll to do something with theory, to elevate horror's cultural status by implying its timelessness, even while constitutively arguing against psychoanalysis. 168-78. By constructing theoretical debate as a matter of adequacy and detailed argument, Carroll, much like Creed, brackets off consideration of the performative aspects of horror theory. Significantly, this bracketing off neglects the fact that both cognitive aesthetic critics opposed to psychoanalysis and champions of psychoanalysis are involved in very similar bids for horror's increased cultural value. If aesthetic/philosophical and psychoanalytic theories of horror both performatively value horror as timeless, then it must be said that sociological theories do not tee this pattern. The sociological reduction commits its practitioners to a disciplinary valorization of the timeliness of social agency and structure. As the mirror image of psychoanalytic reduction, timelessness is always/already a marker of ideology or falsehood within sociological systems of cultural distinctiveness, identity, and value. This is plain enough when one considers Jonathan Lake Crane's dismissal of Walter Evans's 1984 essay, Monster Movies, A Sexual Theory. Hat exactly is the rhetorical space and time continuum where has ever been the case. 26. For Crane, as for other socio-historical theorists of horror, any description of horror as timeless is interpreted as a lack rather than a source of value. Timelessness is ahistorical. 29. In his response to Evans's essay, Crane shifts from a constitutive to performative approach, but only in order to allege that Evans's work is undeserving of serious, i.e., constitutive, consideration, being viewed as rhetorical rather than as a series of true/false statements. Although sociological theories of horror are committed to a valorization of historicity rather than timelessness, this is not to say that they do not also seek to elevate horror's cultural value. However, this process occurs by linking horror to its zeitgeist, or to crucially significant elements of cultural context. In all these cases Tudor, Carroll, Dicka, Jankovic, the appeal of particular features of the genre is understood in relation to speciate aspects of their socio-historical context. Tudor 1997, 445. As Crane puts it, by relying on psychoanalytic models, critics dismiss, all too hastily, the possibility that horror LMS have something to say about popular epistemology. 29. Sociological horror theory bids for horror's cultural value in its own disciplinary form. Here, horror is culturally valued because it fantastically encodes the social knowledge circulating at a given moment. This is a theoretical account that focuses on the cognitive and symbolic dimensions of horror, attempting to rescue it as a cultural form by downplaying its affective, gut-level aspects. It is a performative bid for horror's cultural value that is shared, again across lines of constitutive debate and disagreement, with some cognitivist theorists, see, example Freeland 1999a, 274-75. Conclusion: viewing disciplinary approaches performatively demonstrates that specific objectives, for instance the cultural valorization of horror, cut across disciplinary debates in horror theory. Might it then be possible to construct subject-led coalitions across interpretive communities rather than remaining within discipline-led oppositions? By subject-led coalitions I mean something slightly different from the synthetic arguments presented by Steiger, 2000, and Schneider, 2000. Creatively synthetic positions typically present their hybridization of psychoanalysis and sociology as a matter of adequacy to the truth. They thereby remain staunchly constitutive rather than self-reexively performative and focused on disciplinary reductions. This leaves such work readily open to recontainment within disciplinary interpretive communities. By contrast, the subject-led coalitions I am calling for here would require theorists to self-reexively acknowledge I. the common performative ground that their different disciplinary approaches occupy and 2. the common extradisciplinary affects and fandoms that underpin their theoretical valorizations of horror. Such acknowledgements, I am arguing, would significantly disrupt the disciplinary norms that currently guide work on horror. In fact, it may well be for precisely this reason, their disruptive potential, that performative theorization and the fandom of horror's professors are so infrequently acknowledged in any substantive form. Placing horror's valorization explicitly on the theoretical agenda, rather than allowing this to function as a tacit, unspoken, and bracketed off aspect of horror theorization, may open up an alternative paradigm whereby horror theory is no longer habitually addressed as only constitutive. As long as theories of horror are addressed as constitutive, and thereby as statements that are true or false, then the cultural distinctions performed by and through theoretical work remain invisible. And yet, the situation cannot be as clear as a simple move from constitutive to performative aspects of theory. While shifting out of constitutive gear, I have shown that psychoanalytic and sociological theories tend to bid for horror's cultural value in line with their disciplinary commitments. What can be done with theory is dependent, to an extent, on what can be said or stated within theory. It is thus possible to observe a sociological habitus, Flanagan, 13, see also Brubaker, and a psychoanalytic habitus, Winter, 276, at work in related theories of horror. The term habitus is taken from the work of Pierre Bourdieu, and it indicates a disposition that is both structuring and structured, being transposable from one area of the subject's experience to another. 10. The habitus indicates the habitual and generative value judgments and discriminations that a subject is liable to make. A dispositional habitus can be formed in relation to a specific eld, example the discipline of sociology or psychoanalysis. The concept provides a way of tracing how the sociological reduction and the psychoanalytic reduction are used by sociological and psychoanalytic theorists, and how these reductions can be transferred from object of study to object of study, and transferred, as structured and structuring dispositions, from constitutive discussion to performative theorization. The sociological habitus brackets off issues of psychology and the knowing of the self in terms of sensitivity and availability to a topic that requires systematic cultivation, Flanagan, 25. The psychoanalytic habitus, by contrast, focuses on the individual's interiority and their cultivation of self-knowledge, Winter, 276. However, falling back on Bourdieu's work to meta-theorize theories of horror runs the risk of reinstating a disciplinary logic, relying on a sociological critique of sociological reasoning, Bourdieu 1993, 12. This introduces the problem of logical regression, namely, that attempts to transcend discipline-led approaches to horror nevertheless remain placed within the disciplinary norms that they seek to interrogate. Calling up the notion of the habitus to embody sociological and psychoanalytic reductions has precisely this effect, although one could argue that, even without such a concept, the same problem remains implicit in any attempt to break with theory as constitutive. How, then, can horror as a subject displace theoretical paradigms? Perhaps by reintroducing the possibility, closed down by Tudor, that horror's professors are also horror's fans and audiences. It could be suggested that extradisciplinary affects underpin each different theoretical reduction/habitus, and that theories of horror are thus not only ways of bidding publicly, but tacitly, for horror's cultural seriousness and cultural value, but are also ways of coding the writer's pre-theoretical love for horror. Prefaces to professors' books on horror have common refrains, so I'll get straight to those. Yes, I've been an almost lifelong fan of horror, ever since my parents refused to let me see Psycho. I decided to write in this book only about movies I love. Freeland 1999a, 13. Joan Hawkins has recently studied the cultural value of horror, ending that the usual categories of high and low horror are confused within paracinema fan cultures. Hawkins attributes this confusion of cultural value and hierarchy to the fact that the operative criteria here is affect, the ability of a LM to thrill, frighten, gross out, arouse, or otherwise directly engage the spectator's body. 4. By placing the same emphasis on horror's effective aims, outside of disciplinary concepts of affect, and in terms of academics' lived experiences of horror texts, biographically both before and after entering the academy, it may be possible to construct subject-led rather than discipline-led approaches to horror. Horrors, and horror theories, intertextualities are not only about valuing or devaluing texts as art or trash, they also simultaneously serve effective functions. 11. But horror's effects remain an embarrassment to horror theorists, even as they offer a focal point for the categorizations of paracinema fans. By embarrassment, I don't mean to suggest that horror theorists are unwilling to admit their status as horror fans. Indeed, as my quotation of Cynthia Freeland's preface to The Naked and the Undead above implies, the "I am a horror fan" acknowledgement is a common refrain for horror theorists. My point, more specifically, is that by conning such acknowledgements to prefaces and the like, theorists safely separate out their horror fandom from their disciplinary commitments. Academic work on horror thus appears to be carried out in the shadow of fandom while never being substantially touched or affected by it. This splitting causes the extradisciplinary nature of horror's effects, the fact that psychoanalytic and sociological theorists of horror are themselves similarly fascinated by horror texts, to be suppressed. Instead, horror fandom and its extradisciplinary affects are typically avowed only to be thereafter disavowed and subordinated to disciplinary models of horror's effects and cultural value. And as long as constitutive and disciplinary approaches to horror theory predominate, then the twin facts that otherwise opposed critics share a project to revalue/valorize horror, as well as sharing an effective engagement with horror, will remain radically underexplored. One horror theorist who has focused on the interplay of academic theorization and fandom is Mark Jankovic. I have to be critical of my own work in the ELD, which has frequently criticized other academic accounts of horror on the basis that they do not share the competences and dispositions of the popular audiences by whom horror LMS are ordinarily consumed. This strategy has required me to speak as a horror fan rather than for the horror fan. But it has also led me to make an implicit distinction between the real horror fan, and the usurpation of horror by inauthentic others. 2000, 30-31. Jankovic usefully brings fan distinctions self-reexively into focus within his own academic work. However, this move is legitimate by the fact that Jankovic theorizes fandom sociologically at the same time by drawing on the work of Bourdieu. Thus, a self-reexive move that might appear to disrupt disciplinary norms is, ultimately, played out entirely within disciplinary boundaries. It is this type of interpretive containment, this discipline-led approach, that I have sought to challenge here by calling for a performative focus on horror theory. Freud's worst nightmare, the cultural demise of psychoanalysis, has not yet come to pass, but disciplinary dreams of horror's cultural value remain alive and well. 13. Linda Badley. The darker side of genius, the horror auteur meets Freud's theory. Once discredited, the auteur theory has come around again. After haunting the stately castles of LM theory and criticism, Lovey 2001, 11, for more than a quarter century, it has been recovered in a number of unlikely contexts, from structuralism to feminism, queer theory, identity politics, and star theory, and is today a major marketing strategy. Sapper 2001, 35. With it comes a core of assumptions based in psychoanalysis. But where discussion of LM spectatorship has been dominated by Freud and Lacan, discourses surrounding LM authorship have shown little interest in psychoanalysis. I will examine the phenomenon of the horror auteur as an exception to this rule. As recognized in recent metomes, LMS about the making process itself, and in popular and academic culture, the horror auteur exposes the theory's psychoanalytic and Gothic assumptions, thus interrogating auteurism while lending it levels of mystique. Reviewer Jan Stewart has stated my RST premise, more or less, in a comment about E. Elias Murray's Shadow of the Vampire, 2000, having the same non-news the Blair Witch Project had up its threadbare sleeve, that there is no greater horror than the making of a horror movie, the terror wrought by an insecure actor, a monomaniacal director, a stalking camera. However, Stewart disparages a cliché I propose to take seriously as an idea and extend to the making of movies in general, that there is something uncanny about whatever drives the true auteur. The popularity of this trope suggests how auteurism is thriving and also rather Gothic. The LM about the maker has often been a horror movie of sorts, a biography/psychodrama grounded in the maker's existential dread, symptomology, and socio- or psychopathic gaze, underscoring, as in Donald Spoto's denitive biography of Hitchcock 1983/1999, the dark side of his genius. One reason for this tendency is an association between art and decadence, monstrousness, madness, and violence that goes back to Romanticism and, as pointed out by Stephen J. Schneider, became widespread as modern and contemporary art came to be associated with shock, transgression, and offensiveness, with the violation of standing cultural and conceptual categories, and with incongruity. 2003 b. 191. More broadly, in the past 2 decades, an understanding of psychopathic violence as artistic spectacle, and vice versa, has emerged in everything from a public fascination with the forensic reading of serial killers' signatures to Cindy Sherman's blend of splatterpunk, feminism, and postmodern performance art. In LM, the association goes back to German Expressionism where, example in the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, 1919, and Nosferatu a mise en scène of elaborate artists express the trauma or insanity of the protagonist or anti-hero, Schneider 2003 b. 175. In LMS such as Michael Powell's Peeping Tom, 1960, where the serial killer is a sort of deranged performance artist, it is epitomized. And in the psychotically self-re-exhibe violence of the horror cycles of the 1980s and 1990s, Dario Argento's Jolie, most of Brian De Palma, Wes Craven's entire post-Nightmare on Elm Street 1984 oeuvre, and serial killer LMS from Manhunter 1986 through The Silence of the Lambs 1991, 1995, and The Cell 2000, this motif is treated to Baroque variations. The trend I am concerned with represents yet another level of horric self-awareness. My pretexts are for recent, highly acclaimed, and elaborately packaged independent, or quasi-independent, LMS about horror directors and the making of their signature LMS, Murray's Shadow of the Vampire, on F. W. Murnau and the Making of Nosferatu, 1922, Bill Condon's Gods and Monsters, 1998, about James Whale, father of the Universal Frankenstein LMS, 1931, 1935, Tim Burton's Ed Wood, 1994, about the reputedly worst director of all time, most notably due to Plan 9 from Outer Space 1956, and Chris Smith's American Movie, 1999, a documentary about sub-independent filmmaker Mark Borchardt and the downsizing of his aspiration, that of making the great American movie, to the completion of a $3,000, 30-minute direct market thriller entitled Coven, 1997. American Movie, which won a Sundance Grand Jury Prize and was Facet's choice for Best Picture over the Academy-chosen American Beauty, Foley, 76, slyly hints that the great American movie is a LM about every man making a movie, or a cheap horror video, or both. The near equation is no look. These LMS, each about the horror auteur and the making of his, it is usually his, signature movie, provide a spectrum of views about horror, auteurism, and the relationships between them. Together they wreaked the evolution of auteurism from Andrew Sarris's pantheon to the present and, in so doing, expose the psychoanalytic and Gothic discourses underlying it. While representing several genres, biopic, making of documentary, docudrama, black comedy, queer romance, and horror, these LMS are all essentially psychodramas that expose the auteur theory's deep structure. They literalize a view of the auteur as overreaching scientist, Murnau, artist, whale, would-be or anti-artist, would, Borchardt, and the making of a signature LM as a transgressive act with a pathological origin and subtext. They say in effect that the auteur's signature or soul, Sarris 1962, 587, is little more or less than his, again it is usually his, trauma, which his LMS revisit and reproject in cinematic nightmares and monstrous doubles, as the auteur imposes his vision on cast and crew. In the reductive logic of stereotypes, the meta horror auteur LM exposes the Gothic ideologies underlying expressionism, surrealism, and, most recently, postmodern indie auteurism, in which the truest auteur is the least healthy and sometimes least technically competent, hence the least likely to be co-opted. A certain tendency and the murderous gaze, horror and the auteur. This group of LMS is part of a more general trend. Where there are countless Hollywood LMS, from Sunset Boulevard 1950 to The Day of the Locust 1975 and The Player 1992, and Chanel autobiographies, example Woody Allen's Stardust Memories 1980, feature-length director biopics are rare. Those that exist tend to be darkly romantic psychodramas or close to it, partly ironic, self-reexhive tales of vision triumphant over the system and nature defeated by tragic hubris, or vice versa, example LeBlanc's Burden of Dreams, 1982, Faxbar and George Hickenlooper's, and Eleanor Coppola's, Hearts of Darkness, A Filmmaker's Apocalypse, 1991, and Clint Eastwood's White Hunter, Black Heart, 1990. Interrogating the pathology of the director's psyche, these LMS are based on Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, 1899, and a vision of reality as an act of overwhelming and collective murder topped only by the filmmaker's act of chronicling what we are, Werner Herzog in Burden. They are all but, or all too real, horror LMS themselves. In this context, let us look at that minor phenomenon of the horror auteur, by which term I mean the large number of notable recent directors whose LMS are recognized as employing, throughout a body of work, horror LM syntax and themes to express, often self-reexhively and subversively, their visions. Michael Almerida, Dario Argento, Clive Barker, Mario Bava, Tim Burton, John Carpenter, Wes Craven, David Cronenberg, Larry Cohen, Brian De Palma, Abel Ferrara, Larry Fessenden, Jesus Franco, Lucio Fulci, Stuart Gordon, Tobe Hooper, David Lynch, Roman Polanski, Sam Raimi, Gene Roland, George Romero, and Ken Russell. Ranging from indie exploitation, Romero, to Arthus, Lynch, and international, Argento, to blockbuster, Burton, these directors have used horror discourses consistently to express a personal aesthetic, example Burton, Argento, Lynch, Raimi, Carpenter, Jackson, or a socio-cultural worldview, example Cohen, Romero, Cronenberg, Barker, Craven. 2. Even so, it is relevant that an additional number of distinguished auteurs, as opposed to horror directors, typically deploy a range of dark genres, from dark fantasy to noir and thriller and even animation, example Donald Cammell, Peter Jackson, Neil Jordan, Ully Lamel, David Lynch, Jan Vankmajer. 3. I should admit at this point that my argument risks slipping into a tautology, one in which proportionally far too many horror directors are called auteurs and far too many auteurs, on the other hand, demonstrate a proclivity for the horric. But a brief review of the origins of auteurism brings light to this apparent paradox and suggests that perhaps, in some broad sense, the auteur theory is a horror story. In their revolt against genteel European cinema and their shared affinity for B genres, the Caillas writers reduced cinema to a pure, non-discursive, non-literary, and inherently masculinist art of action. Hillier 1985, 74. In Alfred Hitchcock, they found the quintessential auteur, Spoto 1983/1999, 495. As Robert Capsis, 1992, argues, the master of suspense and the auteurists led each other's needs, with Francois Truffaut's Hitchcock, 1967, and Andrew Sarris's American Cinema, 1968, forming the seminal documents of American auteurism. Evoking a self-contained world with its own laws and landscapes, Sarris 1968, 39, Hitchcock tea neatly into Sarris's pantheon and subsequently into countless theorizing essays, monographs, and LM school courses. Forged out of the lowest materials, the thriller, exploitation/horror, and even television, the Hitchcock LM lacks social context or content other than a self-implicating exchange of looks between characters, audience, and camera. For it helped that Hitchcock's aesthetic equated the medium of pure cinema with fear cinema, with the assembling of pieces of LM to create fright, quoted in Dial H for Hitchcock 1999, just as Poe reduced beauty to vicarious melancholy and terror. Thus the denotive auteur is recognized less readily today for the testamental Rear Window, 1954, and Vertigo, 1958, as for the denotive modern horror LM, Psycho, 1960. Hitchcock's elevation from schlock theater host to auteur exemplary in turn gave the horror LM a pedigree as, throughout the 1980s, stalker LMs took shelter under the master's aegis by calling themselves suspense thrillers, Capsis, 158-216. The mainstreaming of horror and related genres continued as the RST generation of LM school-educated, and therefore self-consciously auteurist, directors, many of whom apprenticed under Roger Corman and the horror/exploitation industry of the early 1960s, emerged at the head of the 1970s New Hollywood cinema, in which aestheticized violence became a kind of group signature. 5. Outside of Capsis's study, these links between auteurism and horror have gone nearly unnoticed. One reason is that until recently LM authorship was rarely discussed outside of who or what had creative control, the individual or the collaboration, the artist or the conditions of Hollywood commodity production. 6. After Barthes pronounced the death of the author, discussion of auteurism was diverted into the more legitimate channels of spectatorship and ideological theory, what Craig Sapper terms neo-auteurism, making the auteur a marker for socio-political processes and structures. 35. 7. As consciously practiced by the new Hollywood directors, it flourished as a myth of creative autonomy and as a marketing strategy leading to today's auteur superstar, Corrigan, to whose state everyone from producer and cinematographer to star actor aspires. In an era of director's cuts, special and collector's editions, with director's commentaries, outtakes, and scene dissections, widespread university-level LM education, and the independent film and Sundance channels and websites, our culture now mass-produces auteurs. A rare instance of a critical mode that has totally reorganized the public imagination, Braddock and Hawk 2000b, 7, the auteur theory is now a necessarytion, says Thomas L. Esser, for the name of a pleasure that seems to have no substitute in the sobered-up deconstruct ions of the authorless voice of ideology. 11. To refer to this seemingly ineradicable desire for the auteur, Dana Pullen proposes the term auteur desire. Repression, it seems, has made the collective heart grow fonder. From whence came this auteur desire? Thanks to La Politique des Auteurs, Andrew Sarris, and Freud's well-known fascination with creativity, we don't have to dig far. Auteur desire and the psychopathology of genius Nouvelle Vague auteurism was a young, romantic concoction of Impressionism, Existentialism, and Surrealism, Ray, 62-66. Identifying creativity with access to the unconscious, Surrealism suggested that the truest auteur was often the darkest auteur. But when introduced to Americans by Sarris, the auteur theory became a blend of André Bazin and Simplied or Hollywood Freud. It unearthed inner meaning via certain recurrent characteristics of style, which serve as the auteur's signature. Sarris 1968-1996, 586, that Sarris eventually called subtext. Interpretation of representative works replicated the analysis Freud performed on patients' dreams, recovering the deep structure of the director's psyche by reading LMS4 themes, indicating condensations and displacements symptomatic of latent wishes and complexes. A pop Freudian case whose neurotic symptoms were sublimated through craft into art, Sarris's auteur contested the prefabricated productions of the metteur en scène. 8. Auteur theory allowed the auteurist to experience the LM through the intimate level of subtext, where the originating impulse, the authorial dream, was located. Indeed, what Pullen calls auteur desire makes too perfect sense in terms of Freud's suggestion that all of us dream and project fantasies. We desire the auteur theory, because we fancy ourselves the authors of our very own home movies, our personal worlds of gods and monsters. Underpinning popular auteurism are Freud's statements about creative writing, which reduced art to symptom, sublimation, and, therefore, psychodrama. In The Paths to the Formation of Symptoms, Freud deems the creative personality as a case of arrested development, an introvert oppressed by excessively powerful instinctual needs, 1917 c. 376. In Creative Writers and Daydreaming, his subject is the similarity between creative writers, daydreamers, and victims of nervous illness, obliged to tell their fantasies to the doctor by whom they expect to be cured by mental treatment, 1908, 146. Yet art was also the introvert's path back to reality, winning admiration and creating something permanent. He achieved through his fantasy what originally he had achieved only in his fantasy, 1917 c. 377. In turning his fantasies into sites for identification and vicarious experience, the artist enabled others to bring repressions to the surface and could be therapeutic, Freud deduced after Aristotle, 1917 c. 376. His function was much like that of Freud himself, whose talking cure provoked neurotics to reconnect with their repressed past, releasing them from its grip. Freud narrowly identified with the creative writer in many ways, using the latter's methods in the case histories and throughout his self-analysis. He increasingly found literary examples, such as Oedipus and the Sandman, to corroborate his clinical endings and insisted on using them despite their threat to his work's status as science. Marcus, Trosman, 70-88. As early as May 1897, he was interested in the link between displacement, projection, and creative writing. At that time, Harry Trosman notes, he referred to how Goethe, writing the sorrows of young Werther, displaced onto his hero the suicide he had contemplated for himself, creating a hedge against suicidal wishes and adding to the novel's power. 70-72. Shakespeare was right in his juxtaposition of poetry and madness, the ne frenzy, Freud concluded, 1954, 208. Yet in so pathologizing the creative process, Freud inadvertently paid it his highest compliment. In Creative Writers and Daydreaming, he showed a keen interest in the self-analysis of the modern psychological novel, example Zola, in which the author, not unlike the analyst, sits inside the hero's mind, and looks at the other characters from outside. In a fantasy of omnipotent voyeurism, able to split up his ego, by self-observation, into many part egos, and, in consequence, to personify the connecting currents of his own mental life in several heroes. Certain novels stand in quite special contrast to the type of the daydream. In these, the hero plays only a very small active part, he sees the actions and sufferings of other people pass before him like a spectator. 1908, 151. In becoming conscious of its own processes, Freud almost says, the modern novel mimicked the analyst's consciousness of consciousness and exposed the narcissism inherent in the medicinal, or the metacinematic. Similarly, and particularly in our post-Lacanian era, the uncanny, Freud's 1919 reading of E.T.A. Hoffmann's story The Sandman as a case of castration anxiety, seems to be about scopophilia and the doubling that is the product of the gaze. Nathaniel, the protagonist, slips into a surreal space signed by doubles and optical instruments, spectacles, illusions, blindness, unseeing eyes, and living dolls or automatons. Caught looking, he discovers doubles of his act of looking and is punished, in one null side of Coppelius, with death. Seeing and incorporating knowledge is here identified with the process that produces the uncanny, deadly double. Moreover, Hoffmann, Freud tells us, intended to make us, too, look through the demon optician's spectacles or spyglass, perhaps, indeed, that the author in his very own person once peered through such an instrument. 4. Coppola the optician really is the lawyer Coppelius and also, therefore, the Sandman, 1919b, 230. Today, as Polan's catchphrase suggests, we desire and fear the auteur, much as Nathaniel desires and fears Coppelius's visual technology, for its power to plunge us into the postmodern fantastic where we can be overwhelmed with doubles. The horror auteur LM also represents our desire to be the Sandman. As an auteurist's fantasy, the horror auteur meta LM is a similar wish-fulfillment and nightmare. It depicts the auteur as a connected mind that turns a powerful, forbidden, or frightening idea into a fantasy, per Otto Rank, projects the early oral aggressive instincts and slash or death drive on a monstrous FG or double, per Melanie Klein, which stands for the LM as a world with laws of his own making. The spectator or auteurist, moreover, is invited to share this auteurial gaze, he identifies with the auteur's pleasure in observing himself doubling the self in his world of gods and monsters, even while analyzing that pleasure's pathology. The horror auteur LM portrays the pleasurable act of doubling oneself through fantasy as forbidden and uncanny, as in the Promethean myth. In realizing his vision, or soul, the auteur creates an illusionary integrated and permanent image that repels the threat of annihilation, only to have the doppelganger return, as in Freud and Rank, a harbinger of death, as the undead. Cinephilia becomes necrophilia. In each of these LMS, auteur desire is identified with a star actor or monster in Shadow of the Vampire, Shrek/Orlok/Nosferatu, in Gods and Monsters, Claiborne/The Frankenstein Monster, in Ed Wood, the Wraith-like Bela Lugosi, in American Movie, Mark Borchardt. Ultimately the undead doppelganger is identified with cinema itself. These four LMS wreaked the evolution of auteurism from Sarris's pantheon on down to the post-Tarantino era and the end of cinema. In the process, they expose the psychoanalytic/Gothic ideologies, the two inseparable, that are the theory's intellectual baggage, historicize them, and deconstruct the auteur. LM theory's worst nightmare, the horror auteur LM. Shadow of the Vampire, post-Lacanian snuff. A deconstruction of the mythology surrounding Wilhelm Friedrich Murnau and the making of Nosferatu, according to director E. Elias Murray, Interview 2000, Shadow of the Vampire exposes the auteur's murderous gaze. The LMS Murnau, John Malkovich, is an auteur in the grand romantic sense, the Promethean maker of the new century, and a Faust who has made a pact with the devil himself. Set in the Weimar period, the LM prefigures World War II, noting German Expressionism's links to Nazi-style documentary and the war machine. Playing out an analogy between weaponry, science, making, and progress, The LMS production design and iconography explore the sinister implications of Murnau's genius, which turned the pestilence of World War I into an FG. Interview 2000. In the opening title sequence, the camera penetrates the labial layers of the center design on an Art Deco frieze to reveal, in a survey of modernist art styles, battle scenes from the Greeks to Dracula's armies to Murnau's present, indicating the march of technological change. This motif is linked with the cinematic territorialism of the opening shot. An extreme close-up of a lens cuts to Murnau's eye, followed by contrasting low and high-angle shots, one of the great Murnau on high and another from his point of view as he directs Nosferatu's opening scene. Another low angle displays the makers, in white lab coats and goggles, lined on a platform high above the actors, a pantheon of demigods. Addressed as Herr Doctor, Murnau dictates what his actors are doing and feeling, stentoriously imposing his vision on the proceedings. In Murray's LM, Murnau's expressionistic naturalism, associated through hindsight with LMS technology, German nationalist ideology, and 2 world wars, becomes gothic and oppressive. Over the roar of the train into Czechoslovakia, Murnau's voiceover proclaims that we are scientists in search of memory, that will neither blur nor fade. He coerces peasants at a country inn into acting as unpaid extras, yet removes their crucifixes when they overwhelm his composition and screams at an unplanned intrusion. He forges a route into territory untouched by technology and unearths Schreck, a real vampire, to be his star. Schreck, Murnau's double as method actor as vampire, demonstrates an auteur's instincts and competes for control of the shoot, viewing dailies, demanding makeup and relocations, and consuming dispensable crew members. His null consummation of the leading lady is followed by Murnau's camera, which thus outconsumes Schreck. In so doing, Murnau, the pantheon auteur that he represents, and also, by implication, Murray, are all linked through Schreck to basic oral sadistic, territorial drives. The LM, moreover, demonstrates how these are sublimated through cinema technology and in turn projected via the shoot. In a pivotal scene, Schreck/Orlok tinkers with the projector and discovers the cinema's undead world for himself. He stares in fascination at the shadow of his hand, extending and retracting his talons in the light, and gazes, for the RST time in centuries, at the ichering image of the sunrise. The image is repeated in the null sequence, which duplicates the real Murnau's signature as the shadow of Schreck/Orlok's hand. Grasps and snuffs out Greta's, Catherine McCormick, beating heart. The vampire's signature simultaneously carries out the murderous vision of the historical Murnau, the character Murnau, Malkovich, as a caricature of the pantheon auteur, and Murray himself. The vampire's lethal/autorial desire, as Schreck explains it, originates in pre-Oedipal separation, loss, and projection. The producer and writer, drinking into the night, query him about how he became a vampire. "It was woman," he grunts, telling the story of his separation from the archaic mother. Driven by his memory of loss, he attempted to recover her by projecting his desire in undead fetish images, the same desire as the courtly lover, the painter, the auteur. Unable to reproduce, as paternity is indicated through name only, he created language, art, and culture. Thus the artist/auteur's vision Schreck reduces to a Lacanian, Freudian formula that refers back through the history of psychoanalytic theory, to desire/bloodlust, or primitive drives, thereby vindicating Mulvey's theory of the male gaze. By the conclusion, we have ashed back, or forward, to Psycho, Peeping Tom, the Slasher LM, and the Snuff LM, whose distinction is its incorporation of the life and death it also represents. Schreck/Orlok is lured into feeding on the drugged, then dying, Greta, and dozes satiated until dawn when, rising stuporously under the inpouring light, he incinerates in an image of celluloid dissolving under a heat lamp. The auteur's soul is revealed as his drive empowered by the technologies of vision, which Schreck's method-style vamping acts out. In the null scene, Murnau is sociopathically one with his camera as it upstages and consumes the vampire, its lens glowing preternaturally to suggest cinema's absorption of the history and monstrosity of its desire. The null shot repeats the RST, as Murnau looks through the lens, then lines up the camera with the endboard, there. I think we have it. With a camp sinister ourish, Murray imposes his signature upon the real Murnau's incorporation of Bram Stoker's novel Dracula, 1897, via Defoe's virtuoso performance, as Tithonus doomed to a decrepit immortality, eternal life without eternal youth, as Dracula, the now servantless prince, as the decline and fall of empires. Ultimately, perhaps, the LM sends up Murray's own late postmodern, post-millennial gesture. Gods and Monsters and Classical Auteurism. Gods and Monsters uses the same concept of projection but to opposite purposes, to remythologize Hollywood, cinema, horror, and James Whale. Based on Christopher Bram's 1994 novel Father of Frankenstein, which hypothesizes about Whale's null days some 15 years after his last LM, James Whale, Ian McKellen, goes on directing, transforming those closest to him into projections of his personal nightmares, turning their lives into the performance that will be his life's null picture. Thus Gods and Monsters is projected expressionistically from the inside out, Condon. The poster reinforced this perspective, showing McKellen's blue gaze piercing a LM strip containing inserts of Hannah, Boone, and Whale. 1930s Hollywood provided Whale, who grew up a freak of nature in an English factory town, with a medium for remaking himself, and he polished off the picture with a set of elegant mannerisms and a fake biography. Hollywood was also a safe space for homosexuals, where Whale would project, as did Ed Wood later, complex aspects of his sexuality and his relation to class into his LMS, Wells, 46. Gods and Monsters is about how these have been absorbed into the Frankenstein LMS and our collective consciousness. As in Shadow of the Vampire, directors, gods, and monsters exchange roles in a story of a queer couple, an uneasy friendship between Whale and his new gardener, Clay Boone, Brendan Fraser, an angry washout ex-Marine, the embodiment of Frankenstein's monster. Boone's uncanny resemblance triggers associations from the pictures that imprinted Shelley's monster on popular imagination. The LM begins as, after a stroke, Whale undergoes a delayed form of shell shock, a psychic fragmentation that leads to reintegration. Plagued by an electrical storm of images shut off by years of disavowal, he is forced to revisit his memories of World War I, particularly his feeling for a young soldier who was shot down and left hanging on the wire demarking no man's land, decomposing into an effigy of desire, grief, and horror, and nally a grotesque joke. With Boone and Whale we see how these trauma memories condensed into the Frankenstein LM settings, images, and themes, the stark, telephone pole forest through which the terrorized monster escapes, the expressionistic cemetery landscape, the body in pieces. As the Murnau and Whale LMS tell us, the Great War, the RST in which thousands of mutilated men survived, was the backdrop for German expressionism and the universal horror cycle, and the monster embodies Whale's interior scars. His darkest LMS, he explains to Boone, were comedies about death that used humor as a coping mechanism. The real monsters are here, he concludes, referring to emotional and physical trauma. In contrast to Murnau, who seeks immortality through the science of cinema, Whale disvalues the art of horror/filmmaking even. As he directs his own death, casting Clay Boone as an enraged homophobe whom he plans to seduce into killing him, Clay suggesting the golem-derived Frankenstein monster, Whale's death wish, and his all-too-human Esh. Like Goethe in Freud's 1897 reading, he creates a double that functions simultaneously as a death wish and as a hedge against suicidal wishes. But Boone recognizes the plot and refuses this role at the crucial moment, sobbing, "I am not your monster," thus forcing Whale to take responsibility for his life and death. Before drowning himself like the real Whale, in his swimming pool, he acknowledges his hideous progeny, his monsters/his movies/his life devoted to making movies, this including, in some sense, the man he has made of clay, and sends them on their way, having empowered them to authorize themselves. Earlier, Whale surprises himself with a confession that making movies was the most wonderful thing in the world. And in Gods and Monsters, the horror LM, as our collective nightmare, can be a humanizing experience. As Bruce Cohen explains, a good horror LM takes you down into the depths and shows you the landscape of the unconscious. It might be compared to Karen, and the horror experience to a visit to the land of the dead. The seeker confronts his or her own fallibility, vulnerability, and culpability as an aspect of confronting the horror object, and either matures or dies. 309-10. Through the ashbacks to the war atrocities, the trench/mass grave, and the Frankenstein LMS, Condon segues between memory, making, and the present, between personal and collective, Freudian and Jungian perspectives, to speak about the way authored LMS communicate to spectators. 3 dream sequences explore connections between the psychic processes of the auteur's vision and the psychic processes of spectatorship. The blue-haired sequence that opens and closes the LM shows Boone silhouetted as Boris Karloff leading Whale across a blasted landscape to a deep trench. In the concluding sequence, Boone directs Whale to look down where former comrades sleep in death. Finding his lover, Whale lies down next to him. The sequence connects with a wishful dream of Boone as Frankenstein removing Whale's damaged brain and replacing it with a new one. Referring to how Boone opens Whale's mind to trauma memories, the sequence also prefigures his archetypal role as Karen-like deliverer. In the end, Condon's, Bram's, and McKellen's auteur is an unlikely ideal father, giver of life, identity, and war stories to an inarticulate Boone, veteran of a private battle with his father. Auteurism is associated with Frankenstein's unnatural paternity in all its transgressive and transcendent possibilities. If Whale projects his desires, for youth, sex, intimacy, and death, onto his surrogate monster, as he has projected them in his LMS, Boone learns that everyone has war stories to tell, movies to make. Through the common language of Bride of Frankenstein, 1935, which Gods and Monsters makes its primary intertext through embedded scenes, reenactments, and fantasy sequences, we see, as Whale sees, where his vision came from and its value to succeeding generations. The auteur achieves immortality by giving his vision over to spectators, via Jung, reception theory, and postmodernism, and lending the LM diverse subtexts, moods, and audiences. In the middle of Gods and Monsters, the major characters screen the LM on television, each ending something different: camp humor for Betty, Lolita Davidovich, terrible horror mitigated by poetic justice for Whale's prune-faced housekeeper Hannah, Lynn Redgrave, a queer romance with a message: we belong dead, for a ruefully smiling Whale. Thus perspective gradually shifts to the spectator as author of the LM. This shift becomes overt in the epilogue, where Boone, smoking Whale's trademark cigar, and his young son watch the scene between Karloff and the blind hermit, marking the son's, and that generation's, initiation into the mysteries of monstrosity, male bonding, and auteur desire. In the LMS eloquental images, where, silhouetted in the slanting rain, he shambles and lurches into the blue darkness, Boone has assumed the mantle of the monster archetype. Ed Wood, Identity Politics and the Anti-Auteur, preceded by studies by Vito Russell, 1981, and Harry Benshoff, 1997, Gods and Monsters also reeks horror auteurism's historical intersections with queer theory and identity politics. Mary Russo traces the latter to the 1960s identification of and with the freak, with the otherness within the secret self, 1994/2000, 90. Even the middle-class conservative or his wife could freak out, and narratives of their rage and mental illnesses were often allegories of conversion to new, better families or communities, 2000, 90. Tim Burton's Ed Wood is such an allegory, a buddy LM, the story of Eddie and Bella, and an alternative family romance. Rather than recovering traumas, he rather fondly recalls his mother dressing him as a girl and his single war story, of parachuting with pink bra and panties under his fatigues. Wood, Johnny Depp, projects the Oedipal family romance outward, building an alternative family Warhol factory style. Burton celebrates and identities with Wood's auteurism as postmod. Identity politics, much as Wood celebrated freakishness through his entourage. Wood's LMS are motley masterpieces in making do. Far from the pantheon director's control over materials, resulting in the projection of a self-contained world, route, he found his vision in his cast's monstrous, incontrovertibly self-authored acts, Bunny Breckinridge, The Great Criswell, Tor Johnson, Vampira, Lugosi. In Bride of the Monster, 1955, we watch the great Ham, Wood's double, Lugosi, alchemize Wood's gibberish into something genuinely eerie, traverse, into something personal, home. I have no home. Hunted, despised, living like an animal, the jungle is my home. But I will show the world that I can be its master. I shall perfect my own race of people, a race of atomic supermen that will conquer the world. Wood is the auteur as child. He enjoys his drives, exercising, as opposed to exorcising, his inner demons. Projecting his vision simply means acting out his/her desired, real, selves. For Burton's Wood, the monsters are here in a completely reversed sense than for Condon's Whale. Far from repressed, condensed, and sublimated, they are ambiently confessed, in Glen or Glenda, aka I led two lives, I changed my sex, 1953, in which he acts out his Angora fetish, and even more joyously performed in the sci-horror extravaganzas Bride of the Monster and Plan 9 from Outer Space. Ed Wood is psychodrama projected outward and shared in the spirit of carnival. Where Shadow of the Vampire and Gods and Monsters lent the auteur a dark mystique, Wood both validates and makes nonsense of the classic theory and the Freudian hypothesis that underlies it. When there is no repression, the auteur's subtext becomes text, craft becomes straightforward or irrelevant, and anyone with a desire or a trauma and a camera is potentially an auteur. For Burton's Eddie, genius isn't the point. Vision is, along with a gusto to communicate that seems to have vanished in the age of merchandising, Morris. Indeed, even for Saris in 1962, genius, as technique, wasn't the point. Bulletin Newell was an auteur even before he had assembled technique, which is simply the ability to put ALM together with some clarity and coherence, Saris notes, adding that an expert production crew could probably cover up for a chimpanzee in the director's chair, 587. For the Ed Wood cult, the least competent auteur is the least compromised, reducing classical auteurism to hash. Andrew Holt-Krantz notes how a tongue-in-cheek LM theorist might argue that Wood was a true surrealist, in his ability to deliver the unconscious to the screen with a directness that an intellectual like Louis Bulletin Newell could never manage. And so, in Burton's Daydream, Orson Welles and Ed Wood haunt the same Hollywood bar. In this context, Freud tells us what we knew already, that horror auteurs are purer auteurs whose nightmares emerge nearly uncensored. Perhaps Nally, Wood has become the punk auteurist's ideal, the anti-auteur. As the same tongue-in-cheek theorist could argue, he was a radical avant-garde maker, unpacking the hidden ideology of LM by revealing its apparatus, Holt-Krantz. The intentional fallacy, together with a number of reception-oriented and post-structuralist theories, makes moot the issue of whether Wood was incompetent or whether, like Goddard, he deliberately placed felicitous incongruities in his LMS. To his defenders, Wood's LMS are entertaining and full of life, albeit life given over to them by his audiences. The technical errors, non-special effects, and inept acting are part of his vision, whose NAVET-EI is its essence. Or as Dolores Fuller, Wood's one-time girlfriend and Glen or Glenda co-star, explains, Eddie has empowered other filmmakers. People say, if he could do it, I could do it. Flying Saucers 2000. If Wood's anti-auteurism reduced classic auteurism to a joke, it preached a populist auteurism available to anyone. The latter has inspired a legal religion, Woodism, which NDS in the director's LMS, a vivifying energy given to teach us how to live our lives, and practices auteurist exegesis to recover hidden truths, Galindo. In Woodism, where everyone lives out his or her desire, the repressive hypothesis has become self-expressive utopia. Woodist anti-auteurism, the celebration of trash LMS as classic outsider art, Morris, was part of a 1990s neopunk revolt against Hollywood that followed Malcolm McLaren in the fashion of advocating purposely failed products, Sapper, 43, and is perhaps epitomized in the celebration/creation of the artificial auteurism of Alan Smithee, Sapper. This revolt contributed to a general overhauling of auteurism, one that halted the quest for subtexts and attended instead to materials and craft. Far more visible than any of these recent trends, however, are the legendary success stories of Quentin Tarantino and Kevin Smith, giving rise to the self-made auteur. Psychology Today, American Movie, Trauma Culture, and the Self-Made Auteur in the 1990s, independent filmmakers reclaimed auteurism with the twist exploited by the Blair Witch Project, 1999, that left Hollywood trembling. With the digital era upon us, virtually anyone can become an auteur. At the very least, of his or her home movies. As Paul Arthur contends, such homeschooled auteurism is the new American dream. Whereas during the 1940s and 1950s the Western embodied our cherished cultural myths, today as close as we get is the shimmering belief that every one of us, regardless of race, creed, or creative ability, is destined to make a movie, or at least be endlessly conversant with the intimate details of the movie-making process. This postmodern fable, Arthur concludes, is the core of Chris Smith's American Movie, The Making of Northwestern, and represents a recent intersection of horror, psychoanalysis, and auteurism. Northwestern, explains Borchardt, is to be about a writer drinking in a junkyard and dreaming the American dream. Locations will include a rural gas station, an abandoned farmhouse, to be transformed into a Halloween haunted house, a deserted drive-in theater, and a cemetery. Coven, 1997, the short LM he actually niches, is about an alcoholic writer coerced to join a support group that turns out to be, or whom the protagonist hallucinates to be, a satanic cult. The remarkable thing about this devolution is that neither the setting nor the story changes much. Northwestern, Coven, and American Movie are also informed by Borchardt's vision as to double one another, collapsing into the same gothic psychodrama of dysfunction, poverty, dreaming, drinking, writing, and attempting to make movies. American Movie's 32-year-old Borchardt, who has been making LMS since he was 12, lives in his mother's basement, has 3 children, pitches newspapers, and works at a cemetery. His goal, as his latest girlfriend puts it, is to live the good life, to be someone that he's not. Indeed, American Movie's subjects lack a language for their subjectivities other than the Horatio Alger story, the discourses of pop psychology, and horror as performance. Bolstering, and Dunning, his frail 82-year-old executive producer and Uncle Bill, Mark urges, when you go in the grave, what are you gonna think about? You gotta assert yourself, man. You gotta say I am here because, ... I am here because. Bill repeats, trailing off, the point being that neither can niche the sentence. Yet in his LMS litany of rusted dreams, dilapidated duplexes, worn trailer courts, as Borchardt describes them, you're gonna see Americans in American dreams and you won't go away depressed, I promise. The truly dark side of this story is what Mark Seltzer calls wound culture. Or, as Mark Edmondson has noted, postmodern America is fundamentally gothic, haunted through the discourses of pop psychology, academic theory, and an iconography of violence that lives out our myths. We are a hysterical culture, show-alter, obsessed with recovering, or projecting, past seductions, abductions, and atrocities to exorcise our sense of violation in a mediated world. In wound culture, Freud is turned inside out, trauma becomes a discourse, whether in the public display of torn and open bodies, Seltzer, 1, or through the confession of psychological damage on Oprah or Jerry Springer. Lacking subjectivity in an information culture that measures success in wealth and celebrity, We seek ourselves in what pop psychology and sociology identify, and track, through symptoms such as addiction, as our traumas. In displaying them, we achieve signification/healing. Thus Seltzer argues that serial killers, one product of wound culture, practice a kind of sadistic performance art, making something of themselves in the pathology of the public sphere. As Borchart's disgruntled brother Alex opines, Mark was always talking about becoming a millionaire, but I always thought he would be a serial killer or one of those people who plan someone's death, and unfortunately I sometimes think that might be true, adding, he's just best suited for work in a factory maybe. Alex has stated two sides of a conundrum in which the mass production of dreams is murder by numbers. Therapy, or the group thing, is much the same. You know about the group thing, man? Mark rhetorically asks his catatonic friend, and double, Mike Shank, who endlessly narrates his trauma of overdosing on LSD and vodka and subsequent addiction to addiction support groups. Coven, Borchart's surprisingly evocative LMA clef, takes up the analysis where American Movie leaves off. The protagonist, a writer and addict named Mike, Mark, is forced by his one friend to attend a group meeting. As the sessions turn from increasingly strange confessionals into hallucinogenic indoctrination rituals, Mike/Mark ceases writing, turns to drink, bottoms out, and kills his friend. The LM ends as Mike stares vacantly at the screen. The only true option, as Coven's existence proves, is to become an auteur. Borchardt is the maker as every man who, lacking identity other than the burden of the dream and his failure to achieve it, NDS success through confession of trauma, about the confession of trauma, in his LMS. Like Shadow of the Vampire, Gods and Monsters, and Ed Wood, Coven and American Movie can be fully understood only in a context that acknowledges the impact of psychoanalysis on classical and contemporary auteurism. In American Movie and, in particular, Coven, where psychoanalysis is absorbed and reprojected as dark pop psychology, as in LMS from M. 1931, to Psycho to Hannibal, 2001, psychotherapy has become the horror, and it haunts the cultural landscape of contemporary life. Moreover, American Movie suggests that the drive to make one's movie has become fundamental to the impulse to construct a self. Mark often refers to an idyllic childhood memory of making Super 8 movies in the cemetery. At home, your parents were telling you what to do, but out in the cemetery with your beer and your movie camera, you are one with the world and equal with the world. It was a vast work. The graveyard is a stage in some existential sense. Asked about Inyances, he quickly names Romero's Living Dead trilogy and Hooper's Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974, for their gray sky and dead trees and the National Guard and all, mice nscenes that make them real and alive as opposed to something dead like a Hollywood LM. Another auteur who haunts American Movie is Francis Ford Coppola. Smith asks Mark's three young children what LM their dad had them watch the previous night. Apocalypse Now, squeals the boy, about 6. Did you like it? Asks Smith. When he keeps on saying the horror. The horror, the girls scream, giggling. Who said that? Asks Smith. The guy on Apocalypse Now, the boy shrieks, obviously delighted with himself. In today's trauma culture, and as we enter the digital millennium, 6-year-olds understand Brando, Kurtz, and the horror, with or without reading Conrad. The world is a vast psychodrama, and everyone is an auteur. 14 Stephen Prince. Violence and Psychophysiology in Horror Cinema. Film studies is, and has been, deeply involved with cultural categories of explanation. Features of cinema, such as the shot/reverse shot series, are explicated in terms of ideology and the propagation of a socially determined dominant discourse. The viewer's involvement with cinema has also tended to be framed in terms of culturally construed models of psychology, such as psychoanalysis. I refer to psychoanalysis as culturally construed for two reasons. The RST involves the conditions of its origin, Freud as a late Romantic philosopher/scientist whose brilliant work is not separable from the parameters of the bourgeois, patriarchal era in which he lived, and whose project was to substitute a new paradigmatic ideal, the self, the psyche, for those previously holding sway in Western culture. Philip Reif describes this as the replacement of religion, politics, and economics by psychological man, 356-57. Psychoanalysis has also operated within the arena of LM studies to advance certain large-scale analyses of cinema's cultural impact, viewed in terms of the mobilization of desire within the medium's mass audiences. Since the 1970s, LM studies' appropriation of psychoanalysis has been tied to the efforts of LM scholars to explain how cinema connects desire, at the level of individual viewers, to ideology, at the level of social discourse. Allied with the ideological study of cinema found in Marxist or feminist approaches, psychoanalysis has provided LM scholars with a method for connecting cinema's operations to the individual spectator as well as to social formations. Psychoanalysis has provided the categories that mediate these two levels of analysis and has thereby become a widely used component in psychologically based social analyses of cinema. However, as I have discussed elsewhere, Prince 1996, the use of psychoanalysis by LM studies is an exercise in theoretical speculation that is disconnected from the study of actual viewers. I have called this the problem of the missing spectator. Note that this situation is unlike the therapeutic context in which a psychoanalyst works, where the life history of an actual person furnishes the object of analysis. The psychoanalytic study of LM focuses on features of the medium or of particular LMS, example horror LMS, that are said to induce psychic processes, but the analyses never get around to looking at the responses of real viewers. Thus, psychoanalytic LM theory amounts to a metapsychology of the sort that Freud practiced when he shifted his psychological categories onto the large-scale domains of culture and society in such works as Civilization and Its Discontents and Totem and Taboo. My goal here is not to offer a critique of psychoanalytic LM theory or to advance an alternative to it that would be as totalizing in its sweeping explanatory claims. I would like, instead, to suggest a different approach to the psychology of LM viewing than the terms proposed by psychoanalytic LM theory and show how it may help us to think about some of the appeals of violence in the horror genre. Rather than making totalizing claims about invariant psychic laws in relation to which cinema necessarily operates, I will be examining dispositional differences among LM viewers and the relative impact of certain kinds of LM content and style on these dispositions. Cinema is a rich and multifaceted medium, as are its appeals and modes of operation. As such, it is reasonable to examine cinema not just in terms of culture, example the metapsychology of psychoanalytic LM theory, but also in terms of the biology or physiology of viewer response. Cinema scholars in the area of cognitive psychology have examined how cinema builds on a viewer's biologically based perceptual processes and habits, and visual perception is not the only area in which biologically based questions might be asked of cinema. They may also be posed with reference to certain aspects of screen violence and the appeals that violent LM genres may hold for their viewers. In this essay, I examine such questions with reference to the horror LM. 2. Along with westerns, war LMS, and gangster LMS, horror is one of the main repositories of screen violence. Each of these genres was implicated in the explosion of a much harder screen violence that occurred in 1967-68 when the last vestiges of the old production code were scrapped in favor of a new content rating system, GMRX. The Wild Bunch, Western, The Dirty Dozen, War, Bonnie and Clyde, Gangster, and Night of the Living Dead, Horror, collectively announced the onset of a new era of graphic bloodshed, with greatly expanded boundaries governing what would henceforth be permissible. But it would be the horror genre, at least in its modern incarnation relative to the pictures of earlier decades, that would become synonymous with a detailed visual attention to the mechanics of violent death and graphic mutilation, to the point where this imagery and the emotional responses it elicits in viewers would become the very style and subject matter of the LMS. The genre's remarkable resurgence beginning in the 1980s was tied to this investment in graphic violence. The production of horror LMS climbed dramatically as the decade began, from 30 pictures produced in 1979 to 70 in 1980 and 93 in 1981. Too many of these pictures were famously violent, example Dressed to Kill, Friday the 13th, Prom Night, all 1980, and Maniac, 1981. Another production boom occurred in 1986 to 87, peaking at 105 pictures in 1987. By mid-decade, the video market was thriving, and many of these pictures, especially the most violent ones, were low-budget entries that bypassed theatrical release, aiming for the ancillary markets. The genre's turn to graphic violence in this period was predicated on innovations in special effects makeup and the arrival of a new generation of makeup artists. These included Tom Savini, Dawn of the Dead 1978, Friday the 13th, Maniac, Rick Baker, It's Alive 1973, Squirm 1976, The Funhouse 1981, and Rob Bottin, The Howling 1980, Piranha 1978, The Thing 1982. New makeup tools enabled these artists to picture grievous physical wounds and mutilations in greater, more lurid, and convincing detail than ever before. They employed prosthetic limbs and latex, as a convincing stand-in for human skin, to simulate detailed violence. Limbs were hacked off with a convincing show of bone and gristle, and skin, latex, could be ripped, scored, punctured, and peeled away. Among the most controversial of the new horror pictures were the slasher LMS about serial killers slaughtering promiscuous teenagers, LMS whose production disturbed many observers inside and outside the industry. Bloody horror LMS were present in big numbers at the international LM markets in 1980, and they revolted many distributors and studio sales reps. All they want is blood pouring off the screen. I question the mental balance of the people making and buying this stuff, noted a Carolco executive, Watkins, 3. The imagery of victims run through meat grinders or dismembered by spikes, axes, chainsaws, or power drills swiftly evoked a critical backlash, and while teenagers continue to be enthusiastic consumers, slasher LMS have remained controversial and somewhat disreputable cultural artifacts. Relative to other screen genres, horror was better equipped to explore and exploit these new thresholds for showing graphically detailed mutilation. Violence in the Western was always limited and contained by that genre's archaic weaponry and the codes of restraint and reluctance that governed displays of violence. In war LMS, narratives of heroism and sacrifice recuperate the genre's violence, and in gangster LMS it is absorbed into the terms of a large-scale social critique. These other genres sublimate their violence into larger moral, cultural, and narrative frameworks. By contrast, graphic violence is a more central preoccupation of contemporary horror. It is a necessary component in the genre's appeal for viewers and an essential means of inducing the intense emotional experiences that viewers seek from contemporary horror. I will have more to say about these emotional experiences momentarily. Here I wish merely to emphasize something that is fairly obvious, that the representation of graphic violence is a normative feature of contemporary horror and that the genre's fans are drawn to the LMS for their transgressive power, their ability to visualize wounding and violent death in novel and imaginative ways. Violence within a context of fright and terror has not always been so central to the genre, as a look at the relatively genteel productions of earlier decades demonstrates. Accompanying the escalation of violence has been a shift in the nature of the form's fright-inducing elements. One could write a stylistic history of the genre focusing on changes in the distribution of fright elements in horror LMS, and it would reveal a striking shift. In what follows, I do not wish to deny areas of continuity in the genre, namely, a continuing interest in the psychological dimensions of horror as manifest recently in such LMS as The Sixth Sense and The Blair Witch Project, both 1999. Instead, I am interested in the general shift toward graphic violence that has characterized mainstream horror since the 1970s. Discussing the ways that children and adolescents respond to horror LMS, Social scientists Joanne Cantor and Mary Beth Oliver have identified three categories that are frequently depicted in fear-inducing media and that frighten because they are sources of fear in the real, non-media, world. These are, 1. Distortions of natural forms, 2. Depictions of physical injury, victimization, and death, and 3. A focus on the experience of endangerment and fear by others. 3. Deformities or injuries that alter the shape or appearance of natural forms can be inherently frightening, and Donald Hebb has pointed to a biological basis of such fears by observing them in baby primates, who exhibit fear reactions to physical deformities. Hebb suggests that such responses are spontaneous and unlearned. To the extent that horror LMS traffic in deformity and distorted physical shapes, they may evoke primitive, instinctual fear responses in viewers. The graphic violence of contemporary horror has given the depiction of physical injury, victimization, and death considerable focus, emphasis, and screen time. These depictions induce anxiety because of the perceived dangers to characters in the enacted scenes. Slasher LMS, which typically feature lengthy stalking sequences, devote extensive attention to the spectacle of fear and physical endangerment. With respect to this category, Cantor and Oliver note that viewers experience fear in response to the fear expressed by others, in this case, by characters within ALM. Portrayals of fear on screen are thus an excellent means of evoking fear responses in viewers, and the design of contemporary horror LMS is such as to maximize the stimulus potential. A content analysis of FTY6 slasher LMS, for instance, found that 474 characters were shown in fear of being killed, and 86% of these characters did not survive their terror ordeal, Cowan and O'Brien. Whereas the three categories mentioned by Cantor and Oliver have been present in horror LMS throughout the genre's history, the balance among the three has shifted in recent decades. The distortion of natural forms evident in the genre's monsters, vampires, dwarves, hunchbacks, werewolves, is essential in much early horror, where it is the confrontation with such beastly characters by normal humans and by the LMS viewers that provides for the experience of horror. Depictions of the other two categories, injury and death, and fear and endangerment, were constrained in earlier periods, inhibited by the conditions of LM production in those eras. The injunctions of the industry's production code prevented filmmakers from dwelling on the infliction of injury or the endangerment and terrorizing of others. As a result, older horror LMS do not have the same repertoire of fright-inducing elements, or their intensity and duration, as contemporary examples. The Wolfman would invariably sink out of the frame with his victim at the height of attack. Even LMS deemed unacceptably gruesome at the time, Florey's Murders in the Rue Morgue, 1932, Ulmer's The Black Cat, 1934, play their moments of atrocity quickly or in the shadows. For by contrast, while many of the genre's monsters, Freddy Krueger, the aliens in the Alien series, continue to exhibit a fear-inducing distortion of natural forms, 5. Contemporary horror has greatly expanded the time and visual attention devoted to the other two categories identified by Cantor and Oliver, the infliction of grievous injury and the endangerment of characters. Indeed, the terminology by which modern horror LMS are described, slasher and stalker LMS, denotes this expansion of attention. The narratives are extended episodes of terror devoted to prolonged rituals of stalking and murder or mutilation, which the LMS viewer is invited to witness at length. As Cantor and Oliver note, this genre, perhaps more than any other, provides abundant opportunity for viewers to experience fear in response to injury and danger, as one of the Denning characteristics is the portrayal of victimization and death. 65. In a content analysis of the 10 biggest grossing slasher LMS, James Weaver found that the average length of scenes showing the death of male characters was just under 2 minutes and those showing the death of female characters was just under 4 minutes, and that these lengthy intervals were accompanied by expressions of fear, terror, and pain. In a content analysis of 30 slasher LMS from 1980, 1985, and 1989, Fred Molitor and Barry Sapolsky found extreme forms of violence, burning, dismemberment, beheading, bludgeoning, stabbing, in more than a quarter, 28%, of all violence coded across the sample. 6. They also measured the duration of expressed fear of violence by victims and found, on average, that 11 minutes per LM were devoted to the spectacle of victims in fear. In this respect, then, the balance of fear-inducing factors has shifted over the genre's history in a way that, arguably, has produced an intensification of the fright experience for viewers. Thus, one might chart a partial history of the horror LM in terms of its overall level of violence and the intensity of its fright-inducing ingredients, and in both cases the resulting graph would show a relatively steep rise. Why has this genre evolved in the general direction of intensifying the negative affect, fear, anxiety, disgust, evoked in viewers? Is there something peculiar to the horror LM, or to the gratification sought by its viewers, that would require that the history of its evolving forms move in the general direction of intensified affect? The causes of the efflorescence of graphic violence in contemporary cinema are clearly multifactorial. No one explanation, or single set of variables, is likely to offer a full or complete accounting. At a minimum, a comprehensive explanation would need to incorporate frameworks drawn from individual and group psychology, institutional factors within the LM industry, and sociological trends at large within the culture. Elsewhere, Prince 1998, 2000, I have examined some of the institutional and sociological factors that coalesced in the late 1960s to nudge American LM onto the path of graphic violence. Here I would like to concentrate on some factors that seem relatively genre-specific, i.e., that may be operative in horror LMS more than in the industry's other genres. These factors involve the nature of the relationship prevailing between horror filmmakers and members of the genre's core audience. In my view, this relationship has likely operated to exert an upward pressure on the degree of explicitness embraced by the genre in its presentation of violence. In short, horror cinema's movement in recent decades toward greater quantities of ever more graphic violence and fear-inducing spectacle may partially wreak an ongoing transaction between the genre's filmmakers and its audience, a transaction rooted in one of the genre's key appeals, an appeal to sensation. As Cantor has noted, 114, it is likely that screen violence holds different appeals for different sets of viewers. One viewer may watch violence to experience aggression vicariously, whereas another NDS that it calms fears about a world perceived as dangerous. In either case, personality variables intersect with LM content in ways that produce differential sets of appeals. This way of regarding the relationship between viewers and LMS is somewhat akin to what is known in the humanities as reader response theory, but the superficial similarity conceals a more substantive difference between the explanatory paradigms used in psychology and communication and those used in LM studies. Whereas these disciplines have all been concerned with studying viewer responses to LM and other visual media, psychology and communication have regarded the audience as being stratified by sociological variables, example gender, age, race, as well as by personality variables. Film studies, by contrast, has tended to look primarily at the sociological variables and has treated these as being internally homogeneous. Within the gender category, for instance, the critical distinction is drawn between male and female spectatorship, with the categories being not further divisible. Male spectatorship is a unit phenomenon or viewing position, as is female spectatorship. Individual personality variables do not enter the picture. When LM Studies has considered personality, it has tended to do so in terms of the explanatory categories furnished by psychoanalysis. Thus, LM Studies has scrutinized the horror genre, at great length, in terms of hypothesized gender dynamics that are said to prevail among the genre's viewers and to constitute some of its primary appeals. Indeed, gender, often within a psychoanalytic framework, is probably the interpretive framework applied most frequently to horror movies by contemporary LM studies. 7. The most detailed and perceptive study of slasher LMS is Carol Clover's Men, Women, and Chainsaws, in which she suggests that the essential viewing dynamic that these LMS instigate in viewers is one marked by an oscillation between subjectivities marked as male, active, aggressive, empowered, and female, passive, unempowered, victimized, in terms of their cultural coding. These positions, according to Clover, do not correspond in any XED way with the gender of the viewer, in part because the LMS in question collapse and combine gender categories by featuring a killer who is a feminine male and a main character, the final girl, who is a masculine female. As a genre, horror movies produce intense emotional responses in viewers. Whereas LM studies has tended to frame these responses in psychoanalytic terms, seeing the LMS over and over again as evocative of Oedipal anxieties, seeing the viewer's response as a displacement of these anxieties onto the LMIC materials, psychology and communication have been concerned with effects, in terms of the biology and cognitive framing of emotional response, and the duration of the response, because these issues are mediated by personality traits. Within LM studies, Linda Williams has termed the horror movie a body genre like pornography or melodrama, because the viewer's emotional and physical responses mimic those of the characters. In horror, we scream or feel terror with the on-screen victims. It seems to be the case that the success of these genres is often measured by the degree to which the audience sensation mimics what is seen on the screen. The success of these genres seems a self-evident matter of measuring bodily response, 1999, 704. But, rather than pursuing the implications of this insight, measuring response, she proceeds to explicate horror in terms of the gender and psychoanalytic issues raised by screen spectacles that place suffering women at their center. Those who are committed to psychoanalytic modes of explication are well represented throughout this volume, and it is not my purpose here to critique that approach. 8. Instead, I would like to suggest how a different approach to personality might help us to understand some dimensions of the shift toward graphic violence in horror cinema. By contrast with scholars in LM studies, researchers in psychology and communication have been quite interested to measure viewers' bodily responses in reaction to LM content. Some of their endings may have significant import for explaining the upsurge of graphic violence in recent horror and suggest that it may have a sustaining psychophysiological basis in personality traits among the genre's core fans. I turn now to this issue. 4. Considerable evidence exists showing that viewers respond to media violence with increases in their levels of heart rate, skin temperature, and blood pressure, and that these responses have some duration, that they linger after the stimulus is gone. Cantor and Oliver have provided evidence of the long-term effects, years in some cases, of fright reactions to horror LMS, 75 to 78. For viewers, the fright and excitement that horror LMS produce, experienced as an increased level of physiological response, is pleasurable and rewarding. Otherwise, audiences would not consent to viewing this type of material. 10. As one writer puts it, when we are afraid, adrenaline surges through our bloodstreams, accelerating our heartbeats and giving us a rush of energy. We're left feeling more alert, our senses operating at their peak. Ricky, 169. Recognizing that violent, suspenseful, or frightening media produce physiological changes in their viewers, researchers have postulated a variety of motives and appeals that may underlie this process, that watching violence or terror may hold for movie and television audiences. In most cases, these involve the manner in which a cognitive or social label is attached to the base-level physiological response. Motives thus include a desire to experience aggression vicariously, to be rebellious by watching forbidden or stigmatized categories of programming, to calm apprehensions and anxiety, and to learn about a world that is perceived as threatening. 11. Zillman has offered a gender socialization theory to account for the prevalence of young audiences at horror movies, according to which the carnage and distressing imagery on screen enables young viewers to practice and master socially conditioned and gender-typed displays of emotion. Boys must prove to their peers, and ultimately to themselves, that they are unperturbed, calm and collected in the face of terror, and girls must similarly demonstrate their sensitivity by being appropriately disturbed, dismayed, and disgusted. Such demonstration seems important enough to adolescents to make them seek out cinematic horror and to subject themselves to emotional torment. 1998, 197. 12. In addition to these hypotheses, Marvin Zuckerman's notion of sensation seeking has stimulated considerable research. This notion describes a personality trait that is oriented to seeking out and maximizing emotional arousal. Sensation seeking, in Zuckerman's formulation, has three dimensions, which are measured on a scale that plots an individual's overall SS level: 1. Thrill and adventure seeking; 2. Disinhibition, the seeking of sensory and sensual pleasures; and 3. A susceptibility/aversion to boredom. Sensation seekers aim to achieve an optimum level of arousal, which can sometimes be more important than its positive or negative emotional content. As Zuckerman notes, sensation seekers are attracted to stimuli that are arousing regardless of whether they stimulate negative or positive affect systems. Sensation seekers prefer being frightened or shocked to being bored. 1996, 155. He suggests that this personality trait varies with age, developing in children and peaking in adolescence, the latter group being the primary audience for horror LMS, and then diminishing in adulthood. The induction of intense, albeit negative, emotions by horror LMS might be an effective means for achieving an optimum level of arousal. An important caveat is in order here. Zuckerman did not devise the notion of sensation seeking, or its scalar dimensions, with reference to cinema, and thus there is a goodness of T question that arises in work that seeks to apply the concept or the scales to LM studies. A risk-taking individual, for instance, who seeks sensation by skydiving, would not necessarily be the same type of person to seek sensation vicariously through cinema. Nevertheless, a number of researchers have used the construct of sensation seeking to explore individuals' preferences in visual media, and the outcome of the study suggests that it would be fruitful to further refine the construct in ways amenable to the study of vicarious domains of conduct, such as moviegoing. Zuckerman's work, and the concept of sensation seeking, belongs to the field of psychophysiology, the study of the physiological responses accompanying psychological states. This field examines the biological basis of emotions and personality in an effort to understand the relation between mental and bodily processes. 13 psychophysiologists view personality as consisting of a set of basic traits or groups of related habits, which combine to form supertraits at the highest level of organization. Competing models within the field describe personality in terms of a limited number of 3, VE, or 7 supertraits. One example would be Hans Eysenck's 3 supertrait model of extroversion, sociability, neuroticism, emotionality, and psychoticism, asocial tendencies. A psychophysiological approach to personality assumes that traits, such as sensation seeking, are rooted in the operations and biochemistry of the central nervous system, have an evolutionary basis, arising via natural selection to facilitate survival and reproduction, and show up in other species besides the human. They are inherited characteristics and have biological markers, example patterns of cortical activity, cardiovascular response, etc. 14. A number of studies have pointed to the associated biological markers of sensation seeking, which are understood as a kind of orienting response directed at the environment. Individuals scoring high on the sensation seeking scales show stronger physiological orienting responses than do low scorers. The response measures are patterns of cortical reaction following a visual or auditory stimulus. Sensation seekers show a positive slope, an increase in the amplitude of response following the stimulus, whereas low sensation seekers show a negative slope. These response measures have been demonstrated in numerous studies and have also been shown in cats and correlated with their individual tendencies to be active or withdrawn in reaction to the environment. 15 other biological markers explored in relation to sensation seeking include skin conductance response and heart rate. High sensation seekers, for example, show more rapid heart rate deceleration, whereas low sensation seekers show a stronger acceleratory response to auditory stimuli, consistent with a distinction between orienting and defensive responses. Zuckerman notes, furthermore, that high sensation seekers have higher thresholds for pain and for intense auditory stimulation. The high sensation seeker would correspond to what has been called the strong nervous system or non-reactive type, characterized by an insensitivity to weak stimulation and a tolerance for high levels of stimulation. 1991, 340. The duration and intensity of fright-inducing elements in contemporary horror LMS would seem to provide the kind of material appealing to viewers with strong nervous systems and, indeed, sensation seeking has been found to correlate with preferences for horror movie watching. Before turning to that evidence, however, it should be noted that this personality trait has been correlated in a number of studies with preferences for style and content in visual media that are highly arousing. High sensation seekers tend to prefer paintings with aggressive content 16 and paintings in an expressionistic style that features a lot of compositional tension. 17 Zaleski, 607-08, found low sensation seekers preferring positively arousing pictures, scenes of celebration and mild lovemaking, and high sensation seekers preferring these pictures as well as negatively arousing ones, scenes of torture, hanging, and corpses. Male high sensation seekers actually preferred the negatively arousing scenes to the positive ones. Numerous studies have found sensation seeking to be associated with preferences for horror LMS and with horror movie attendance. The personality trait seems to have predictive value in ascertaining a given viewer's preference for or against this type of material. 18 Tamburini and Stiff sampled viewers who had just left a screening of Halloween 2, 1981, asking them about their movie preferences and why they liked or disliked horror LMS. The categories, developed in previous research, were a liking for fright, for violence and destruction, for satisfying story resolution, and for humor. Through their opinions on sensation seeking, age and gender were found to predict the frequency of horror movie attendance. Sensation seeking was related to gender, being strongest for males, and age, strongest for young viewers in the sample, which included viewers up to age 40, and it predicted a liking for fright and excitement as well as the enjoyment of violence and destruction, higher among male viewers. The preference for fright and excitement, in turn, was the variable that most predicted attendance at horror movies. In another study, Tamburini, Stiff, and Zillman gave their subjects descriptions of 13 LMS containing graphic violence and asked them to rank the LMS according to which they would like to see most. The subjects' past viewing history predicted preferences for graphic horror. Subjects preferring graphic horror had a history of viewing such LMS as well as LMS of violent drama, and these preferences were predicted by performance on the researcher's sensation-seeking scale. If, as the empirical evidence suggests, sensation-seeking is one of the personality traits associated with preferences for horror LMS, these members of the genre's audience would have the strong nervous system that the enjoyment of graphic gore would otherwise imply, including a high sensory threshold for visual and auditory stimuli, a rapid habituation to such stimuli, and a susceptibility to boredom. Taken together, these personality characteristics in core audience members for graphic horror LMS provide an excellent incentive for filmmakers to keep expanding the level of graphic violence and fright-inducing elements. Expanding the level of cinematic jolts provides an excellent means for retaining this core group of viewers, and the net result of such expansion may help to account for one of the genre's fundamental transformations, namely a shift from the metaphysics of horror in LMS from earlier decades, where the uncanny and transgressive is implied, to the literalization of shock and fright and its location in imagery of graphic violence and extended scenarios of stalking and murder. 19. V. As noted above, the amplification of grotesque imagery in post-1970s horror LMS is tied to a revolution in special effects makeup and the innovations of a new generation of effects artists. These artists are very conscious of pushing the envelope, of trying to surpass the level of illusion and the types of imagery in previous LMS, and this underlying dynamic in their work addresses itself eloquently to the personality traits of the core audience. They also derive tremendous fun from fashioning grotesque effects and speak about their work in a manner that suggests, as one would expect, a very high tolerance for the gruesomeness of their products, a tolerance that matches the high sensory thresholds of the genre's viewers. Tom Savini is one of the kings of splatter LM makeup, designing effects for Dawn of the Dead, Friday the 13th, Maniac, Creepshow, 1982, Friday the 13th, The Final Chapter, 1984, Day of the Dead, 1985, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, 1986, among many others. Savini was a combat photographer in Vietnam, and he believes that his makeup effects have an important root in some of the violence he witnessed during the war. His job was to photograph the violence done to people and buildings, and he thinks that it rarely affected him because of a kind of protection, a distancing, he felt from being behind the camera. Once I was walking along and changing LM, and I almost stepped on an arm. An arm, severed from the elbow down, and it was clenched in a tight ST. I remember looking at it and it was dusty, it had some road dirt on it, and there wasn't any blood around it. I could see the viscera coming out of the elbow, and it was like an effect. If I had to make it, it would look exactly like what I just saw. I paused, and I took a picture of it, and I actually kind of studied it a bit. Tim Pone, 65. As a makeup artist for horror movies, Savini excels at designing convincing imagery of mutilation, scalping, decapitation, gunshot wounds, and he loves concocting outre effects. A third of Dawn of the Dead was improvised. We'd be sitting around thinking of ways to kill a zombie. We'd go to director George Romero and say, how about if we drive a screwdriver through some zombie's ear? Yeah, okay, great. 66. One of Savini's most gruesome effects is a shotgun to the head at close range in Maniac, for which he himself served as both victim and executioner. He made a hollow plaster of Paris model of his own face and head, LLED it with blood, shrimp dip, vegetables, and apple cores, and stuck it on a dummy. He then dressed as the killer in the scene and blasted the dummy. Here I was, ring a double-barreled shotgun with live magnum pellet ammunition through the windshield of a car and a fake head of myself, with 4 or VE cameras rolling. It was very weird looking down the barrel of the shotgun at me and then blasting me. 70-71. The pleasure and emotional disassociation displayed by Savini in relation to his work is characteristic of other horror LM effects artists. Chris Wallace designed a complex set of transformations for David Cronenberg's The Fly, 1986, which reach a climax when the insect's eyes burst forth, rupturing the eyes of the human host. Popping the eyeballs was just a fun thing to do, Wallace recalls. It gave us the option of being gooey and yucky without being bloody. 120. Describing his training at a low-budget effects house, Howard Berger says, I was paid a ridiculous rate a week, but I was there to make monsters and have fun. 145. Bob Keane, who partnered with Clive Barker on 4LMS, traces his work to a childhood delight in magic. It started off with my wanting to be a magician, and the main element of being a magician is to fool people into believing they're seeing something that they aren't. That grew into wanting to change people into werewolves, or making them look like they'd been beaten up, or they'd been in a road accident. Keane and Barker's motto for their trend-setting work on the Hellraiser series was "There are no limits," and Keane took special pleasure in designing a gluttonous demon with a ripped open stomach. The torn open stomach was a fun idea, that someone that fat would have direct access to his stomach, he could probably reach in and pull out the nasty stuff. 164. For Return of the Living Dead, 1985, Tony Gardner designed a convulsing, undead torso strapped to an undertaker's table, and the boldness of the conception taught him the importance of working in broad, aggressive strokes. It was really fun to build that thing. And then the performance was very broad, too. Brains, brains, give me brains, with the spine opping around and fluid leaking out of it. Maybe it burned into my brain or something, but from that point on, I've tried to design my creations with big broad visual strokes. 186. Everett Burrell, who designed zombies for the Tom Savini directed remake of Night of the Living Dead, 1990, has pointed out the importance of surpassing previous conceptions and designs. It was essential to attracting viewers. Failure to surpass previous work would entail a loss of audience. About the zombies, we tried real hard to make those things as different as possible. We knew that if we just did whatever, we wouldn't get any attention. 207. These remarks by the artists whose work is responsible for the upsurge of graphic violence in modern horror cinema suggest that they are aware, at varying levels of self-consciousness, of the personality traits of their core audience, and that they understand the need to fashion their work for the high-threshold sensitivities of these viewers, sensitivities that the artists themselves seem to share. It is important that there be, in their work, no limits. To the extent, then, that the violence and fright in modern horror grade as a sensation-seeking motive in viewers, the genre's escalation of violence and grotesquerie is comprehensible as part of an ongoing transaction between horror filmmakers and their core audience, a transaction that may have an important basis in the latter's biologically determined response characteristics. These shared and relatively unchanging personality traits are ones that the LM industry has significant institutional investment in maintaining due to their revenue-generating potential. Because sensation-seeking may be understood as a dynamic trait, requiring a relatively high level of stimuli and which habituates to that level, it is the kind of motive that can exert a continuing upward pressure on the boundaries of style and content, a pressure toward their continuing transgression. This is precisely what we have seen in the evolution of the subset of contemporary horror cinema that has come to showcase graphic violence. The genre's effects artists understand the importance of maintaining the state of transgression for horror's ability to attract viewers. To the extent that this ongoing transaction between filmmakers and audience shapes the nature of violence in contemporary horror, we are not likely to see abatement in the level of gruesomeness that the genre has today achieved. The hackings and dismembering will likely continue, provided that they can be visualized in continuously novel ways. The population of teenagers who are the genre's mainstay gets renewed each year, as does the imperative for horror LMS to provide these viewers with sensational entertainment. One of the issues posed by the 1930s Pain Fund studies was whether LMS that push the boundaries of acceptable content are inherently attractive to viewers. Are such LMS more enticing for audiences than those that stay within the boundaries of established norms? Or as Charles Peters put it, do people like better to attend motion pictures that are naughty? 142. Peters found no unequivocal evidence to support this idea and left it as a relatively open, if, for him, distasteful, possibility. By contrast, some of the evidence reviewed above suggests that in horror cinema, at least, a fundamental appeal lies in the transgression of established content boundaries, in showing, broadly and aggressively, new methods of maiming, dismembering, or mutilating. To the extent that the genre's viewers look to new horror movies for the provision of intense sensation, their expectations furnish the dynamic that drives this appeal. The shape of contemporary horror cinema thus suggests a significant intersection of personality, institutional, and cultural variables. For the horror genre and its viewers, the attractions of sensational violence may have a significant source in psychobiology, which the LM industry has learned to tap because the personalities that house this trait number in the millions, as do the dollars that can be earned by appealing to them. Because I have expressed reservations about the application of psychoanalysis to LM studies in general, Carroll 1988, and to the horror LM in particular, Carroll 1990, I have been invited to contribute a comment to this volume on the relevance of psychoanalysis to the horror LM. The editor's intention to include dissenting voices in this anthology is as laudable as it is generous and frankly unexpected. But I don't know for whom this opportunity is scarier, me or the psychoanalysts. For I must enter the lair of the other, while they must suffer the presence of a wolf in philosopher's clothing. I guess it all depends on who you think the monster really is. Is psychoanalysis relevant to the analysis of the horror LM? I think that the simple answer to this question is of course. It is certainly relevant, even apposite, to the analysis of many horror LMS, because many horror LMS presuppose, implicitly or explicitly, psychoanalytic concepts and imagery. Forbidden Planet, 1956, for example, is frankly Freudian. Its monster is called the ID, a phenomenon explained in explicitly psychoanalytic terms within the world of the Shin. Anyone interpreting Forbidden Planet is thereby licensed to explicate the LM psychoanalytically for the same reason that an exegete of Eisenstein's The General Line, 1929, would be correct in adverting to Marxist ideology. In both cases, the hermeneutical warrant is historicist. If interpretation is, at least in part, the retrieval of a LMS intended meaning and an explanation of its design, then, where a maker intends psychoanalytic significance, it is incumbent on the interpreter to attempt to unravel it. This does not mean that one must interview the maker to establish that she intended her work to carry psychoanalytically enacted significance. The best evidence for such a message is the LM itself. One can infer a psychoanalytic intention on the basis of the LM, just as an interpreter of Thomas Mann's Dr. Faustus might appeal to Nietzsche's philosophy to explicate some of the more obscure aspects of the text. For some authors, like Norman Mailer, psychoanalytic concepts so infuse their writing that, were they to deny it, we would suspect irony, if not downright lying. Similarly, an example is the horror maker and author Clive Barker. His writing and imagery show familiarity with psychoanalysis at every turn. He wears it on his sleeve, so to speak, which is where Dante shows his Thomism and Brecht his Marxism. Using these frameworks interpretively, including psychoanalysis, with respect to the relevant texts need not involve going outside of the text, as they used to say, but is grounded by attention to the text. So far my examples have been of makers and authors who are rather self-consciously psychoanalytic. However, psychoanalytic interpretation may also be plausibly warranted with regard to less self-conscious makers and authors. For in addition to being a medical practice, psychoanalysis has also become a common idiom of thought throughout Western culture. Its concepts, scenarios, and metaphors have seeped into everyday language. Just as ordinary speakers may employ psychoanalytic frameworks without being aware of doing so, so may artists. Psychoanalysis, understood as a cultural myth, like Christianity, pervades the thinking of literate Westerners, and many non-literate ones as well. We can overhear it in elevator conversations between people who can neither spell psychoanalysis nor differentiate it from any other form of psychology. Likewise, we can see its concepts, scenarios, and imagery in the work of makers and authors with no express commitment to psychoanalysis. In a Christian culture like ours, we can attribute Christ imagery to ALM, example call a character a Christ gur even where that might not be the description the makers would have offered. We can do this because we presume it is likely that the maker arrived at this pattern because he is steeped in a culture where Christ imagery is pervasive. Thus, we infer that the maker tacitly or unself-consciously intends his character to have a Christ-like effect, though this is not how he might put it. Likewise, psychoanalytic imagery and concepts are so culturally widespread that we may infer psychoanalytic significance to LMS that are not fully self-conscious about its presence. One last analogy, the idiom of social Darwinism has suffused our culture since the late 19th century. People who may never have heard of Darwin mouth its platitudes. Thus, it makes sense to interpret a LM like King Kong, 1933, which drips with pop-Darwinian imagery, in terms of evolutionary metaphors, despite the fact that the makers, in all likelihood, would not have described them as such. Nevertheless, they did access from the ambient cultural atmosphere readily available material vibrating with social Darwinian resonances, and they did intend it to move audiences who were prepared culturally to respond to it in certain predictable ways. And this is what licenses bringing to bear the framework of social Darwinian concepts, scenarios, and imagery in an explication of King Kong. Similarly, it is reasonable to hypothesize that, given the pervasive psychoanalytic coloration of our culture, often filmmakers and filmgoers share enough tacit, albeit generally vague and fragmented, knowledge of psychoanalytic concepts, scenarios, and imagery and, consequently, that they can be said to be trading in psychoanalytic meanings, even if that is not how they would put the matter. Hence, for the purpose of explaining the design and the uptake of such LMS, exegetes may resort to explicit psychoanalytic terminology, and this can be unexceptionable, even on historicist grounds. For example, calling Luke's relation to Darth Vader Oedipal should raise no hermeneutical eyebrows. This defense of the relevance of psychoanalysis to the horror LM, however, does not entail that psychoanalysis is relevant to the interpretation of all horror LMS. For, pervasive though psychoanalytic thought may be, it is not the case that in every horror LM one will end the evidence of psychoanalytic concepts, scenarios, and or imagery. And where there is no evidence of the pertinent authorial intentions, either explicit or tacit, psychoanalytic interpretations cannot be warranted on historicist grounds. Moreover, this sort of defense also places limitations on the specificity of the psychoanalytic framework one may mobilize with respect to a given horror LM. As indicated, many of the psychoanalytic ideas available to filmmakers and their audiences are extremely general, rather vague, and even inchoate. These the interpreter must approach gingerly. In such cases, one's deployment of psychoanalytic concepts should be correspondingly general. For on historicist grounds, it will not do to apply a piece of recondite Lacanian conceptual machinery to a LM whose only psychoanalytic commitment is something like the nostrum that sexual repression is unhealthy. For example, a Lacanian analysis of the original Cat People, 1942, could not be motivated on historicist grounds, though a specific psychoanalytic interpretation could be defended on the grounds of the LM itself and the popularity of certain watered-down psychoanalytic ideas in the culture from which it emerged. To this is not to say, I hasten to add, that there could not be a Lacanian horror LM worthy of a Lacanian interpretation. But that would depend on whether Lacanian concepts, scenarios, and imagery were sufficiently evident in the LM such that it is plausible to hypothesize that the filmmaker intended them as such. Moreover, I have no doubt that we will be seeing many Lacanian horror LM as soon as more and more filmmakers and viewers are trained in university programs with LM analysis classes where Lacanessa is the vernacular. The conclusion that psychoanalysis is relevant to the analysis of some horror LMS seems unavoidable, if only on historicist grounds. Lest my use of the qualier some sound too grudging, let me explicitly state that I think that probably many horror LMS warrant psychoanalytic interpretations for the reasons I've given, just as many Italian Renaissance paintings warrant the use of interpretive frameworks informed by Catholic theology. The interpreter need not embrace these interpretive frameworks because they are true or because she believes them to be true, but only because psychoanalysis and Catholicism are sources of concepts, scenarios, and imagery that so suffuse their respective cultures that they can be postulated as enuncing artists, audiences, and their mutually adaptive responses. But just as not every Italian Renaissance painting mandates an interpretation informed by Catholicism, not every horror LM warrants a psychoanalytic interpretation. Many space invasion LMS, like Independence Day, 1996, which agitate literally for the survival of the species, may be more fruitfully examined from a Darwinian perspective than from a psychoanalytic one, not because Darwinism is true and psychoanalysis is not, but because Darwinian concepts, narratives, and imagery also suffuse the culture and are more evident in Independence Day than psychoanalytic ones. 3. This hermeneutical defense of the relevance of psychoanalysis to horror LMS grants the psychoanalytic critic a field of study. Indeed, I suspect that many psychoanalytic interpretations of horror LMS, though undertaken by exegetes convinced of the truth of psychoanalysis, could, without much strain, be recuperated instructively as the observations of participant observers in a culture suffused with psychoanalytic thinking. However, I also suspect that many psychoanalytic critics are likely to spurn this concession, because, though I agree that many horror LMS deserve a Psychoanalytic interpretation, at least in part, they believe that all horror LMS should be interpreted psychoanalytically. One reason why many psychoanalytic critics are apt to reject what I've called the hermeneutical defense of their practice is that they believe that psychoanalysis is true, whereas the preceding hermeneutical defense does not require that psychoanalysis be any less wacky than Scientology to be apposite in a given case. That is, the preceding hermeneutical defense only asks that psychoanalysis be culturally pervasive. Moreover, it is because the psychoanalytic critic believes that psychoanalysis is a comprehensive theory that she believes its laws apply to everything in its putative domain, whereas, according to the preceding hermeneutical defense, the warrant for psychoanalytic interpretations only extends as far as the historically concrete distribution of psychoanalytic ideas across lawmakers, LMS, and their intended audiences. That is why, under its aegis, one would look to Scientology to initiate an interpretation of Battlefield Earth, 2000, and not to psychoanalysis. Insofar as psychoanalytic critics defend their practice with regard to the horror LM on the grounds of the truth of psychoanalysis as a general theory of human nature, the debate is clearly too gigantic to be engaged here. There are too many different brands of psychoanalysis and too many different claims to be adjudicated ad seriatim. So, for the sake of argument, let us suppose that there is some truth to psychoanalysis. Is this enough to warrant a psychoanalytic approach to all horror LMS? If we assume that whatever is true about psychoanalysis is universally true, in the sense that it applies to every aspect of human behavior, then we might suppose that psychoanalysis will always have something to say about every horror LM, inasmuch as every horror LM is a specimen of human behavior. However, I predict that this assumption will be too heady for even most, if not all, of the friends of psychoanalysis. Some human phenomena are not on the psychoanalytic radar screen. Surely, Freud thought this. Consequently, the case for explicating all horror LMS psychoanalytically will depend on showing that there is something in the very nature of the horror LM that is peculiarly suited for psychoanalysis. That is, the psychoanalyst needs to establish that there is something in the essence of horror, something without which a LM would not be a horror LM, that is only explicable or that is best explained psychoanalytically. This defense of the psychoanalytic interpretation of horror would not be based on interpretive protocols, like historicism. Rather, it would be a theoretical defense. It relies on identifying a comprehensive feature of all horror LMS, which feature, in turn, is theorized most compellingly by psychoanalysis. In the past, I've denied that psychoanalysis has succeeded in adducing such a feature. For example, one of the most persuasive attempts to advance such a generalization can be derived from Ernest Jones's On the Nightmare. Jones argues that the horrific creatures of folklore are symbolic expressions of repressed wishes. This hypothesis, if convincing, would do a nice job of explaining the ambivalent reaction of horror-tion audiences, their tendency to be both attracted and repelled by horror LMS. The attraction comes from the fact that a wish is being manifested and thereby graded, while the repulsion springs from the fact that it is a prohibited wish, a wish that occasions psychic punishment. So, for Jones, a vampire gore expresses the desire of the living for the return of a deceased loved one for the purpose of sexual congress, a wish that then elicits disgust from our psychic censor. However, though this repressed wish hypothesis promises certain explanatory advantages, it does require that we be able to locate in every horror LM a symbolic expression of a repressed wish. And this, I have argued, cannot be done. Many horror LMS do not contain enough of the relevant kinds of details to motivate the postulation of any latent content, such as a repressed wish. A radioactively enlarged anything, tramping about the countryside killing everything, suffices to make a horror LM, but neither the language or the imagery of the LM has to suggest any repressed psychosexual portent, let alone a wish. The monster need only be abnormally large and lethal to be horrific, it may not be connected to anything psychically deeper than that. Therefore, the hypothesis that all horror shares the feature of expressing a repressed wish, insofar as it is insufficiently comprehensive, cannot support the conviction that all horror LMS are to be psychoanalyzed. That is, horrific creatures can be manufactured formulaically through various strategies, including combinatory ones, for example, put an insect's head on a dog's body. With a specific LM or text, this anomaly need not be associated with anything further to be horrifying. Hence, the horrific beings who serve to identify instances of the horror genre can be contrived disconnected from any wishes, repressed or otherwise. And yet the LMS in which they go will still count as horror LMS, indeed, horror LMS immune from psychoanalysis, for anyone not in the thrall of Jones's theory. Of course, this argument, if it is convincing, only shows that the universal applicability of psychoanalysis to the horror LM cannot be derived from Jones's initially seductive proposal that all horror traffics in the fulfillment of repressed wishes. Yet might there be other psychoanalytic hypotheses that will succeed where the one derived from Jones failed? Recently, such a proposal has been offered by Stephen J. Schneider. Schneider returns to Freud's 1919 essay The Uncanny for inspiration. Schneider points out that in Freud's characterization of the uncanny, which he NDS useful for modeling horror, Freud indicates that not only repressed wishes, but also surmounted beliefs, can function to trigger the sense of uncanniness. 2172. These surmounted beliefs include things like infantile beliefs in the omnipotence of the will and the belief that the dead can return to life. By portraying possessed children with telekinetic powers or revenants from the crypt, horror LMS reams such surmounted beliefs, thereby presumably affording pleasure. Moreover, Schneider goes on to develop an interesting typology of horrific creatures in terms of the surmounted beliefs they ream. 183. Schneider's conception of horror in terms of repressed wishes and surmounted beliefs is certainly more comprehensive than the account derived from Jones. However, it is plagued by a serious incongruity. If horror is a function of the reconfirmation of surmounted beliefs, then how can it be possible for people who have not surmounted the beliefs in question to be susceptible to horroritions? A leading example of surmounted belief for Schneider is that the dead can return to life. This archaic belief underwrites all sorts of horrific beings, from zombies and vampires to ghosts and haunted houses. But, of course, many horror viewers believe that the dead can return to life. For they believe in channeling, and seances, not to mention ghosts, haunted houses, and zombies, and some perhaps even believe in vampires. Because these folks have never abandoned, or surmounted, these beliefs, then they should not be horried by horror movies. But this prediction seems improbable. 5. Under this category of horrific beings, Schneider includes embodied souls, of which the demonically possessed are the prime example. Should we then suppose that a screening of The Exorcist, 1973, in the church basement to an audience of Catholics who believe in possession will evoke no tremor of horror? Not very likely. Another important family of reconfirmations of surmounted belief for Schneider comprises gers that embody the omnipotence of thought. But again there are horror fans who believe in the omnipotence of thought. For example, there are people who believe in voodoo. When such a person reads a horror novel, like Hugh Cave's The Evil Returns, in which the nefarious Borker Margle controls minds from afar, how will Schneider explain the horror they feel, or the horror felt by reverential fundamentalists who read Christian horror novels like The Mark? Surmounted belief just does not seem to be the elusive secret of horror that Schneider takes it to be. 6. Nor does it appear to be the case that horror LMS that fail to be explained in terms of surmounted belief will nevertheless be explicable in terms of repressed wishes. To see this, we need only combine the counter-examples we used to challenge Jones and Schneider. Imagine a horror LM, watched by believers in ghosts, about a spirit of whom not enough is said, shown, or implied to allow us to infer anything about its latent import. Nor is enough psychosexual detail indicated about the humans it besets to enable one to isolate a network of psychic associations. In such a case, the generalization that all horror LMS involve either the expression of repressed wishes or surmounted beliefs would seem to be falsified. There does not appear to be a general feature, or disjunctive set of features, shared by all horror LMS such that they are always best explained by psychoanalysis. Needless to say, I've only canvassed two proposals about what that general feature might be, Jones's and Schneider's. But because these are among the strongest contenders, noting their limitations should indicate that the burden of proof here rests with the psychoanalysts. It is up to them to produce the relevant sort of general feature before they lay claim to being the privileged interpreters of all horror LMS. Of course, that psychoanalysis might not be applicable to all horror LMS does not entail that it cannot clarify some. Psychoanalysis is a vast and complex body of ideas, including not only metapsychological theories but also observations of hitherto scarcely noticed patterns of human behavior. Some of these ideas, if they are well founded and if they track the phenomena on the screen, may illuminate otherwise perplexing aspects of particular horror LMS. Consider, for example, James Whale's Bride of Frankenstein, 1935, the sequel to Frankenstein, 1931. On the eve of Henry Frankenstein's, Colin Clive, marriage, the wizened Dr. Septimus Pretorius approaches him in the hope of enlisting the younger scientist to experiment once again in the creation of life. Ernest Thesiger plays Pretorius in a style that we have since come to call camp. He tries to charm, cajole, and tempt Henry, though Henry resists, having had an unhappy experience with reanimation in the previous LM. Pretorius irrtatiously importunes, promising knowledge and grandeur. Henry jits, nervously and darkly. If you turn off the soundtrack, it is easy to imagine that we are witnesses to an attempt at homosexual seduction. But, of course, the object of the seduction is not directly sexual, but rather involves the prospect of two men creating life together. Another notable feature of Pretorius's mien is his sneering attitude toward Henry's wife-to-be, Elizabeth, Valerie Hobson, and the upcoming nuptials. Indeed, Pretorius behaves almost as though he is jealous of Elizabeth, as if she were a rival. In any case, there is an undeniable sexual undercurrent here. Part of what LM interpretation is about concerns making sense of characters, explaining why they are as they are, notably where there is something mysterious and opaque in their behavior. With respect to Bride of Frankenstein, one question that arises about Pretorius is why he is so venomous about Henry's prospective mate and their marriage. Of course, part of the reason for Pretorius's opposition is that it may deter Henry's participation in the experiment. But Pretorius's dripping sarcasm is so marked and excessive that it suggests that something deeper is at stake. What could it be? Here psychoanalysis may suggest an answer. In Symbolic Wounds, Bruno Bettelheim cites evidence for the existence of what might be called womb envy, a recurring male desire to possess the reproductive power of women. This longing, Bettelheim maintains, is reenacted in the symbolism of many puberty rituals. Supposing the behavioral pattern to be well-founded, the interpreter of Bride of Frankenstein might conjecture that Pretorius's animus is energized by the desire to realize this male birth fantasy. He wants to bring forth life, but with a man as his partner rather than a woman. The notion of subtracting the woman from the conventional birth equation is perhaps accentuated by the pointedly fey mannerisms that Thesiger brings to his role. But, in any event, the logic of the admittedly weird plot of Bride of Frankenstein and Pretorius's pronounced aversion to marriage can be rendered intelligible interpretively by speculating that the LM is underwritten by a male, in this instance possibly homosexual, desire to appropriate the female powers of reproduction. Indeed, this might even be an example of the kind of surmounted belief that Schneider emphasizes. This use of a psychoanalytic concept to clarify an opaque pattern in a horror LM would not be defended on the grounds of historicism. It is unlikely that the creators or the intended audience of Bride of Frankenstein had the concept of birth envy in their conscious cognitive stock. Nor is the preceding interpretation grounded in the supposition that all horror-scenes can be interpreted psychoanalytically. Rather, this interpretation is motivated by the need to explain certain specific incongruities in the LM. That those incongruities can be made intelligible by reference to a recurring behavioral pattern that has been recognized by psychoanalysis counts in its favor. It need not be the case that the creators of Bride of Frankenstein be aware of the pattern as discovered by Bettelheim. They may be enacting it through the partnership of Pretorius and Frankenstein without realizing that that relationship struck them as comprehensible, intelligible, and fitting because it adhered to an unacknowledged psychic scenario. They had access to it, albeit unconsciously, because, ex hypothesi, it rehearses a naturally recurring form of envy. Here interpretation retrieves their unconscious intentions. So if a psychoanalytic interpretation rests on empirically well-founded observations and theories of human behavior, if it accords with the details of the LM, if it does not ignore or contradict countervailing evidence, and if it explains the incongruities of the LM better than or equally well as competing interpretations, it will be well warranted. That may sound like a lot of ifs, but it is by no means obvious that these conditions cannot be met in a particular case. Moreover, these conditions are pretty much default conditions that we expect to be met by any interpretation of fictional representations of fictional affairs. So if the preceding psychoanalytic interpretation of Bride of Frankenstein meets these conditions, all things being equal, it should be acceptable. Thus far, we have found two ways in which psychoanalysis is relevant to the analysis of horror LMS, where it is motivated by historical or contextual considerations, and where it otherwise meets our general interpretive protocols. My own suspicion, and it is only a hunch, is that where most psychoanalytic interpretations of horror LMS succeed, it is on historicist grounds, but that may only wreak my skepticism about how many well-founded, uniquely psychoanalytic observations there are to be had about recurring patterns of human behavior. But since I concede that there may be some, then it follows that there may be some well-warranted interpretations of horror LMS that rest on them. This has to be the case, because in general, we allow as a default presupposition, that interpreters, including ordinary viewers, may legitimately make reference to well-founded, general patterns of human behavior when attempting to make sense of fictional representations of human action, including horror LMS. 7. Before concluding, it may be useful to offer some brief remarks about two tendencies in psychoanalytic LM criticism that have not yet been mentioned. We might call these illustrative criticism and demonstrative criticism. By illustrative criticism, I mean the use of fictional examples to serve as illustrations of psychoanalytic concepts. Perhaps Freud's use of Sophocles' play to explicate the Oedipal complex is an example of this. A more recent example, and one closer to the topic of this article, is Slavoj Žižek's employment of Robert Heinlein's novel The Unpleasant Profession of Jonathan Hoag to exemplify the notion of the Lacanian real. After quoting a passage from the novel, Žižek writes, "What is this grey and formless mist if not the Lacanian real, the pulsing of the presymbolic substance in all its abhorrent vitality? But what is crucial for us here is the form, or more precisely the place, in which the real interferes. It erupts on the very boundary separating the outside from the inside, materialized in this case by the car window." 1999, 18-19. Heinlein's imagery here is used to indicate something about the Lacanian real, its liminality. Žižek's purpose does not seem to be to explain Heinlein's text, but to give his audience a concrete handle on a difficult piece of Lacanian terminology. In this, Žižek strives to make the text the concept, rather than to nd a concept that models the text. Given Žižek's aims, this is not an error, but, let me suggest, neither is it textual criticism. It has the wrong direction of the concepts in question need not illuminate the text is supposed to illuminate the concept. Likewise, Freud's use of Sophocles' play tells us little about the specific texture of Oedipus Rex. Would we even say, on the basis of the play, that Oedipus had the famous complex that bears his name, since he did not know that Leos was his father and Jocasta his mother? The use of LMS to illustrate psychoanalytic concepts can be found frequently in books devoted to introducing readers to post-structuralist ideas. 8. That this practice can have heuristic value should not be denied. Just as the preacher may use some current event to elucidate a theological doctrine, so a LM instructor may turn a LM or a part of a LM into a parable about some psychoanalytic concept. But insofar as parables take the phenomenon at hand out of context and shape them for their own heuristic purposes, we do not count them as analytic, because the direction of T between the concept and the phenomenon runs in the wrong direction. Applying these observations about illustrative criticism to the question of the relation of psychoanalysis to the horror LM, we can say that where the psychoanalytic criticism in question is essentially illustrative in nature, it is, strictly speaking, irrelevant to the analysis of the horror LM. For in most cases, the illustrative criticism at issue will not be about the horror LM, it will be about psychoanalytic concepts. That is, it will have the wrong object of inquiry. On the other hand, where examples of illustrative criticism do tell us something about how a specific horror LM or subgenre works, that will be due to the fact that, in addition to pursuing illustrative purposes, they also abide by the protocols of interpretation discussed above. But the bottom line is that illustrative criticism need not abide by those protocols and, therefore, criticism that is as such merely illustrative of psychoanalytic concepts guarantees little insight into the horror LM. One last species of psychoanalytic criticism that deserves mention is what I call demonstrative. Demonstrative criticism in general is criticism aimed at getting people to notice features of artworks, including LMS. The demonstrative critic may achieve her aim by pointing to an artwork, getting us to feel the tension in the painting by pointing to one part of it and then to another so that the imbalance between two gears jumps out at us. Or the demonstrative critic may redescribe the work, perhaps using metaphors, analogies, and comparisons to other artworks and the like to bring certain qualities of the work to our notice. A dance critic, for example, may call a movement silky to draw our attention to important features of the choreography, such as its smoothness, seamless transitions, and lightness. Psychoanalytic concepts can also be used in this way. Stephen Schneider, 1999, 72, calls attention to the repetition in the shower sequence in Psycho, 1960, by reminding readers of what Freud said about repetition. Rhetorically, this gets one to see and to appreciate an important structural feature of the scene. And I suspect that many LM instructors use psychoanalytic concepts as a way to begin to encourage students to notice cinematic articulations that would most likely go unheeded. In this way, as an instrument of demonstrative criticism, psychoanalysis may be a very serviceable medium for LM pedagogy. Demonstrative criticism is a very important, though frequently overlooked, form of criticism. One is truly fortunate when one has a good demonstrative critic as a guide. However, the aim of demonstrative criticism is not analysis or interpretation. It employs redescription, metaphors, analogies, comparisons with other works, allusions, and so forth to get us to notice what we might otherwise overlook. Its aim is pragmatic, not analytic. It succeeds if it enables audiences to grasp features of works that might ordinarily be neglected. To that end, the demonstrative critic can employ almost whatever it takes to get the job done, including exaggeration. The output of demonstrative criticism is not ultimately a meaning or an interpretation, but an experience, the viewers coming to take note of the pertinent features of the work. And for that to occur, a false theory may be serviceable. For example, though arguably odd, Freud's work alerts us to many important joke structures. That is one reason that I frequently teach it. It directs my students' attention to what they ought to be thinking about, even if I believe they should not be thinking about it Freud's way. Sometimes a weak theory can provide useful demonstrative criticism. But, then, even if the psychoanalysis of horror LMS can function heuristically as salutary demonstrative criticism, that does not entail that it is directly relevant to the analysis of the horror LM. Getting people to see what needs to be analyzed and analyzing it need not converge. And, for that reason, I would caution the friends of psychoanalysis against counting the pedagogical advantages psychoanalysis may afford them as evidence of its relevance to the analysis of the horror LM. For in many cases, their successes may be better described as a function of their excellence as demonstrative critics. I began with the question of the relevance of psychoanalysis to the analysis of the horror LM. I have argued that one cannot presuppose that psychoanalysis has any proprietary authority when it comes to analyzing horror. Though many practitioners more or less presume that psychoanalysis is relevant to the analysis of all horror LMS, I think this presumption is mistaken. I have also denied that certain psychoanalytic practices with respect to the ostensible criticism of the horror LM, notably illustrative criticism and demonstrative criticism, need not be regarded as contributions to the analysis of the horror LM. But these negative conclusions do not foreclose the possibility of the relevance of psychoanalysis to the horror LM, especially on a case-by-case basis, LM by LM, and perhaps cycle by cycle, and maybe even subgenre by subgenre, for psychoanalytic analyses of selected horror LMS can be supported on the basis of our standard interpretive protocols, including historicist ones. How many of the thousands of psychoanalytic interpretations of horror LMS meet those standards? Who knows? The prospect of doing the work necessary to determine that is beyond my resources. Indeed, the very thought of it is horrifying.